y'all doing? I got some sad news to report. I just want to let you guys know, please be careful. Please be careful when you guys are getting in these Lyfts and these Ubers. They are taking these women out of here left and right. These men are pretending to be Lyft drivers and Uber drivers coming up to you, telling you to get in the car. And you don't know if that's going to be your last day. They got this man named Bruce. I'm going to put him on the screen. And also we have to talk about not only about these Lyft drivers and Uber drivers, you have to be careful. It's a protocol. You make sure when a Lyft driver coming up to you, make sure that the license plates match the app. Make sure you keep your phone with you and look at the map while they driving you to your destination. Because a lot of these men are taking y'all off the road. Okay? We got one just then. And let me tell you something, what Essence did. It's a list of women out here. Black women, you see her on the screen. This one right here, just to read a few. She was 22 years old. Okay? She was a college student, and she got popped in the face by a man because she rejected a dance, okay? He wanted to have a dance with her. She's 22, y'all, and got popped in the face. Rest in peace. She's not even here no more. You know what I'm saying? Because people say, well, you got to pick. You don't have to pick nobody. You can just want your piece, and they taking you out of here left and right. But let's go here because I want to show you this man that's on the news currently right here. This the one right here. You see him with the tattoos. Now, a lot of people are saying, hell, if I seen him pick me up, I wouldn't get in the car. Do y'all see who I'm talking about? The man with the dreads. Yes. This happened in Alabama. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but this happened in Alabama. His name is Bruce, okay? He's 40 years old. And this happened October the 6th, 2021. And they finally caught him. Well, I guess he finally behind bars. But why does it take them so long to put them behind bars? Anyway, this man, Bruce, right here, you see him on the screen. He drove up pretending to be Lyft and was telling the lady get in. She gets in. Okay? Then I guess he drives her to an unidentified location. Yeah. And it's so, oh God. I can't even tell. He did everything to her. He did it in the front. He even went behind the back door. Yes, he did it to her in the back door, y'all. And I know some of you guys may have some stories or situations dealing with Lyft or Uber. Please call in and tell your story. And you know, he's a bad man. This is not the first time, y'all. Did you guys know he was in the big house before? Cause he R-word a mother. And did you know he R-word a mother in front of her two babies, in front of two kids, her own kids? He R-word her. Do you know what? How can you imagine what that mother had to go through? Can you imagine you been in that situation? This man right here R-ing you, and your kids is helpless right there watching. The traumatizing. And after that, why did the government allow him to go out? Yep. And he just got finished doing it to another girl, R-ing her in the front and the back. Okay? And taking her against her will. So while she's trying to get out the car, he's locking the car. And he's holding her down. She can't go nowhere. You know, and this is not the first time. And why is the government failing these black women in these streets? Because, like, if you do something harmful to these black women, they're going to let your behind go. They're going to let you go. And guess what? When they come out, you think they're going to change? Nope, they out here doing the same thing. And let's not forget about this man right here. Hold on, we got another one. Him. Did you guys hear about him at the bottom? He's from Philly. It's so disgusting what that man at the bottom did. Let me tell you what he did, y'all. He at the corner store. And this young black girl there, and I guess they walk in the same aisle. She makes some mistakes and bumps into him. She apologized. She said, man, I am so sorry. You know, I didn't watch where I was going. He says, yeah, because next time I'm going to pow you in your face. Yeah, that's what he said. So he started to argue with the girl. The store owner said, y'all going to have to take that outside. Take it outside. Do you know he followed her? He followed her to her house, y'all, and started pound this girl. Yeah, it's been on the news. So we're going to play some of this. Now, before we go in and talk about more of this, I just want to see who's in the chat because you know I haven't been looking. All right, I try to get some celebrity news, but it's not a lot of celebrity news out right now for whatever reason. Hey, Tiana Harris. Hey, Kyle. You know what type of car you getting into? I'm looking. Hey, what's going on? Vegas, a fake driver assaulted a lady in my city last year. They just caught him this week. Yeah, Diana, if you're talking about Alabama, that's who I'm talking about now. His name is Bruce. No death penalty costs more. This is so messed up. Yeah, it is. Chemistry. What? Hold on. What back door? He's going through it again. Okay. When I say back door, meaning that the man held her. I can't be too graphic, but he held her down, got behind her, and went through the back door. Now, I don't know how else I can describe what he did. Now, some people call it sodomy. Did you know sodomy, right? You know what sodomy means? Going in the back door. Yeah, that's what he did to this woman. You know? Could you imagine your brother, a black man that's supposed to be a protector and, you know, care about your community, you know, doing that to you, the unthinkable. And you ain't never did it in the back door, and he gonna force you to do it in the back door? Come on now. And all she was doing is trying to get home. All right, so I'm gonna play this little clip. I'm gonna be all everywhere, but please call in, y'all. You know, we don't got no celebrity news tonight, but please call in. I didn't want to leave y'all hanging, so I wanted to come with something. You know what I'm saying? All right, check this out. Look at this. Look at this.
Yeah, it was unclear, according to the store manager, what really led up to all of the arguing and the bad language he says that he heard. These court documents outline what happens after the pair left the store, including threats that were made and the shooting that followed. Did you hear him threaten to shoot her?
Yeah.
And he made several threats.
Yes, exactly.
Were you worried for your safety at all?
Yeah, no safety here. That's the guy. No safety for me.
He is the manager of the Coatesville market and was behind the counter when he says he heard the commotion.
A lot of angry, lot of the bad language used.
Police say a woman told them that she bumped into a man in the aisle, apologized, but that wasn't good enough for him. They say Monelle Coleman threatened the woman. She told police that she was told to watch where she was going and that she was going to be shot in her face. The store manager says he asked the pair to take things outside, and later when he heard gunshots, he had no idea. It was from the couple in the store. Police say Coleman followed the woman to her house and started shooting, and as she tried to run inside, her brother was also hit with shots as he ran upstairs. The woman told police it sounded like Coleman emptied the clip. Also, according to court documents, police recovered ballistic evidence and showed the woman a group of pictures, and she identified Coleman as the shooter. Police then went to the Coatesville home of Coleman's mother. There, they say they found clothing they say was worn by Coleman during the shooting. As for Coleman, tonight, he's a wanted man.
So they still looking for him. You know, Coleman If you guys know who he is, please let the authorities know. You know, I'm sure that she's not gonna be the only one that he does this to. You know? And I want you guys to call in and let us know what's going on. Can you imagine you just bumped into somebody? You didn't mean no harm, and you told this man, I apologize. But he's yelling at you at the store, calling you all types of names, you know, taking all his built up anger out on you. And not only that, he follows you. You don't even realize this man is following you. Soon as you go into your house, pow, 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 emptying the clips. This is the world we're living in, y'all. And see, when these other people come back into office and they start arresting all these men, are y'all gonna stop them? Huh? Comment, let us know. Let us know. Comment, let us know. What's going on? I'm gonna look in the comment section. Is her brother okay? I'm not sure. It just happened, so they're gonna follow up the story. But they're looking for him now, Tiana Harris. So if you see him on the streets, call authorities. Okay? I don't want to say crazy, but that's what it is. I had an ex that got out of jail and rubbed me down with some grease, attempting to backdoor. Wow, that's crazy. All right, so let me see what else is out here. Man, oh man, I tell you, it's something else. But the phone lines are open, so if you guys want to call in and share your story, feel free. I can't find the thing that I'm looking for. Okay, here it is. All right, got a caller? All right. Hey,
Hello.
good morning.
Good morning. I was just calling because this is such a sad situation. Like, for somebody really to be so demonic, you know, and that's why we as women have to be so careful out here when we're dealing with these ignorant men. We don't even know what type of demonic things going on in their mind. We can't even go outside. We can't even go shop in the grocery store. We can't even shop without being attacked. Black women is under attack, and we need to really safeguard ourselves. We need to safeguard ourselves from everything that's going on out here. Like, seriously, it's just, when I heard about this story, it's really so heartbreaking because that can be any one of us, you know? And it's not only black women, but I think, you know, society has made it seem like our lives are so dispensable sometimes. Because you always hear about black women being attacked by our own men.
Yeah, but the thing about it is, girl, if it happened to a Caucasian woman, you know his ass gonna get time. You know what I'm saying? You know he ain't gonna go back on the street doing it again.
They'll have a whole man hand. Breaking news.
Right,
and
but
I'm not trying to differentiate, you know, because regardless if it's a white woman or a black woman, it's a human being. You know what I'm saying?
You're right.
But
you're right.
Know, but what you're saying is right, though, because it's like every time you turn on the news, a black woman being killed by her husband, a black woman being, you know, found somewhere, just left to the side somewhere. But they do highlight more of a Caucasian news in relation to domestic violence and all of that. But what I'm personally saying is that we as women, we have to be careful. And I'm telling you, if
what
heat,
what advice would you give to this lady? Both of these ladies.
I would have is baby.
Because let's talk it out. Let's talk it out. Hold on, a pow. Let's say pow. We know we on YouTube, right? Let's say pow, you know, instead of the K word. Okay, let's go with both of these stories. Now, the man at the top with the dreads, his name Bruce. Okay?
Okay.
You at a location. You calling for Lyft and Uber. How many do you ever use Lyft or Uber? How many, if you lose?
I use Lyft consistently.
If you use Lyft and Uber.
I have a car. I have a car, but see, I don't drink and drive. So
Right.
when I'm out partying, I Uber 100%. I don't drink and drive. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm always in the Uber when I'm going out with my girlfriend. So yeah, and I'm intoxicated. Keep
Right.
going.
Right. So if y'all use Uber or Lyft, press 1. If you don't, press 2. But let's take it. You know, you've been drinking, you know, and you call a Lyft or Uber to take you home. This man roll up.
Exactly.
Said, hey, you called for a lift, right? Come on in. Because, girl, they do it to me all the time. I be at the airport, right? And I'll be out here waiting for my lift. They say, oh, you got a lift. You waiting for a lift. You need a ride. You need a ride. Some be trying to say, I can get it cheaper.
And
I can give you
mess
cheaper.
around and got somebody else live just waiting on the lift because people be calling lift. You'll mess around and be to jump in somebody else's lift and ain't even your lift. You get in the XL. You ordered a mid-size. You and
Yeah, but guess what? Sometimes they are confusing. I almost made a mistake and got, because they said a Camry. Hell, it's a lot of Camrys in front of me. You know what I mean? So,
right.
You got to make sure. What's your name?
Birthday bash. No, I ain't going to hold you. I called a Lyft to birthday bash. I'm down here in Atlanta. Called a Lyft to birthday bash. Me and my girl, we fly. We looking good. A nice ass SUV pulled up. You know what I'm saying? So we like, okay, girl, that's us. Tell me why the folks who really lifted was, we messed around and got in the wrong lift. So we end up in the Chrysler 300. Girl, I was mad. I was mad. You hear me? But that's what I'm saying. We always getting in lifts. So, okay, boom. We in the lift now. He didn't call. He didn't push stuff on us.
Okay, but it was just one, at this time it was one woman, okay? So she's in the lift. And I guess she realized that, hey, she made a mistake. He locked the doors, and he's going to a different location. And what do you do then? If you pull the pow, give me your effing phone. Take you to a location.
Baby.
What do you I guess put the paws on him? Do you try to fight? But if you fight, you
know what? In that situation, I'm going to be honest with you, babe. I cannot even tell you what I would do in that situation because as a woman, it's a panic that comes over you when somebody tries. Because I'm not on here to tell my story or nothing like that, but I've been in situations where I've been overtaken by a man. You know, in that moment, you don't have no inkling of what you're going to do. You can either try to fight your way out, or you can try to be quiet, or, you know what I'm saying, just try to go ahead and let what happened happening because you feel like if you try to fight, it's going to come out worse.
Right.
So you really cannot depict what you're going to do in a situation like that. You know, it's unsettling, but you will never know what you can do in that situation until you in it. And
you're right.
Sometimes you take the low road and you say, look, whatever you're trying to do, just going to get it done. If this was going to make you happy, I'm going to take it like a G, you know what I'm saying? And I'm going to move on. Hell yeah, it's going to be traumatic, but I'm going to do what I got to do to get out this situation alive. You know what I'm saying? In some situations, you might feel like you might have the upper hand on them, like you can like try to put the paws on them and get them, you know what I'm saying, to do them to the point where you can get away. It's really up in the air. You know, in those situations, you really got to be strategic and ain't no advice. It's all on instinct because it's really the survival of the fittest. Only the strong survive. So if you want to get out of that, it could go either way. Either you're going to lay down and do what's going on, or you just going to try to fight. And sometimes when you try to fight back, it's even worse because you aggress the situation and they beat you more. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They put their hands on you more than they would have.
Or they trying to just take you out of here.
They just pick individuals in general and they don't give a damn. And they going to do, you know what I'm saying? They going to do anything to you regardless. So, I mean, it is so disturbing.
Even if you try to pray and you say, if you try to say, please, you know, sir, I give you my money, please, you know, can we pray about this? You don't have to do this, sir. And he don't care because he don't want your money, you know? And that's another thing we could talk about too. Call in. Yeah. What is the mind frame of the men's? that is doing these? What is the mind frame? It's just control? Is it they feel rejected and they want to just overpower
It's
somebody?
rejection too. It's a lot of, and I'm gonna tell you, and I'm gonna try to keep it short, and I'm not want to cut you off. I'm sorry, but it's rejection also because I'm gonna keep it really short. I had this incident when I was younger. This guy, he would pop up everywhere I was, and I didn't even understand. I'm thinking like because we was in a neighborhood, I'm just feeling like, oh, he just around, and he would just pop. He would just be everywhere I was. So finally, he asked me out to come to his house and stuff like that, and I eventually went to his house. Like, hey, yeah, he cool. I've been seeing him around or whatever. What do you get in the place, girl? And this man straight up tries to attack me, and I swear to God, like he put a gun on me and everything. And I said, God, like you said, you gonna pray? I said, can I? I was like, please let me call my mama. And he was like, what? He was like, please, I was like, please, can I call my mama? And he was just, what? I mean, I'm sorry, I know you mama.
Yeah.
He was just like, please let me call my mama. And that's the only thing I could get out. You know what I'm saying? Because I had to try to, it wasn't even me thinking. It was just like, if I'm going to go, I just want to talk to my mama one more time. You know what I'm saying? And let her know that I love her. You know what I'm saying? This and that. Because I really thought this man was going to kill me. And at that point, I'm sorry.
I know. Go ahead.
No, seriously. So at that point, he ended up, I don't know if he came to his senses or, you know what I'm saying, I humanized him in that moment. But at the end of the day, I ran out the house. I left the house. He said, you know what, get out of here. Get out of here right now. And if you turn around, if you look back, I promise I'm going to shoot you. You know what I'm saying?
Pow you.
So I said, oh, my God. So he going to pow me. And I ran down the street. I ran as fast as I could. I didn't know if I was going to catch something in the back. I didn't know if he was going to, I just ran for my life. But like I said, in that moment, you just never know how it's going to go because I was vulnerable. I was in his house, at his will, I didn't even know he had, like, artillery on him. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know. I was just going over there to hang out. But after I think back to the situation, that man was stalking me the whole time. He was already stalking me. He was showing up everywhere I was, and I didn't know because, I'm just like free-hearted. I'm young. I'm so lucky. I'm just living life. I'm not.
Can I ask you a question?
This man was, yes.
What do you think that made him? Because it seemed like he liked you, or he was infatuated with you, because he invited you to his house. So what was the turn where he was just, mean towards you and pulled out the pow? How did that turn that way?
I did skip over that part because I was trying to keep the PG.
Okay, and tell us your name and where you calling from so we can put a name on it.
My name is Candace.
Hey, Candace.
Candace. I'm calling from Atlanta.
Okay, Candace in Atlanta. Hey, Candace in the house.
Yes,
go ahead,
yes,
Candace.
Yes. I'm originally from Chicago.
Okay, Chi-Town.
Yeah, so I went to see him, and it was late, and he was like, okay, he wants to sleep with me. And I was like, no, I'm cool. I'm not trying to really sleep with you or whatever, da-da-da-da. And he offers me some money. So listen. So he hands me some money in my hand. Like, it looked like maybe like $500 or $600. And I'm like, what is going on? Because I just came over here to really hang. He like, no, take the money. But in the meantime, I felt the money, and the money was counterfeit.
Oh,
like,
God.
Hold on.
You good, Candace. You can tell.
Minute,
you can tell fake money from real money.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Okay.
I've touched enough money to understand, like, this was some counterfeit money. Like, you're, okay, so first of all, I probably would have went. I ain't going to hold you. I probably would have went. But, baby, this is counterfeit money, so I'm not going through all the logistics trying to break these hundreds and do all of that. No, if you was going to pay me, you should, you know what I'm saying, you should have did right. So I told him, like, no, sir, I cannot participate. I'm basically telling him, like, no. Straw breaker. And I'm trying to keep it PG, but he had, like, a whole baseball bat.
Oh, shit.
Bat. You hear me?
Okay.
Slugger.
It was a special order. That was a
baby,
special order.
it was no. It was giving who about to do that, and I'm gonna end up with a whole hysterectomy after this. So okay, I'm just saying, you're not about to do me like that, especially not behind no counterfeit money. Let's just talk about it. But anyway, and I stopped him. Like I said, no, 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 no. We're not doing that. We're not doing it because I can't handle that for starters. Like I didn't even know that was that. Like, so that's really not about to happen. So it's like I seen something graze over him. Like it's just like he turned into a monster. Like and he was just like, oh, you ain't gonna give me my stuff. You ain't like calling my, my personal part.
Calling your kitty
like,
cat his shit. Yeah, I get what you're saying, because some of these these niggas be like, nah, I deserve to have some. I done worked too damn hard, taking you here and there. I deserve it. Like, they owe it. They like it's theirs. You know what I mean?
Like it's completely theirs. And I said, what is wrong? I'm thinking to myself, like, what's wrong with you? I just met you. He was going, he went crazy. Like I said, it's something grazed over him. He turned into a complete different person. He said, oh, you ain't going to give me my, he cursing, excessive, the whole time, just giving it. And I said, oh, my God. In my head, I'm like, what in the hell did you just sign up for, girl? This man crazy, girl. And I sat there, I said, Lord, please. And then he pulled that gun out. And I
the
stood
pow
up and
pow.
I said, please. Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm going to keep on correcting you, Candace. Girl, you my girl. I get it. Go ahead.
You're not from Chicago, so we use that term all the time.
I feel you, boo. Go ahead.
He stuck it to my head. He said, I will
take your ass out of here.
To you in this place. I will take you out of here. And I said, please let me call my mom. I said, please, can I call my mama? And he just was like, you know what? Get out right now. And don't look back, or I'm going to give it to you. And I said, oh, my gosh. I left. I ran down the street. I seen the nearest bus. It was like a bus that was coming. I jumped on the bus, and I told the bus driver, I said, oh, my God, this man just da-da-da-da-da, you know what I'm saying, all this, all that. And she said, well, what you expect at 4 a.m? I said, oh. And I remember it like it was crystal clear because she was right. I pretty much put myself in that position out of the sake of not caring enough about myself. You know what I'm saying? This is besides.
I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, you didn't ask for that. You didn't ask for him to put the pow on you. You trusted him to be a decent man with common sense. So, you misjudged him, but I can't fault you for what he did, because at the end of the day, he did it. That was the monster. But go ahead.
And I'm so glad you gave that, because in a way that just gave me some healing, because over my whole life, you know what I'm saying, I've been trying to not justify that, but I've been trying to take more accountability for myself, even in those situations, because it's like, she was right in a way. It was just like a mother's love, even though she said it how she said it, I felt her like, if you was in a house somewhere doing what you was supposed to be doing, you wouldn't be out here. But not only that, like you just said, that was his mindset and his mentality before I even left my house. Because that man was stalking me already, and I didn't even know. I just, I wasn't paying attention. I was so busy, like, just consuming and being young and being free and just, like, out here all cute and hot, you know what I'm saying? I'm a big girl, so I was just living my life, being cute and sexy, But
did she tell you, did you make a police report? Did she tell you to call the cops?
I definitely made a police report the next day, and they actually had several complaints already on that same man.
See, that's what I'm talking about. That's all that bus lady should have did. If I was that bus lady, I would have gave your behind a hug and say, it's all right, baby. Let's call the cops on his ass. Okay?
But the whole thing is the point, and I'm not gonna get into this too deep, but the mentality in Chicago is so. I'm gonna just tell it like this: we have been so desensitized to trauma that we can't even acknowledge stuff like that. Like stuff like that, it's just so it's common. It's common to wear T-shirts, to you know what I'm saying, be on the news screaming. Like you see somebody on the news screaming, crying. That's just like a regular day, you know. And it's sad. It's so sad, but it's really that people are desensitized. Even in that day, that was like probably a normal day for that bus driver. You know, she probably has seen it many, many times. So for me to be experiencing it, it wasn't that she didn't care, but she had nothing to give me because she was out of gas, you know. So that's really how I feel. I don't fault her. It struck me. But, you know, even though she said what she said, how she said it, that thing penetrated me because I didn't forget it. What do you expect at 4 o'clock in the morning? So
I expect peace. I expect peace. Shit, I've been with niggas at 4 o'clock in the morning, and that stuff didn't happen. 4 o'clock in the morning, 8 o'clock in the morning, 3 p.m. So you think it's gonna stop at 3 p.m.? That nigga would have did the same thing at 3 p.m., 6 p.m., 10 p.m. Look at the police reports. They taking them out of here. It don't matter what time it is. That's just like saying, well, look what you got on. Baby dad take you out of here if you had a full jeans on. Look how they do to certain Muslim women. They covered head to toe, and they still take it from them. Yeah. Those are just excuses. Exactly. Excuses.
It is. And I hear you 100%. But I'm grateful. Either way, you know, I learned from the situation. I made it out alive, unscathed. I was traumatized for a while. I was very much so traumatized. But you know, with that being said, it was just like, it was a growing experience. I was able to live to tell the story. Even today, this is 20 years ago. This is 15 years ago. You know what I'm saying? This happened to me. But because of that interaction and along with, you know what I'm saying, it was more so like saying, just wake up. Wake up some. You know, it's okay to be young and free, but don't be dumb. Don't be out here sleeping. You know, because these not even men or women alike. Women then drug, you know what I'm saying? Women will drug you and rob you.
Let's say another word for put them sugar boogers in your drink.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay, but Candace, you my girl. I know, I get it. So I ain't tripping, but I'm just going to keep on nagging you, you know? But yeah.
No, I'm sorry, because you not do this every day.
I understand, but Candace, can I ask you this? This is why I feel like it's a double standard. Yes. Because when these women out here and they putting sugar boogers in these men's drink to take their credit card or whatever, whatever, okay? They don't be like, well, you should have chose better. Well, it's your fault, nigga. Why you lay up with it? They be like, oh, these hoes is off the chain. That's horrible. I would have effed that hoe up.
Yeah, but listen, the whole thing is, how reluctant is a man to really go and report a female that got over on them? Because I feel like their pride is so high.
But who problem is that, Candace? Who problem is they're not reporting? They may not be reporting, but they damn sure gossiping to their friends about it.
Yeah.
They not going to report, but they going to tell, hey, such and such is this, such and such is that. They gossip more than you. But they may not go to the cops about it.
Honey, you ain't got to tell me about these gossiping.
But who fault is that? Who fault is they're not going to go to the cops because of their ego? Who checking their ego? Are they doing anything today to check their ego?
No, not one bit. And, you know, it's almost like the people that you hang around, they don't even correct that type of behavior. You know, it's like a girl can go tell a girl, oh, yeah, I got such and such from him, and he was passed out. And, you know, it happened a lot back in the day that, you know, you used to go take a little top left to bottom, you know, then you leave him sleep, you know, put him to sleep real good, and you be going about your business until he finds you, he push up on you, and then it be a problem. So that's the fear that they have to worry about. But it's like you don't even have people checking or correcting that type of behavior. You got a lot of women that's like, oh, girl, yeah, come on, like they'll call you, girl, get some for me, you know, like take a couple more, honey, you know, like, oh, girl, this man got $10,000 in his pocket. and he's asleep, he knocked out, you know. And people will have made those calls to their friends, and they don't say, girl, leave that man alone. You know, they condone it. But if it was the other way around, women would be acting crazy if a man pushed up on them and, you know, did something weird to them. So
like what?
It's very much so a double standard. Huh?
Like what? What you talking about?
You talking about some push, as far as like if a man pushed up on a woman,
He
didn't put her to sleep. He didn't put her to sleep.
They do it all the time.
You invite a man to your house, okay? He didn't.
I know he put sugar boogers in my drink. They do it all the time. And you know what they say? You know what they say? Well, you should have watched what you was drinking. You shouldn't have trusted him. That's on you. Why you invite him to your house? But I'm saying if it's the other way around, if these women out here was doing that at the same degree of these niggas, they wouldn't tell the man, well, you should have chose better. Why did you trust her?
No, they'll tell that man, like, you're gonna have to eat the charge. You're gonna have to eat it. You gotta eat the loss. Whatever she took from you, you gotta eat it. And nobody else hear about it. It's just you walk away and it's done. Whatever you took from that man, he just gonna have to make it back. It could have been his child's medicine money. It don't matter. It could have been his mama's medicine money. Like, look, I had that for my mama insulin. Hey, you're going to have to eat it.
But let me ask you something, Candace. Let me ask you. Are these women taking out and arming these men like these men doing these women's? Do you ever hear the women Lyft and Uber coming to get you and taking you up to the house and sticking a pool stick up your ass? How about that?
Oh, my God.
But you don't hear those stories. Because the women don't be doing that.
Okay, so hear me out. This is what I'm saying. I'm not, by all means, that is so horrific. It's so horrific. And I'm not making an excuse. I'm not making an excuse. But you know what? Some of our women have become so unobtainable to men. You see, just follow me. We've become so unobtainable to men that I'm not going to say that we make them do nothing, because if they're going to do something crazy, they're going to do something crazy. But because of the rejection, especially if you don't got no money, especially if you don't drive no nice car, especially if you
Who fault is that, Candace? If you a nigga, don't you ain't your number one goal to be a provider and a protector? So if you're not doing that as a nigga or as a man, then what? You want to lay up with women without working, without doing something for yourself?
You know what? And I'm not taking nothing away from that story. I'm just really trying to put myself in that position, because that's the type of thinker I am. Not even saying like a murderous type. I mean, I'm sorry. No, I'm saying all the words to words.
Okay.
Right? I'm so sorry. I just stopped myself on that one, though. But not even as, just being like completely thrown off. I'm not going that far. What I'm saying is that some men have really set in psychological, put in a psychology that they cannot get a woman. Nobody wants them, because society have said, if you don't have this, that, and that, third, you worthless. You ain't nothing. You nobody. You don't have nothing to offer. I need a BBL. I need my breast done. I need, you know what I'm saying? I need.
Candace, I'm sorry to stop you, but it sounds like entitlement. It sounds like you're saying, as a man, you should be entitled to women's body. You shouldn't have to work for it. You shouldn't have to earn it or have some charm about yourself or have something about yourself. You just want to be entitled. Do you know there's so many unattractive men that's a hard worker and they have a beautiful wife?
Yeah.
Come on. Those are excuses, Candace.
Right.
To me, it sounds like you're talking about lazy, entitled niggas that feel like they're entitled to just women's body. Because at the end of the day, do they really want to get to know this woman, or they want to control her and use her for her body? If you tell, okay, well, you can pick up, how about this? Pick Shamika. But Shamika ain't going to give you none for 3 years. But can you date her and be faithful to her if you really want a woman? Are you going to get to know her mind and body and please her if you really want a woman?
Yeah.
If she wants your ass to be a hard-working man, are you going to get off your lazy ass and get off the block to be the man that she wants you to be? No, that's doing too much. That's doing too much.
I understand. And, you know, like I said, I'm always open to listen to both sides of the story because I read my timeline. I hear men that talk. I know how they feel. Sometimes they feel like women are unobtainable, especially black women, because our standards are so. I'm not gonna
stop it, Candace. Stop it, Candace. You know why? The standards are low as hell. Look at that. Look how these women just taking care of these niggas. Most of these black women are the providers. They have the jobs. Okay? Come on now.
Yeah.
They don't have high standards. I wish they would have high standards. We trying to get their ass to have high standards. That's a goddamn problem.
Right.
They don't have high standards.
Yeah.
You know how many women out here taking care of these niggas and how many mothers taking care of their sons?
You're right. You are 100% right. I cannot. You so right that I can't even do nothing but laugh because it's true. It really is true. And I'm just a both-sided type of person.
That's fine, Candace. You can stand. You can, what they call it. I ain't gonna say it, but you can take their side, and we can talk about it. But take their stance. Take their stance. And talk to me. Take their stance. Candace is gonna be speaking for the niggas right now, right? So come with it. Come with it. Now your problem is, president for the niggas. What's your problem is? You say
I'm not.
We just pretending. We pretending. We pretending.
And this is where it come from. This is where it comes from. Mom, I'm sorry for cutting you off. This is where I'm coming from because I have cousins, I have nephews, I have brothers. You know what I'm saying? And I see some of the trauma that is caused by some of this foolishness that's going on out here. You know, a lot of these women are not being mates to these men.
Okay, Candace, let's do this. Let's make up a name. Let's say Mary, okay? Use Mary for example. So what's your problem with Mary? And let's use Mark, okay? So Mark, he's going to be the representation of the niggas you're referring to. And Mary, she's going to be the representation of the women that you're referring to, okay? So what's your problem with Mary?
Okay, so Mary, this is what Mary is doing. Mary has Mark. Mark is...
Hold on. Do Mary has Mark or not? Because then you say Mary standards are too high. So she ain't going to have Mark if the standards too high.
Say Mary standards too high.
Okay.
Mary is a average woman. She works, she do her job, she take care of her kids, all of that. But Mary has an appetite for a different type of man, that Mark is not. When they first got together, she was okay with Mark. Mark was fine. He was everything. He gave her, he was good to her. He provided for her and everything. But as evolution came about, Mary began to get sidetracked on what actually she provided to that relationship. Now she wants something different. She wants the baller. She wants the glitz, the glam, the clout, the this, She wants to be seen. She wants to be noticed. The whole time, Mark is still working hard in his evolution. He's trying to still provide for his family, which he's been doing, still be a good guy, still respect her. But Mary wants to go out in the street and she want to be wild and loose.
Okay, so what's the problem? Don't Mary have a right to change and to grow? So they grew apart. Mary and Mark grew apart. Mary is growing in a different direction than Mark, and Mary's desires are different, so they should break up. Mark should come to the realization and say, hey, You know, you're not the same as, you know, you were before. And it's understandable. We live, we change, we grow. They're not equally yoked.
so
They don't
Mary,
have the
you can do
same
that.
destination. They don't want the same ending.
Okay, so Mary, go ahead and do that. But in the meantime, do not dehumanize me because I'm not on that same, you know, on that same path. Some men are just okay with being secure, raising their family, making sure and this is vice versa. It don't have to be just men. I'm not.
No. Let's keep it one way. Let's not confuse it. We're going to keep it. You want to paint Mary as the bad person and Mark as the innocent man that work hard so much. And all he want to do is just love on Mary and work a 9 to 5. And Mary just wants so much out of life and he can't do it. He ain't mad enough. He can't provide.
Mary want to shake her ass. Mary want to be seen. Mary want to be with the ballers. Mary want to.
Well, Mary does not want to be married. Duh. What's the problem?
Okay.
The problem is Mark keep on holding on to Mary that don't want to be held on to. Let her go.
Mark a bad guy?
If he putting pause on her, if he's trying to keep her in a certain way, then yeah. Clearly, you just said Mary want to be single. She wants attention, and she wants men that has more money, a better income or a flashy income. Because it don't sound like she want more income. It sounds like she want more flashy. She want to live a different lifestyle than what she's living. I wouldn't say income. She just want a flashy life. She's different. She have grown into who she is. Did they marry young? If they marry young, then it's to be expected for the most part, especially in this decade. We change. Do you know, girl, I was looking around for houses. Do you know they said the average homeowner does not stay in their house no longer than 10 years nowadays? People are always moving and changing, you know? Back in the day, they said that you bought a home and you stayed there for the rest of your life. That's not that. Right. They're not doing it no more.
Right, and that's basically that's all I'm saying. So if let's say 75% of the girls is married, what? No, and I'm not even gonna say that they really are married. Cause they not. Okay, but this is what is given in our imagination as far as what the media put out, what society puts out.
Time out, Candace. You telling me these niggas is looking at social media as his real world? We all know. How many of you guys know social media ain't real? Press 1 if you know social media is not real. Press 2 if you feel like everything you see on social media, filters and makeup and all is real. Look,
no, it's definitely real. When every girl that you see got a BBL.
Candace, how many women in your family got a BBL?
Talk to me.
Candace, how many women in your family have a BBL?
How many want them or how many got them?
I said how many got them. Well, shit, we all want to be a billionaire, but that ain't gonna happen. How many have them, Candace? How many in your family? Yours alone, honestly.
In my particular family, none of my family members have
a Exactly. So stop with the bull crap. None of my family has a BBL. You know, this is what I think it is, Candace. You get a group of people. You want to shine a light. You want to magnify this little corner of people. And you want to say this is a representation of everybody in the black community, which is so far from the truth. Now, if you have a man that's pulling the strings and want this illusion to feel like this is what everybody in the black community doing, they doing a good ass job because the black community seem naive as hell. They believe anything you put on TV. They believe anything you put on social media. I don't believe it. It's real life. What I see on social media, when I go to my grocery stores, when I go to the neighborhood, I don't see those same people on Instagram in Kroger's. I don't see them same people at JCPenney's. I don't see them at Kohl's. I don't see them at Sears. Okay? So, yeah, girl.
You was in there. But you
Girl,
have to understand that as much as I know, we need to change the narrative then, because at this point, for me, it's like I be on social media. I scroll, I look, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, all of that. And for real, it seemed like very much so. It almost feel like everybody got that. And I'm not body
stay
shaming
off
none of that.
social media,
But I'm just
Candace. Candace, can you stay
okay
off
for me.
social media for 5 months?
No. If
Why
I stayed
not?
off social
Back in
media,
the
how
day, hold on, Candace. Back in the day, we didn't even have social media, girl. Okay, and we live life just fine.
we did. No, it's so funny that you mentioned this, and I'm not even trying to segue. But my girlfriend, she said, "Oh, my daughter is in cheerleading, and she pulled a muscle. I gotta go get one of those massage guns." And I said, "Girl, a massage gun?" I said, "What did we used to do before the massage gun came out? Like, if you don't go get that girl some Epsom salt and some mint alcohol and soak that girl bones and stop playing with her, I gotta go get a massage gun." Like, we very much so. Everything is different, and I'm not sticking up for men, but I'm just giving us a pivot point. Of
Candace, stop it.
some
You want to stick up for the men. You know, you hear their stories and you're like, oh, men, I just wish I could, what? I don't know, but it's okay. It is what it
yeah,
is.
yeah, because I mean, at some point, I have no excuse for some of this stuff that's going on. I'm not trying to excuse some of this stuff, but at some point we have to try to figure out what's wrong with these men, baby. We can't just graze over it and think that they just come out as all these,
Well,
ill
Candace,
people.
since you talk to the men and you know they struggles, what are they going to change? Are they going to be more homeowners? Are they going to own more land?
You know what? You so different.
Huh? Because I'm thinking if your ass want to be a king, Candace, you need to have some land, girl. If you want to have a family, you need to have a home, girl. What, we going to have a family out on the streets? Do that make sense to you? If you supposed to be this leader, then you need to keep that strap on, that condom, until you're ready to have a family, because you know things happen.
Yeah.
You see your homeboys, you see they got all these kids, they're not ready to be a father. So why do you continue to make the same mistake as the man, as the leader? That don't make sense.
Because a lot they haven't realized.
Oh, there you go, baby in their ass. There you go, baby in them.
But this is just my idea, and I'm so sorry. I hate to sound like this, but really,
You don't hate to sound like it, Candace. Stop.
They really broken, girl.
Oh,
if you really
God. They really broken. Why they broken, girl? Why they broken? Let me guess. The black woman break the black man. Is that what it is?
The black women broke them. I think they never had any true guidance to allow them to affirm themselves in a position. They looking everywhere except within to affirm them. And sometimes black women is that key to tell them, hey, you a king. I love you.
Why lie? Don't you think that's why they like that now? Because they mama lied to their ass. They mama cuddled their ass. And they don't have no responsibility. They feel entitled. And ain't nobody in this world gonna give you shit. You have to work for everything you have. So if you keep on getting these people that baby you a king and you deserve this, you become an entitled brat.
I hear you, girl, and that makes so much sense. And I mean, I'm listening, I'm learning, and I'm learning, and I'm listening. So
if you're
a
king, what you need to work for? You a king, Candace. It don't make sense. If you're a king, what you need to work for? You a king.
Yeah. Wow.
If I told you,
Okay,
Candace, you an A student, you gonna get an A. You're not gonna study. I already told your ass you get an A. What do I need to study for? The teacher told you you got an A. You're an A student.
Yeah. It's so true. And I'm looking at these pictures that you have up of these men, and I don't think they came out like that. You see what I'm saying? And it's almost like,
Well, of course not.
They are.
We all are babies. You know, of course.
Yeah.
I get that.
I
We
feel
are
like,
babies.
you know, and I don't think none of these, us as our black men, they did not come out like this. You know, they probably been in and out of the penal system, turning them into savages. And not, you know, it's really unfortunate. And it's nothing that I can explain on this one call. But like I said,
Candace, how many calls you need, girl? You need 50. I love Candace.
No.
I love Candace. Go talk to me.
No, I love you too. Oh my gosh. I can't even believe I'm on here, girl. I caught you on the Fred about me.
Girl, you can call here anytime. Knock on my door. Shit. I ain't nobody.
Okay. What you I'm in zone one, girl. You was a mess, but no, seriously, it really breaks my heart because at the end of the day, all of us are God's children. I'm gonna get the preaching, girl, because I didn't
Preach.
have my
Go ahead. But hold on. I got some donations. Let's give a big thank you to Percy. Percy, I hope I said the name right. Donating $5. He said, I'm a man. And I just want to say, there are some good black men out there. I'm one and I'm rich. All right. And he also...
Percy.
Huh?
Percy. Yeah, inbox Bay and tell her to give me your number. Okay.
See, Candace, that's your damn problem. That's your problem, Candace. No, you're not doing that. You're not doing that, girl.
I got the word.
No, just because somebody say they rich men don't say they rich. No. But if he rich, that's how he say that. That's what it is. You know what I mean? But he also said, is this an investment channel? No, it's not a divestment. We mostly just do gossip. But go ahead, Candace.
No, yeah, we gossiping.
Right. Go ahead.
No,
Because you know I got some other callers, and I want to keep you online. Do you mind if I keep you on?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
All right, Candace. Candace rolling with me. She my co-host today, y'all. Hey. All right. So let's see. Let me see. Let me screen for 1 second. Make sure they all right. See who is this? See if somebody's knocking at my door. But I will say, Candace, I definitely enjoy you bringing up these topics. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, 100%. And I'm glad that we can agree to disagree, and it don't have to be nasty. And that's about communication, you know? But you know, Candace, out here in the real world, they communicate, they get nasty, they take it personal, it gets...
Yeah, 100%. No, I'm okay with you giving me another perspective. Nobody grows in a conversation like that. Like, I don't want to just like, are you, no, that ain't even, once my voice get louder than my lashes, look, once my voice get above my lashes, I feel something ain't right.
Okay. All right. Let's get to another call. Let's see. Hold on. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Hello? Hey, can you turn your radio down? Oh, girl, what's going on?
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, boo, tell everybody your name. I got you on live, and I got Candace here with me.
My name's Speedy. But on there is Nakia Osborne. Yeah, I want to talk to your ass about my black boys.
Go ahead. Oh,
yeah,
shit.
You know I'm on it. Why are you talking about these boys? You know I love these black boys. I got 3 sons, and they cry to me. You know, I got a 23-year-old, I got a 22-year-old, and I got a 21-year-old. And they cry to me. You hear me? Don't think that black boys don't get the R word. Don't think black boys, I'm about to cry because I'm like, that conversation made me so upset because we got to think about these black boys, man. Who going to love them? Who going to love these boys?
Mm-hmm.
Who gonna love our black boys? We got to love our boys. They get treated like shit on the street, man. They get disrespected all day long. My boys come and cry to me.
Who is disrespecting your boy? Well, I don't want to make it personal. You know what I'm saying? This is not personal.
When it comes down to these black boys, I take it personal.
I know,
they got to go. They go in the store. Listen, I go in the store. It's not against these saying people and these jabs, these Asian people, but I go in the store. Little boys go in the store and they can't count money. And these people, he gets stuff for $3. He'll take the whole $5. You know what I'm saying? They disrespect them from the whole time they born, man. They disrespect black boys all the time. We can't do that as black women. We can't do that to our boys. They can't even go down the street. You see how they dying in the street?
And what are your thoughts about these black women leaving this earth by the hands of these black men? Nobody's saying nothing about that.
Hey, I'm going to tell you this. How many black boys leaving by the hands of these black women? Women kill boys too.
Well, we want to say the K word. We want to say the K word.
Oh, okay. I forgot. Get up right here. I hear wait for me to talk to you too.
Go ahead.
I'm day one.
This is really serious.
I'm day one. Which when you had the fan. I'm day one. You hear me? I love you. But I'm telling you, we kill black boys all day long. This is from
the stats.
Justify anybody K-wording anybody. We're not trying to justify nobody K-wording anybody, okay? It's not a give or take, But what she's trying to say is that, we still have to have some sensitivity because some of these men have not been properly raised. They haven't had guidance.
They have it. And how can you raise a man when you don't know how to raise him?
And they say, where are the fathers? Where are their fathers?
Well, you already know where the father's at, baby. They at another woman's house, or they.
So when it is Candace, when is the responsibility going to be on that?
That you know what, and that's what we get into.
Okay.
We have to change the narrative. We have to, like you said, make these men accountable for their actions and make them responsible for being a leader. But getting back to what we said, these women have not been raised either. It's a whole generational gap that missed the mark on these people because women is not even holding men accountable for their actions. They just laying down with these men that's dogs, that's trifling, that don't want to work, that, we have enabled them, like you said, to be who they are.
Yeah, and who's telling these women it's okay to lay up with these men? Because it seems like they're saying, okay, well, give this man a chance. Give him a chance. He been through so much. Give him a chance. You can work with him. Maybe you can change him. He just needs your love. Give him a chance. She gives him a chance. Next thing you know, she's going 6 feet under.
Okay. Wow.
No, and that's an eye opener.
And then what, Candace? You hear these men? What did these black men say? Well, she should have chose better. That's on her. Why she chose him?
She should have. It's just like you going to the store, you get robbed. If you get robbed in the store, if you gonna fight the people for the money.
This is not a black man. Guess what? You can find what you call her earlier, Mary. Mary will be in a relationship with Matthew or whatever we called him earlier. Mary will be in a relationship with Matthew. With Mark. Okay. She'll be in a relationship with him. Not because she's happy, but because Mark got the bag. Mark can be dogging her, trashing her, talking crazy, talking down to her, putting his hands on her, doing everything he desires. But because Mary is so, she's so wanting to have this image, she's not going to leave that man.
And you know what, Candace?
Candace, can I say something? Candace, let me tell you this. See, when you chasing a bag, you don't know what you're going to get in that bag. You gonna get garbage. You can pick up anything when you're chasing a bag. But when you chasing that money and you chasing a goal and something else, see, everybody chasing a bag. That's the problem. Everybody chasing a bag. You gonna get some garbage. You may hit some money, but that's the problem. Everybody chasing a bag. Stop chasing a bag. You don't know what you're gonna get in that bag. You know what I'm saying? Pick up a bag. Pick up a bag. You don't know what you're going to get out that bag. So stop chasing the bag and start chasing that money and your dreams and your goals. Everybody, I'm chasing a bag. Why are you chasing a bag? You don't know. You might end up with some garbage. Because he got some money, that don't mean nothing.
But you
that
know,
don't mean nothing.
For some women, it is women all over. Let's get back to the academic part. Okay.
And Candace, let's not forget, these men chasing bags too. They chasing bags to they 6 feet under. That's what they on the street for. Why? To get the bag. It's a whole community society. They chasing the bag, all of them.
And what you can get with a bag, what I just told you. You don't know what you're going to get when you're chasing a bag.
Hear me out. So so I grew up, I watched my cousins them make over $100,000 on the block. I seen my granddaddy make over $250,000 in 2 or 3 weeks. You hear me? That's the model. That's the model now. I made these men that came before. These men have made an image that, hey, you can get this fast money. You can get this fast money. So at the end of the day, that's not all held up to them. They was children. It was up to the men previous to them to model what a man was. They never learned that. All they seen was get this fast money. Again, same with women. If my mama leave the house at 11 o'clock at night and she come back with Chanel bags and purses and this and the third, I know this lady ain't, me as a child, this lady ain't went and worked no 8-hour shift and came back with Chanel. I know she went with Tom and Tom broke her off. Period.
And she was
so
chasing
now,
the bag.
Everybody chasing the bag, but in the meantime, it's up to you to, again, have your own grounding. Me as a woman, yes, I didn't work 80 hours this week, period, by myself. I'm not with nobody right now. But I will go out there and work and hustle 80 hours, period. But guess what? Shatika, she's going to say, look, 80 hours is a lot. I can go make your same money, and from this, I could just go up and lay up with Buddy for a couple days, and I'm coming back with that same bag that you just worked for. And that's an hour, too. You know what I'm saying? With some of these men, they got real money. You know, but in the meantime, how much self-worth do you have behind that? Where's your self-worth? You just using your body and your womanly wiles to get what you want at that point. And he's taking advantage of that. Look, I got the money. Like I said, let's segue into how academics just treated these girls.
You know why he treated them like that? Can I say this? You know why he treated them like? You know why he treated them like that?
Because they put themselves in that position.
And you know why? Because they was chasing. Who would look at academics? Come on now. For real. Please, come on now. Come on. He was goofball.
Time out now. Hold on. Now you said, Candace, the reason why he treated them women like that, because they put themselves in that position of trusting and giving a black man a chance, right?
No, they put themselves in a position because they was out there looking for a clout, and he clowned them.
Okay.
Yeah.
They was chasing the bag. I'm with Auntie. You out here chasing the bag. You go to a foreign state where you bring two of your friends that didn't even get their ticket paid for. They trailing on your hotel. Y'all ain't got no money talking about he left us stranded. How?
Because they was chasing somebody. You see how academics treat women. You see how he talk. So why would you want to even put yourself in that position? Why would you want to put yourself in that position?
Now, that ain't got nobody. Now, that's home training. You don't go nowhere without no money.
And I guess and like I said, you can't trust these niggas. Don't trust them.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I can trust mine. I can trust mine. I have a good man. I had a good father. I had a good grandfather. So I don't know. I always had my dad. I'm 46 years old. I always had my father in my life. So I don't know how it feels not to have a man in my life. He wasn't the best father, but he still come check on me to this day. You hear me? So I don't know. Land, yeah, we got land. We got generational wealth, whatever they want to call it. But what does that matter when you never been respected as a man? You hear what I'm saying? Yeah. Black men have never been respected. That man don't know how to love. Academics will never know how to love a woman until somebody love him. And it started at home with the mama.
He's really disrespectful. He nasty disrespectful.
If a woman love academics, do you really think he gonna change? He gonna disrespect her? It seems like he have a hatred towards them.
He don't love his mother.
He just treat them as hoes.
He don't love his mom.
He treat him as hoes.
Because he never had no pussy. So
hold on now, we can't say the P word.
Oh, he never had no meow.
Okay, Mia. What's your name, mama? So I can say your name. What's your name?
Speedy.
Say it again.
Speedy, like Speedy.
Oh, Speedy. Speedy. Shout out to Speedy. I love me some Speedy, child. Okay? Where you from, Speedy?
I'm from Houston, Texas.
Okay. All right, Houston, Texas. All right.
Have a good night.
And I thank you for calling. Call back, Speedy. All right. I'm going to let Speedy go and let somebody else up in here. All right, Candace, you still here? Candace. I think Candace, call back. I think I didn't let Candace go, y'all, by mistake. I apologize, Candace. I should have saved your name on here. All right, let's go. Child. Listen, child. Woo. Listen, they double teamed my ass, didn't they? Hold up. I got to pause for that. Okay, listen, I was not ready, y'all. Listen, where my backup at? You know what I mean? Where is the backup? God damn. But, I'm happy that they call in and they voice their opinion, even though it was totally different from mine. But that's how, that's how life is. That's how you communicate. But goddamn, I was by myself, y'all. Look. Listen, I was not trying it with Speedy. Look, Speedy came through with the passion. I said, I'm going to, and then she put her sons in it. I said, hell, I can't say shit. She made it personal. And then her sons in the background, I said, oh, hell, you better shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? I said, nah, I'm going to shut the fuck up. And they're from goddamn Houston, Texas. You know they don't play in Texas, child. Hell no. Y'all better call in, goddamn. All right, so let's go into another caller. Somebody said, what is the issue with Lyft and Uber? You see that man with the dress right there with the tattoos in the middle? He was an Uber Lyft driver. He was pretending to be Lyft. He picked up this black woman. He locked the doors, and he drove off into a different location. He pulled the pow out, took her phone, and he took her from the front. And then he also took her from the back. So he did it in a kitty cat, and he did it in a Dookie Snacks. Yeah, he went up in her Dookie Snacks. Imagine you being a woman. You're a woman, and you've never done it in your Dookie Snacks. And to have this man that was posing as your Lyft Uber driver to take your Dookie Snacks. Okay? Think of the trauma that she have to deal with. This is not his first time. He also took a woman's, kitty cat while her 2 kids was watching. Okay? And the government keep on allowing these niggas back on the street. And people are blaming this administration. They blaming the Biden. They feel like Biden is pushing this pandering to the black community. That's why he's not being strict on the laws. That's what I'm hearing in the streets. I don't know. Comment, let us know. Feel free to call in. But I'm going to go on to the next caller and see what's going on. All right. Good morning. Hey, talk to me. What's your name? Where you calling from?
It's Chrissy, and I'm calling from Miami. Oh my God. Them two chicks, I wanted the double team for you because that shit was ridiculous.
Chrissy,
For
you
real.
felt me, girl. You felt me. Listen. When Speedy came, I said, "Shit, I may as well hang it up," because I have respect for more mature, people, So, but I love Speedy. I love the passion. But go ahead, Crystal. Crystal, right?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I feel like that should be the main reason why a lot of this stuff is going on. Taking up and capping for these niggas. Like, nah, we ain't doing that. We then came a long way from the civil rights movement and all that other shit. People, despite what the fuck you done went through or what done happened to you, man, you're responsible for your own growth and everything else, your income and all of that. And a man is supposed to be a provider. Like, all that shit, nobody likes them and this and this and that. That is some bullshit.
Talk about it, Chrissy. They are saying, they don't know any better. They don't have much. The world is so cruel to them. And I guess, Chrissy, do you feel like using that excuse is that's why they mean to black women? Because they feel that the world is cruel to them, so they want to throw it back?
I think that shit is nothing but pure self-hate. I think they are mad at their mothers, probably, or whatever women they were around, but they still no excuse to take that shit out on other people. Black men have been doing that a lot, especially when you're talking about the inner city communities where you in the hood and all of that. Most of these men, they have plenty of opportunities. They just don't want to do shit. They totally okay with being posted up at the corner store, or even if they do go and have educational opportunities and they make it, they always feel like they have something to prove other than trying to prove themselves to be a better person. Like, they're the main ones that's making kids out of wedlock, leaving mothers on welfare and shit. People got to work 2-3 jobs just to provide. And like you said earlier, these be the same ones that people be like, oh, just give him a chance. He's been through so much. He done went through this loss and that loss. Shit, we have too. Nobody's coming to save our asses talking about, oh, give her a shot. It's going to be okay. No. These niggas be pass arounds too. These niggas be going through shit too. But they want to make excuses for it. They don't have no damn action plan. They don't want to get up off their asses and do something. It's always somebody else's fault. But then they be the main ones trying to compete with chicks when it comes to the handouts or any type of government subsidies. They need to stop the bullshit.
And what do you think about that, Crystal? If a government does something to women, they say, hey, we want to give some funding to women. We know you guys are struggling with all those kids. Why do the men be like, well, what about us? What y'all gonna do for us? Exactly. It's like, hold on, ain't that feminine energy? Why do you want the government to baby you? You supposed to be the damn king. Exactly. Your ass supposed to go against the government, nigga. You don't need no handouts.
I'm like you. I don't know man king that don't have a piece of land, a damn house, an apartment, a hoopty, something. Like, they're not even coming with the basic starter pack for the bum kid. They didn't got a whole new fucking level like bum 2.0.
Child, do they know how to fix a toilet? Do they know anything about plumbing, electricity? Huh?
No. Most of them can't even change a goddamn tire if you get a flat.
They don't have no skill sets.
What do you bring to the table at all? So it's like, instead of trying to give this handouts or all of this shit and want to be in line with the women, like you competing, to me they trying to be bad bitches. Like, I don't get it. It's like somebody in these anti-minders that be on here talking this nonsense, like, they're not helping, because it's like you're perpetuating this stereotype that it's okay for these men because they're lost and don't have a father or whatever the case may be, that it's okay for them to be insolent assholes, and that's not the case.
But Crystal, is that really helping me? Right, Crystal, but is it really helping them? Okay, say for instance, let's name a man, Steve, right? Okay, let's create Steve. Steve, you are the king. You are everything, king, right? Mm-hmm. So where does King go from now? Where did he go from now? Like, what's going on with King? Or did I call his name King or Steve? Steve, what's going on with Steve? All right, we told him he's the king. And why do we tell Steve he the king? We tell him he's the king because we feel the world is going to tear him down, right? Is that why? Crystal, is that why?
I feel like they be trying to, boost up their self-esteem and stuff like that, but these guys really don't need any more ego boosts, because whether you're talking about the educated ones or you're talking about the local bum on the street that's hanging out at the corner store trying to holler at chicks or at the deli,
Crystal.
these men.
Crystal, you know what? I'm just thinking about it. I see it like these Instagram people. I'm not trying to be mean, but I'll be looking at these Instagram peoples. And they be having all this damn filter and makeup on, right? And you see, oh, you're so beautiful. You so this. And I'm looking like, no, they ain't. No, they
Not in real life.
But sometimes you can see past the filter and it's like you still not. But see, that's mean, right? So you can't say that. So you just have, oh my goodness, you're so gorgeous, girl. You know what I mean? But it could be setting them up because now you have created a monster that feel entitled. So you have these Instagrams with all this makeup and filter and they feel like can't nobody tell them shit. They the baddest in the game and they this and they don't got to work on their skincare. They don't got to work on nothing because they just it and everybody boosts their ego up, but it's not giving what it's supposed to give. And it's like
the default line.
Huh?
They always come back. The default line always be that they this or they're that. Like, no, like you're entitled. You feel like somebody owe you something, and really for nobody, don't nobody owe nobody shit in this world. Most of the people that have anything, they had to get off their asses and they had to work for it. Nobody came and gave them a helping hand or gave them $1 million and said, sis, bro, like, I think you're a good person, so we just going to give you this off the strength of your hard work and this and this and that. No, they had to get in them trenches and they had to really body that shit to get money. Like, so I don't get why these people feel like they're entitled to something, and why are you souping up people's heads and egos that don't deserve that shit? They already big-headed enough. That's why they ain't doing shit.
Right. But that's why they're entitled. Right. That's why they're entitled, because you have people gassing them up. Like, you're this, you're the king, you're that. You the king, and then don't you think the nigga gonna realize you lying to them? Don't you think the niggas gonna figure it out? Okay, this whole just pandering. No, these women just say anything. I don't give a F.
They're delusional as hell. Like,
but guess what? Guess what, Crystal? Delusional. Crystal, they do the same thing. They turn that shit around. In the bedroom, they say, I love you and I care about you. And they'll lie to your ass too. You know what I mean? So it's like, you lie to them, talk about you the king and you this and that when they know they ass ain't shit. And then they turn around, well, I love you. You know, you the sweetheart and you my first love and you the... Y'all lying to each other, okay? Trying to make each other feel good.
And it should be like when you hit them with the pure facts, like that hard truth about, well, we got the highest percentages of black men not doing this and this and that. Really, it's the women that's coming up doing this and this and that, graduating from school, carrying the kids, taking care of the kids, providing for this and that, and may even be taking care of the loved ones. Then they hit you with, oh, well, black men have the 85% of the highest rates for marrying black women. Trash. Straight, not facts. Like, if you look at the logistics, it's more men that are asking for these government subsidies. It's more black men that's leaving their households in shambles. It's more black men that come with a lot of extra baggage. Not just that trauma and emotional bullshit, but also contributing to the factors of single motherhood and multiple baby mamas and all this crazy ass shit. The R word, pow, and all of that. And they're primarily doing this to their own women. No other culture does that shit like our culture.
Crystal.
At all.
When they told you, they said, well, black men marry, what they say, 85% black women? You should have said, well, let me tell you something. Black women, what's the percentage of black women marrying black men, nigga? Huh?
Right.
Huh?
And the ones that are married to their asses primarily are the breadwinners. He's sitting at home playing a goddamn game, or he got a part-time job at USPS or some shit, thinking that he doing everything, and then she still got to come home after she be done worked the long hour shift, like she gotta come home and take care of the kids and then baby his ass too. Because remember what Auntie said on the line. We supposed to be responsible for these niggas once they get grown to do what they mamas or they fathers didn't do. Shit. I done been through shit. We done been through shit. So it's like we had to learn certain hard lessons ourselves. But the thing is, we took accountability. Motherfuckers don't want no accountability nowadays. They want to blame it and point the fingers at everybody else when some of them are the root causes. These men are the root causes. Their fathers not being in their lives are the root causes. But once
hold on, ain't they fathers men? Ain't they fathers men? Okay then. look, they be trying to separate the shit, right? You know, well, they didn't have the fathers. Well, ain't they fathers men? Yeah, okay, well, then we said men then, nigga. Men. What the fuck?
They need to go ahead and go find them and get on Ayala Van Zandt
girl. And then Crystal.
Is a thing.
Right, Crystal. And then it's this. Ain't you a father? Yeah. And are you taking care of your kid? No. What's your excuse? No. You see what I'm saying? It's the whole.
I ain't gonna tell you, Gigi, this was the funniest shit, and it was also like a hobo moment. When I saw the nigga, like, I had a mutual friend. Dude, literally, him and his baby moms had broken up or whatever. I guess they parted ways. I guess she went and upgraded and found her a real provider. This dude literally was stressing over sending this lady $25 a month, and this was child support. Oh, let me go ahead and send her little check. I'm like, well, shit, she better not spend that shit all in one place. What you think? She gonna get it to the next nigga? Like,
what's she gonna do at $25?
$25? Right. The child can't even really do anything with $25. They could spend that in one sitting going to a store or off the damn dollar menu at Burger King. What are you doing with $25? But that's the mentality. They really think like you providing for your child, or you even the small sums of money that they making you pay is really doing something for the women. Oh, she's gonna get off with a bag. You can't even buy a decent pair of shoes for $25 fucking dollars, not unless they're on sale. So it's like, where do you feel like it's okay for you to sit here and keep busting in women that you don't intend to be with, keep blaming and putting these baggage and these issues on other people when you yourself don't want to tackle or handle any of this shit, or you don't want the responsibility of it? Just like they tell women that they need to close their legs, these niggas need to go ahead and get a damn vasectomy or wear rubber, maybe 2, if it's that bad. Like, if you know you just fertile myrtle, go ahead and put a motherfucking rubber on it and take some damn responsibility for the people that you sleeping with. Don't be out here blaming women or your black mother and this and this and that. No, it's your fault. Why you have not come up, it's your fault. Why nobody don't want your ass, it's not nobody else's fault. Because a real woman, once she gets to a certain age of maturity, she don't want nobody there. All you can provide is dick and bubble gum.
Candace, that's what I understand. Okay, now you just said nobody want their ass, and maybe they say that, but how can they say that when they got all these mammies? Get with the goddamn mammies. What? Come on now. Do that come on? Hello. Give them. Why can't they just give with the mammies?
Like, right, they be caping for so hard. Like, I mean, a woman will actually sit there and cape for her son even after he done committed, pow with a woman, and say, oh, that woman should have chose better. But how do you vet that? Because crazy don't always come by appearances. They could look and pretend to be whatever, and then when you get to know them and you deep into shit, then that's when they're hitting on you, or they're doing this and they're doing that, or then you find out that they haven't even gone to jail for being a pedophile or anything like that, but they're out here arring people. You know what I'm saying? So how do you be able to vet that? You can't, other than not date their ass all in all and go out and date somebody else.
Right.
Who is a lot more normal, because they pretend very well. A lot of these dudes ain't coming out the woodwork, acting like psychos and crazy killers or giving you weird vibes. No, a lot of them is like that Chucky doll. They pretend to look all nice, shiny wrapping, all of that shit. And then when you get to know them, then you see the psycho. Then you see that they have all of these other tendencies that could potentially harm you. But then it's too late because you already in the thick of it. So it's like you can't even vet that, not even with a background check, because a lot of people ain't got caught for a lot of the stuff that they be out here doing.
You're
So it's like
right.
you can't even run a background check. That shit be crazy, Gigi. Like, I don't understand where these women come from. And the woman with the 46 years, I pray for her. Because ignorance is not bliss, yo. Like, that shit's serious.
Girl, you speaking, Crystal. I'm going to keep you on while I go to the next caller, just in case. Look, hold on.
Okay.
All right. Good morning. Hey, tell me your name.
I love you. Number two, you a trooper because you survived them first two callers. And I just wanted to say real quick, that's the problem that we're having with these people behaving like wild animals. We got mamas that sit up and give them built-in excuses for their bull crap. It's because don't nobody love women. Don't nobody want to understand with them. Hey, like y'all said, there's mammies on every corner. They don't want to get with those mammies because those mammies are male identified. They see women who act like women, and they want access to those women without stepping up to their standards. Period, point blank. You don't have a right to touch nobody. You don't have entitlement to anybody. A woman has a right to set her standards, and if she rejects you, you just got rejected. That's a part of life. Move on to somebody who wants your little dusty behind.
And I want you to stay on this line though, because you said something very important about, deal with rejection. But that's the thing they can't deal with. Do you know Essence did a report, and one season, over 11 black women are gone because they can't say no. They said it was this man that was trying to dance with her. She's 22 years old. I put her on the screen, and he ended up popping her, pulling a pow in her face. This is the lady right here. It's an Essence piece. This is her name. Y'all know I can't pronounce the name that well. But as you see here, was 22 years old, St. John University college student who was popped in the face at point blank range by a man who she rejected after he began dancing on her during a festival in Brooklyn, New York. So it's like she's out here enjoying herself. You heard about it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was during, I think it's called Juve.
Yeah.
And yeah, I heard about that. She didn't want that man grinding on her, and that's all it took.
Talk about it. And look at this. It's so many different girls up here with the same similar stories. All these girls you see right here are gone because they did not want to be bothered. A man was trying to give them the phone number or asked, can I get your phone number? She said no. Next thing you know, he pulled out pow. All these black women are gone.
Exactly. But you don't see that. You don't be hearing about that. Like, they don't push that agenda at all as far as trying to take up for these women or saying, what's the problem? Why was this okay? Why did this person get to walk away free? Like, why did this girl have to come to harm this young woman? Like, this is somebody's family member. But the reason it happens like that is because the world at large does not value black women. It's up to us to value ourselves. They have shown us time and time again that these animals can murder us, M-word us in the street, just like that young woman that was up there in New York at the liquor store. And all she said was no thank you to the dude. He followed her outside, beat her up, and bite her face.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like, literally, yeah, they treat you like you don't have a right to say no to anything. You don't have a right to have agency over your own body, when the truth of the matter is some of us is from Florida. That's all I'm going to say. We stand our ground, and you can take it any way you want to. But the truth of the matter is we shouldn't have to just going into our own communities. We shouldn't feel like we're going into a combat zone because the men who are supposed to be our protectors are our predators. And with this 85%,
you might have to protect them.
Let me just speak on this 85% bull crap. When you start talking about 85%, you got to talk about it's 85% of the ones who actually get married. So it's a small percentage. And out of that small percentage, you may say 85%, but please understand it is a small percentage.
Yes. And most of that come with infidelity. infidelity, and all kind of other stuff. So it's like the 85% get even smaller than that.
Mm-hmm. And not just infidelity, darling. They come in underachievers, lackluster, unambitious, own no property. They can give you 12 children, and they have no inheritance to leave your babies after they done sat there and saddled you with all these people.
Exactly. Preach. That's what I'm talking about. But you don't hear it in the conversation. Instead, it's, uplift our black men and this and that. If we uplift them anymore, the bitches going to fall even harder than they falling now. Because it's like...
But I got a problem with that. At the end of the day, you are a man. Why do you need a woman to uplift you? Get off my porch with that. At the end of the day, what next? Are we supposed to follow you to the bathroom and help you shake after you piss? What next?
You're supposed to do all of that. Wipe them clean. Make sure
the lies you tell. At the
drawers.
end of the day, either you a man or you not. A woman can't ever help you be a man. You either a man or you not. And if you're not a man and you happen to be an animal, they need to go and throw you in a cage. And yes, I have raised a son. My son does not behave like that. And at the end of the day, I just had a talk with him this evening because he got married and told him, you will treat your wife properly. I better not hear you raising your voice at your wife. You don't raise your hand at your wife. If you can't treat her properly, take her back home to her people.
Exactly.
But if at all possible, try to keep your marriage. But these mothers are not holding their sons' feet to the fire. Instead, you giving them excuses talking about they can't count money. Who the hell fault is that?
Right. Because if you're a grown person, just whether you black or white, if you out here in the real world, you have to be functional to know how to add up your own change and everything else, because that's a part of you being able to handle your own bills, your own inner working.
Yeah, but you're going to have to do system. But this is the thing. You ain't got to do no better. It's a whole bunch of women out there that will make excuses for you, and they will let you sit your funky behind on their settee and play PS5 all day long. But when you run across a sister that actually cares something about herself and actually wants to do something with her life and actually wants to have an education and build something, and you know you can't meet her standards, leave that sister alone. Don't attack her because she rejects you. You need to applaud her because she has sense enough to pick better, because that's the first thing they want to say is that you should have picked better. And then when you look at them and realize that I need to pick better, don't be mad. You told me to pick better. And I looked at you when you were less than.
Exactly.
And they killed me talking about, it was one cat talking about, you have father issues. I had the best daddy in the world. He is the reason that I've never tolerated crap from a man, because my father was a man. Not something that's male looking.
Right, because you have a lot of men that want to perpetuate that whole alpha male type thing when they're actually betas, and probably less than betas, because they're not even doing the bare minimum. So it's like you can't even really call yourself an official man because you're not really out here respecting yourself. You're not carrying yourself a certain way. You're not providing. And that's what it's supposed to be, a provider. When you get married to someone, you becoming as one with them. If you making children out there,
and I still put it right back to them. I put it right back to the trifling men. It's up to the mother to tell their son the truth. My son told me he wanted to marry that girl. I made it clear. I don't want to hear no stories about half no rent, half no mortgage. You stepped into big man's business. You do it like a big man. Big men take care of their homes, their wives, and they don't make no more children than they can feed. Be a man.
Absolutely.
If you couldn't afford a wife, you shouldn't have went and got one. Be a man. Simple.
And real men
but the mamas are not
legacy.
telling these boys the truth. The mamas are sitting up there cupping their sack for them and trying to tell the girl, it takes two incomes. Why the hell would it? When you got sisters out here doing it all by themselves with no husbands, because half these men ain't even ready to marry. But you got sisters out here buying homes, starting businesses, taking care of kids.
Right. No matter what.
And tell me I'm lying about it.
You ain't lying, girl. You ain't lying.
Doing it.
But I still want to know your name. I still want to know your name. Say it again.
My name is I'm Nitra.
Nitra? Okay. I enjoy your voice. I enjoy what you got to say. So I need to... Please give Nitra a welcome, a love, or something. And where you from, Nitra?
You deserve a round of applause.
You sure do.
Well, I'm from
Yes.
Florida, but right now I live in Houston, Texas. So I'm over here with a lot of dusty people. But you know, we still gotta represent for the real black folks because we still exist. We still exist. We still real.
Thank God for you.
I wanted to get your take, Nitra, on this guy with the dreads that was pretending to be a Lyft driver. He took this woman to a place, and he did it to her and her kitty cat in the back door. What's your thoughts on that? And this the second time he got caught doing it, and I'm sure he probably did it a lot of times, but he never got caught. The first time he got caught, he did that to a mother in front of her 2 babies.
And see, I was listening when you were saying that before. The issue is, because I worked in prison for a long time, a lot of these states have point systems. So it's like no matter how ridiculous what they did is, like if the amount of points only equal a certain amount, they only get a certain number of years and they release these animals back on the street. And that's real.
Yep.
Unfortunately. And they're still predators when they get out. They're still predators when they get out. So the problem then becomes, like the first young lady was saying before she turned left, you got to make a decision. Okay, how do I survive? Because at the end of the day, the first thing on your mind needs to be, how do I make it home? So sometimes you can fight, sometimes you can't. I'm somebody who can. I'm not small. I'm not portable. I'm 5'10", and let's just say my dress size is an 18. Let me take a page out of Granddaddy Kitten Hill's book.
Girl, you still look good.
I'm a solid girl.
Go ahead.
Appreciate it, sis. But the reality is, it's like, you know, I can take a punch, I can trade a punch. But if you know you a sister and you know you can't go toe-to-toe with this freaking warthog, with this wildebeest, then think about how you can survive. You know, I have a daughter that's in her 20s, and I bought her pepper spray. I bought her a blackjack that's foldable that fits on her keychain. She got an ice pick. She got all kind of stuff to help to make sure she makes it home. But I feel like ladies, one, need to go to self-defense class. If you can't fight, go learn how to at least do some self-defense moves to defend yourself. Make sure you have some self-defense items. Get you a stun gun. Get you an ice pick. You know, back in the day, we used to tote the razors under our tongue. But it's a new day now. So you can buy all kind of little nice stuff to hang right on your keychain. You do whatever you got to do to make it home.
And
Worst-case scenario,
what do you say? I'm sorry, keep going, because I don't never want to interrupt you. Keep going.
What I'm saying is, worst case scenario, even if you let this person think like, okay, look, I'm so scared, I'm going to let you do whatever. As soon as he relaxes guard even a little bit, take your shot and take off. Because a lot of times if you act like you're scared enough, usually like if you try to match a man's aggression, they become more aggressive. You understand what I mean? So it's like if you act like you scared and, you know, you cowering, usually they'll ease up a little bit. If they ease up enough for you to see an opening for you to run, run. Don't try to fight if you know you can't fight. If running is your option, take off. You same boat. But you got to always be thinking about, how do I survive? And you got to think about that before you leave your house. You don't wait till you run into one of these musky animals. You have that in mind before you leave your house, every time you leave your house. Because unfortunately, the biggest predators of black women is black men.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That shit happened to me in front of my 9-month-old daughter. And going through that, all you could do, like, I'm 5'4". With some good shoes on, I'm 5'5", maybe. And my little ass was terrified, like, completely. It's like a whole wave of just coldness run over your body. Because you don't know at that moment if you are actually going to make it out alive, especially if the person way bigger than you. So that situation right there, now I don't play with nobody about that. Because so to hear that young lady even speaking on it in the way that she was, like, giving credence to that crap, like, that shit was triggering. And it's like, damn, we got another mania on here, like, with the anti-minor shit, just tripping. Because
but you got to always really be thinking about your survival. Like, don't be ashamed to do nothing. I don't care if you got to piss yourself. or soil yourself. You do whatever you got to do to make them people back, leave you alone, make sure, see if they're going to be disgusted. Whatever you got to do, you do what you got to do to make it home. At the end of the day, you do whatever you got to do to make it home. You know, like you said, the man was larger than you. You were afraid. When I first moved to Houston in 2015, I got here like the end of 2014. In 2015, I had a cab driver try it. I ended up in a fist fight next to, was it West Belford? Yeah, next to West Belford by the Dairy Queen. And then he tried to hit me with the car because he couldn't take me hand to hand.
Terrible.
So always have in your mind, when you leave home, how am I going to get back home? And always know too, ladies, men usually have more upper body strength than you. So you should have a strategy. You should always have it in your mind. What can I do? How do I level out the playing field? If it's his knees, go for his knees. If it's his genitals, go for his genitals. I mean, play dirty. Ain't no such thing as a fair fight.
I'm all with the Lorraine about it, and I believe in popping and cat, pow, pow. Most definitely not. And we in a stand your ground state, so I'm all for it. Like, I don't even believe that we shouldn't even be carrying. We should carry just in case, because you never know what might happen. You might need to defend yourself.
You never know. Look at the animals whose pictures on the bottom. He followed that girl home and then started, licking shots. Mm-hmm. What kind of stuff is that? Behind a girl? Come on.
That ain't nothing but pure vile evilness, because that shit should have been left right at the store where it was at. There's no reason why somebody should be following or stalking somebody else to go home and then you
But not just following someone. He followed a young woman, a young girl home.
Yes.
Not a grown man that was his equal. He followed a young girl and decided to lick shots at a girl. That's coochie as hell.
Yeah, but that's how they are, though. Like, a lot of them that sit here and put their hands on women, if they were ever really confronted by a real man, they would then come up with all of this peace talk, Jesus coming to the conversation, this and that. Like, they want to downplay it, and then they will step away from the fire. But they'll be quick to incite a riot or a fight with a female. And I would never understand that. But shoot,
until they hit that prison yard. And then the same dude that was making noise on the block, it's a different type of sound on the cell block. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. They become very, very, very feminine when it comes to them being in a penitentiary, and they're surrounded by people that's tougher than them, real K-words and real people that's been out here in the street. All of a sudden, they don't want any of the problems that they were trying to give to the females that was out.
They get in there and they get inside and they get real timid. And then some of them become Maytags, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? What's Maytags?
When you get in there, if you a Maytag, that means anybody may tag you.
Shit! Hold up. Okay, that's a Maytag. We learned something this morning. A Maytag your ass. Okay. And how do they how do they process that? Do you have you ever known some thugs that was thugs out and then they got into prison, they became Maytags? What's the mindset? What's the mindset with that?
Hide it. They hide it.
I think you have some of them that end up as we say, in SOS, where they have to be on watch for a while because it messes with their psyche. I don't, and mind you, I don't advocate for that either. I feel like nobody should be forced into any type of, activity, intercourse type activity against their will. Mm-hmm. But then you got, once they get out, they're angry, and a lot of times they take that aggression out on women because they can't come out there on the street and tell people why they really upset and be showing off and pushing up on other men. So they take that aggression and anger out on women.
Wow.
Most certainly.
And you know what, Nietzsche? It's so many out there, but they're still. This is my first time ever hearing this. And, people don't talk about it. And their mental state, I'm sure they not. You think they're going to therapy to get some help?
No. They ain't going to no therapy, and they only go to the psych specialist on the inside to try to get pills so they can sell them on the yard.
Mm-hmm. Because that's commissary right there. That'll be a form of commissary, like that's currency for them.
They be selling them on the yard. And we used to have to, like, check their mouth because they would cheek the pills, like hide the pill in their cheek and stuff and go sell it.
Huh? They put it in their behind?
No, in their mouth. Like,
their cheeks. Their cheeks mouth.
So,
okay.
Right. So they would come to the pill line. And we'd have to watch them. And some of them were real good at hiding the pills in their mouth to the extent that we would get an order to crush the pill and put it in juice so they couldn't hide it. It was that bad. They were only going to the psych specialist to get product.
Okay.
They were not trying to get help, and most of them needed help because if you look at their jackets, they came in there needing help.
Well, you done taught us. You taught us some stuff. Go ahead, Nitra.
But I was about to say, at the end of the day, I don't care how damaged you are. I heard that sister talking about they broken. Guess what? Then keep your broken behind away from sisters that ain't broken. We ain't had nothing to do with that. We didn't break you. We didn't run your daddy out the house. We didn't make your mammy sorry. We didn't tell your granddaddy to touch you the wrong way. We didn't make you broke. Like, we didn't do nothing to you. So at the end of the day, keep that away from people who had nothing to do with your broken state. It is not black women's job to fix broken men. At the end of the day, hold your own nuts.
That part.
There you go. Nitra, can you stay on the line with me while I go to the next caller? I know you said you had to go. You said what?
I hang with you a little bit.
Thank you, Nitra.
I said I hang with you a little bit.
Thank you. All right, let's go to the next call. Let's see what's out there. All right. Good morning. Hey, good morning.
Hello.
Hey, you're on the live. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you real good.
Oh, get out.
Yeah.
I'm Tamika. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio.
Tamika from Cleveland, Ohio. Okay. Now we have Nitra and Crystal on the line with us, but go ahead. Tell us how you feel.
I feel that, well, I'm a PK kid. So, of course, you know, you're always taught from the Bible that the man's supposed to be the head of the household. And so, of course, when I got married, I tried to make sure that my husband was going to be the head. He's going to be able to handle everything. I see that there's more things that you find out later. Like I remember somebody said something about getting a background check. You get a background check and a credit check. So it do seem that when the men are not getting actually taught, they're getting taught what they see, and they actually act out what they see when they're younger, and it continues on when they do become adults. Like I have a 5-year-old, and I see that the things that I teach him, he actually resembles. Like he sees if me and his dad have an argument, he sit up there and be like, no. Mommy, Daddy not supposed to argue. So when I realized that was affecting him, and he's only 5, and he's taking it to school, he was arguing with his teacher. So for me to know that it can start that early, and a person can actually take that to their adulthood. And, like, if they see mom always getting abused or daddy always talking to mom like this and, you know, hey, she accepted. So why wouldn't a woman out here in the streets accept it? Mm-hmm. And so the women, I feel bad that we actually sit up there and put up with it because it makes the men think that, oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Nitra, Crystal, y'all still here, right?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, y'all came both. Okay. And what's your thoughts on what Mika said?
I think she's right. Definitely. And that's why I think it's very important for women to be careful what type of man you settling for, because your children are watching you interact with this man, and they may get the impression that that's normal behavior. And we don't need to normalize dysfunction.
Right. We got enough that already in the community.
Exactly. And I even noticed that, especially when women that like to have
their company or their companion around. Don't bring a whole bunch of dudes, a whole bunch of, even with the men, don't bring a whole bunch of women around your daggone child. And you know that they're supposed to be with the, the mom, and she at home, and you got your baby out there with another woman. There's a daggone wonderful example of infidelity. Oh, wait a minute, I'm with Dad, and we over Susie's house, and Mommy's at home cooking. It's okay to do this, though, right, Dad? I saw him kiss her. It's not right. So I think that sometimes we don't realize that some of us develop that. They say it starts at home anyway.
Absolutely. Because if you don't train your children up the right way at home, they're not going to go out into the world and carry that with them. They're going to soak up whatever things that they see around them. And if you're one of the types that have a lot of women or a lot of men in and out your house, you don't know what these people believe in. You don't even know how they can harm your children. So
but that goes back to that to the age-old argument of heredity versus environment, because you can control the environment, but you also might want to be careful who you out here breeding with. Like I think sisters got to be careful. If you sitting up here and you messing with a shiftless, no account Negro, and he ain't nothing, and his daddy wasn't nothing. Hell, if he knew his daddy, and his mamma ain't nothing, and his grandmother was on Section 8, it's a chance that maybe this man got poverty in his family. It's a lot of things you might not want to be laying up breeding with. And you can put them, in environments and keep them away from stuff and don't expose them to everything. But sometimes what's in you gonna come out. Now y'all know for yourselves, we've seen children that have never met they no good daddies, but you see them, they still got ways like the men. You got to be careful who you breed with. If we're the keepers of the womb, that means it's up to us to be gatekeepers of the womb. Everybody shouldn't have access to your womb. Everybody shouldn't be shooting the club up.
Absolutely.
And then I noticed that when you do sit down and you talk to, like I talks to my son, we had winter break. He was acting a fool in school. Now, mind you, my son is adopted, but I've had him since he was 2 months old. But he went to school and he was acting a fool. Every day the teacher was calling. I'm like, why? But me and my husband was arguing. So when he got to school, it's like he took that out and he took it to the school. And so while we had the winter break, he went back to school and they was like, I don't even know your son. He's a totally different kid. I took him to church. We sang church songs. We're showing him examples of how it's supposed to be, and he's actually catching on. And I'm like, I got rid of that bullet because it was not good. I'm like, I didn't want that to happen for him to be out of control.
But you took action. You were proactive. That's the thing. Like, a lot of people are not proactive. We have a lot of women, and we have even some men like that are still involved in their children's lives or these young men's lives that will sit up and they will give them high fives for the disrespect. They will give them high fives for the dysfunction because everybody is so fucked up mentally in the head that nobody sees it as dysfunction anymore. They really think that this is how normal people act, that this is the way you carry on and you communicate and you interact with other beings or with women. And they perpetuate these, like, just demonic stereotypes and think that that shit is okay. And it continues on into adulthood. And then we wonder why these people are R-words or we wonder why they're abusers and all of these things. Like, there is no, mystery behind it. That shit be starting at home a lot of times in the environments or the people that they pick up as father figures and mother figures.
Exactly.
But they got to get that shit handled on their own. Therapy is a real thing, but when you talk about it, especially in very low-income Black neighborhoods, about people getting help, and sometimes the whole damn family need to go to therapy. Medicaid, even for poor people, have therapy options. So it's like, it's no excuse even if you're poor as dirt.
And that's all well and good. And I think it points out the fact that clearly with these people who become grown men and go around attacking Black women, that apparently their mama dropped the ball. Like, that part is clear. My thing is, once you're grown and you are now a wild wildebeest and you out here preying on Black women, I say lock them up and don't let them out.
I feel
Because
like they should be locked up.
But once you're grown, being honest, I don't care what happened to you as a kid. You are
Right.
now a full-grown man. At a certain point, you can no longer lay it off on your mammy. Once you cross over 18, you know something ain't right with you. Either get yourself together or go find somebody to help you get it together.
Exactly.
But see, you know what? That's the same thing that some parents say. Oh, I'm gonna raise you till you're 18. You mess up out there in the streets, you're gonna have to learn the hard way. The hard way is to get locked up. That's gonna be the hard way. I'm gonna tell you the right way. But if you decide to go the other way, then you're gonna get locked up.
But you know, not enough. There are not enough mothers like you too. There are not enough people in general like you too when it comes to actually calling them on their shit. Because a lot of times you have even 18, 19, 20 plus year olds that are still being coddled by their family members where this stuff is being said, oh, he's still young and this and this and that. But if they came up in the household, let's say with an older sister or a younger sister, once that sister gets to be 17, 18, she's already considered to be an adult and is treated like an adult. There is no coddling or coming up with excuses for her imperfections or the mistakes that she's made. She's held to a higher standard. So that double standard where they could be damn near 30 years old and still considered to be babies, even though they will forever be your baby if you birth them, is ridiculous to me as far as like not holding them accountable, not saying, okay, well, we see you have a problem. We may need to put you in a mental institution. We may need to, you know, have some type of preventative measures before you could go out here and just be unleashed into the damn population and be hurting people. Like they don't see it like that. More importantly, your own. Because no other race is doing that, like, for real. Like, it's not that other races don't have K words, abusers, and all these R words, but you don't see it perpetuated as much because they handle them. They either locked up somewhere, they get exiled, banned from the family, you know, people disowning them. Like, it's not celebrated. They look down on you in other cultures. And our culture is like, oh, well, shoot, she ain't nothing but a pass around, and we blame the victim. And that's crazy.
Yeah.
But then
Sometimes you just start
they
early.
love black women. How?
Sometimes you can start really. Sometimes you can start really early because when you start seeing them acting some fool, you throw them and get them some therapy, get them some help. Because I mean, we ain't perfect. Their kids don't come with a daggone instructions or nothing. They start acting out of pocket too much, and you need to dig into it and find out. Okay, now why are you acting like this? What is making you act like this? Because I straight up was like, bro, you going to therapy? We not about to do this. I do not want to have a menace to society. Period.
Yeah, and I just want to say this conversation is so needed. It's so. Man, I don't get on YouTube and I don't get to hear these conversations often. And I just want to thank you guys for coming on and to be open and to share your story. And with that, I'm going to let you guys go. Any last comments before I allow other people to get on?
No, it was cool.
For
I
actually
just
having this.
Yeah, Gigi, I just love you to death. I be listening all the time in the bushes, girl.
Oh, I love you too, Nitra. Okay, girl, your wisdom, all that you know, I'm like, I can listen to you all night, okay? All right.
Yeah, I thank you for having me on here.
Well,
This was fun. I really do. I appreciate y'all.
well, call back, please, y'all. Call back and knock on my door. All right, love
I
y'all.
will.
All right, thank
Love
you,
you,
Crystal. Thank you, Mika, Nitra. All right, that was some good stuff right there. Comment, let us know. Did you guys enjoy that conversation? If you did, press 5. All right, and that's it. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna get some new callers up here because somebody knocking at the door. I hope she come. Yeah, I hope she come. I hope they all come on again. You know, I hope they all come on again. I really enjoyed them. I hope she. Yeah, okay. So let's keep on going. I'm looking in the comment section. Please comment. All right. Candace said, hey, you cut me off. All right, let me get to Candace. Hey, is this Candace?
Hey, yes, I'm back.
I'm so sorry. Candace was on earlier, and I made a mistake and I cut her off. Yeah, but Candace, I still gotta apologize. You gotta let me do me now, okay? Do you accept my apology, Candace?
I do.
Okay, well, there we go. Well, now, when niggas, when they do stuff wrong, you don't tell them. You don't got to apologize. Do you tell them that?
No, I actually do hold men accountable.
Okay, you better let their ass apology. Because, some people do it. They be like, oh, that's nothing. You don't got to apologize. Yes, they do. And just say, I accept your apology. All right. Go ahead, Candace.
No, I heard everything that was going on. Thank you for having me back on, because I know we did have like a lengthy conversation previously, but I heard everything that was going on, and I get it. I get both women's perspective, as far as, holding men accountable, and, but sometimes this is how I feel. I'm not going to let my previous hurt, like how a black man treated me, or how some of them have acted, because I've been around the block a couple times, So it has been some good black men. There's been some poor black men. I'm not saying that none of that is false. I'm not saying that some men are trashy, they lazy, they bums, this and the third. That's just not my whole perspective about black men. That's just not I don't wake up like, all these niggas is trash. F these niggas, they trash, I don't like them. They lazy, they don't want to do. Like, that's not my experience. Some that I have experienced is that I have seen some men that really desire to be better, but they don't have the language. It's like it's like speaking Chinese to somebody who speaks English. It's like, I don't know how to, some men just don't know how to articulate what they're going through. And it's women too. Women lash out. They fight men. They toxic. They want to throw things and beat them up and run out the house.
Candace, I got something to ask you. All right, so when you go back to your man's friends, what are you gonna go back with? Like, from listening to those ladies? Because, you can come over here and tell us what the men feel. So when you go back over there, what are you going to tell the niggas?
Okay, so this is what I tell the man. Okay, reference.
No,
I'm dealing with a man.
No, not your perspective. Okay. From these ladies, the ladies I was just on here. What are you going to run back and say? Huh?
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. Keep going.
Yeah, you're going to run back and say, hey, man, the women feel this way. They feel like y'all not this and that and that, just like you was telling us. You said, well, the men feel this and this and this and that. So I'm saying, with that conversation, what are you going to go back and tell all the men friends that you got? What you going to tell them now?
I tell them, it's not what I'm going to tell them. I exactly tell them, hey, you need to step your game up. There's no way that I can outwork you. If you my man, you a friend of mine or dealing with me, if I can outwork you, there's a problem. If I work more hours than you, if you only work 40 hours a week, we have a problem. If you cool with playing your game and all of that, we have a problem.
Candace, that's not the message. What are you talking? Working 40 hours?
If you work 40 hours, we have a problem. If you okay with just not trying to excel, if you're not trying to start your own business, if you're not,
why are you even in bed with them if that's the case, Candace?
Oh, I'm not even saying in bed.
Oh, okay.
Counterparts, like people that I come into association with. I don't have to sleep with a man to give him advice on how to, how to better himself. Sometimes it'd be like a brand new verbiage. Some people don't even have, some women have not, or not even women or men, have not even told this person, like, hey, the way you talk is not okay. I need you to articulate. I need you to speak well. I need you to sit up. I mean, like, in
how about just not deal with the nigga? Just not deal. He ain't for you. If you got to do all this, sit up, that ain't for you.
I'm not saying that.
I'm just saying in general. And these men, you got to listen, Candace, tell the men when you go back, You have to learn to be okay with rejection. Okay, you have to leave these ladies alone.
Okay. Okay.
They're gonna be able to handle that. But let's go on to another caller. I want to keep you on hold, and I'm gonna
it's all about how
You said what?
you can lead. You can lead in compassion. You don't have to just try to dog nobody because you feel like they're beneath you.
They
And that's
don't
for
be
a man
dogging
or-
them. You know, just like that lady that I posted up here, she was at college. The man was grinding up on her. Isn't that disrespectful, Candace? You don't just go up. You don't go up and just grinding somebody in their personal space. On a subway, these men just get up in your personal space.
They're nasty.
Well, I'm not saying they're nasty. Now, I didn't say that, Candace. That's what your ass said. I didn't say that. I did not say that. No. I just feel they don't think about how is she feeling today. Do she even want company right now? You know what I'm saying? It's okay. How about this? Do you? I don't know how he should come out and say. Is it okay? Shit, I don't know. Look, if you a nigga, how would you? Is it okay if I have a conversation with you? Do you have a little bit of time? Do you mind if I talk to you? You know, I would like to get to know you. My name is Larry. And if she say, you know what, Larry, I really don't have the time, but I thank you. You got to be okay with that, man. You can't be calling her, oh, you a stupid B. I ain't want your dumb ass anyway, and want to throw stuff at her. But you see how it's saying, you see how it's saying, do you mind if I talk to you or something like that? Ask her. Just don't bombard her and just start talking to her and following her. It happens all the time. You at the airport, you leaving the grocery store, they following your ass, talking to you. I didn't. Then if you act like you ain't want to be bothered, well, you acting stuck up. That's the bullshit. Oh, why? What? I can't get your number? Why? You think I'm this? Because I'm working security at Kroger's. You got something against that? You can't take the hint, nigga. And then I see your ass time and time, and you keep on following me. Listen, it's a reason why I don't call your ass. Okay?
Yeah, but I'm not oblivious to it. I get hollered at by bums and people that's not.
Now, Candace, stop. Candace, I'm not calling them a bum. You listen, Candace. You know you. I'm not calling them a bum. I'm not calling anybody. That's how we got Miss Speedy on the line cussing my ass out. Okay, cause you calling their ass bums, and she think I'm calling them bums. I'm not calling nobody a bum. Okay. I'm not saying that. You know, you can't call nobody a bum. That's disrespectful. If you call somebody a bum, they're liable to knock you out.
Right. It's rejection.
What time out, Candace? Calling somebody a bum is different than rejection. Calling somebody a bum is disrespect. It's assaulting somebody. It's name calling. You know?
But you know,
rejecting is just saying, no, thank you, not right now, maybe next time. And, you know, you can look at it as rejection, or it could just, well, I guess it's rejection shit. Because I guess, you know, but it's a difference between your name calling somebody versus saying, not at this moment. This is not a good time for me to get your number. I'm going through something. That doesn't mean to ask me what am I going through or where your man at. Will he be around and what he do? I don't want you to ask me all that. And they keep doing it.
Yeah.
And look at how these women are. They go 6 feet under.
Yeah, this is what I'm gonna say, and I'm gonna leave it alone because I think I'm being misinterpreted by the people. These situations that you're talking about are violent situations, which I don't approve, or I don't feel comfortable with nobody violating a woman, molest a man, or anybody, you know, for whatever reason, whether it's rejection, whether it's pride, whether it's discontentment at home, whether you wasn't raised right. Either way it go, if you're being violent towards somebody, that's in your mentality. I'm not condoning that or saying that's because they daddy left. And I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that it is a lot of broken people out here, whether they women or men. So we cannot just sit up and toss a whole group of people under the bus just because you have been afflicted by some people from that group. You just can't do that. And that's all I'm saying is try to have some compassion for some of these people. You don't have to lay with them. You ain't got to sleep with them. You ain't got to sit up and have 6 to 4 kids bound. And by the way, y'all talking about these men that's impregnating these women and leaving. But guess what? Before you laid down, you knew it was no real commitment. That man gave you no reason to have no baby by him. But you want to have sex too, and you want
Time
to be
out,
freaky.
Candace. That's a lie. That's a damn lie, Candace. A lot of these men, they talk to these women, they tell them, I want this and that.
And that's your responsibility. If you sit there and let a man tell you whatever you want to hear and you feel like it's okay to say, okay, because you told me that you desire a family and you want to be with me and I'm going to be the only one, you still have a responsibility to guard your own heart. It's not just on him to protect you. You are your first line of defense.
Right. So men duties is not to protect black women?
No. What is black woman's duties to herself initially?
Tell me.
No, her responsibility is to herself first. Yes, he plays a part in your protection. And it's up to you if you want to allow, if you see that this man is stand up and he's able to protect you. I've been in relationships where I had to end the relationship because I seen that he was not up to par. He could not protect me. He could not guide me. He could not lead me. I cannot be with a man who cannot do that. So therefore, I will relinquish myself from the situation. I have to go. You cannot even lead yourself, more less lead me. You're going to have to be more strong-minded. You're going to have to be more assertive. You're going to have to take the initiative. You can't allow me to lead the relationship. I can't hold your hand like these women are saying. That's not disregarding that something's still wrong with some people. You know what I'm saying? Just because I can't be with you doesn't mean that I can acknowledge something is not okay with you. Okay. I still can say, even though I can't be with you, baby, guess what? I still can be close enough to you to say, hey, these are some things you need to work on. You need to try to cool your temper. You can't be so reactive.
Candace, hold on for 1 second. I'm going to ask somebody else, okay? Hold on. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, tell us your name, where you're calling from.
I'm Queen, and I'm from New York.
Okay, come on, Queen. Talk to us, Queen from New York. Everybody in the comment section, say hey, Queen. Go ahead.
Hi, guys. Just want to speak about the Uber drivers and who's doing what. Like, I'm an Uber driver in New York, and I'm a female, and I'm the only provider in my home, and I have a man and 5 kids, right? So when we're talking about men supposed to protect, I'm 100 for it, meaning that they're supposed to protect you. We sit here and what's her name, Candace? Candace saying that you're supposed to be there for them. I'm number one. I always want to be there for the black man because I know what they've been through. But really, after 3 years being with my partner, I have to start analyzing and look at myself and subject myself and say, so while I'm protecting you and you sitting up in the house very comfortable and bullying me when I come home for doing 16 hours a day, who's protecting me? Who's loving me? Who's making sure when I'm good? You want to support them. You want to help them. You want to make sure they can. And I really relate with my partner saying that, okay, I've been where he's been, and he have a rough life. I got a rough life. So I can relate with him. That's one of the things that I bond with him with. So at the end of the day, you have to turn around and realize when you're trying to help them and they're not trying, like you bring a cow to the water and they're not drinking it. What are you going to do? You're trying to make sure he has life a little bit easier so that he can step up and do what he got to do. And he's not doing it. What are you going to do? Now I'm sitting here looking like a fool because you want to invest in a man and protect a man and be there for them. And then they're not even scared to be there for you.
You're
That's
right.
the problem. That's the problem. And now I have to look and say, you know what? I got to reevaluate my life because I always want to grow and evolve. And if I'm wrong, let me know because I want to change it. I want to be a better person. I want to take care of my kids. And now I have two kids on my own that I have one before him and one with him. And I realize my kids are watching everything. I break up with my first partner because I didn't want him. I want to raise a king. I didn't want to raise a monster. My proudest moment is not if you go to college or if you go to Harvard and all that stuff. It's my proudest moment for my kids is when a woman comes to me and say, Mom, I love you dearly because you raised a good man. That would be my proudest moment. But when you with somebody and you realize that they're not even going to deliver that proudest moment to your kids, now you got to reevaluate yourself. And I'm always supporting, helping people, being there for them. But you have some ungrateful people. You be there for them, and then 2 2s and they feel like they good. They're standing around, stabbed you in the back. So, Candace, what we do with that?
I hear what you're saying 100%. And like I was saying earlier, I do have male figures in my life, not just older than me. I have nephews that I want them to be respectful towards women. I hold them accountable. I do all of that. But at the end of the day, you don't have to be sleeping with a man to have compassion for them. I'm not talking about these people that's out here doing women dirty. Let me just make that clear because I think y'all continuing to have that in your mind frame that I'm talking about these people who are directly, intently out here trying to hurt women. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about men that are men and women. But since we're talking about men, it is broken men out here. I'm not saying that they know that they broken, but it takes somebody with a higher level of psychology, which is a therapist, or sometimes a woman to come into your life and let you know how you going wrong about your life. It don't have to be a woman. It don't have to be mammy made. Like, I think y'all not taking.
You know what I think you're trying to say, Candace? I think I just got it. I think you're trying to say you could care for them, but care for them at a hand distance. They ain't gotta be in your life. They ain't gotta. You don't have to do everything for them.
You can meet them at the bus stop. You can meet them at the grocery store. You can say hi. You can get to know them. You can try to, just have some compassion.
Yeah, that's a lie, Candace.
No, you can't. Because I'm going to tell you, there's some manipulating little snakes out here. They get close to you.
And what do you
and
think women are? Women are the manipulative people. So are y'all saying...
Hold on, Candace, let her talk. Candace, let her talk.
Okay.
With the saddest story and the piteous story, and how they ain't got this, and their mama don't love them, or they just have a hard life. And then you're like, oh, I'm a good brother. I can help. I'm not going to hurt you. I can love your kids. And then next thing you know, you're paying all the bills. You're taking care of everything. And because they're home with their kids, they say, man, they're a good man. Because they can sing that thing, they feel like they're a good man. Right? If you're working 16 hours, when you come home, you can't even have a peace in your life. You're getting bullied. You can't even sleep in your bed. You got to go on the couch or something.
You're getting bullied? I loved when you talk. Can you speak up a little? Because some of the callers can't hear.
Okay, give me, I'm dropping off a passenger right now. So
yeah, I forgot you did say you're Uber or Lyft. All right, you want me to put you back on hold and come back to you?
No, I'm coming right now.
Okay, she coming.
I'm just dropping her off.
She coming.
Have a good one, hon. Thank you.
All right, like this video, y'all.
Anyway.
She about to speak. Go ahead.
Okay, I can speak freely. I'm going to come off. I'm about to go drop my son off. Gigi, what are you saying?
I wanted you to speak up a little louder so people can really hear you because you have great points and you have, a story. You in this situation?
I'm in that situation. And I love my partner. He's a good guy. All the things that you think you wanted. He's not a cheater. But there's other qualities there is like I love like okay, if you're my friend Gigi, I want to see you get your wishes. I want to see you happy. I will help you. If you call me and be like, oh, girl, I need this, and it's not a problem for me, I'm giving it to you, right? Not because I want to enable you, but because I want to see my friend happy. Just like I want to be happy. When it's my time to be happy, or there's a situation I could be blessed with, I want my friend to be happy for me. So I'm always not about a man. It's not about it's just people, my family, something like that. But it's a blessing and a curse at the same time when you helping somebody and they telling you what you want. Ooh, I don't want to get it. They're telling you what they want you to hear so they can get what they want. And when the time comes for you to get support, like for instance, I'm going to speak on my own. I had a baby with the person. I was going to do it on my own. I had a problem with the baby, and then the pandemic happened. We came together to take care of the family. No problem, because I'm making money out here. It's not an issue. But when it comes down to it past 3 years now, the kids going back to school, you going to tell me I make enough money to take care of you. Now, if that don't hurt my soul, I'm like, what?
He said you don't make enough money to take care of him?
I make enough money that I can take care of
Oh,
him.
her boyfriend said she makes enough money to take care of him. Is that right?
And because of him, I'm making enough money, too, because he's staying home with the kids. I ain't got to worry about the kids. Now, this brother can cook. This brother he stay home. He watches kids. He don't give no problem with women, none of that stuff. Right? We don't have these problems. But when you come home, he's picking little arguments for you. He's telling your kids, oh, you love your child more than mine. Like, he's telling the kids a little stuff. Now, that breaks my heart because that's the only reason why he was in my life for the last 3 years, because I love his kids dearly. He had 3 kids with a previous woman, and she abandoned him after having the last one, before the last one was 1. So I felt it because I never had my mommy, and I never had my daddy. I know my mama, but I never had my daddy, so I kind of know what these kids are going through, and I didn't want to leave them in a situation where I feel like I was telling Candace, it's better to have a family, a man and a woman in the home, a whole family. So I was trying to put 2 broken people or 2 broken situations, you know what I mean, and put it together because I lost kids together. I shouldn't have, but I made the kids hold my strength to my heart and like, okay, you're going to stay with these kids and you're going to make a life for them. They have 5 boys. But every time you turn around, I can never do enough. I don't help him with his credit. I don't help him with finding a job. How the hell am I helping him find a job and do 16 hours? And this person, I met them, they had a job that was working in a law firm. So at this point, you feel like you taking advantage because you're not stupid. You can read and write. He's very educated. People love him. There's a group of people I wouldn't even mess around with. He could hang out in this crowd, like intelligent. He's working with a law firm. I would never work with them. I would never work with Caucasians. I would never work with them. I don't trust them. But that's my opinion. But he's a good man. You look at him, you're like, yeah, everybody loves him. He's a good man. But when you're looking at your lady that hold you down for 3 years, when you never had a lady that hold you down for 3 years, the first baby mom, she got him young. She was in her 30s, had him at 19. So she fucked him from left to right, messed it up. Now I come along, I'm a good woman, I could do this, and I'm not going to hurt his kids. I've been abused mentally, physically in my younger age. So I'm not going to abuse these kids. I just want to love them. I just want to have a happy life. But now when your kids need clothes and you're looking at me where I'm paying the bills, I'm paying the rent, and I'm doing all of this, and you sitting there looking like you don't want to do anything. It hurt my heart because my man not supposed to. So now I told him the other day, like, you treating me like I'm the peasant. I'm the queen. You treat me like I'm the peasant. You the king. You want me to treat my child less and talk about I'm treating your child less than. I treat everybody equal. My kids normally go shopping, get everything they want, but because I can't buy four things for the older 4 kids, I don't buy for my son because it's unfair. It doesn't look unfair. The other day, I went in the store, want to buy my son a damn Jordan. And I felt like if I can't buy the 4, I can't buy my son a damn. Okay, let's talk about this Uber thing. Everybody's saying Uber and Lyft getting people abused and all this and stuff. I'm a female. Why is it that I'm out here at 7 o'clock in the morning and I've been out here since 9 o'clock? And my man is home, very comfortable. Just send the kids them to school and everything is good. I stopped eating from him because I started getting fat and nasty because I do think good. I'm gonna tell you, I love me some food, but I wasn't eating so unhealthy. I stopped eating from him because I'm like, I gotta start getting myself back to where I was because I realized I'm thinking deep in this. Oh, I have to have a man. Not I have to have a man, but it's a better image. You understand? I have my kid. I don't want my last kid to not have his father around. But what am I losing? I'm losing a lot. Last year I made 160 and I have nothing to show for it. Why? So you help me to make money so I have to worry about my baby and you home with the kids. But at the end of the day, where the money go at? Where's the money going? And you don't want to go to work. And last time you said you want to go to work for Amazon. Okay, what we doing? And then you want to tell me I don't buy you nothing, I don't do you nothing. You know, my child, I bought myself a laptop the other day. He cursed my ass out. Where's mine? So you have one. Oh, it's used. I need a new one. He need a new one. So anyway, back to, I don't even want to get on me, but I'm telling y'all, these brothers, I'm ready to go nun mode. And I know I'm not going to do it because the minute I leave him, I don't even have the urge to even have intimacy with him. And now it's war in the house. But he know I don't play that because I'll call 911 real quick and tell him no. And he don't. And I tell him, don't ever do nothing stupid because we had a dark day before. And I tell him, don't ever do stupid where you will lose your kids. And I will be one of those chicks. You harm me, and I don't have my brother, I don't have my mama, I don't have nobody to protect me. But I tell you one thing, I call those people on you real quick to protect me. I'm not going to stay in there beat you. I look too damn good. I'm a good person. You're not going to abuse me.
Nitra, you still here?
On me because of that.
Okay.
I'm here, girl. I'm here.
And I know you from New York.
Because of that.
What's your name again so I can have it on my file? Queen. I'm sorry, Queen. Your story is so touching. And I just want to say thank you so much for sharing and getting it out. And before you go on, Nitra, what's your thoughts?
Yeah.
Can you talk to Queen?
Queen, baby, you already being abused. That's called financial abuse. That's emotional abuse. You understand what I'm saying? That's psychological abuse. You already being abused. Ain't nothing left for you to do but to walk or make him walk.
Oh, he told me I put his name on. I did stupid and put his name on my lease, so he ain't going nowhere. I gotta go. I mean,
but at the end of the day, you don't want paying the bills anyway. So if you go, he's still gonna have to go. Cause how he gonna pay the rent?
Oh, baby, he have a whole system. Talking about taking away from the government, he have a whole system. His caseworker tell him let me go because she will cover.
But this is the problem. Hold on, Queen. You get aside from the point. The point is you need to pack up and walk. Let him figure it out. If he wanna be a welfare mama, let him be a welfare mama. Because see, at the end of the day, you trying to be in a heterosexual relationship, and this man is in the LGBTQ. Y'all is in a lesbian relationship. You need to let this woman man go and walk. You are allowing this woman man to abuse you. He is abusing you financially. He has turned you into the provider and the protector, and he's the whole housewife. He gonna be on the next Real Housewives of New York City on you.
Oh yeah, because he's quick to talking about. He's not quick to attack a guy outside, but he was quick to curse my ass out. He was quick to tell me about my business. He was quick to check me.
But this is the thing. You talking about him, but you telling on yourself. You allowing this man to do everything.
You know what I said?
Doing.
You know what I told him? I'm not wrong. I'm calling to tell people my pain because I know. One thing I ain't no damn fool. I might be blind in love, but I ain't no fool because he took that blind away. I agree with you.
But
I
baby,
all the
what
time
kind
I
of
say,
love
me
is
and you
that?
is the two damn idiots. You an idiot and I'm an idiot arguing with you and following you. I'm saying
But
this
Queen,
in a context
but
I know I
Queen,
gotta get out.
darling, Queen, lovely, baby. Listen, you can't love a man till you love yourself first. That's your foster kid. You got to love you, and when you love yourself, you tell yourself the truth. And the truth of the matter is, this man don't love you. How you in love with somebody who don't love you? If he loves you,
correction.
he
I never
treat you
said
like you precious.
I love the person like a brother, but I don't love in love with the person. Two different things. I can love you, but I'm not have to be in love with you. Who I was loving for and caring for is his kid.
Right,
I didn't want them to be in the shelter. I didn't want them to be abused by people because I know how easy it is to be abused. I know how easy it is. I didn't want those for those kids.
But you can care for those children from another house. You can drop off care packages from another house. You cannot take on somebody else's problem. That first of all, you care about those children. He's a child. That man is your whole foster son, and you don't even get a check for him. You got a full-grown foster kid in your house. You better than that. You out there working hard in the middle of the morning, and he's laying up there passing gas on your good sheets. Come on now.
No, I called in. I know all of this. I called in and I know I have to do what I got to do because after 3 years and you trying to be hopeful and trying to help somebody think that they're going to do what they got to do when it's time for them to do it. And when you start asking questions and they're like telling you something less from what you told them, we are originally agree on, you're like, okay, this don't make no sense. This don't make any sense. I can't make no more.
So this goes back to the same thing that we've been saying all night long. Leave these broken, busted men alone. This is a broken person. He has not done the work on himself, and now he's dropped himself on you without a check from the state, and you got a whole foster kid in your house, and you got to figure out when you going to move, where you going to move to, because he got his name on the lease. He got you tied up in all this mess, and you're being abused. And it's time for you to walk, baby.
Definitely. I agree. I definitely agree.
You know what I'm saying? Like at a certain point, we inflict pain on ourselves. When you see somebody that's sitting up here, he's so dusty, he's making your allergies act up. You darn near to sneeze on this whole phone call. Because he messing with your allergies and sinuses with all that got darn dust. Leave that man alone. Well, no, I'm sorry. Leave that boy alone. Or that man, sir, or whatever that is. Leave it alone. That's a mess.
I don't know. I think I lose my Bluetooth. Yeah.
That's
Queen.
With broken men. If a man is broken, leave him alone.
Are you scared? Like if you try to leave, that he would try to do something? Because I know you say he pick on you when you come into the house. You worked a long day.
The only thing I'm scared of, to be honest, the only thing that's in my question of mine of like when I leave is sadly my kids. My youngest. I have trauma when it comes to baby father, first one. He was a hell in dungeon. This one is not even worse. That's why I was dealing with him as long just to answer her questions. Like I'm so used to the manipulation that I thought I could have handled him. Because my first baby father was the worst of the worst, and I survived him. Like he tried to get me deported, he tried to do all that stuff, and it didn't work. He tried to take my baby, it didn't work. To God, when you a child of God, I tell people I laugh all the time. Like I don't do that demon shit. I don't go with the crowd. I'm just in my crowd, just following the guidance of God. And when he tried everything and it didn't work, I ended up coming up above and atop of everything. So everything he throw at me, it turns into diamond for me. You understand what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's why I'll be able right here could have the sympathy for somebody that's been through trauma like I did. But when I realized, you helped me, honey, you're going to get help back, and you're going to see that it was worth it. But when I see that I'm helping you and it's not coming out, now it's like, okay. And now what bothered me, like I said, I care for the brother. I want to see him win, but I'm not in love with you because at the end of the day, I do know you don't love me. You cannot love me and move in the way you're moving. You cannot say, like you say, you jealous of me because you would say, oh, you make so much money. That's jealousy talk. You shouldn't even worry about what I'm making. You should be worrying about yourself. I'm giving you the freedom of not have to worry about your kids and bills and go find a career or a job. You get what I'm saying? That's what you're supposed to be focusing on. I always tell them that. Stop focusing on me.
So what's
Focus
your
on
next
yourself.
step, girl?
But bottom
What's
line,
your
what I'm
next
trying to say is I care for the kids. I care for his kids. But when I see him planting seed in the kids' heads and I don't care for them as much as I care for my son, I say, I see where this is going. And that one, it cancels everything for me. You know what? You say I don't care, and I see what I gave up, and I gave up for my son for your kids, and the fact that you're saying that, to me, you're planting seeds. And I'm not going to go 5 years, 10 years taking care of these kids, and then all of a sudden, things go left. So you know what? Let me take me and my two and go. But I know he's going to try to give me a hard time for my younger son. That's his son as well. He's going to use that. He's very a manipulator. He's such a good manipulator. He's going to use that.
But Queen, what's your next what's your next step, girl?
My next step is for moving. My next step is for moving.
You already set a date when you moving.
Yeah, me and my son talk about that because he said he have enough. There's a lot of negative and drama in the house when it don't even need to. You don't have a bill in your name.
That's all that matters. Like, at this point in the game, like, I think every sister here, we understand what you're saying. Like, we get the point. He's broke, busted, bummy, and disgusted. But the bottom line is the power's in your hand. Either you're going to stay or you're going to go. And if you're saying you're going to go,
somebody that can do better and don't want to do better. It's not like say he can't do better.
But you shouldn't care whether he do better or not. Like, sometimes you got to wash your hands. But baby, sometimes you got to wash your hands. You can't care. You cannot afford to care.
Mama, I'm not worried about him.
Don't care about
I'm not worried about him. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about the kids. I'm not worried about him. I could care. I tell them I don't want him. I used to go to Tom, Dick, and Harry if they want to. I'm worried about the babies.
Well, Queen, I know you're going to make the best decision for your kids. But I'm curious to know where you're from. Because you said, like
New York.
New York, but you said something that he was trying to get you deported.
Yeah. Oh, that's the first baby father from long time ago, like 12 years ago.
Oh, okay.
No,
where he was trying to get you deported back to?
Back in Jamaica.
Oh, okay. Come on, Jamaica. Okay.
He was just trying stuff.
Got it.
The devil would always try.
Gotcha. But your roots is Jamaica?
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. That's good to know. The guy that you with now?
I know what I got to do, but I was just...
Is he Jamaica?
I'm sorry?
The guy you with now, is he Jamaica?
Oh, hell no. It would never be a damn Jamaican. I always say I'm Jamaican. Love y'all, but they don't treat their women right.
How do Jamaican men treat their women? Tell us. I don't know.
They don't, and I don't want to get into that. This one in St. Lucia, and my first father was Trinidad.
Okay, St. Lucian and Trinidad. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I thank you so much, Queen, for opening up and letting us know. Feel free to call back anytime.
Oh, I finally get to catch you live. Thank you so much, Jen.
All right.
Protect also the drivers. Protect the drivers.
Protect the drivers.
My taser and my bat, because I don't play that. You're not going to do that with me.
I heard that.
On the road. Because the passenger, they argue with you, too. They try to fight you. They try to do all kind of stuff. But you have to, like Mommy was saying, you have to show more fear. Like, you're not into that. You can't make it more hot. You know what I mean? And entertaining, because it will go hard like that. And I've been doing it for like 5 years now, so definitely. And I never have an issue.
You never had an issue with any man trying to get at you a certain way?
Oh yeah, they try.
What they do?
My car. One want to leave my car because I won't give him my number. Yeah. Some of them come in here and tell you to turn a certain way, and if you don't listen to them right away, they curse you out. One called me a bitch and tell me, Wait till we get to my address. I said, you lying. I jump out the car, I had my bat, and I call 911.
And you tell your boyfriend this, and he don't say, nah, you can't work there no more. I fear for your safety. That's not going to happen.
Now, it's one thing if you're single and you doing what you got to do because you got to take care of your home, but it's sad to know you have a man and, you know, you can't say, all right, I'm going to work 8 hours. You could cut down your hours. You know what I mean? Because you're working as a partner, and you're going to do that. But
what was his response when you told him that?
About the incident?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I think he helped me call the cops that day.
Okay.
Because he stay on the phone with me sometimes. That's what most people do, stay on the phone with me sometimes. But like I said, people that have no good intention, they're going to act like they're doing something that they're not. But the eye-opener with me was when telling the kids that I don't care for them. After I do as more than his mama, his sister, they don't even want to help him. They never help him. They never keep him in the house. Nothing.
All right.
They never watch the kids. Nothing. So I don't know how you want to say I don't care for your kids, and nobody else is here with you with them.
Well, Queen, I know you're going to make the best decision. We love you. I'm going to let you go, okay? Good morning. All right. I'm going to go on to the next caller. I still have Nitra here with me, and I have Candace here with me. And let's see who else is here. Who's at the door? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hey, how you doing? Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Tanya, and I'm calling from, well, I'm originally from New York.
Okay, Tanya.
Right now, yeah.
Talk to me.
Yeah, so what I wanted to say is this is a great show, first of all. Very interesting. I like everything. I've been like sitting here watching and just like chatting in the chat box. But I just wanted to say my first point was that, like, you know, shows to me, like, our society is like kind of putting on a pedestal, you know, men that are not doing anything, and our women, you know, myself included, young women, older women, everybody's falling into this trap where, oh, we have to, you know, we have to accept their bad behaviors because they're men, you know. And I'm thinking of like shows that I love to watch, you know, Love After Lockup, Love During Lockup, you know, and these men, they're coming out, and we don't understand that they have a lot of like trauma that they need to get through before jumping into relationships or before trying to lead in a relationship or whatever the woman needs them to do. And I feel that the men are coming out not really dealing with issues.
They're not.
Just going forward. Yeah, they're just acting like nothing's wrong.
Can I tell you what they're doing? They on dating apps, yes, getting in relationships. So when they get out, they have a woman that got the shoes ready. They got the wardrobe out. They got a house for them to stay in. And you hear it all the time. They got it. That's what they're doing. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
You're right. No, you're right. You know, and that's unfortunately what's happened over and over. And I know for myself, a personal story, I was listening to a woman that was speaking. I don't remember her name. She was from New York also. And I had an experience, you know, years ago where I was a single mom, and the guy I was dating at the time, I said, you know, I had to go to work or something. He's like, oh, don't worry, I'll watch the baby. You know, I was like, oh, sure, fine. You know, she was under a year. And long story short, when he brought her back, everything was fine. And then I get a phone call from the girl he was with the whole day. She saw my number come up too many times on his phone. She remembered it, called me back. We had a conversation. Apparently, he told her that the child with him was his child, and the mother wasn't here. And that scared me so bad. That just shook me to the core. And I was like, oh, my goodness. And I was so grateful. Instead of being nasty to her, instead of yelling at her and whatever, this woman, I thanked her. And I said, oh, my God, thank you. I said, because, obviously I'm not going to stay with him. But I said, you let me know that he's untrustworthy. And you let me know that my daughter's not safe with him. And, he got on the phone and, because she pulled him on the phone and stuff. And she's yelling at him about, you didn't tell me you're seeing her. And when he got on the phone with me, I said, do me a favor, drop the car seat off. And I hung the phone off. 10 minutes later, my doorbell rang. I went to the doorbell, car seat, sitting on the stairs. And I was, again, that was a blessing to me. I left that whole situation alone. My daughter was fine. Nothing ever happened to her. Her father, we talked about the situation, and I didn't tell him a whole lot because I didn't want to start getting into the back and forth retaliations. But to me, that was a blessing. And I feel that some women don't look at situations when they occur as opportunities to leave or blessings that you need to learn something from that. It's not about keeping on to these men that, keeping on to these men because, they made a mistake. Because I know some women will be like, he made a mistake. No, that wasn't a mistake. No. The mistake was he didn't think that girl was going to call me and tell me what happened. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like women should be practicing that more. Stop. And, I don't want to preach at women because everyone has their own story. Everyone has their own journey. And I'm not a judgmental person. But to me, that story, that's what I wanted to share. It was a blessing. It really was, because that woman didn't have to call me. That could have turned out so worse. I couldn't have gotten my daughter back, So I just take it that way, And when I watch Love During Lockup, which is the one I'm having issues with, I'm still liking it. But, with the woman and she has her daughter with her, and she's on the camera with this guy all the time and, calling him daddy. And I'm like, you don't know that man. I feel like as women, we open ourselves up too quickly. We open ourselves up too readily. And then when men meet women like myself who are like, no, we're not playing that game, or no, I'm not going to hold your hand every 20 seconds, then now I got a problem because now he want to disrespect me. He want to yell at me. And me, we I have no problem with letting you know what's going to happen, what's not going to happen. But some women aren't like that, So I feel like we just all need to it just needs to be a cycle that's broken. I don't know how it's going to break. I don't know what's going to happen. But I really did want to get that message out there that, when things happen sometimes, it doesn't mean you have to still stay and ride for that guy. It doesn't mean that. Sometimes it means that was your moment to walk. That was your moment.
So can I ask you something, sis? Can I ask you, how long did you know this dude before you asked him to watch your baby?
We dated before I got pregnant, and then we dated when I was pregnant. So it was about 2 years. It was about 2 years.
So you kind of thought you could trust him. Okay.
Yeah, and he was always around and everything. And it's like, at the time, like I said, I was young, At the time, I was, I must have been, I had her at 17, so she's 3 months, so I just turned 18, And I was very trusting. But even at that young age, when that happened, when I tell you that was the lesson of my life, I was like, no more. Not one person will watch her but me and my mother and her father, and that's it, and I really, like I said, I just think we all should have moments where, not saying you're going to dump every guy that you meet, but really look at things objectively and then look at things also
90 seconds.
That was a blessing. Or if he cheats on you and you feel in your gut is telling you leave him alone, because sometimes these fatal attraction stories, when you hear them, you see all the flags. You're like, wait, why is she still with him? We can't, I don't know. I just don't want to keep going on, but I just feel like we can't keep excusing these negative behaviors We do have to
60
we
seconds.
do have to protect ourselves, but protecting yourself also means protecting your heart. And it also means, I think, having the courage to just say, you know what, you cheated on me, I don't like it, and it's gonna hurt, but I need to move on. And moving on, to me, in peace. Like not going to his house, screaming at him, throwing things at him, F you, and because see, that starts stuff. You know what I'm saying? Just say what you mean and mean it and walk away. You know, and then if he follows or anything else, then you get the police or whoever you want to get involved, you do that. But I think some women don't do that. They make it like not a game, but they make it easily accessible where, oh, I'm going to cheat on her and we're going to argue.
10
gonna throw
seconds.
things at me, lock me out, and then in, 20 minutes I'm going to come to the door banging, and then she's going to let me in because she don't want me waking the neighbors. Like that's too much. So that's how I feel. Thank you guys so much for giving me the moment to talk. I hope I didn't repeat myself too much, but I just want to get my story out there.
Not at all.
Just to let people know, blessings are there. They really are. And you just got to, it's hard. I hope I'm not coming across judgmental. Because I'm not. I'm just saying, I've been through that. That experience, that shook me, and I was like, wait, you cannot be stupid. You have a being here waiting on you. She doesn't know anything going on. You can't be stupid anymore, And I vetted everybody else after that, and her dad actually was a whole lot more, it actually had a positive effect because he was a whole lot more in her life, in our lives when that happened. And I told him, he was just like, okay, no problem. And he just came around, it kicked him up. His man gene or whatever came out more because he told me, he's like, you was handling things. You was doing things. You didn't need me, And then when I told him, he's like, okay. And then we co-parented for years, and everything was fine and, whatever. So that's it.
Well, I thank you so much for calling in and telling your story and letting us in. I appreciate that, And
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and so many people can relate. So many people have made bad choices as well and have learned from it. And and that's just life. And we appreciate you. All right. I'm going to let you go. Thank you. All right, I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to add another caller. All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Good morning. Good morning. Are you there? Hello? 217. Hello? I want to put the whole number out. All right. Nisha, Candace, are you guys there?
I'm still here.
Okay, Nisha here. Am I saying your name right? Because you got to correct me.
It's Nitra.
Nitra. Okay. I guess Candace is gone. Candace not here anymore. Yeah, so any other last talks, Nitra?
Girl, it's scary out here. That's all I can say. It's scary out here. It really is, because I don't know. I'm kind of worried about some of my sisters, honey. I'm scared.
But they need you, Nitra. They need you. They need to hear your voice. They need shit. I need you, Nitra. God damn it. Look. They need you. God damn it. They need you. They need more voices like you. We don't see it. We don't see it in the Instagram or social media or the reality shows or the YouTube. We don't hear your voice. We don't see people like you. We need you.
Most of us girls are retired. You know what I mean? I'm a throwback. Straight up, I'm a throwback. And I don't hide that, that I'm just who I am. And a lot of us, the aunties, the big mamas, we retired. Don't nobody want to hear what we got to say no more.
They do want to hear what you got to say.
Saying ain't popular no more. But you know what I'm saying? What we got to say, it ain't popular. When we trying to tell them, hey, don't be in such a hurry. That peen he toting is not the last one made. And if you keep living, you're going to find another one better. They all excited. They got to jump on that one. This the best one they ever seen, and they got to have it right now. Don't nobody want to hear what we trying to tell them. When we saying stuff like, hey, baby, why you leaving your kids with people you don't know? Little stuff like that. Ain't nobody, you know what I'm saying? They don't really hear what we trying to say. When we talking, they go in one ear and out the other. When we try to tell, a lot of our younger sisters, like, hey, the first time that man cuss at you, you need to be packing. Because he cussing at you, he working his way up to something.
You right.
But don't nobody think like that no more. They don't think like that no more. Ain't nothing we can say to try to convince people that, sometimes just because something is old don't make it bad. Like we used to take pride in how we look leaving the house and don't realize that even that sends a message to men of how they have to approach you. When you take pride in your appearance, and that's not to say that a scumbag still won't walk up on you when you dress to the nines, but you giving them an indication of how you value yourself because of how you carrying yourself.
Uh-huh.
And in reality, it actually, I think, holds more weight now than it did back then because some of these cats now are real life scumbags.
Yeah, you're right.
Real life scumbags. They get whole YouTube channels and come on here and preach hate about black women all day long, every day. We the worst thing walking. Is something wrong with our hair? Is something wrong with our skin? Is something wrong with our features until they see them on a woman that ain't black? Everything about us is wrong until they can put it on somebody who ain't black.
You're right. And I just want to let you know, Nietzsche, it's so many people in the chat room. They say they need to hear your voice. They say they are listening. So I don't want you to ever go around feeling like nobody want to listen to you. They do. And I bet you bet dollar, it's a whole bunch of people, not even on this live, that need to hear your voice. You can save so many lives. You have no idea the power you have within you. You probably do. I don't know.
I mean, I just try to spread love because, like I say, I love my folks. I love my sisters. The people who know me, some of them in here know me. The people who know me know, I love my people first. I love my people first. And it's like I want us to do better, but we got to be honest with ourselves. Sitting up making excuses for men that's attacking folks, that ain't cool. And I see you, Miss Thing 318. You're right. It's not all men. My husband is a wonderful man. And I love his dirty drawers. But that don't mean that I'm going to sit up here and pretend like that we don't have a whole large majority of men who are pure predators.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we just got to call a thing a thing.
And what do you want to say to those men that may be listening that might be who you're talking about?
I mean, if you a predator, you can always lock yourself up like the werewolves do when the full moon come out. But if you're not just a complete predator and you just slightly dusty, sometimes self-examination is key. Women have to examine themselves. Sometimes as a man, examine yourself. Look at yourself and see, and you examine and you assess yourself. Don't wait for nobody else to tell you that you're not cutting the mustard. Don't wait for somebody else to tell you you're not working hard enough. Don't wait for a woman to come along and tell you that you're not ambitious enough. You know if you're ambitious enough. If you've been working at a warehouse and you've been on that same job for 5 years and you ain't tried to continue education, you ain't tried to open a business, you ain't tried to open a side business, a side hustle, you won't even sell fish plates out your mama kitchen window, you ain't doing nothing, you already know. You already know you ain't doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? So it's a matter of examine yourself. Check yourself. If you see you not doing what you need to do, step your game up. And then don't try to engage with no women to date, marry, or nothing when you don't have what it takes. You know what I'm saying?
I
if you
absolutely.
Know you got what it takes, that's all they need to do. Stop approaching women when you have a man. and then expecting her to be the other half of the man for you.
And what
And then
about?
sitting around calling her masculine.
That's true. Go ahead. I ain't gonna cut you off. Go ahead.
No,
But
go ahead, sis.
I wanted to add about them having so many babies and then blaming the women. Said, well, she said she was on a pill. Well, she know I ain't want no damn babies.
Yeah, that's crazy because you know you didn't want one either. And at a certain point, yeah, we can look at those sisters and say, okay, why did you allow this to happen? But at what point do men take responsibility for their own reproductive, role? You take a role in reproduction. That woman didn't steal your joy juice. You gave it to her. And they don't consider the fact that by the time you do want to straighten out and build a life for yourself, now you got to turn around and deal with baby mama situations because, hey, she still may be injured or angry or damaged or have trauma because of how you treated her before you straighten yourself out. A lot of men straighten themselves out after the fact, but you didn't consider how much damage you did to this woman's psyche while you were still messed up. And it's all about taking responsibility. Like we were talking earlier about self-defense. You're supposed to plan on how you're going to get home before you leave the house. You need to plan on what you're going to do reproductively with yourself responsibly before you start busting it open. You ought to have a plan that includes more than Netflix and chill.
You're right.
That's all
And
I'm
what
saying.
they say, what about they
I feel like
say?
we too irresponsible.
Right. I love your talking points. I'm a fan. Okay. I'm a fan. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pretend and I'm just going to act like the talking points that I hear them talk about. Right. Well, I just feel the government and black women, they against black men. First of all, I shouldn't have to pay child support. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they do say that. They say that a lot. And my answer to that is actually you shouldn't have to pay child support. Nobody shouldn't have to beg you to feed a child that you made. You know that child got to eat every day. It's actually more embarrassing that a woman needed to go to the court.
But that's not my responsibility. As a woman, she should be able to cook and take care of the baby. And that's it. I don't need to be putting my money, my hard work and money to get her. I'm not even with old girl no more.
And that's a very good point. And he could have used that same hard-working money to buy prophylactics. And then nobody wouldn't be asking him to buy.
But ain't nobody doing all that. I mean, come on, let's be for real now. This real life shit, Ain't nobody doing all that. She wanted my baby. She had my baby because she wanted us to be close. I told Shorty I ain't like that. But, things happen. One thing led to another. She said she was on a pill. Next thing I know, she calling me talking about, I got her back. And I'm like, how I know it's mine?
And see, after that DNA testing, you're going to know it's yours. But then the answer for men like that is always going to be, it don't matter what she said. Why didn't you take responsibility for your own reproduction and your own reproductive rights? Why didn't you take responsibility? Are you a man or are you a child? Is she your mother or is she your woman? Why did you need her to mother you? So,
Cause men, black men, we don't think like that. You know what I'm saying? Black men, we men. And, and it's the time. And, she turning me on. And, men, we so weak. Thing land to the other. You know what I'm saying? And she know this. These women know this. They know how to get a man because we weak-minded when it comes to the freaky stuff. It is all a setup. And she know I'm a good one. She trying to take my money. That's what it is. She's still mad because I don't want her. That's what it is.
You're so crazy. But then the question would be, how can you be a good man and somebody who has no self-control at the same time? Animals don't have self-control. So are you an animal or are you a good man? You can't be both.
Oh, man, you know what? Martin Luther King, he had different women. Every man I know got a whole bunch of women. That's just how men is. And can I tell you something? Let's go back to Africa. We supposed to have multiple women's by different women's. That's just how we is as black men, period. You know, we come from Africa. All that stuff, this America, this white man, you know. But we gotta go back to our roots.
In Africa, but when we go back to West Africa to our roots, those men can afford multiple wives. You can't afford to buy Pampers, so you clearly can't afford to pay for multiple wives.
Man, I ain't hearing all that. I got money. You see my Instagram, I flashing all this money. It's just a thing. I just feel like I don't want to give my money to her. You know, I care about my baby. And I take my baby to Chuck E. Cheese. And I see them on Christmas and stuff. But they don't need to go to private school. They don't, all this stuff she doing, this extra stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's it.
Then you sound just like her. I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying not to laugh because it's like everything you said is spot on. It's like one of them wrote the script for you. And it's messed up because the reality and Miss Thing, I'm not calling them animals. What I'm saying is the animal doesn't have self-control. So anytime a man compares himself to anything that doesn't have self-control, he's comparing himself to an animal. And if you pay attention to them, a whole lot of them will call themselves, oh, I'm a savage, I'm a beast. So they call themselves animals. I'm not calling them animals. I'm saying that when you exhibit behavior and you're saying that you don't have control over your baser instincts, you're calling yourself an animal, period. And see, the reason why they get away with that is because it's always somebody sitting there to try to, take up for them and, oh, they not wrong and don't be that tough on them. When in reality, you men, we supposed to be able to be a little tough on you. Just a little bit. And it's pitiful because those situations where they're like, oh, that's extra, all that silly talk, that's what creates the type of men who turn into these animals that we're looking on the screen. Now, these are animals. They attack women. That's what creates them. That's what creates the environments that make them feel like, oh, we're perpetual victims. We don't earn enough money. We don't earn any property. Nobody pays attention to us. Nobody respects us. That's what creates that, because as a parent, as a father, as a mother, you don't help your child to have the opportunities that they need. I got full-grown kids. I had to create their opportunity. It wasn't always an opportunity. You had to create one. You have to spend the extra money to put them in extracurricular classes, to send them to dance class, to send them to, to send them to elocution if you got a little girl that's a little rough around the edges, or to make sure they get tutoring if they have a hard time in math, or to make sure that they're getting, exposure to other cultures. Like, those are the things that we have to do as parents. Sometimes you will send them to private school. If you know you got a child that excels in academics and the school in your zone.
Yeah, really, but I went to public school. You see what I'm saying? And them private schools, they act all uppity and she can't be around. I want my kids to be around black people. I'm not having that shit. Nah, it ain't going no private. Did she talk to me about it? I'm supposed to be the father, but ain't nobody running shit through me. That's the shit I'm talking about. It's the disrespect for the black man. That's my child.
Yeah.
And you see the government against us, the government against us, the white man against us, the black woman against us. Why can't you just sit there and be submissive and act like women, huh? Is that so hard?
You got me hollering, because I swear you sound just like them. Now let me ask you this. Have you ever seen or noticed that black men who really are alpha males never have to beg anybody to submit?
Mm-hmm.
They'll never have to beg nobody. They never. The only people you hear begging for submission are men who ain't worthy of it. And it tickles me every single time.
Mm-hmm.
It's pitiful. Oh, my gosh. I enjoyed clowning up here with you this
I
morning.
enjoy it with you, too. I enjoy with you.
Never sleep. I'm always wide awake.
Well, that's good. I'm here for you. And you better start calling back, too.
I'm going to check in.
I need you to always be here. Bumper check in. We need
I'm
you.
going to try, like, because sometimes I be live, but what I do when I get off, I just come over here and see what you're doing, because that's what I do some nights anyway.
Uh-huh.
But in reality, like, you know, we can talk and laugh about it, but, like, it's not the kind of thing that we can solve in one day.
Of course
like, we
not.
didn't get in this condition in one day. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, you can't cry about it. All we can do is make the most of it and make sure we keep our women safe, because I'm never going to put the feelings of a male who is dangerous over the safety of our sisters. Like, that's a non-starter.
And let's not forget, Nitra, you have a whole machine. You have a whole system that's against you. And if you're sitting up here and you think you don't have a machine or something that's against you, I don't know what to tell you.
Right. We got everything set up against us. It's like a black woman faces the same difficulties that black men face. And
I really feel the black woman is going to face worse in the future. I feel that America have realized and underestimate the power or the influence of black women. They are seeing a lot of black women in government and moving up, and they don't like it.
It's true. They don't. And the thing is, we've always been resented for our power. Like the same people that will use you and try to treat you like a mule for your power will turn around and resent you for your power. And that's always been a black woman's story. Like we've carried our people on our backs, and then they turn around and called us masculine because we had the strength to do it.
Yeah.
That's really always been our story.
What's your thoughts about this? And the future, you know, they've tried to did it in the past where they're going to make it harder for women to work. And when it comes to jobs, it's going to be a little bit like back in the day. They're going to just give it to a man just because. And what they want to do is they want to go back and they want women to depend on men. So they feel that how can we do it? We have to take power from the women so they can become more dependent on the men.
But the only problem with that when it comes to our community is, like, just being realistic, like we just talked about tonight, you know, ad nauseum, is the fact that we don't have enough black men that could really take our place. Let's be honest.
Yeah, that's true. But the system don't care about that. If you at level 6, right? If you at level 6 and the man is at level 3, they're gonna knock that ass down to level 2 or 1. It's almost like you can't be better. You can't be better than your man. If your man at 3, then you can't go above that.
But this is the problem. The only problem with that is the education level, because there's some jobs that require degrees, and when we got them and they don't, this ought to be interesting.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have to continue to fight for your rights. I'm just saying, this is what I see coming down the pipeline. This is what they want to have. It doesn't necessarily mean it has to be here, but please don't get too comfortable in thinking that. You know what I mean? It's something real crazy coming through the pipeline.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think no sisters is getting comfortable. Like, we've been fighting. We've always had to fight. Like, that's always been our story. That's always been our narrative. And I don't think our narrative is ever going to change. It's never going to change. We're going to always be fighting. So, you know, I think some sisters may rest on their laurels, but most of us don't. And it's a proven fact. So, like, you know, they would like to do a lot of things to us, but I feel like we've been blessed. I mean, and I don't think there's any way to get around the fact that we have truly been blessed. Everything they sent to destroy us has elevated us.
Mm-hmm.
And there's
And I'm
very few
sure,
people in the world that got that story.
I'm sure your ancestors is just so crazy because they fought to have the freedom that y'all have. They have fought to have the freedom that y'all have. The freedom that you guys, they never had that choice. They never had that.
Right. That's true. And when you look back at it, our foremothers, they fought and they had less to work with, and they still raised phenomenal children. They still, they paved the road that we walk on. And they had a whole lot less to work with. So if they did it, they made us, we're a product of them. We've been doing it, we're going to keep doing it.
Yeah, and how often as a community do we acknowledge and uplift and don't forget, those that came before us? I feel like we don't do it enough. Or I don't even see people doing it at all, to be honest with you. It's almost like we want to erase history,
Yeah. It's true. It's true. We see a lot of that, but I feel like we can highlight the fact that the majority aren't, or we can take time and, big up the ones that do. Because there are still some that do. Like even in social media, there's still a footprint of younger Black folks that still pay homage and pay attention to our history. So we see a lot of them that are knuckleheads, and we can laugh about the knuckleheads, but there's still a whole lot of them that are still on the right track. Like,
and that's why we need
no way
you.
We can have the numbers like that.
And that's why we need you. So don't you go nowhere, okay? You need it. You need it.
I ain't going nowhere.
You have a duty, okay? And do you feel like the Black community, each one of us feel like we have a duty? Do you feel like we have a responsibility and obligation, or you feel like we don't have that?
I would say in the past we had more people that understood that. Now we have very few people who understand that we are all responsible for these children. Now I will say this: once you're grown, I'm not responsible for you, especially if you're a man. Absolutely not. But but I think there's a few people who still understand that, but not as many as it used to be. And like I said, we can sit up and we can cry about the ones that ain't doing right, or we can take the few that are doing right and work with them, because that's really all we can do. Like the people, like they used to tell us, you can't make somebody want something. You can't make people want something they don't want. So if they don't want to do no better, like, you got to work with the ones who do.
You're right.
And when they grow up and they turn into these predators, we got to call them what they are and let them be.
Mm-hmm. Now, somebody in chat.
Look like us.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead.
If they look like us, what are you saying?
No, I was just saying, everybody that look like us ain't us. There's some Black-looking people, but they not Black people. Some of all your skin folks ain't your kin folks.
Mm-hmm. Someone in the chat says no. Every man for themselves. That's from Not T.
I see that, and you know what? A lot of people feel that way, but thank goodness everybody don't. I don't feel that way. Now, I'm not going to take up and be trying to fight no battle for no grown man. You're supposed to be out here fighting for the sisters. We have no business hiding you behind our skirt tail, and I won't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, will I look out for children? Because I'm a mother, I believe every woman is responsible for these children. No problem. I don't even have a problem looking out for my younger sisters because I am an elder. However, you're a grown man. I'm going to need you to handle that.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe the older men or maybe their elders can, advise them. But I don't feel like women should have to do that.
Michelle says my obligations is to set up an organization, community for those that want it themselves.
I love it.
And I want to know, did you hear?
That's the kind of mindset.
Go ahead. Go off. Talk about it.
No, I was agreeing with her. Like, I agree with that. That's the kind of mindset we need.
I agree. What's your
Oh
thought?
no, not listen, girl. Not. She said that's the mentality of today's society. That's not how she feels.
Oh, okay. I
See?
got it. Thank you for
Not see on
clearing that
point.
up. Now, did you hear about Pastor or Bishop Noel Jones?
Yeah, child.
What's your thoughts about that? If you guys did not know, Bishop Noel Jones, he's a pastor, a man of God. And I was at my friend's YouTube channel, Layla Lynn, and she was talking about it. And his girlfriend of, 28 years, he's 72 now. He just decided to marry her. And she was talking about how she didn't like the proposal because he made a joke out of it, like he proposed. And he put the real ring. It's a real ring. But he put in a jack-in-the-box in front of the whole congregation. And pretty much he was saying that it's time for him to settle down so he can have somebody to take care of him. So what's your thoughts?
That's her fault. I don't even blame him. I don't blame him. That's her fault. Because if you had waited till you was had one foot in the grave and the other foot on a banana peel, and then you come with jokes and a jack-in-the-box box, child, please, he would have been on his own. First of all, I wouldn't have been there waiting on you to figure out that you wanted to get married right before you drop dead. We got, as black women, we got to stop doing stuff like that. No way. Absolutely no way. Could you see doing that for a man, sitting up staying with him till he almost dead?
No, I didn't think it was. I didn't think it was the church or Christian way to. Because I'm thinking, they say in the church way, you don't supposed to be doing a do before marriage. So I'm thinking for those 28 years, he was not doing a do.
Oh no, he was hunching. He was hunching.
No, I don't believe it.
Yeah.
How can you him? Okay, they say he's like people say Pastor Noel Jones, he's not like other bishops. Like he's something special. He got that special anointing. You get what I'm saying? You know how people talk about different pastors and they like, no, not that pastor right there. That's different. He's really anointed by God. So I don't know. I can't.
I ain't buying that one, sis. Because at the end of the day, first off, I'm not finna sit up under no bishop that's up there fornicating. You supposed to be trying to help everybody else not fornicate, and you out there having the girls do dirty things. Come on now. How can I take you serious? How you gonna counsel people on being married, and you out there doing the sneaky, freaky? How? I don't know. Maybe I'm the wrong one to ask. I'm a Baptist.
Right. No, I agree, but, I guess growing up, you've been groomed. I know I've been groomed to see different people like, oh my goodness, they're not human. They're above human because they're closer to God and they're this and that, even though I know it's false. But, that's how it's brought up, to see different people and to just imagine your pastor or a person that's so close to God fornicating, then going back up on a pulpit to preach, and for doing that for that long,
Yeah. See, that's too strong for me because I don't know how I'm gonna listen to you hoop on the first Sunday. Like when you go start and listen, I would have to walk out. Like I can't take you seriously. Reverend.
And you know what? I wonder who else gonna get married. What's that man? He used to be gay, but he ain't gay no more.
Talking about Andrew Caldwell?
No, the other one.
Who?
The other one. Y'all know the church man. I don't know his name.
Now it's a lot of them that got stories now.
Right. He's a singer. We fall down, but we get up.
Ain't that Donnie McClurkin?
Yes, Donnie.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe he gonna get married next. I
Well, you
don't
know,
know.
I heard that he said he was looking to date. You didn't hear that story recently?
I heard it, but I'm gonna tell you, I'm careful about saying something about them people supposed to be anointed. I don't want no trouble. Okay, I don't know if they got God's cell phone number. I don't want no smoke. I'm just gonna say that I can't sit up underneath some of them. That's all I can say. I can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I'm just telling you, I can't do it. If Noah Jones supposed to be so anointed, and you ain't managed to find a way to pray and keep yourself from, dropping your zipper and shacking and stuff, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how that anointing works.
But I think probably Noah Jones. What's his name? Bishop McClurkin. Donnie McClurkin. I think he'll probably get with a woman when he don't have any more desire left. I think when all his testosterone is ran out and he don't lust anymore, then he'll get with a woman. And I wondered about Noah Jones because he's 72, and I'm like, maybe that testosterone ain't kicking like it used to, and maybe he just ready to settle down. Because when you get, even when men get to a certain age, they say that shit don't work the same no more. I've talked to older men, and I was like, hey, does the shit kick again? They like, no, the rubber don't hit the road like it used to. It's different. They don't want to be doing it like that.
But that's the thing with older men, and that's a lot of men, even if they're not saved. You got men that are like, once they finish hoeing round, now they can get married. And they don't want to get married till they finish hoeing round. They'll have the same woman 20 years, never propose, nothing. And then once the old captain don't salute no more, then they come bringing out rings, little crackerjack rings. Because they need somebody to help them change their opinions.
Yeah.
And I blame them sisters, because why would you stay there that long? Why would you let a man drag you that long? Where's your pride?
I heard this story about Martin Luther King, and somebody was telling, I don't know how true it is, but they was like, what's Martin Luther King's wife's name? I forgot her name, but they said she's a strong sister. And I want Coretta, and I want you guys to look up to Coretta, because Coretta knew Martin Luther King was cheating on her all that time. But she had to get up there and fake it. And she knew it was bigger than her. She had to do it because it was bigger than her. And that's a strong sister. To stay there, to smile, and neglect her needs and wants for the community. To stay with Martin. To have this image of a black couple that's faithful together. And I was like, what's your thoughts on that?
God bless her. I wouldn't have did it. God bless her.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just being honest. I couldn't have done it. I had an aunt that did that, and she let my uncle bring the men home, not the men, but the babies, the children he got in the street home, and she raised them and everything. That was old school. A lot of them old sisters did that. I can't do it. I'm sure my husband know he better not bring no children home. But it was a different time. A lot of those sisters did that though.
Yeah.
God bless them.
And they said that Martin Luther King, race don't matter, but I guess he cheated with, Caucasian women a lot too.
Yeah, that's what they said. Now, I don't know if it's true, but that's the word on it.
Yeah, and they said his wife knew all about it.
I believe it, but like when you think about your life, when a man messing up, and usually we know everything about the heifer he messing up with.
Yeah, you're right about that.
It's a shame because Coretta's a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
And that's the best he could do for her.
You're right. All right. You know what? I may have to ask you to call back in because I want to get more phone lines up here. But see this, I'm on Blog Talk Radio. At a certain time, they cut it off where people cannot call in. So I have to change it over. Nitra, did I say that name right? Nitra.
Yeah, Mitra.
Nitra. Oh my God, you are a blessing. Okay. Can you guys please give Nitra a big love and say good morning, Nitra? Nitra, you don't understand how much you're a blessing, okay? Look, listen, if you have a YouTube channel, please let us know.
I do. My channel is my name, Shanitra. Seanitra.
Please, y'all,
Ain't
follow.
nothing fancy.
Follow.
Just me.
Say that name again. Tell them to follow you, okay? Go ahead.
My name is Shanitra. I'm going to type it in the chat. Well, actually, I mean, when I put it in there, so my name going to pop up. So it's in the chat. It's Shanitra. It's just my name. Everybody's welcome.
Okay, that's it. That's all it is on YouTube. It's Shanika. But is it a lot of other names going to pop up?
No, just my name.
All right. Moderators, can you please support and put in the chat room her YouTube name? I don't want to say it because I don't want to mess it up. But moderators, please promote it. All right. I'm going to let you go while I try to redo these phone lines. And I thank you.
All right.
All right. So I know some people say, I want to call in.
Thank you for using Blog Talk Radio. Goodbye.
I'm going to create it to call in too. I'm going to let you do it. And guess what? I think my cousin just got off of work. So I'm going to call her up. All right. So where my moderators at? Do I have any moderators? Do I need to add more moderators? Comment, let us know. All right. I think I need to add more moderators. Please like this video. We are begging for likes. Where my moderators? I don't got no moderators. All right. Would you believe? Okay, there we go. Species unknown. Species unknown. I love you. Okay. All right. I'm going to go here. Let me create. Add more moderators. Okay, Busy Bee. Can you support Nitra YouTube channel, Busy Bee? You know, so people can follow her, you know, because she has a good word. So I'm adding the phone lines. Okay, and I will be adding more moderators. I think I'm going to add like 3 or 4. So tonight or before I get off this live, I will be adding moderators. I don't know who I'm going to add. The Spirit going to tell me who to add, and I'm going to add. All right. So I'm just getting this live together. All right, so let me do that. Please like this video. We are begging for likes. I'm still up here begging. I am begging. Thank you, Species Unknown. Got the link and everything. Got the link and everything.
33 seconds.
All right, so the phone lines are open right now. So feel free to call in. The phone lines are open right now. And I'm going to do a phone. I'm going to call Lady E, if you guys don't mind. My cousin, Lady E.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds.
I was trying to get her up here earlier.
3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
Please stay with us, you guys. Please like this video. We begging for likes. And while we begging, I definitely got to give a shout out. Let's give a big old shout out to Danielle donating $20.
Hello.
Hey, Lady E, how you doing?
What's going on, cuz?
Good
morning.
Good morning. Everybody say good morning, Lady E. All right. I have
good morning,
Lady
everybody.
E. Yeah, I have Lady E on the line. All right, so Lady E, just give me a second one time. All right, I want to give a big old thank you to Danielle donating $20, but she said it's for Candace. So Candace, I owe you $20, girl. Okay, Candace, if you can leave me your Cash App, give me your Cash App, Candace, because I got $20 in my Cash App from Danielle to yeah, Danielle gave you $20, girl. Okay? So, Candace, if you're still here, please drop your Cash App so I can give you this money, child. All right? Let's give a big old thank you to Pepper Love, donating $10. Thank you, Pepper Love. All right, shout out to Pepper Love. Keep up the great work. All right, let's give a big old thank you to Melody, donating $5. Thank you, Melody. All right. All right, so y'all ready to go? Feel free to donate Pink Lips 500. You know? And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put this down here. All right, I'm going to put this up. All right, so I also going to put Lady E, her Cash App here. If you guys remember her from yesterday, if you guys want to Cash App her, you see it at the bottom. And Candace, is Candace up here? Candace, I need that Cash App. Come, I got $20 for you. Okay, Danielle gave you $20, girl. Okay, y'all better call in and talk, you know. If people Cash App me and they say it's for somebody else, I'm not going to steal your money. I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to give it to you. All right, so we got a phone line, so I'm going to start answering the phones. And I'm just going to have Lady E jump in this thing. All right. Good morning.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
All right, tell me your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Kista, and I'm calling from Newark, New Jersey.
Okay, Kista. All right. Everybody say, hey, Kista. Kista, what's on your mind?
Okay, so first of all, I didn't catch you from the beginning, so can you catch me up to speed? Because what I was listening to was two women making excuses for the black men.
Talk about it. Okay, so you know we started off this live talking about the Uber. It was a black man Uber driver. I'm gonna put him up on the screen. Yeah, and
I caught that part.
Okay, yeah. So I just reiterate, just in case somebody else up in here knew. He came into a lady called for a Lyft. He pretended to be the Lyft. Got up in the car. He drove her, locked the doors, took her cell phone, took her to a abandoned place, and he did the horrible thing to the front, and he did it to the back. Okay, understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, and from that we were talking, and then some people were talking about, you know, just give men a chance, and black men are going through so much, and that's how it kind of got into that.
Okay, let's talk about that. Okay. It's kind of crazy that we as women, especially black women, right? They try to smother us. They try to tell us that we can't reach to the highest heights, you know, because if you want more, then you're a gold digger, right? So now for us, the ones that's not out here, because I heard what she was saying about everybody got BBLs. No, baby, I got a natural fatty. I don't got to get no injections, no implants, none of that. Us as black women, right, the ones that's not out here chasing after the street thugs and the street pharmacists and all that, we out here working hard. We just want a decent man, okay? He don't have to be I don't want to say Denzel Washington because everybody should want a Denzel. We don't want the superstars. We don't want the Drakes. We don't want none. We want a decent, hard-working man, right? And what we wind up doing, because they tell us Stop going after what you really want and go after something that ain't what you really like going after, right? So then you start settling. Well, you know what? I see Omar right here. He ain't really my type, but he seemed like he nice. Girl, them be the worst ones. Them be the worst ones. Them ones that's not even on your level. Oh, you just got to love them. Somebody got to show them love. No, because I'm not his mama. You can't raise a man. You really can't.
No,
I'm
you
not
can't.
his mama. That was his mother's job, okay? So here I come. He's already damaged. I'm not responsible for his emotional disability. I'm not responsible because he doesn't see in himself what he's supposed to see. So here I come. Let me just love him. Let me show him that together we can be a force, right? Why the hell Omar going to turn around and use me for what the hell I got? Omar is using me like I'm the goddamn enemy. So you can't even go that route. The only thing you are responsible for is yourself. The only thing you can do is love yourself. You can try to give love, but when that shit is not reciprocated, you have to move on. That's it.
True.
We are not responsible for these men. Women and men was dragged into slavery. Huh? Do you not understand that? Not just men. Women and men was raped, was held the hell down and held back. Now, did the government devise a plan to get the black man out the home? Yes. Yes. But why the hell did the black man have to turn around and look at the black woman like she was the enemy? Are we not responsible for trying to take care of our kids and keep the roof over our heads? Like, come on,
But
like,
you know what I think? That's why. That when they took the black man out the home, the black woman had to become the head. That's just out of order. Everybody just out of their natural role. You got black men that father ain't raised them. They don't know how to be a man. And you have women that are unfortunately kind of having to be in both roles. If the man ain't in the house, she got to try to, well, you can't really be the father, but women get into a place where they're kind of out of their natural feminine state. That's what happens.
True, but guess what? Are we not surviving? Are we out here killing every damn thing? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the
Are
K
we
word.
not out here? We're not out here taking everybody out because we wasn't raised right. When I was growing up, my mama was a single parent. Okay, she waited till she was in her 30s. I never seen my mother smoke. I never seen my mother drink, do nothing. She ran across the wrong people. We know why? Because she was dealing with her own stuff that she never healed from. And she was so desperate to have friends. These people got her hooked on drugs. And it changed her personality, changed how she was, and changed how she raised us. Now, it was 3 of us, okay, and I'm the oldest. Why would I then in return want to be like that? I done told myself, because once you become an adult, you are responsible. It ain't about my mama did this, my mama did that. It's about what the hell I want to be in this world. We can't keep making excuses about this person ain't grow up with a father. I didn't have a damn father. It was just my mother. And I didn't turn out on drugs. I didn't hang on the street. I didn't rob nobody. I didn't become a stripper, and shout out to the strippers, honey, because they do anything. But I didn't become any of those things. We have to take responsibility.
But listen, I had a girlfriend, not to cut you off, but that's how you were raised, you know. And I could go into my story, and it's a whole nother ball game, like literally. But what my point is, just like you were saying, once you become grown, you have the responsibility to heal. A lot of people don't know to do that. So they become grown. Age don't make you mature. You got a chronological age, that is that number, and you got an age that is your maturity level. And that don't necessarily correlate. That don't mean 40 don't equal mature, 60 don't equal mature, 55 don't equal healed. So, like you said earlier, how you got this damaged, broken man, it's their responsibility to heal. You're correct, but people don't move in the same kind of way. And you lived a life. You saw that life. You wanted to stay away from it. I had a girlfriend I grew up with since 5th grade, and they had 2-parent household, 4-story house, ain't wanted for nothing. I mean, back in the day where I didn't even have, I'm waiting on a bar of soap trying to get it from the dollar store or something. They got cabinets full of this, body wash, this back in the day, and I'm like, oh my God. All 3 of those children grew up to sell drugs for no reason. Didn't have to, didn't need it. They didn't see it. They went towards it. You saw it and you didn't. So you don't know what, you know what I'm saying, people dealing with when you get into relationships with them.
Right, but that's my point. I am not responsible for what you decide to do with your life. You understand what I'm saying? I was sitting back here listening to how the woman was saying something about who gonna love our black boys. Honey, I got 3 boys. And I'm damn lucky they don't hang on the street. They not in no gang and they not on no drugs because it starts at home. But guess what? I grew up in a broken home. You have to decide what you want for your life. Now, growing up, I seen everything everybody else saw. Did I look up to the street pharmacist? No, but you got some that did. They done dropped out of school because their whole goal was to be a street pharmacist. It's not your responsibility to take on these broken individuals because all they do is turn around and break you. I've seen the same thing. I grew up with a guy. We lived in the same neighborhood. His mother worked, made good money. He had brand new sneakers, the expensive sneakers before the street pharmacist, and he still grew up to want to be with the street pharmacist. That's his decision, and however his life turned out, that's his business. We got to stop as black women trying to heal everybody. We can't heal everybody. We end up being broken. Damn, I tried to give this person a chance. I done did everything. I was loyal. I kept it real. I provided. I did this. I did that. And they will break you. They will take you. They will use you. And they will.
That's because you ain't supposed to be doing that. You absolutely right. We all done been there. Probably every woman on this call done been, or man as well, done been in a situation where you've given your all to someone and you didn't get that in return. And guess where you messed up at? Number one, expecting somebody to do you like you do them. That's ridiculous, but we all go into situations like that, trying to get something back, and then you're not supposed to be given. Like I said, the roles are switched, like as a complete culture. The way that we think is completely wrong. When you go into a situation and you're trying to serve a man, you can't buy no man. You can't do that. But what do we holler? I'm a boss. I was guilty of that. And when I was saying I was a boss, it wasn't necessarily about the money. It was about I was so hurt and had been done so wrong. I had to develop that outer harder shell to convince myself, you know what I'm saying, of what I'm worth. Sisters going through a lot too. That man broke, but he connects with a broken woman. Somebody who is appropriate in their attachment style and healthy would see that a mile away and walk away from it. Like, no, I don't like that. This ain't going to work. What causes a sister to say, I'm going to love him through this? What causes a sister to stay there and be like, oh, we can make it? What causes her to say that is seeing his brokenness and her brokenness. She's not trying to heal him. She want to heal herself too. Like, people swear they love hard. I don't like that phrase because it's not a thing. Saying you love hard is acknowledging and unconsciously acknowledging your damage. You saying you love hard means you stay too long where you should have been got up from. That means you accept too much that you should have been stopped taking. That's what saying I love hard means. So when you think about it, they are the broken with the broken. And the only reason you could speak with so much conviction regarding it is because you've been through it and you learned from it and you saw the mistakes that you were making. But one thing for sure, women can't do that. You know, you can't buy a man. I've done that. Oh, I fixed him a meal. I bought him a birthday gift. I paid a special day. He walked off and cheated with a chick that wasn't doing shit for him because they're broken. You see what I'm saying? He don't know how to accept the good, And what a lot of black women do is cast our pearls before swine. We take our best shit, our best meal, our best outfit, our best little swirl, dip on, riding on the top type thing. We give it all away, and then we looking like, I ain't getting nothing in return. No, sis, because you're giving it away for free. And you mentioned the dancers. They are doing good. And you got women on TikTok that got 28 likes on it, and she riding like a rodeo. That's our damn problem. Black women want to ride like a rodeo on TikTok. Grown women over 40 following some little 20-something-year-old entertainers. Everybody want to ride like a rodeo. Why would you stand your black ass up there and get to grinding, talking about riding? Like, come on, man. It's a sad situation on both sides, black women and black men. And what I ain't going to never do is kick a black man while he down or a black sister. I ain't with it. Like you say, we got enough of it.
It's not. Yeah, it's not about kicking nobody. I'm kicking anybody when they're down. But when I'm just making my point as to say, like, we gotta stop with the feeling too much sympathy for people, because we all have to pull ourselves up. We all have to make decisions that's best for us. You can't keep walking around here talking about, oh my God, the black man, I had it so hard. So did we. And I don't walk around having competitions with a man. I don't have competition, because we're supposed to be together, are we not? We're supposed to be together. So
I don't think that acknowledging somebody else's struggle take away from your own. You know what I'm saying?
It doesn't take away from mine. But you can't put yourself in a position either to where now, well, let me show you a different way. Let me show you this and let me show you that. It's like, okay, now you're trying to heal this person, as I was saying. You can't heal nobody else. How many times have we
I agree with you, sis. I agree with you to an extent. You go ahead.
One thing I'm so grateful my mom definitely taught me. Like, I'm not taking care of no man. I'm not doing that, because I feel like, regardless if it's true or not, because not to put too much on a man about him being the protector and the provider and things of that nature, but I'm not taking care of no man. You have to to take care of yourself. And however you ended up in life was your responsibility. Let me tell you something. I done struggled so much. And even I tell my kids, I said, listen, I don't even know how I got where I am right now. I don't even know how I got through that. But I guarantee you, and I put my right hand to God, I ain't never used no man. I ain't never pretend to love somebody to get a roof over my head. I ain't never had to lie to nobody to get no help, because I had to depend on myself. It's a decision that you have to make. You understand what I'm saying? It's okay to sympathize with somebody. It's okay. But then where your common sense at? Where your morals at, and where your character at? That's the only thing that's going to pull you up out of the gutter. But you can't pull yourself up out of the gutter trying to ride my coattail and use me for the little I got and then move on.
Yeah,
we have to protect.
Right. And I just want to say, I think you was really responding to, it was this lady, shout out to Speedy, okay? Speedy that came up here, Lady E, and she had her son.
I would have heard it.
Child, listen, I'm going to give you a repeat. She had her sons in the background, okay? She had 3 boys, and they was like, yeah, tell it, go off, mama, go off. Child, listen, I was so scared. I couldn't talk, okay? She was like, let me tell you one motherfucking thing. I got 3 boys. All black men is hurt. They are down and out. and y'all be doing them wrong. And you know, sometimes they don't know how to count. They go to the corner store and the black and the Chinese and the Arab, man, they try to cheat them out the money because they don't know math right. And everybody trying to beat them up and on them, you know. And I see you talking about the black man, but what about these black women? These black women out here is taking these black men left and right. It's the same. It ain't no difference. We need to protect our black men. We need to uplift these black men. And that's where this caller is coming from.
Oh,
Right.
that's
Because
interesting.
I wanted to ask Speedy so bad if the Asian man is stealing the extra $2 from your baby, honey. Wasn't that your responsibility to teach him how to count? Don't it start at home? It's not about sending the children to school, because when they come home, don't they need help with homework?
Yeah.
You know what? Where was that lady from? Did she tell you what?
Yeah,
state
she from
was
New
calling
York,
from?
but she's I thought she was from New York. Yeah, maybe she from Tennessee. I'm not sure. I thought she was from New York, but I know she was older, and she said she's been through a lot. And I loved her voice, and she was very passionate.
She was 46.
Yeah, 40.
She was
46? That's it?
That ain't older, honey.
Well,
I'm fresh. I'm good over here.
I'm trying to tell you.
We're mature. I'm sorry. We're mature. Listen. Y'all know I get stuff wrong. Go ahead.
But we have to take responsibility and accountability, though. You can't blame the Asian man or the Spanish man, because, honey, when you go to these corner stores, they will get you. They will get you, but ain't it your responsibility? That's why I tell my 13-year-old, he just turned 14. And you know kids have a problem with math or whatever. But that's why I tell him, I said, let me tell you something. Even if you got to take your smartphone with you, you pull that calculator out, and you freaking add up everything and you subtract everything. You know, we grew up with arithmetic, okay? I be counting off my hand, my mind, and every daggone thing. But it's our responsibility to teach our kids. Like, come on. You can't keep blaming the world. Now that we done got past slavery, so to speak, because you know they done modernized slavery. We still in it, okay? They just disguising it. But now that we done got some type of freedom and some type of leverage, it is your responsibility to be who you are supposed to be. It would be a perfect world if we all respected each other, if we all held each other up. But they don't do that. They want to use you. I had to learn, listen, it's not okay to just be a good woman. It's not. It's not enough. I got to be every damn thing. I got to be the good woman. I got to be the ratchet. I got to be everything to protect my spirit, to protect my peace. You got to be everything. You can't just be one note.
You know you can. You can be what you want to be. You know what I'm saying? Because why would you say that you have to be the woman, you have to be the ratchet? You don't have to be that. Every man don't like a ratchet woman. Some men don't want the timid lady. You see what I'm saying? Like,
no, I understand. I'm saying you can't just be one note, though. You cannot.
But there's some people that's one note.
I'm not saying be a ratchet to have a ratchet man. That's not what I'm saying. So I'm wording it wrong. But you can't just be one note in this life. Just like plants and animals evolve, we have to evolve with the times. You have to be aware of everything. You got to know what the hell they speaking on these streets. I be a little lost, too, and they be talking all that bonnets. I don't want to hear that shit. I want to talk regular. But you have to be aware of everything to protect your peace and to protect yourself. You can't just be one note and expect, oh, I'm a good woman, I deserve a good man. Yes, you do, but you got to be aware and be able to see them snakes and them wolves and all of that.
That's what it boils down to. And my thing, what is a good woman? What's a good man in your definition?
In my opinion, for me, I got to describe myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very articulate. Okay, I don't run a street. I'm not. I can't get on nobody about being on drugs if you don't know why you did what you did. But I don't get high. I don't run these streets. My house is not a hotel. It's not a playground. It's not a club. I don't hang in the clubs. I don't do any. I go to work. I take care of my children. I come home. I mind my damn business. Okay? I know how to cook. I know how to teach my kids right and wrong. I am not I don't put my hands on men. I don't, the fussing and arguing, all the toxic nature and all. I don't do none of that. For me, what a good man is, you are providing for yourself first before you're able to provide for anybody else. You getting yourself together spiritually. I ain't talking about being a Christian and none of that, because I'm not with all that religion, but spiritually, you are in line with yourself. Nobody's perfect, but you out here, you can't make a move if you ain't got no type of education. Common sense comes with the education. You out here working, you doing what you need to do, you trying to make moves, you got goals. You ain't out here just like a dog sleeping and humping every and any old thing. You respect your body. You out here doing what you need to do. And even if you step to a woman and she got kids, you already know what it is. You got to be the father figure or the man of the house, and you got to teach them right. So that's what I think a good man is. Not some liar and somebody that's dishonest. It's not about him being rich and long as he can provide. I'm talking about spiritually, mentally, and emotionally. He is there. He ain't perfect, but he's there, and he's doing what he's supposed to do.
All right.
Now, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much for calling in. All right. And you better call back some more. We're going to go on to some more callers. All right.
Okay, thank you for having me.
Thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, let's go on to the next caller, see what we have out there. And before we go, Candace, I've been trying to get your attention. Danielle sent me $20 to give to you. So can you please put your Cash App in the comment section, Candace? All right. Good morning. Good morning. Hello?
Hey, Gigi.
Hey, baby, how you doing? Tell me your name and where you calling from.
I'm calling from Longview, Texas, and my name is Latosha Stanfield.
All right, shout out to Latosha. Please welcome Latosha by saying, hey, Latosha. All right, Latosha, I have Miss Lady E with me. So talk to us, Latosha.
Hey, Lady E. And, hi there. And Gigi, I love you.
I love you too, boo.
I know. I've called in before, and we connected. It was a few years ago, though.
All right. Well, tell us what's on your mind today, girl. Tell us.
Okay. Well, I want to say that I had to call in about the part about Noel Jones. I grew up with them. I don't have anything bad to say about them, but because they moved away when I was a teenager. But but you do know that he is Grace Jones' sister, right?
I don't even know who.
I didn't know that. That's his sister.
Who is Grace Jones?
You know, Sunday.
Huh?
That
Lady E. Who? Tell us who Grace Jones. Lady E. Who is that?
Grace Jones. She's a tall, dark-skinned lady. Not dark-skinned, like a brown-skinned lady. She usually wear those weird hats and stuff.
She's a model, but she's real. She out there. She.
Yeah, she real eccentric. Like
they're Jamaican. They're Jamaican. They're from Jamaica.
Oh, okay.
So, but he had a church here for many years. This is all anybody will tell you that he had a church here in Longview. And he and Grace Jones even came to church a couple of times. We met, she signed autographs or whatever. And then they moved away when he got big, because he was an awesome preacher. And when he moved away, that's when he became like the superstar preacher. And wow. And now just to look at, all this scandal and stuff and how he was dating Lisa Ray and, and it's just, I just had to call him.
Lady E, do you know what's going on with Bishop Noel Jones?
I recently seen that he finally proposed to Loretta.
For 28 years, he's in a relationship. He's 72 now. Yeah.
That's horrible.
Tell us your
I mean, in
thoughts.
my opinion,
Lady E, go off. Lady E, go off.
My thought is that he's supposed to be a bishop. He ain't acting like one. I find it ridiculous, and that he would even do that. Because remember, they was on that Preachers of something. I seen him on some show. I think it was the Preachers of L.A. or some show he was on, and that's how I found out about this woman. Now, to be what the church don't teach you is you shouldn't even be in a setting to set yourself up to be sexually inappropriate with the opposite sex. That's just what they're going to say. Now, he put himself in this title. He said he a bishop. That's what he's supposed to be held accountable to. So I just think it's a mess. I think to stay out here in whoredom, you 72. How you going to give me, why you want to marry me at 72? And it's funny because I think he finally, like the last caller was talking about, black women got to stop allowing so much. And she right in certain aspects about it, but Loretta set herself there for 27 years ago.
Yeah, 28 years.
Woman, she was about to be a special friend in the damn obituary. You know what I'm saying? She wasn't going to be a wife. She wasn't going to be nothing. He's 72. He could have been up out of there 10 years ago. And she was going to be a special friend, his special friend Loretta. Guess what Loretta did? Played her damn self. That's what happened. So now you and what that is, technically, what it is breadcrumbing. He got this title, so we expect more of him because unto whom much is given, much is expected. But at the end of the day, he breadcrumbed her. And she allowed the ability to be associated with him as his special friend as enough for her. That was her threshold right there. She didn't need no more. So it's toxic, and looking from the outside in is not healthy. I mean, people say, I'm not one of them people that just allow anything or think everything is permissible. I got an opinion about stuff. You do what you want to do, but I got an opinion about it. And I feel like he breadcrumbed that woman, kept her on the side. I didn't know nothing about the Lisa Ray until Carla just mentioned that. I didn't even know. Yeah. You dating Lisa Ray? You think he wasn't sleeping with Lisa Ray? You was a man of God, celibate. Come on, man.
I say this, Lady E, I love your frame of mind, and you so intelligent, and you addition to the show. I really like it. Yes, ma'am. Anyway, so I just had to say this. I think because Noel Jones is so anointed, and this is no cap, he is very anointed, and I think he's human because he's human, and he's his sister is celebrity. He has proximity to that celebrity lifestyle, and I just think because of his special gift, he just started abusing it. That's what I think.
But okay, so what I'm gonna need you to do?
He's amazing. He is
See,
amazing.
this my thing, sis.
Yeah, he's preaching from a place of where you can actually feel the spirit of God. That type of preacher. He's apostolic. If you know anything about different.
Yeah, apostolic. Yeah. I know a whole bunch about that. One thing I do know. A gauge for you to assess any situation is, especially being in church, I don't even want to go so low.
Go there, lady. Let them know who you are. Let them know who you are.
The feeling that you get, talking about you felt the Holy Spirit, was called sensationalism. And it's a couple things that would have turned me off from even attending this, right? You said he anointed. Now, when you get to Romans 1, the words say that God will give you over to a reprobate mind. You know what I'm saying? And there's some other stuff that say that he'll give people whatever they want for their itching ears. So you'll be blinded. And it'll be intentional, and it'll be because of your desires that you have set up within you. You want to hear the story, and not you in particular. I'm just saying what happens. First of all, 95% of American churches are absolutely wrong and unbiblical. Yeah. They're not teaching you the correct word or the doctrine, right? So for 28 years, this man was a womanizing man. The words say that a bishop or a pastor should be the husband of one wife. He could have been a celibate man. He could have made himself a eunuch. Jesus say that. Some people have made themselves eunuchs. Some people was born this way. Some people was made that way. Some people chose that way to do the work of the Lord. However, he did not. He chose to mingle with a woman for 25, 30 years, sleep with celebrities. He in that life. His sister in that life, he in that life. He put the word bishop on him. You see what I'm saying? So, like when Jesus said, there's going to be many of y'all who come to me saying, Lord, Lord, didn't I cast demons out in your name? Didn't I do this? And I'm going to say, get from me, you worker of iniquity. I never knew you. Who was he talking to? He wasn't talking to people that didn't believe in him. Why would an atheist be casting out a demon? It don't make no sense. It's going to be bishops and people in the pulpit who are doing things looking like they identify with the Holy Spirit, but they're denying the power thereof because they're continuing in their sin. You see what I'm saying? And I ain't judging nobody because I had sin in my life. You know what I'm saying? But when it ain't about sin when it come to God. That's not what your salvation boils down to, because that's the whole point of Christ dying for you. You know, you saved from that. But what you got to do is move forward, and he didn't do that. He's sitting in his place.
Years ago, I was 17, 18 when this man moved away. You know what I'm saying? I'm 47. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So like I said, I grew up with them. You know, I absolutely did. So, but it's either you gon' if you telling me, sis, that you a woman that believe that book. Oh yeah.
You either gonna believe that book or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, he can't be anointed and be a fornicating sinner. You see what I'm saying? It don't work that way. I mean, he can have sin in his life.
He was anointed. He whatever, but he abused it. I'm not giving him a pass by no means, not by no stretch of imagination. I'm not giving no nigga no pass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we ain't giving out passes.
Right.
Right. I feel you. I don't know. It just makes me angry. I don't like it because so many people are led astray by people just like him. Like, what was the other preacher name, y'all? That
they want to know. They want to know. Do you have a channel?
I do. Yeah, I do. I have two channels. Doesn't matter.
Okay, hold on. I think they was talking about Angel E. Hey, who are you referring to? Because we have two. What's your name again? Latasha?
Yeah, it's pronounced Latosha.
We have Latosha. We have Lady E on the channel. But go ahead.
You can just type in the YouTube search box and it'll pull up both my channels. That I just talk about like investing, crypto, and then I just blog a little bit my family and show some of my stuff. That's not. All,
I think Lady E. Were you talking about Bishop Eddie Long?
Ooh. Bishop Eddie Long, yeah, that was his name.
Bro.
That was his name. He molested, M-worded boys throughout his church. They all did a documentary. A couple boys came out. This happened for a number of years. His congregation supported him. He wasted away before their eyes. Nobody knew what he passed on from. Of course, it was the bag, and the church supported him with that same ideology, that same thinking. Ain't nothing did the black people no good or no worse than the black church, man. I'm telling you, it lead women astray. Women be sitting there. I used to work at a church. Lady told me she wasn't going to pay her rent, but she was going to give her money to the church and believe God for her rent. I said, he gave you your rent. You know what I'm saying? That's like that man that's out there. You hanging off the ledge. God sent a helicopter. God sent a parachute. God sent a damn hawk that's willing to put you on your back. And you sitting there talking about, no, God's going to save me. That's an example of somebody being given over to their itching ears. That's what you want to hear. There's no way that a man who stood there and M-worded all these young boys and destroyed all of these lives is ever going to be righteous like that. You know what I'm saying? He would have to repent like the rest of us. He would have to change and turn on the path and go the opposite way. That's just what it has to be. And it frustrates me that is so many people, so many of my people, specifically in America, because these type of conversations with the church don't happen in other countries. It's people in China dying right now today, still, just to claim themselves as a Christian. And we running through this place over here looking like the world. All we want to do, you got the what's his name, P. Diddy or whoever in the Bentley, and so is one of them pastors. They getting on a private jet, and so is one of them pastors. Tithing ain't even biblical. I know people going to come for me for that one, but let's go to Malachi. You know what I'm saying? 4 and 6. Will a man rob God? Yes, he will in his tithes and offering. That's what pastors tell you, that one particular scripture. But if you read that chapter, it was talking about priests. The Levitical priests, they were, the Levi them was set apart just to work for, you know, they were the priests. They didn't work. All the other members of the tribes had to bring their 10% so that they could be sustained, because their job was only to be a priest, stay clean, they could not work. But you got pastors behind the pulpit telling you that. But then you get to the New Testament and it say God love a cheerful forgiver. How I'm tithing 10% and my rent due and I ain't got enough for it? I ain't cheerful. But your itching ears get you to a point to where you feel like this man telling you the truth. And guess what happens? You survive. And God made a way. That's what you're going to say, because he done gave you over. He ain't bothering you right now. He letting you go ahead with what you want to believe in. And that's just what it is. And that's what kind of frustrates me about these black churches, because that's just two. We could list what's the one guy? Just cheated on his wife and then bought her some big fancy car, then cheated again. Come on.
Yeah, I don't know his name.
We ain't giving no time.
But talk about it. What's his name, y'all? And I just want to let you know they are loving you, Lady E. And yes, they said, nah, they loving you. They said you telling the truth. And Lady E, I don't think she have a YouTube channel yet, but she is gonna have a YouTube channel coming soon. But you guys can show her love by donating to her Cash App. You see it at the bottom, Renee Cusco.
For real.
Yeah, show us some love. They said John Gray,
exactly. Him, big mega pastor. And that's all of these. The ones who you know are wrong are the ones that's saying this prosperity stuff. You know, God want me to have this. Why? Why would he want you to have that? Jesus went into houses when he sent his 12 out. He told them, if they don't feed you, dust your sandals off, keep it moving. We out here to save. You know what I'm saying? People are perishing, and these people want to get in a jet because they deserve it. Because why do you deserve it? Why? God didn't promise you that. He didn't promise you healing. He didn't promise you no greatest life now. He said your reward is in heaven. Those who get their reward now ain't got nothing to look forward to in heaven. And we know that. Everybody on here who know that Bible and know that scripture know it say that. But we watching pastors do the total opposite, and then we're justifying it. Jesus said in Revelations, I think 2:20, or around there somewhere, my problem with you is that you tolerated that whore Jezebel. That's what he's talking about. And if you don't know what the Jezebel is, it's 2 times mentioned in the Bible. It was a woman, a wife, married to Ahab, and she killed a lot of priests. She was just evil. In Revelations, it's talking about a spirit. It's a spirit of Ahab that a lot of people inhabit, and those people are what we call in the psych medical world a narcissist. That's what that is. That's the correlation. So, again, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against every principality in high places that we cannot see. This fight is not physical. It's spiritual. So you're going to sit here and tell me that this man was anointed? You know the God you serve. God ain't no respecter of person when it comes to his wrath. Like you say in the Psalms and Proverbs, he is allowing people to heap coals upon their own head. You see what I'm saying? He is long-suffering, but his long-suffering is his grace for those who are on the path towards him, and it's going to be coals upon the head of people that will not turn towards him. Like we know that it's going to be wheat and tares. They're going to grow up together. He reigns on the just and the unjust alike. We are fully aware it's two types of people in this earth. And that's what I was going to tell old sister that called before this young lady when she said, you know, how do we know? You try the spirit by the spirit. That's how you know. You get with it. You can't help everybody. Jesus said, I don't suggest that you pray for everybody. I'm praying for the ones my Father gave me. What we don't want to recognize is that it's a real enemy out here, because the enemy is walking up to us in the name of our homegirl, in the name of our mama, in the name of our partner. You know what I'm saying? And we looking at the pearly whites and the smiles and the sexiness and whatever we see about them, and we are at that point giving over to a reprobate mind because of what? Our lustful desires and our own itching ears. You know what I'm saying? And it ain't about judging nobody, but just to be clear, we supposed to. You know what I'm saying? I don't know who made that lie up. Judge not. He did say judge not, but you got to keep reading. It's just like the tithe scripture. Everybody want to pull out that one scripture. When you look at that book, how you going to pull out the one scripture, man? Read the chapter. You can't do that, you know, and I'm sorry, guys. I just worked a 12-hour shift, and I'm like, I forgot my point a little bit. I get to rambling. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. They loving it.
Yeah.
And you guys enjoying Lady E? Press 1 if you enjoying her. I got Latasha, you back?
I'm here.
Latasha.
Yes, Latosha.
Latosha, I'm sorry. Okay, any last words before we let you go?
I'm honored to be on your panel, and God bless y'all.
All right.
God bless
Thank
you.
you. All right, we're going to go on to the next caller. Good morning.
I need something to eat.
Good morning. Hey.
Good morning. Hi.
Hey, tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Shelly.
Shorty?
No, Shelly.
Shelly. Okay. Where you calling from, Shelly? Shelly? Shelly?
Yeah, Shelly. Can you hear me? I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I said, where you calling from, Shelly? Can you turn your phone off? You hear that? All right, I'm going to come back to Shelly. All right, let's go on to the next caller. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, how you doing? Tell us your name, where you calling from. Hello?
I don't think they on.
I don't think so
Hello?
either. Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Tell us your name and where you calling from.
Oh, okay. It's Sandra from Virginia.
Talk to us, Sandra.
And I was calling because I was agreeing with what the young lady was saying earlier about the reprobate mind, and I wanted to know there's many people that don't even understand what it is. And I was hoping that she could go into exactly what a reprobate mind is. I believe that if more people understood what it is, they would start paying more attention to what's going on around them.
Basically, the reprobate mind is basically where, like, reprobate is going to be the opposite of, like, going towards, right? So the average person would take what the word says, like, you know, you believe it, and you move in a way to, I guess, like, fulfill that, right? So the scripture that says that, and some translations it's like the word debased or whatever, and it's like, so since they didn't see fit to acknowledge God, God gave them up to a debased mind to do what ought not to be done. So what shouldn't be done is going to be those things that God say will not get you into the kingdom of heaven, like lasciviousness and reveling, which a lot of people don't know that those two words, you know, what they mean. It's like living a life of partying and just being out here and, you know, sinning, fornicating, cheating on your spouse. Y'all know the 10 Commandments and everything in the Old Testament. So it's like denying the power of God, not acknowledging the power of God to the point where you can do that so consistently. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how you go to church, you give your life to Christ, or you just acknowledge his presence, you say he's real in your mind, right? But then you continue in a way of life that is contrary to the way of life that God is trying to get you in. And at that point, you can reject the gospel, like rejecting the power of the Holy Spirit so much that your conscience is just given over to remain in that depraved state, like we're all born in, right? So, like I always try to say, for example, people don't have to be taught how to lie, right? A kid don't need to learn that. You ask a toddler, who you talking to, they going to say nobody. Nobody told them to say nobody, but they know if they say you, it's going to be a problem. That depraved state is innate within us, and that comes from the fall and all of that, just that natural sin nature. So what God does, the presence of God and acknowledging him and directing your life according to his commandments is keeping you out of that depraved state. But what you can do is meet God, deny him, deny his presence. Like in your mind, you acknowledge him as real. I believe it, right? And we can't go by the heart because the words say the heart is evil in all its ways. So that's what I was trying to say also to the other young lady about how she felt the spirit. That's sensationalism. That's a problem. You got to use your mind, not your heart. That's how we all led astray off the emotion. I felt this way. I felt that way. A lot of women end up in jail because of that, you know, feeling a certain kind of way. So anyway, what you do is you want to go towards God. And basically that's what the reprobate mind is, rejecting the gospel. And then 2 Peter 2:22 it's talking about how a dog returns to its vomit. And sow, which is like any female animal, but in that particular scripture it was talking about a pig. A sow is then cleansed, then returns back to the mirror, which is the slop. So we done all seen a pig, right? You take a pig, they like to wallow in the mud. You clean that pig off, and the pig goes back to the mud. The pig don't care nothing about being cleaned. It don't respect it. It does not appreciate it. And that's basically what being given over to a reprobate mind is. It's being able to remain in a state where you don't recognize the cleansing. You don't appreciate it. You see what I'm saying? It's that kind of thing. And that's basically just remaining in a life of sin. It's not, nobody's going to be absent of sin, like the words say. If you say you have not sinned, you calling me a liar. God not looking at you being perfect, right? So like people talk about the 10 Commandments, it's actually over 630 or 60 something, right? Commandments. There's no way that any of us would have been able to be held to that standard, you know. Even back then in the Old Testament, the priests had to, before they could go into the Holy of Holies, they had a rope wrapped around them, because if they stepped into that place with sin in their life to atone for the sin of the rest of the people, they would drop dead right there. And the people couldn't go in there because they would drop dead, so they would just pull the priest out by his rope, you know. So the whole point of Christ coming and dying is to save us, you know, not from sickness and disease. Save us from the wrath of God. That's the whole point of Christ coming and that blood being shed. So when you think about everything that God has done for us and the love that Christ has shown for us, like John 3:16, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. That's what it says. So that's what John 3:16. So the reprobate mind is Romans, the first chapter. And you moving forward through the book, and it's just like you'll be given over to a list of I'm trying to get the whole list so I could tell you the things that it says. But basically that's it. It's rejecting God. And God will
and
allow you to do
believing.
that.
Okay, when they reject God, they're not even aware that they're rejecting Him. They believe that they're a believer, and they're constantly living as if they're not rejecting God because they're just blank, and they're believing things that are not true because of leaders like that man that you were speaking about earlier and stuff like that. That's what I wanted to put on. And before I get off the line, I wanted to mention about raising our kids and our sons and different things like that. I hardly ever hear anyone talking about picking up and moving out of the mess that they're in. There's so many places where people can go and move away from the mess when their kids are little, so that the children don't even know anything about the bad things that are going on around them or whatever, And what I'm trying to say is that there's way too many Black people that believe, okay, just because I was born and raised in this town, I got to raise my kids in this town. No, you don't. You don't want to continue to generation after generation go through the same old things over and over again. There are so many people out here in this world, in the United States, that don't live that way. And those are the people that you want to find. Those are the people that you want to surround your children with if you have children. And those are the people that you want to have children with. You don't want to keep repeating the same thing over and over again. But if you stay in the same place, you're going to be repeating it because that's all that's there to be offered to you. And that was all I wanted to say.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for calling. All right. How you doing, Lady E?
I'm good.
Yeah, you went to church on us today, didn't you? But you know what? The people loved it.
That.
I know you did not play it, but I'm saying the people loved it. And just to get you guys a little...
You.
I've been telling them, like, my whole family is into church. Ain't that right?
Exactly. Like, we born and bred that way.
Right. Listen, I was telling them.
I was just talking to my mama about that this morning. That's so weird that you said that. She just said that. Like, I was raised in the church, every day, New Year's Eve, all-night service, every day of the week. My grandma didn't play. We stayed up in that boy choir, Sunday school.
No. Okay, listen. I told them, and you can confirm it. I guess I was getting out of hand that my parents started sending me to Christian camps in the summertime. Do you remember that?
You and me both. We was at Christian camp together, man.
Listen, y'all, our parents was not playing. We used to go to Christian camp. I did not want to go, but I didn't have a choice. We stayed in Christian camp.
And it wasn't like we was kids. You know what I'm saying? They was bold for that. We was at church camp and make it so bad. I was in all the gear. I had all the gear. And absolutely, I'm G5 till I die.
Oh, my
G5G
goodness. What you talking about? I got I took it to school, high school. We had
book bags.
Birthday cakes.
You gave me that orange jersey. You had gave me that orange. It was an orange and white baseball jersey.
Probably so. Uh-huh.
Man, people used to be like, oh, I thought I was so fresh. I had the orange and white J's, too. I was like, man. I just remember, how you think you fresh, and then you walk in the room like, everybody looking at you like, because I'm fresh. Like, that's how I was in high school. That was the good old days. Mm-hmm. You hooked me up.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Even though I was way... bigger than you.
Well, let's go to some other callers. All right. Let's see who's next on the line. Good morning.
Good morning. Can you hear me good?
Yes, I can. Good morning.
Okay. It's me, Shelly. I had called. I don't know what happened.
Oh, good.
It was echoing. It was echoing and all that. But yeah, this is Shelly. So yeah, the fire kind of diminished a little bit because now y'all talking about the Bible. I wanted
We can
to
go
kind
back.
of
We
get
can go
in.
back if you want to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we could go back.
Okay, because I was.
I
Okay,
didn't
because I
plan
wanted.
it. We can go back, but go ahead.
Okay. Okay, because I wanted to go back with this whole we have to love black men and heal black men or whatever. And I don't agree with that because of the simple fact that black men and black women, okay, I don't want to do the whole Olympics that, people was talking about, like, what do you call it, suffering Olympics or whatever. But black men and black women have been through the same thing here in America. And black women were raised in the same households with black men from birth or whatever, and yet still black women don't complain about the system as much as black men do. Now, case in point, you have these black men out here, and that's why I don't believe in calling each other kings and queens. This is just my opinion because we're not kings and queens. There was only one king and only one queen, okay? We need to do away with that, okay? That's my opinion. And black woman is not afforded the luxury, okay, of blaming white supremacy for the way some black women are, okay? When black women choose a bum or a dusty black man to have children with, no one ever says, you know what, it's slavery. Back in slavery, the master would just bring a buck and, he would say, okay, you breed her. And that's why you have a lot of black women out there today that's choosing these dust balls or whatever, these dusties, because back in slavery, that's what was going on. Nobody says that. What they say to the black woman is that you should choose better. That's your womb. You get pregnant, and nobody told you to open up your legs to that man, right? It's no white supremacy system is not. She's not given that. What's the word I'm looking for? She's not given that excuse, okay? She's held accountable for her actions, okay? Nobody brings that up. Nobody brings up Jim Crow. Nobody brings up nothing. But when it comes to black men, it's white supremacy, is Jim Crow, is welfare, it's everything about it's everything on the planet that disables him from doing anything, from accomplishing anything. And that's wrong. Okay? We're not black men's mom. I don't have any children. Okay? I'm not responsible for another grown adult, like the other lady was saying. I'm not responsible for him, right? He is responsible for himself. And if I have to be held accountable for my own action and held accountable for the men that I choose to sleep with, he needs to be responsible for who he impregnates too, right? Because nobody says to him, because remember, they carry seeds now. I don't know. They're plants, I guess. He carries the seed. Nobody ever says to him, yo, my man, since you carry the seed, be careful with your seed. You know what I mean? Choose a woman wisely. If you don't want a baby mama drama, if you know that she's no good, and don't put your seed in her. Nobody ever says that to him, right? But to the woman, there's no excuse. If you chose him and you're responsible no matter what, okay? And I feel like a lot of black women enable that behavior. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you, lady.
Yeah, so that's what I come. Some of the smoke that I had for the other call that kind of just went away. I was trying to call in and I couldn't get through.
I'm
talking about the lady Sweetie or whatever. The one
Girl,
lady.
listen, no, man. I was trying to call all morning, but I couldn't get through. I had it in me, but it, kind of went away with the Bible talk. No, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. But I wanted to talk to Candace and and the other lady with her two sons in the background.
Yeah, everybody was upset with Speedy. I was at Speedy. She done shook the table.
Yeah.
Speedy took the
It
table.
caught me, and she's the problem. She's the problem, right? Yeah, I'm getting mad. She's the problem, right? That's the thing. Because they don't. When you say mothers are the first teachers, I agree. You understand? What they do, right? Instead of her saying, okay, you're the man, okay? You're going to go out there and fight for yourself, right? You want to be treated as king, but you're not a king, right? You don't own no land. You don't own nothing. You're not a king, right? But instead, she is the one that's on the forefront, making herself masculine. You understand? Let me tell you something, Gigi. You know why nobody ever listens to black women, and when black women complain about their plight and how nobody listens to them, nobody believes them when they get hurt or whatever? I'm gonna tell you why. You know why? Because we put ourselves in that masculine role. It's us that's out there screaming in the cops' faces, talking about F the police. We are effing the police because of what we think that the police is doing to black men, when black men is the one that's killing each other more than the police. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So we're gonna talk. Yes,
it's crime
it is
in
true.
the inner city, but that black on black crime and white on white crime, look at the numbers. It's a percentage. People kill the environment that they're in. And anytime you get a bunch of people that's miseducated, in poverty, you're going to have crime. It's the setup. That's where the whole history of the ghetto and all that came in.
That's
what it is.
That's a choice. That's a
choice.
There's
no choice.
You understand? We're talking about accountability. Let me finish.
Yeah,
we're talking about accountability. Let me finish, okay? We're talking about accountability. That's what I'm saying. Again.
Go ahead and finish.
No.
But we've been doing this all day. Like, don't get
that.
Okay.
I'm not
unnecessary,
getting disrespectful because you cut me off. I'm not getting disrespectful. I was trying to make a point and you cut me off.
Okay, go ahead.
Like I've been doing. My apologies. But at the same time, there's a way to do anything.
Let me finish.
Okay, we'll finish then.
Right. Okay, good. Right. Anyway, the black man is the one that's killing each other, carjacking each other, and doing these things more than the police. Okay? You have black women on the forefront going out there fighting on behalf of black men, defending black men, right? To the point now, you have this biracial man that grew up in a rich white household, right? Having black woman, okay, dark skin with the afro on his book about defunding the police, right? Now, if black men was getting gunned down by police more, why he didn't put a black man on the cover of the book? He put a black woman on the cover of the book.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Because
you're talking about Kid Patrick, the light-skinned man.
Yeah, what's his name? Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah, the light-skinned man with the afro. Right. Yeah, it's a big old thing. I seen a lot of women on YouTube talking about it.
Yeah. Why? Because you have black women out there yelling in these police officers' faces talking about defund the police. Why? Because they're fighting on behalf of black men who claim that they're so oppressed. And they're not oppressed. You're living in America, right? And they say they're the most desirable men on the planet, right? They're the number one in basketball and football. You understand what I'm saying? They lead that. You're not oppressed. If you won the NBA and the NFL, that's not oppression. How are you oppressed? And the rap game, how are you oppressed? You're the number one. You say that woman wants you. That's not oppression. You understand what I'm saying? So, and another thing that I wanted to talk about is a lot of these black women, they need to get out of the habit of stop seeing every black man as their sons and their fathers and their nephews. Okay? they don't see every black woman when something happened to a black woman as their fault. They never say, oh, my God, that could have been my sister, or they could have been my mother, or they could have been my niece. They don't say that. For some reason, a lot of black women see a black man, and I don't know why. Why is that, Gigi? Why did they see their father and their brothers in this? But you don't know him. You understand what I'm saying? And that's the problem, too. It's like when something happens to them, even when they break the law, it's like, well, you know, we can't say this or we can't say that because, you know, that could have been our brothers and that could have been our nephew and that could have been our sons and all that. It's always their sons. But they never have anything about their daughter. You know, when the man raped, oh, my God. When the man or that woman in the cab, or that woman, in the car, you know, they didn't say, my God, that could have been my daughter, you know, coming from school or whatever, that could have been my niece. No, they don't say that. They put these men before them. And this is why a lot of black women is getting missing and hurt, because we don't prioritize ourselves. We prioritize the most desirable man on the planet that every woman wants. You understand what I'm saying? You can't complain if you're the most wanted. If you're the most wanted, what you complaining about? Right? You run the NFL and the NBA, right? Everybody come and see you. You the god of the NFL, so you're not oppressed. You know, so that's what I wanted to say.
Well, I thank you, boo, and I want you to call back more. And listen, next time, I'm definitely going to get to your phone call, and I apologize, you know, if I didn't. But I love you. Good morning. All right.
I love you too.
All right. And keep the passion, girl. All right. We're going to go on to the next caller. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing? Tell me your name. Where you calling from?
Hey, Gigi. This is Chloe. I'm calling from Cleveland, Ohio.
Talk to me, Chloe.
So I want to get on the topic of all these black women that are in the comments that just keep on constantly attacking the black man. I just want to, you know, discuss that because I feel like a lot of these black women go after the image of these gangster black men on Instagram. They get with them. They get dogged. They get a bad treatment. And, you know, they want to complain about it instead of going after an educated black man. And I just got a problem with that, Gigi, and I want to speak on it.
Go ahead. Speak on it, Chloe.
Yeah, I just feel like, you know, a lot of these black women are in these comments just constantly tearing these black men down, and it's all black men are not bad men. I know a lot of black men that are good men. I am biracial. My mother is black, and I have a lot of black men in my family, and they are all good black men. None of them are bad at all, Gigi. They married. They got kids, a career. I just don't understand it. Why do black women feel like the majority of black men are bad?
You know, from my opinion, it's just a lot of times, like we're talking now, you know, you see that man, that black man posing as a Lyft. And what did he do to all those women? Look at that other man in the corner store. A lady bumped him, a black young lady bumped him by mistake, and she apologized. She said, I apologize, sir. He got in her face, called her all types of names. Okay? Then he follows her home and pow her down. And we hear it constantly situation. It was a girl, she was at a festival, 22 years old. A man started grinding on her. She said, no, I don't want to do it. Do you know he took the pow and popped it right in her face? And you wonder why.
Do you feel like it's these environments that these young black women are being placed in that's making them vulnerable to be?
She was at the college.
Like
she was at a college festival. She was at a college festival.
Now that situation I understand, but it's just I just don't.
And what about the Lyft?
She's
a Lyft. She called the Lyft in a place where people pick up people at Lyft, and this man was posing as, you know, a Lyft driver. You know, so not necessarily. And then look at Buckhead. You know, Buckhead used to be the spot child. Nah, it's a whole bunch of niggas. They pile and stealing. It's so much crime over there.
I had to move out of Atlanta. I used to live in Atlanta and Buckhead, and I had to move out of Atlanta.
Child.
And I understand all these things that we saying about the black man, but let's not play like the black man haven't been beat down and badgered their whole existence in this country. These black men don't have no chance. I could cry on this phone right now. I'm tired of these black men being attacked. These black men are just as vulnerable as these black women, and we got to speak on it. Let's not tear them down. Let's build them up. That's what Dr. Martin Luther King said. You can't get picked up by your bootstraps if you ain't got the boot. We got to stand up for our black men. I'm just saying. I know a lot of black men. I know these women are getting took out and it breaks my heart. Gigi, I watch you all the time. I love you down. I'm a trans sister myself, but I just can't take seeing how the black men get attacked. It's just crazy. They ain't saying that black man or that black man. They just saying black men. Just count them all in a bunch. Let's just tear them all down. Fuck all these black men that's Gigi. F all these black men that's taking care of their kids, that's, building businesses, starting careers and stuff. I don't know. That's just my opinion.
You're right.
I don't know.
Okay, well, I want to know, when these men say F these hoes, do you have the same, hey, all women ain't hoes, ain't all women say bees? Do you go over to Fresh and Fit and all those other platforms where men constantly talk about women are hoes and bees?
Who you talking to, me?
Chloe.
Oh.
Okay, I guess she gone. Chloe is gone. All right, Lady E, what's your thoughts?
I agree with her too. I mean, like, I'm just amazed at how people can just loop people in a hole like that. Like, when people say F them bitches, I don't take that personal. Now, having younger nieces or, women that you love, of course you're not no bitch. Like, that start at the home. They putting it in a rap song, so now you that. My mama raised me right. I know better. And one thing she told me, people talking about you ain't none of your business. I don't care what nobody got to say. You know what I'm saying? Like that. So I wouldn't necessarily be affected by that kind of thing, but for me, it's just this whole connotation. When a lot of sisters talk about black men, they are angry, and it's a comparison. It's a tit for tat. Like, oh, the black man gets the pass because he's been oppressed, but we don't get the pass. No, ain't nobody getting the pass. Ain't none of us getting the damn pass, man. What are y'all talking about? Our whole culture is torn up, men and women. Ain't no black man getting no pass. You mad because everybody want a big black BBC? Everybody want the black man. No, the fuck they don't. It's a TikTok video going around right now that a white woman say it's not a flex for a black man to want us in our culture. And technically, the city I'm from and grew up in, I got a chocolate brother. My brother is chocolate and 6'1" and looks good, and he had a chick that wasn't black. Her damn daddy tried to kill my brother. I know women of Arab descent messing with black people who done had that they were killed by their own family. Little area, Beirut, that we got a little city called Beirut. Well, it ain't a city. It's actually a couple blocks in Detroit, but whatever. It's called Beirut because that's all that live there. It's Arab people, but they in the heart of the city, so they intermingling. But at the end of the day, you can't negate. Nobody is blaming Jim Crow for the plight of the black man. That's not it. It's the oppression as a whole. Like, you cannot take away 400 years of that. Then realize civil rights was 1964. That's less than 60 years ago. Less than 60 years ago, we were granted rights. So guess what happens with, like, the whole crab in the barrel thing? We had the whole family, right? Black man still oppressed. still coming home, still oppressed. Then they do the whole little, they say, what's his name, Willie Lynch letter wasn't really real, the person didn't exist. Who cares if he did or not? The shit that was wrote in that letter was 100% truth. Take take the man out the household, make the lady the head. Anything where the head is not in the right place is a freak. You see what I'm saying? You see a donkey with the head on the ass, you're going to be like, what the heck? That's going to be the most weirdest thing you ever seen. We have become programmed and accustomed to this. Right after the Emancipation Proclamation, they did something, because, they didn't release all the black people from slavery at first. So what they did was they kept them in. I think it was almost like a year or something. But in the South, after everybody was freed and everything like that, they did something called employ dubious. And what that means is disenfranchise the black family. We had black men that couldn't read in 1964. I had grandma that picked cotton. My grandma, not my great-grandma. You know what I'm saying? So it's like to be so angry and not be looking at it from a point of, like, your anger. I feel like the anger is directed wrong. It's a lot of
well, I'll tell you where my anger coming from. You want me to tell you? Okay. You say yes or no? What you say? Cause mind you, okay, listen, this is my cuz, right? So we get into it sometime, but with her, like, if it get too heated, I'd rather just walk away, cause I don't want it to go left. You know what I'm saying? And I love her.
The rock and hide your hand.
I do not throw the rock and hide my hand. I love her.
You do.
How do I throw the rock and hide my hand?
Because you're one of them people, right? This is the thing.
Oh, Lord, here we go.
Person.
Right.
I'm a passionate person. So I automatically get it was her fault kind of thing, just because I'm a passionate person, the way I come across, whatever. But I ain't never coming with the ill intent for real. I might be coming a certain way. If I'm coming ill, you're going to know that. You, however, try to be politically correct and stay all calm while you condescending and throwing all kind of shots at people. And the minute somebody turn up on your ass, you be like, what is wrong with you? And it's like, you just started all this shit. And you act like you don't be aware. That's why I say
I have no idea what you're talking about, but okay.
Throwing the rock and hide your hand. You started this combo with, if she gets turned up, I'd rather just walk away. You know what I'm saying? Now I got to defend myself. Like, what the fuck? You just threw the rock. I tell you where you at. Now I don't know what you're talking. Prime example. Like, that's what you do. I ain't mad about it.
I still kind of lost. Look. Okay. Now what we were talking about?
You was finna say something.
I know, but what I was saying. Because y'all talking this heated talk now,
She said the black man, she was, who was that? Chloe was the last caller. And she was just saying how she was upset at how people.
Oh, yeah, you was talking. Go ahead.
No, you were about to say something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I was saying, shit, I done forgot. You was talking about the Jim Crow. Oh, yeah, you was talking about, it's so hard on the black man, and, they get kicked
No,
down.
I'm not saying it's so hard on the black man.
Oh.
I'm saying it's hard on all of us.
Okay.
We all went through it.
Okay. It's hard for everybody.
It's hard for everybody. I just don't understand that. I mean, I get the black man don't protect us.
I'm talking about the excuses. Why is an excuse when a black man pow a black girl down? Why is an excuse? Why is it no accountability?
Who making excuses? Who making excuses for that?
Speedy.
Talking about the one caller making
before you got on here, was a whole bunch of them coming.
Oh.
And that's where a lot of people are coming from, talking about it was callers before, and we were trying to get accountability for these niggas on the dreads. And they was like, y'all, they go through so much, just stop talking about them. You got the white man talking about them. Now y'all trying to bring them down and talking about them and saying the black man. But a lot of times, it's a lot of black men that will take you out.
Man, we just talked about this yesterday. The number one killer for black women at one point was the black man.
Oh, don't
He was
say
down
that.
there record
Don't say
numbers.
that. No, don't say that. You're talking too bad
I
about the
mean,
black man. You get what I'm saying? So that's the talk. Don't do that. Don't do that, please. You know, the black man go through so much. Hey, just
man.
because they black and they got some dick and nuts. Oh God, you know the people gonna come for them, and they need you to uplift them. They need you to tell them they the king and praise them. Give them some type of hope.
Oh no,
because
you gotta separate the.
no, you gotta give
I
them
didn't know
hope.
that's all that was
Yeah.
happening.
So let's switch the roles.
I was
I'm
lost.
gonna be.
Like, why was all these people bashing? I ain't understand. Really.
Yeah,
I didn't
it
know
came from a place.
where the,
So let's switch roles, Lady E. Okay, I'm gonna be the one caping for him. All right. So let's do this dialogue.
Okay.
I'm caping for the black man. I'm tired of you, Lady E. You always dogging out the black man, cause you need to pick better. You needed to pick better. That's what's wrong with you.
pick better.
You
That's
should
a
have picked
triggering
better.
ass comment.
Is it triggering?
Pick better. Most of yeah, that's triggering because a lot of women that be with men that ain't shit don't. First of all, I don't pick men. Men pick me. That's the number one. That's the one way women be messing up. You don't go after no man. If he ain't pursued you or pursuing you, he ain't gonna pursue you once you get him. You already behind the 8 ball. I don't do that. But I've been with men who picked me, sought me, courted me, did all kind of shit, and turned out to be nothing. You know what I'm saying? And they didn't come from single parent household, and they wasn't the worst nigga I ever had was an educated black man. I done had a street dude who was loyal, married me. You see what I'm saying? So for me, I guess I'm looking at it from a different point of view. I come from the hood, you know, and I'm not the most feminine black woman. You know what I'm saying? Like I am all of these outliers that they talking about in these extremes. That's who I am. That's where I come from. I understand the hood. And like Chloe said, she said something that I have literally said verbatim. She said these black men don't have a chance, and I promise you, I've said that. Growing up, you know, where my dad lived, I remember my first little love or whatever. Given his situation and how everybody grew up, you know what I'm saying? Most folks' parents was probably using something or not around and everything like that. And I remember looking then like, he ain't got a chance. And that was like 13, 14 when I was calling him my little boyfriend. By the time I don't remember, I think it was 2008 or something, I got a call. He was, you know, caged.
And why doesn't he have a chance?
He didn't have a chance because of the resources, right? Like for me, I had older sisters like that one caller who said she watched her mom and live a life and she didn't want to go through that. Her 3 siblings didn't go through that. That's me and my siblings. You see what I'm saying? We didn't go to the life. Although we lived a little bit of it, we all went, you know, the education route, whatever. So I think that's why, what was I saying? Like shit,
They didn't have a chance. But is it because their parents? Is it because it had to do with their parents or their father?
No, first of all, you can't one-trick pony no shit, right? So 2 people come together and they have what's called DNA, genes. Certain shit people are predisposed to. Just like somebody wants you'll go to the doctor, right, and they want your medical history. They like, oh, your mama got this? What your daddy got? What your mama got? What your grandma got? They want to know because all of that makes an impact on who you become. And it's also important for the the shit you can't see, the personalities, the addictions that person might have, the mental health issues that person might have. All of that is a part of your DNA. That's outside of environment, right? So then when you add environment on top of that and your surroundings is incorporated, and you could take, like they did a study on 2 twins, 2 parents, their parents were alcoholics. The twins grew up totally separate, never knew each other. When they went back to study them, they both were alcoholics and great families, not even a part of the street or nothing like that. So you got to consider DNA. Then environment. I'm in a good place. Maybe my onset of these things don't come as early or as they as early as they would have had I been in a different environment, had I been in the hood, had I been, around a different circle. You grew up in the popular neighborhoods and stuff like that, or not popular. I'm kind of delirious, y'all. The suburban areas and go to good schools and all of that, and it might show up later in life. But there's a lot of things that'll happen. So for me, the reason why they didn't have a chance and the reason I fought for my chance was because of the environment. Like parents were giving us leeway, right? You're a teenager, you get a curfew, you come home. What you're doing out there before you come home on a curfew is your business, right? Kids.
Well, I didn't have a curfew. I just wasn't allowed to go out.
Yeah, you had a whole nother issue.
Tell them a little bit about mine, because I've been telling y'all, but I wasn't allowed to go out. I just stayed pretty much caged in. I was, what do you call that, in a bubble?
You basically were. I mean, couldn't nobody go past our grandma's house. Like we couldn't nobody do nothing over there but your.
But yeah, I moved because I used to live on the east side, but I moved and I was isolated, and I was just on a Christian covering. That's the only thing I can go. It's school, Christian camps, Christian church.
I was gonna say that's when church camps started coming.
And that's it. That was it for me. I couldn't have people come over. It was different. So I didn't have a curfew, If I did go out.
It was different, but now that you say that, I didn't look at it like that at the time. I didn't really know. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you didn't know. At the time, you was doing your thing, and I was with, doing shelter. But I could go to the movies, and when I go to the movies, they drop me off and pick me up. But that was it. And I go to church, and that's how I did some sneaky stuff. I would say I'm going to church teen service, because we always have teen service. We got teen plays. We got teen everything in church. And I would go in, and I would go out the back door, and that was, that was my break.
I remember you called me one time talking about come pick you up. Somehow you, I guess, skipped school and wasn't supposed to. And had to get back to the school for some reason. And you was all the way out in like Southfield or something. And I happened to be living out there. I came and got you, took you back to school. Like, what the fuck? But that was good times.
Well, go ahead. People got curfew. Everybody don't got curfew. I never had a curfew. I was not even allowed to watch. I was not even allowed. I wasn't allowed to get on the bus. You got on the bus. I used to pray. I'd be like, please, I want to take the public transportation. I just want to know what it is. I want to know what it feels like. I want to live life. But I was never allowed to.
You ain't need to be on the bus.
I wanted to have a job. I wasn't allowed to have a job.
No, she thought she was doing what was best, I would assume. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't need to be on the bus. Not on the east side and all of that kind of stuff. It was probably best that you wasn't, because I would have been in trouble, Because no.
All right, well, go ahead.
It was bad on the bus. The bus was bad. We fought on the bus, all kind of stuff. But, oh, no, I was just saying, like, it was drugs. The hood was drug infested. Mamas was broke. Siblings was in the household. Stomachs was empty. You have to do things. You have to do stuff to get money. And once it's like that, first shot. When it get good to you, not a whole bottle gone. And that's what a lot of people was doing. They get that taste of the little quick money. And in the hood, I mean, you could walk out the house to try to go to the store, go to the spot or something like that, and somebody will be approaching you, like you want to make a couple dollars, and next thing you know, You out there making a bad decision. Like one of the callers said that it was bad decisions, and she right. It boiled down to it, and it ain't no past, right? Like I told y'all, I done worked in corrections, right? And a couple years ago, a young guy came in, 17 years old, bullet holes to the stomach, whole wound, colostomy bag, all kind of stuff. And I'm talking to him about what happened, and he like, he said his mother, since everybody want to blame the black man, he said his mother didn't like that he was like, he was 16, he had a girlfriend, he turned 17, and he liked to be with his girlfriend. He was like, always wanted to be with her. She started coming over and everything like that. He would be hanging out. The mama like, look, you've been with this girl too much. She coming over here. I don't like you, blah, blah, split. You got to go. She puts him out. He said he ain't had nowhere to go. He had two homies that had a spot. He went and stayed with them. He said one day he had stayed there like 3-4 days or something. He said niggas woke him up and was like, hey, you owe us like $1,000 or something. And he like, I ain't got no money. All y'all said I could stay here. He lay like, no, you better get it or we going to go tell you where your little brother. His little brother was a hooper, and he used to go up to this certain rec center and hoop every day. Like they knew, who his brother was. So he say he didn't know what to do. He said he went back home. He tried to tell his mama. She said, I don't give a fuck about none of that. And he said, I kept telling her, well, just don't let him go play basketball. Just don't let him go play, because he didn't know how he was going to get the money. She like, I ain't trying to hear you get out my house, cuss him out. He said she didn't even really give him a chance to talk. He couldn't really, like, she wasn't getting it. He wasn't telling her, so he tried to talk to his brother. His brother played like he don't really care, but he 14. He just want to hoop, right? So he say he walking up the street trying to figure out how to make some money. A random dude walks up to him and say, you want to make some money? He like, yeah. He say, I got $1,000 for you. Meet me at this restaurant. He said, you got a gun? He like, I told him I did have a gun, but I ain't had no bullets. I said, how you going to go with a gun with no bullets? He said, so I tell the guy I got a gun. He tell me, meet me at this restaurant, like tomorrow at 7, whatever. He said, you get to the restaurant. They had already talked or whatever. The plan was for them to rob the restaurant. He go in the restaurant. He plans to rob the place. The guy who told him to do this never pulls out a gun. He the one supposed to do everything. He does it, pull out the gun, but it's like a couple customers in there, and one couple in there, the husband had a gun, and he pulled out and shot him. And the boy almost lost his life. Might have a colostomy bag forever, who knows? But at the end of the day, he was a young boy that was put out the house, that was threatened, and had to save his brother. Like, don't nobody think about those type of things. You want to look at a little black boy with dreads and just say he this and he that. And it's like, man, I got nephews, 5 of them. You know what I'm saying? They are natural-headed, except 2, they got fades. But at the end of the day, you could look at them. My nephew's sweet as pie. Mm-hmm.
But going back to can we go back to your story? Now, some people may think, okay, well, if he would have had a father there to guide him as a man, then this would not happen.
I just told you the worst nigga I ever had came from a 2-parent household.
I know that, but it is some, people, good and bad, come from single and 2-parent households.
That's my point. So, yeah, a father teach you how to be a man, but integrity can be learned from any, you grow up that way. Right is right, wrong is wrong. Tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? Be trustworthy. Honor your word. Your word is bond. That's all you got. You see? Your character. Your people input that in you. And my mama put that in me. My parents divorced that when I was, 8. You know what I'm saying? So I seen my dad and I got, a relationship with him and everything, but my character and everything like that I got from a lot of people. My sister, my mama, my grandma, both of them, my siblings. Like, you learn how to be a real person that got good intention. And if you're not that person, you're just not that person. So I don't really look at it as female versus male, black versus white, any of that. Good is good, bad is bad. And people that want to do you any kind of way, they going to do it. Them people murderers. It ain't got nothing to do with them being a black man. They kill the guy. You say the guy set up the stuff in the Uber to kill. He killed multiple women.
Hold on, wait. He K. All right, so this is what he did.
Okay.
Yeah, so imagine you looking for an Uber. Somebody say, come on, I'm your Uber. Okay, so you get in, lock the doors, take your phone. I'm going to take you to an abandoned house. Make you take them clothes off. I'm going to do it in the front. Then I'm going to turn that ass around. And then I'm going to go in the back door.
No.
Have you ever got it in the back door? So can you imagine being a woman? Look, don't tell it.
Yeah. I mean, I digress.
Okay. But imagine if you never did it in the back door. And a man forced themselves in the front and the back. Come on now. And not only that, he also did that thing again before that situation. And he did it to a woman in front of her 2 kids. But the government.
And what this y'all feel like got to do with being a black man?
Because he's black and he's a man, and it's happening often where a lot of these niggas are doing the same thing.
But they do it all the time. Sorry. Maybe I watch too much YouTube. I watch murder show stuff all the time.
Murking stuff all the time.
Murking, yeah. M-wording.
Right. You know, it's a lot of stuff going on in China, but I'm sure we don't care about what's going on in China, but we care about the girls that's around here, and these girls look at her. That could have been me. That could have been my niece. That could have been my sister.
Me and you in 2 different states.
Huh?
You talking about just in the USA is what you're talking about?
No, you said something about it just happens everywhere. You said you watch TV shows and that stuff happen everywhere. And I said, yeah, I'm sure it does.
No. I'm saying that. Help me out, because maybe I'm missing something.
What you missing?
We're talking about people murdering people, right?
Yeah. Specifically, we're going deeper into black men taking out black women. That's what we're talking about. Black femicide. Who is taking out black women? Chinese men are not taking out black women. Indian men are not. So we're mostly focused on black women.
That's because crimes are opportunities. Chinese people ain't in the heart of the city. I mean, you know.
Okay, so if Chinese people was in the city, they would be armed black women.
They would be who?
Armed black women.
I can't say that they would. Listen, I can't say that that's what they would be doing. But the narrative that y'all putting forward with that whole ideology is that black men are innate murderers. That's my problem with it. Black men, it's something called logic, right?
Now, you know, logic. My father is a black man. Is my black man an N-word? Right. No, he's not. So, you know, I'm not talking about all black men. They're not talking about all black men.
No, I'm not saying all black. What I'm saying is the thought, y'all trying to make a correlation. Correlation means connection between 2 things, right? Y'all connecting.
It's more so take accountability, and something needs to change to stop the murking of black women.
But you got to break down the murking into categories. Some people are straight up sociopathic. Some people, it be crimes of passion. Is this domestic type of murder? Is this somebody who kidnapping folks in Ubers and Ring them in front of their 2-year-old? Like, it's levels to this shit. And although it's all murking, it's like the sociopathic.
And he didn't take her out of here. The Uber driver, she still lives. He didn't take her out of here. He just did that.
It's because he's sadistic and he want her to live with that thought, which is horrible. But that's a crazy person. That's a murderer. Murderers come in all shapes and sizes.
But
I'm sorry.
But it's the same murder that's a murder, but people are saying, yeah, but it's the same people that we have marched for, we're stand up for. It's the same men that were willing to take black women out.
But I know a bunch of women, sadly, murked by black men. I guess for me it seemed like to have a whole conversation about black men murking black women and to have it be about a dude who did this whole Uber thing. Like, that's a different type of, it's not like they just doing it because they black. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know how the race.
I don't think it has anything to do with race. Meaning that, are black men, they just going out looking for black women? Well, or do they go out target black women to dating? And if they get mad, they'll put pause on them? Yeah. I honestly feel like if the same black mark was to approach the Caucasian woman and the Caucasian woman said, no, I'm not interested, he gonna think twice before he knock up upside the head.
You think so?
Yes, they're not gonna treat. Okay, comment in the comment section. Are black men, do they treat white women the same as black women? If you feel like, yes, black men treat white women the same way they treat black women, press 5. If you feel like, hell no, they treat them differently, press 1.
What was I about to do?
But we can go on to the next caller. Let's see what's out there. All right, going to the next caller. Good morning.
Ooh. Good
hey,
morning, Gigi.
How you doing, baby?
Let me turn down this computer, honey.
How you doing? Good morning.
Baby, I am doing good.
Oh.
And I have a few points here to say because this is wild. Like, just listening to everything and, you know, even you telling the story about what this man just did to this woman. I'm like, to these women, like, wow, I couldn't believe that. So, you know, I have a few things to say. And the first thing I'm going to say is,
tell us your name.
Everybody Black.
Tell us your name and where you calling from.
It's like Reese J. Live.
Reese, hey Reese.
Birmingham.
I know that's right.
Birmingham, Alabama. I'm a returning caller. You my girl, and I've been trying to catch you live, honey.
Thank you, Reese.
Okay,
talk to me.
All right. So, just like I said, I'm voting for everybody black, okay? And what I always tell my son, if you can't think for yourself, somebody else gonna think for you, all right? And I had to write down some stuff because I had some stuff to say, especially with that one lady, but I'll get to that. Anyway, I've lived so many different lives at this point, you know, and I'm from Mississippi originally. And now I see it's all been for a purpose. You know, because I hear all this stuff going on, and especially with black folks, because this is right after the Black Lives Matter movement. Okay, let's keep all this shit in mind. Let's keep all this in mind. This is right after the Black Lives Matter movement. Now,
hold on. What happened before the black plant? What?
Black Lives Matter.
Okay.
Remember all these marches and stuff?
What happened? What happened?
Girl, what happened? I'm telling you, this is right after that. Okay, so they just give the niggas an assignment right now. Because these niggas ain't thinking for themselves. They give an assignment from somebody. And it's probably the damn media. Especially, you know, with all this political stuff and with now the media pushing certain narratives towards the black man, because yes, these are the stories we're seeing more. We're seeing every black man rapper getting killed. We see every black
Getting
man
Kate.
a woman, you know.
Getting Kate. And why are these black rappers getting Kate? Why are they getting Kate? And who K-ing them? And I think that's important to put that in perspective. When you're talking about these black rappers are getting taken out, who taking them out? Is you talking about the Chinese man taking them out? Are you talking about the Indian man taking them out? You talking about the Mexican man taking them out? Who taking them out, child?
Another black man, baby.
Okay.
They ain't got nothing to do.
And why are they taking them out? Why are black men taking out other black men? Is it over ego? What is it for?
They ain't got no goals. They ain't got nothing to do. They just trying to make money. It look like, you know,
they chasing the bag. It's the bag. They chasing that bag. Okay.
It's the bag.
It's the bag.
Oh, and let me get to it, Gigi. Let me get to it because I talked to my Caucasian pilgrim friend, you know, about this between white women and fat black women.
Hey, plus size. We love our plus size women. I do.
Hey, I'm plus size woman. Okay, so plus size. Okay.
Put some respect on that.
But let me tell you, because, you know, okay, let's be real. That's how they be trying to put it out there. So I'm just going to talk you the way they try to put it out there. You
know why? Because we have to change the narrative. We have to change the language. No, we're not doing that. You know, that's what Megan Thee Stallion does. Megan Thee Stallion does that.
Up here trying to do. So I'm just going to come from the hip with it.
Go ahead with it. Let me stop interrupting you.
In the hood, between that and that, those are the most successful, got their house, got their car, you know what I'm saying? They got a little money in their account. They probably got 1 or 2 kids. You know, the white woman, she got mixed kids. And then the plus size woman have the few kids running around with maybe a couple of baby daddies or one. You know what I'm saying? But they got money in the hood. You feel me? So what I realized, it's kind of like a come up for black men. They ain't really, they don't care because they only getting a beautiful woman so they can look good for others. You know what I'm saying? It's all about looking good for others, looking good for the outside, not the inside. And
who they looking good for?
Black men, huh?
Who they looking good for? Because I heard some of these men just get with certain women to look good for other men.
Other people, other men, the bank, you know what I'm saying, their business, wherever they going to, whatever club they going to, whatever festival they going to, whatever store they going to. Oh, yeah, that's me right there. They want to look good for the other people, not just for their household. Because usually their household is in disarray. So when you were talking about do black men treat black women the same, no, they don't. No, they don't. Because you know what? In private, though, black men treat white women terrible. Terrible. Every story I've ever heard, and I have a lot of Caucasian friends, I do. And every story I've ever heard of a Caucasian woman with a black man, they look good on the outside. When they go out, they fly, they look good, they sexy, they fine, they button up, tighten up. But when they get home, it is hell on earth for that woman. You know what I'm saying? And that is just the absolute truth. There's every 2 sides to a coin. You feel me? So I had to say that. And then the lady was talking about the educated man being the worst. It is, oh my goodness. I've known so many, and they're very controlling. If there's not one thing, because they don't want to fall back into what they feel like that bracket they just got out of as being, oh, I was struggling with my mom. That's usually what kind of household they come from. Almost every other successful black men come from a one-parent black mama household. So, yes, we as black women, we are the first educators to our children, you know, but who educated us? Another black woman that probably went through it, okay, with with another black man that her mom just went through with. And let me tell you, this is a generational thing. This ain't got nothing to do with right now, right here. This is the kids that's coming off of the parents that went through the 80s, for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? So, okay, that was the first big generation of one-parent households. Right after the Vietnam War, these black men came home crazy out their dang on mind. Couldn't do nothing. Now, you done served the whole war and you ain't got no benefits. You can't get no GI Bill. You can't get no home loan. You feel me? And you just went through all this crazy stuff. So they just went to drugs. So that's what I was saying in black men having a purpose and having a cause. Now, when they're in the purpose and they're in the cause, they got it. But after the cause is done, they have nowhere to go. And where they usually go is lashing out in the household because they have no direction. The direction comes, of course, from the parents before them, but that's even if they're listening or even if they in their right mind to listen. Mental health just came about just in, the past, I want to say 4 or 5 years, you know? And we just saw this beautiful beauty queen S-word, okay? And it was just like, you can have it all, but if it's not right, you know, on the mental part, on the inside, and everybody wants to blame God. I really don't like that because everybody have their personal walk, you know. And with that being said, we make decisions, but there are things that are bigger than us that influence our minds and our ways and our thought processes. And if we don't reach out to people, it's a problem. Okay, so let me get off of that. But then I just feel like with this media stuff, I feel like it's really pushing a narrative right now. You know, it's a lot of other things going on. We have these people that we voted in is not doing anything for us right now. But, you know, that just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? So it's like everything within code. Can we say that? Code? Okay. But with that going on and all that and this quarantine stuff, these people are lashing out within their communities, within their households. They only around black women in the hood. Okay? They only around other black women trying to get Uber, Lyft and stuff because we as black women, we are programmed to feel safer within our race.
Can I ask you a question?
And it's just unfortunate.
Can I ask you a question? All right, now you say these niggas, when they get with the white women, they treat them like garbage bitches. Huh? Girl, did y'all hear that?
Nobody seeing.
Did y'all hear that?
Nobody see it. Oh, you better believe it.
And so
that's why that girl had that look, Gigi, that's why that girl had that camera. Because on the outside it was looking like that football player was the best daddy, was holding her down, giving her money, had her looking good out here. But in that household she was going through it. And that's why she propped up that doggone camera in the corner when she knew that food was coming over about to act up. That's why she did what she did, because she needed the world to see what it really was going on. You understand? Like we are very in our feelings, emotional people. Them folk over there, they are objective. Law, order. They don't care about the middle part. They don't care about your feelings. They don't care about how you perceive it. They don't care about how you look at it. No, baby. It is pure law and order.
They call the popos.
When you step on that other side,
Are you for?
Yes, they call the popos, Gigi.
Are you for the popos or not? Do you feel? Comment. Let us know. That's a good question. Me too, child. Do you want to defund the police? No. Comment. Let us know. I want.
That is way beyond just defund the police. We just don't. Really, what needs to go on is same color, same area. Okay? Because
Hold
we do
on.
stuff that maybe other people don't understand and maybe other folk don't. But,
So you want to shift all black people in the
that's
city? You want all black people to be in a county?
No.
I was like, hell,
black officers patrol more black areas. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
So if you have a white partner, I mean, you have a white police officer, they'll have a black partner. You understand what I'm saying?
And what's that going to help? How's that going to change stuff?
I would believe that would change the narrative of shoot first and ask questions later, basically. I really do. I do.
Got it. So you feel like if the black popos was around the thugs, then they would question the thugs first?
Yes, I believe.
Because they're black?
No. Listen, I feel like they would look at them more as humans, as inhumane. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't, because
they'll say,
when I see...
I just seen my homeboy, you know.
But you just got finished...
Don't know old boy from Overview?
They don't care about that shit. You just got finished telling me these rappers take out each other that are black, so why they don't have that courtesy with each other? You know, when I got robbed, why didn't the nigga have courtesy and say, well, you're black, so I'm not going to do it?
You know what, Gigi? And that's something else I wanted to get at. We as people, we want to dehumanize or demonize the whole black man. But you know what? In these other cultures, they say that dirty, rotten scoundrel of a person, that person ain't this person ain't that. They will bash that person. They will kill that person's business, their whole entity. But we will kill our whole black man. But your daddy a black man. My dad ain't that cool, but we still cool. You feel me? So I'm like, I can't say all black men. You feel me? Everybody has their story. And that's why I feel like, just like black men, all black women can't be demonized. You understand what I'm saying? It's individual.
Yeah, but if you're saying that if
everybody ain't big,
if you're saying if you're saying that the black cops, because they're black, it's gonna have more of, they're gonna ask questions, but that same black cop, it's the same person. I see all black men the same. That's what you said that too, right?
Any black man that's from the hood or that lives in the city, they want to see is the black cop.
More of an understanding where their person is coming from. You understand what I'm saying? I would look at another black woman, I look at her different than I would a white woman. You understand?
Yeah, but that's you. Maybe all black people don't feel that way.
Definitely
not. And that could be that. You understand?
Look at Candace Owens. Do you think if Candace Owens or Ben Carson was cops?
No, Gigi.
Ben Carson and Karen Owens.
Like it's fair to dehumanize or demonize a complete demographic of people. You know what I'm saying? We all have shit going on. And I just don't think it's right. And I'm not gonna stand by it. I'm just gonna have to agree to disagree with you, baby. Because I understand what you're saying with the police, but they're still going back to the point of demonizing. And then that's just like, okay, we demonize them and they demonize us. Now where's the unity? Where's the common place? Okay? There is a middle ground. And the middle ground gonna be war within, where everybody else chilling.
I mean, didn't a white cop say Lil Wayne, and that's why he makes them racist comments? He was almost dead, and the white cop killed.
Yeah, Lil Wayne loved white cops, But I think it have nothing to do with race.
He loves that white cop. Let's be clear. He loves.
No, he made a whole comment.
He said whole.
No, he did. He said, I don't see race. That's what he said, because that white cop helped me. So, therefore, he's not saying that, it's all cops. No, he was saying that
I'm not saying it's all
a
cops.
broader perspective of where I'm coming from, because when I was about to die, this is the man that helped me. You feel
No,
me?
he
So
went
sit
off
up
about
there
the whole.
and demonize everybody. Now, when that man was getting locked up and everything else, you best believe it was a white cop. And what he say? Fuck them niggas. You feel me? So let's be real about this. Let's go. Because if that's where we want to go, like, no, he didn't do that. So that's why I'm
No,
saying
that
we
wasn't
have
my
to
point.
change
You
something within
let me
ourselves that
interject
says
real quick.
we're not gonna just sit up here and
Hold on. Let
cast
somebody
all
talk.
our stones on our people.
Let somebody else talk.
No,
Hold
that's
on.
not what you're doing. That's not what you're doing. But to say that, I mean,
that's what you're doing. That's not what I'm doing.
No, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not on that page. I was the first one saying we can't group them all up in one. It's absolutely ridiculous, in my opinion, to talk about us as a whole, black men or black women. Black on black crime is a thing because of the environment that we're in and the proximity we are in next to another black person. 85% of white on white of white crime is white on white. Don't nobody want to talk about that though, because we drinking the Kool-Aid and believe in the narrative. A murderer is an emmer is an emmer. A thief is a thief. It don't matter. You're gonna steal. Okay, do we have more black on black theft in the inner city? Like, come on, man.
Well, this how I
to
feel. I'm more concerned about me, and you know what I'm saying? So, you know.
It's one thing to be concerned about you, but you got to know that wherever you are, anyone in that vicinity has the potential to be a threat to you.
Right,
and
but if you're in a certain environment, if you're in the hood, then you're going to have to worry about hood niggas taking you out, right? That's your concern. Huh?
A lot of people grew up in the hood.
Right.
And ain't got a problem with being, it's certain stuff that come with the hood, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's certain stuff that come with the life. I've lived in the hood, I don't live there now, but I grew up in that environment with people. My mama moved us off the water. I kept going back to that area. I never got into that life. People have different sets of circumstances that they're presented with in their life. So it's like, just because we from the same place don't mean we gonna ultimately be the same thing. And it ain't just the hood. Like when Hurricane Katrina happened, and I watched that whole C-SPAN stuff on TV with the lawyers and everybody talking about how the levees broke and they heard the bombs and everything like that. And one of these white senators had this whole story about how his his wife, they visited New Orleans and he loved the city, and his wife was scared and these guys walked past her and she really was terrified. He said, we terrified every day. You know what I'm saying? We terrified every day in our city. It ain't special that you came and visited and now you scared. We scared every day. Certain stuff come with the hood. And for me, I was married to someone in the game. I know people that live that life, and every dude I've ever had a conversation with that was really in the hood and not talking about it said they didn't want to see the black cop. That's the one that pulled them out on the street and searched them. That's the one that did all of that. I've lived and I've had white cops racial profile me. You know, in the city I live in, I done been pulled over for, I know I was racially profiled.
Do you want to stay in the hood or do you want to get out the hood?
I say I like to live, because I'm by myself. I wouldn't, certain areas I couldn't live in. Now, could I live in Detroit? Absolutely. I could live in Detroit off the water. Absolutely. Not a problem. The whole city ain't tore up like that, but certain areas, heck, I'm not about to live there. Not finna live on that
block. But they gonna say, no, you gotta protect your people. You can't abandon your people. You gotta stay in the hood. That's what's the problem now. Why don't you change the house? What you say?
That's that. I don't think like that.
I know, but you have people that do. You have people that do.
No, not like that. I'm saying I don't think in a lump sum type of mindset like that. I look at everybody the same. As far as their potential to be a threat to me. I don't go into situations assuming that this guy's black, he's going to kill me. I don't do that. I got 5 black nephews that I look at. And when I go into a store, I'm not saying, oh, that could be my nephew. He all right. No, I'm looking and I'm watching my surroundings and I know my exit. If anything go left, I pay for my shit. I get the fuck on. I'm not in no place talking about, oh, this black guy. Now, I used to run stores, got ran up in by black guys. They actually went to every little store I worked in the neighborhood. You know, I had never worked in Detroit. I always worked in the suburbs and, you know, had nice little safe routes home. And this time, I done got ran up in the store. Little dude tell me, I say, man, can you just get out the store? He said, it's my store, bitch. Sat on the counter and proceeded, him and his homies, he sat on the counter. The other boys ended up rolling complete 4-ways out full of clothes. Precinct was a mile up the street. Customers calling, lady tell me she know. Somebody dead up the street, we got to handle it. Did it how we live. I let them niggas take whatever they wanted out that store. In the middle of the hood, you absolutely right. You want this one too? Because I think it matched that shirt. I'm not going to be putting myself in no position to try to be damaged any more than I am. You have to assess the situation. You have to take care of yourself. So I don't think about the black man conversation. When I think about the black man, I think about the fact that he needs help in a number of ways. This lack of emotional availability that causes him to not be able to converse with his mate because she don't know how to be a woman. And she's saying shit out her mouth that's completely reckless and triggering. You know what I'm saying? Come on. We all human, we all live, and we all got emotion. And you know what it is when you get into it with somebody, and yeah, they're a murderer, they went there, they snapped. And it's a certain country in Islam, a woman could kill her rapist. Her heiress. Kill him. K him. Sorry. You know, it's legal there. They had the ability to do that. That's a legal M word. And we over here talking about the black man did this when, yeah, it's black on black crime, but it's white on white crime. And it's other
But it's white on white crime affecting Mary 85%. Or Keisha. White on white crime ain't affecting Keisha, so she don't give an F about it. It's okay, the white person. Is black on black crime affecting the white people? No, it's not. So why would they care? That's not their fight.
What do you mean care? This is the narrative. You put this out there. Black on black crime. You don't, okay, I say, well, it's not about just the black man. It's the crimes of opportunity. It's crimes of proximity. If I happen to be in a white area, then, 14% of white people are killed by black people.
K-word.
They happen to be in the damn area. They happen to be in that area. You see what I'm saying? Logically, right, I can't associate just because this person is an African-American male that he's going to K-word me. That my mind don't work that way.
Okay, now, I understand that. We all have different
don't understand it.
ways and different things.
I'm not negating Keisha.
Right. But this man on the screen, he did this to plenty of black women. He saw Caucasian women. He was around Chinese women. Hell, we live in America. We are mixed. Every place around here, it's easy. Go 10 miles this way, you'll see some Chinese. Go 10 miles that way, you see some Caucasians. It's not like they not.
You want the M-worder to have diversity in his victims, is what you're saying.
No, my concern is about black women. Who's doing this to black women? That's it. And to stop and to take accountability. That's it. To take accountability. Listen, this is what the thing is. If I have a brother, okay, and my brother keep on stabbing me in my back, I want him to stop. I don't care if he's my brother. Stop. You're hurting me. But you said, well, don't say.
So are you going to move or you just going to tell him that?
What you mean? If he held me down and I can't go nowhere?
On your back. Are you going to move out of the way or are you going to sit there?
I can't. He got me held up. I can't go nowhere. He got me.
So you the victim. Right.
Okay.
So you the victim now.
If he's stopping, what you think?
Huh?
If he listen, child, if you even slice my ass, I'm falling down. Okay, I can't. Shit, what the fuck? Huh?
I said I'm playing dead. But
Well, now I'm not gonna play dead, but if I get sliced, I know how I am. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
This my thing. I watched a documentary on a 21-year-old, I think he might have been 18, African American serial killer.
Kayer.
He killed black women. Kayer. I'm so sorry. Kayer. He did that to black women. The way he got caught was that one lady got away. Somehow she coaxed him into taking her back to this motel, and when she got there, she just ran off, and he couldn't tell what room she went in, and she went to the police. He wasn't caught at that time, but she did get away, so that when he was caught, she was able to identify him. However, one of the victims that was M-worded would not give him the time of day. He kept trying to talk to her. She kept spending them. She kept spending them. One day she needed a hot $40. You know, she said, I'm going to give him the time of day. They set up. He supposed to pay her for this little link up. 40 minutes before she met her demise, she texted him and said, you're not a serial K-word, are you? Laugh out loud. Her intuition told her at that moment not to go. She was a victim 40 minutes later. You see what I'm saying? So in instances where bad decisions are made, you know.
So hold on, you gonna blame that woman? Well, it's society. It's the society. You know, you don't know how she was brought up.
$40. She linked up with a stranger and got $40, and now she 6 feet.
I understand that, but you can't blame her. It's her society.
Why? The young lady that's just missing that tweeted.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Wait. But that's my thing. You want to place accountability on her, but let's go back to the basketball court when we asking that black man, "Oh, you want to make some money?" He made a choice, right?
What basketball court? You just screwed my story all up.
Because you said earlier, well, it's not all about the black man. They don't have a chance. They don't have a chance.
No. Listen. You were sheltered. A lot of stuff you ain't aware of.
We have different walks of life. Yes.
You can't loop all of that in. I don't talk in no totality like that. When I was telling that story about that young black brother, I was talking about the fact that in the hood, when your mama don't give a care about you, put you out here to these streets, and you got to fend for yourself, you end up making badass decisions.
And women, that don't happen to women? That don't happen to women that end up on the straw?
I just said that.
Okay.
He ended up locked up. I took care of that boy in corrections, I told you.
I understand that, but I'm saying give the same grace to that girl that get kicked out at 14. She got to get on the corner and sell her behind to make some money, to make ends meet, and then she meet this nigga right here and take her, even though she have tuition. I shouldn't get in this car. I don't know, but she's trying to survive.
Right.
But then some people want to turn it on a girl and say, well, you should have chose better. You shouldn't have been out there selling your ass. Well, that's on you then. She didn't have a father.
I'm going to tell you something. If I'm ever going on a date with somebody and we have a whole conversation, this is the first time I met him, and I know I'm tricking, and something makes me text him, you're not a serial killer, man, the potential was there. That text alone, she knew the potential was there.
I understand that. And all these men that do the drug dealers, they know the potential as well. So it goes both ways.
They do the drug dealing.
Yeah, they selling out here, selling sugar boogers.
Y'all the only ones out here trying to make it just about the black man. It go both ways. She made a decision about $40. He made a decision to be a killer. They linked up on their path of life. She gone, he up the river. Who to blame? The black man?
Well, this how it started. This how it started. Okay, we're talking about a black girl getting our word by black men. People come in, oh my God, what about women taking out men? Why are you talking about that? What about the women taking out men? We're talking about this
And what
situation.
y'all should have said was stay on topic.
Well, that's
Been
not it.
talking
It's
about
because
this
I'm allowing people just to talk. So we're just talking and then we get in conversation. But the situation is about, I don't know her name, but I'm just going to say Keisha. Now, people in here trying to make it about Mark. What about Mark? Don't put too much on the man that took her out of here because he may be going through stuff. And what about the women that's taking out black men as if you hear a girl was grinding on a man, and then the next thing you know, the man said, no, I don't want you, sis. And then she take out and pop. You don't hear those stories often, but I hear these stories every day about women going to the gas station or somewhere, and they don't want to be bothered, and the man calling her all types of B's and stuff in the groups. I don't hear often where a group of women, a man don't want them, and they want to push him upside the head and call him out and do all this humiliating shit and try to pow him. It's a difference. And I was basically talking about that.
That's not the character of a woman.
Huh?
That's not the character of a woman. I just had a convo with the dude at work. He said he took this lady to Vegas, treated her nice. It was his woman. He loved her, kept everything together, money in her pocket. He left his phone at one slot machine, walked around to another one. She was calling it. By the time he realized he left his phone, he get up to go get the phone. She see him, and she like, what you doing? He like, hold on, I left my phone somewhere. Speed past her, get the phone, come back like, yeah, I left my phone. I was going to tell you. He saying before he knew it, the chick had swung on him in the middle of the Vegas casino. I'm not making it about just black women or trying to, beat down. I ain't trying to beat down nobody. The reality is people are not good on both ends of it. I just don't understand just because this person was R-worded by this gentleman, did it have anything to do with it? I think it's an issue. Sometimes it is somebody that particularly targets black women. We had that happen here a couple years ago. Remember, they was finding chicks in trunks and all kind of stuff. It was happening. We actually had a serial K-word here in Detroit, I think twice actually in my lifetime. And when I've been around it, I can remember, but that happened. Okay, that's a thing. We're aware of that.
But what we doing about it? And that's my thing. What is going to happen?
It should be education.
Okay, so that's why I'm talking about it, because that's my thing. You know what I'm saying? My thing is not, I'm not here to talk about everything up in the world. Okay? Some people, YouTube channels, guess what?
Say to me like that one more time.
Some people talk about hoes and bees and how black women are so this and that. And that's their thing.
I mean, first of all, I thought this was about the pastor. This was about the R word that happened with the young lady. A number of different things going on, right?
Of course.
So when I came into it, I responded to the info that I was given, right? After that was clarified, I still remain, in my opinion, that I just can't group everybody up like that. Now,
right.
I'm
not
aware
trying.
how I walk through the hood.
Right.
So
I get
I'm
it.
a black woman. You see what I'm saying? I'm a black woman. I've buried my friends and family ever since a kid. Black men killing them. K-wording them, beating them in the alley. You know what I'm saying? I grew up. I watched it. I made decisions and said I don't want that for myself. I had the ability to do that because I had a support system that was going to enable me to do what I needed to do. A lot of people don't have that. A lot of people don't have the same mental capacity. A lot of these sisters that be in those situations be kind of slow. Excuse my, ain't no disrespect. They be developmentally delayed. They don't know no better. They want the love from something. They put themselves in dangerous situations seeking the love of something. You know what I'm saying? I had a girlfriend one time, just to clarify what I'm saying, grew up with her, and that we would thick as thieves. We went everywhere together. But at this one point, she got with this dude, and I had never seen him. And she was like, "Oh, he got a excursion truck, or not excursion. I'm sorry, the Cadillac truck." And it was a newer truck or whatever. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. Like, whatever. You geeked about the car. I thought it was stupid. She was like, nah, he fresh, he this. She would never let me meet the guy, never let me meet him, right? One day, they go, I can't find them. You know, they mom tell me, like, they in jail, in the car in the impound or whatever. So when they get out, come to find out, the guy had been telling her his name was, let's say, Mike. This particular day, Mike in the car, his other homeboy in the car, her sister in the car. All of a sudden, the dude, Mike, is like, my name Robert. And she like, what? Your name Robert? He like, just anybody asks you my name Robert, right? Whole time, Mike has seen that the police is trailing them. So ends up in a whole shootout with the police with my two homegirls in the back of this truck. They shooting, police shooting at the car. The ironic part about it is it was a whole car following them with 4 dudes in it. She say she was driving up the street. She kept telling them to turn around. She lived the other way. Before he said, my name is Robert, she like, you know, you missed our turn. He steady going. He don't say nothing. He don't say nothing. Steady going, steady going. Whole time it's a car full of 4 dudes behind them. He taking her somewhere, her and her sister. What these guys planned on doing was probably R-wording them and K-wording them. Nobody knew who he was with. She didn't have his real name or nothing on him. Come to find out, the whole car was stolen. That wasn't his name. Her car ended up in the impound for like 2 to 3 weeks. She was in there for like 2 to 4 days. It was crazy. They were definitely going to, and I told my friend, I said, you know, if the police hadn't have caught him when they did, y'all would have been gone. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm fully aware of what goes on in the hood, but guess what she was supposed to do? She was focused on the wrong thing. She was impressed with a Cadillac truck, you know? And that's how I actually ended up in my last dangerous relationship. And before I cut that man completely off, I told him out my own mouth, I just feel like I can hurt you. It was so much mental manipulation involved in the shit. I said, I got the potential to hurt you. And I ain't never felt like that towards nobody. But certain people bring out certain stuff. And it's the opportunity, it's the environment. And I ain't never going to take nothing away from no black woman. And I ain't going to never take nothing away from no black man. The reality is, it happens. It's out there. And I'm not vilifying the woman. But you got to be accountable for the decisions you make in your life. That's just it. Now, you get snatched out the liquor store, something different.
Okay.
You decide that you're going to trick with a stranger, and you end up going up the river like, yeah, we didn't want that to happen. It's sad. It's unfortunate, but it happened.
Okay. All right. Let's get some other callers. And the thing is, you know, I have my opinion. People have their opinion. She has her opinion. And that's just what it is, you know? So let me see. 2-5. Smart Cookie, I'm trying to get to you. Smart Cookie, did you hang up? All right. I see a lot of people are saying I should go faster tomorrow. I will try to go faster. Smart Cookie, can you call back? All right. Smart Cookie. Where you go, girl? All right. I'm going to look in the comment section. I'm waiting on Smart Cookie to call back. You see what I mean? Hood stories for days. I can't. Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay. For her to get killed because she was naive. GG Channel's not here.
What the hell would that be okay for somebody to get killed? Because shit, that's just dumb.
Hold on. Wait. People got different insights.
People do gotta know. Listen, it's be logical. I ain't got time for that. That's ridiculous. Why would it be? It's not okay for anybody to be murdered. That
Okay, the N-word. I know, but people gonna take it different ways, you know. So, just like the lady here, it's been
just like
plenty.
You got your opinion, I got mine.
Plenty of girls that came up here, and it was different, but I just allowed them to just talk. You know, I'm not trying to change them.
Yeah, you've been doing this social media this
right
for a long time. I haven't. I don't, and you know me.
Yeah,
you know
that's what I'm trying to get you.
I don't know already. I hushed up about old girl because this your platform. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't sugarcoat nothing, not on TV, not in private. You see what I'm saying? So for me, I could take a comment like when the one person said something about I shouldn't have dated a thug, and I went off and I said, you know what, they had a point, but it was what I was with. But even though it was a thug and he did some time, he still was better than the one that didn't do time. You see what I'm saying? The one that went to college with a 2-parent household and everything was textbook fucking perfect. So don't play with me. So to sit there and type out, it's okay for her to get murdered because she was naive. No, but that's the motherfucking reason. That's a part of it. Somebody should have had you need a circle. That's the importance of a squad around you, your family, your friends, somebody. They supposed to observe stuff and let you know, like, dog, I don't think that's it. You supposed to have the point of intuition. Everybody done been driving in the car, be like, you shouldn't turn right here. Then you turn right there, and it's an accident, or the garbage truck there, and you rushing to work, or you late for some reason. Don't play with me. It's okay for somebody to get murdered because they naive.
All right, Smart Cookie. You okay? You do you want to continue the live or?
For me, I can continue.
Okay, I don't want you to get too heated now. You know. Smart Cookie, let me know if you're gonna call. Okay, Smart Cookie in the queue. All right, this is my moderator. Listen, I don't see you in the queue, Smart Cookie. You guys know Smart Cookie is my moderator. She also have a YouTube channel. Please support Smart Cookie. I don't see you in the queue. All right, I'm gonna go to somebody else, Smart Cookie, while I'm waiting on you. All right. Good morning. Hello, good morning. Good morning. Hello? All right, I'm going to go to another caller. All right, she's back. Good morning, Smart Cookie.
Good morning, Gigi. Good morning, Party Crashers. Good morning,
Good morning. I missed you.
Good morning. I miss you too. I've been around though. I've been policing down here working, and I've been leaving comments. So I'm here.
I know.
How you doing?
Good. Happy New Year, baby. Talk to me.
So look, I had to call in. I gotta address a few things first before I go into this whole topic. So first things first is people down in the chat. Listen, Lady E is a real relative of Gigi. She's not going anywhere. So all of you throwing tomatoes and all that ain't changing.
Well, she gonna have her own channel. She gonna have her own channel.
Exactly. She's gonna have her own channel. And
yeah.
You know, you can't come up on people's shows disrespecting. The second thing that I want to say is that this whole mammy and pick me, if y'all don't know what y'all talking about, don't be calling people these names. Go look it up in the dictionary and find out what the definition of these topics are. Or go follow the YouTubers that are explaining what those are, and stop referring to people as those things, you know. And if you need to know the definition, then just ask, and then we will tell you. But you're not going to be over here calling people names and think that the moderators are not going to handle you. Secondly, thirdly, this show is for everyone's opinion. You can have your own opinion. Just be respectful about it. Okay, now to the topic at hand. This is what I have to say about it. It's a very complex issue, okay? Yes, the slavery thing is very so relevant because it hasn't been that long, as Lady E said, since we started getting some rights, which are really not rights. But it hasn't been that long, so it's very relevant because it's a part of the fabric of this country. And when I say this, I'm speaking this to people that don't know and don't understand, and to foreigners that don't know. They think it's so easy to come over here to this country. Well, with black men, the issue is, yes, they are targeted here in this country. So it is complex for them. And what I mean by that is no matter if they do everything right, because we see on TV where some of our scientists and stuff are getting murked, okay? And even if they are getting educated, living a good life, they're still a target on their back just because they're black in America, okay? But that does not excuse the fact that there are more black men that are predators committing crimes and doing the wrong things rather than doing the right things. And we have to acknowledge that. And it's nothing wrong with people that have great black men in their family that want to, speak on them, or they want to, if they want to say great things about the black men in their family, y'all need to stop being bitter. Some people have a father that's been around the whole time. Some people have fathers that are great leaders in their community. Okay, yes, there's not that many of them as we need, but stop hating those people that speak up or that want a reference to the good black men that are in their families, because y'all sound real bitter. And then lastly,
you know what I think it is too, Smart Cookie? I think it's this. Sometimes, okay, don't you know how you were just saying, it's so many people that tear down the black man. It's like me coming in. What about the black women? What about people tearing out the black women? Why don't you talk about that, huh? But you're like, okay, but I'm talking about the black men. But you see, it's the reverse thing. Because when we up here and we're talking about black women getting taken out of here by black men, then you want to have a group. Well, what about the women that's taking out the black men? What about the women that's setting it up? What about, we're not talking about that.
That's not what we're discussing.
Right.
Stick to the issue at hand.
However, we give them grace and we allow them to speak.
Says tell them stick to the topic, and you tell me it's everybody's opinion.
It starts in the home. It does start in the home, and I really feel like this generation here, our generation, maybe these IGNs, they lost, so we got to give up on these. But the little kids, we can still work on them. There's still hope for them. So the reason why we can't move forward is because we're so divided. But it has to start at home. Yes, the black mothers, they do need to stop coddling their sons when they're adults, because even though that's your son, he's an adult. Tell the truth about his ass.
Yes,
if he out here R-ing, committing crimes.
But Smart Cookie, stop it. They're not going to do that. They're going to stay cuttering these niggas like they always do, and that's what it is. And let me tell you something else. It's going to be something down the pipeline. You think they're going to be hard on black men? They're coming for you, black women. The government is preparing something. They're coming for you.
Yeah. And
they coming for your ass. Trust and believe that.
We can't defund the police because we have no one to protect us, Like even the guy from the not effing around, where he at? His ass is gone. He was supposed to help us and protect us. Where is he at? We have to stop being cowards. There was someone in Brooklyn down in the comments that said a lot of things that ring true, and a lot of people can't resonate with this because they cowards. But we have to stop all this marching and all this dumb shit because it's not helping us. That's not how you take your power back. You don't rule.
You gotta play checkers. You gotta play checkers.
Yeah.
They out here. The black community is so easy. You already know what's going. You go this, and you already know what way they're gonna go. It's too easy.
Yeah. And when we become more honest and tell the truth about the wrong things that they are doing, and when we turn things around, and if they don't want to treat us right, and if that means we got to stop talking to them for some years or stop procreating with them for some years, then we got to do what we got to do to make our race better so that our race don't die off. Because as a lady, we hold the future. We hold it within us. But just to sit up here and say we should commit genocide and kill all black men off or not give birth to black men, that is ridiculous. I understand when people have been hurt, but that's very radical, and that's not thinking logically, But do we need to teach them how to treat us? Yes. Do we need to teach them to stop being predators? Yes. Do we need to stop running up and being masculine and running up to the police when they getting arrested like that bullshit Cardi B did? Yes, we need to stop doing it. That's stupid. That's not our place. What if you get killed from doing that? Then who's going to raise your children? People are just not thinking, and they have no solutions. They want to just do all this name calling. And these same people that be doing all this don't vote. don't get out and advocate for just little shit in their house. They sit up there and let things go on that's crazy in their house. You know a kid is acting, you need to be paying attention to your children. If your children is, using the restroom on themselves, you need to put more time into your child and find out what's going on, because a lot of times that could be meaning that somebody is doing something violating that child. And people need to worry about those types of things that they can control in their own household before they come up on platforms like these, spewing hate, pointing the finger, calling people names. What differences are you making in your own household before you try to talk about changing the damn world or changing America? And that's all that I wanted to say. I was going to keep it short and brief.
Keep it short and brief. Okay. And just to let the record stand, I have a good father and a stepfather. You know what I'm saying? That's always been there. So, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, and if you're not a mother of a black son, you will not understand what it is that they go through. You got to empathize with people as well, because like I said when I first got on here, they have a target on their back. And if you don't have no testosterone running through you, you can't speak on that because you don't know what it is that they're going through. Do we want them to be better? Yes. But just, not being honest about what's going on is not helping them. Not standing up for them at times when we need to is not helping them either. So that's all that I want to say. I love you, Gigi, and
I
I'll
love
see
you
guys
too.
later.
All right.
Bye.
Bye. Let's give a big old thank you to Bossy, donating $10. Thank you, Bossy. All right. I'm going to get some more callers. Big old thank you to Drea, donating $27. Thank you, Drea. Everybody say thank you, Drea. Appreciate it. All right, let's go on to the next caller. Lady E, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, so let's continue on. And that was Smart Cookie. She's a good moderator. All right, I see somebody with the hand up. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hey, good morning.
Hi, Gigi. How are you?
I'm good, boo. How you doing? Tell me your name. Where you calling from?
My name is Tab, and I am calling from Memphis, Tennessee.
Come out. Say your name again.
Tabitha.
Hey, Tabitha from Memphis, Tennessee. Can you turn your radio down? Everybody say, hey, Tabitha. Yeah, I can hear you. I just don't want to hear that echo. Huh?
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, girl.
All right. So I'm not going to hold you. Thank you for taking my call. I just want to send some words of encouragement, and I have these kind of discussions with my girlfriends very, very often. And I think that it's okay to be supportive, of course, to black men, but I just really wish that black women would start shifting their focus more onto themselves. I mean, we have a lot to deal with, a lot to worry about ourselves. I mean, I'm from the hood. I mean, nobody talks about what the psychology of what a black girl goes through growing up in the hood and how you trying to avoid your uncles and weirdos down the street, trying not to. They don't care.
They don't give a damn.
Next up, going to the store when you go try to buy a bag of chips and a pickle. Don't nobody care about that. It's just a woman when you come out of the womb innately you need to learn how to cook. You need to learn how to be a wife. Come on. And meanwhile, they're going up and telling boys, go sow your wild oats. Go sleep with this person. Go do this. Go explore the war. But meanwhile, women have to be locked up in the house.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting to be selected. All they want you to be a virgin by the time they get tired of going out here giving their used peen to everybody, and then you supposed to be happy and accepted.
Tell it.
I'm just saying, and it's not about
trying to get on to men or trying to separate it. I mean, these are the facts. And I think a lot of times is that it's been etched in our brains to think with logic. Okay, well, that's fine, but you cannot ignore the facts. And to understand the facts, that's when the logic comes in. And the fact of the matter is that there is a huge problem that's been brewing in the black community for a long time. And we cannot do it ourselves. We tell black men this stuff all the time.
They don't want to listen. Do you think they care?
They don't want to listen.
Do you think you're going to see black YouTube male content talking about black girls getting this and all that?
They don't care. And then the thing is that I find is very ironic is that a lot of black women in particular are always complaining about white supremacy, what the black man is lacking. Meanwhile, black men single-handedly blame us for all of their problems, their education, their employment. They blame the black woman for everything. And we're sitting up here talking about socioeconomic, environmental things that go on, but they're blaming us. That's a huge problem. That's why I be telling black women, if you don't look out for self and look out for you, then who will? Because the data shows that black women are in harm's way, and we are super vulnerable. There's no one looking out for us.
Nobody.
Nobody.
No.
And I mean, even when it comes to crime, I don't think the fact that people are ignoring the fact that it's crime amongst different groups of people, but ours is higher. And even in the past 2 years, the crime against black women have increased 30%. And guess who's inflicting it? Black men.
You're right.
We cannot ignore
you
that.
sure right.
We just simply cannot ignore that. And black women
I got a question for y'all, because it seemed like you commenting on a lot of the things that I said. So to be clear, you cannot go.
I would say this. We've been talking about this for months. Like it has nothing to do with the comments that you said.
I'm talking about. You mentioned the environment, worried about socioeconomic, issues and things like that, and the last little point she just made. What I'm saying is, okay, it's crime everywhere. Y'all acknowledge that. It's race on race crime in every different community. Y'all acknowledge that. The reason why the numbers are higher in our communities is because of the witches stew of circumstances we go. Where did crack come? It ain't in the suburbs. Where the schools don't have books at. It ain't there. Where the miseducation at? All of that creates a perfect situation for the crime and the increases in crime to continue to happen. So I feel like everybody should be responsible for themselves. The black woman, the black man should be responsible. You have to be responsible to make good decisions. I just feel like I don't really gel with the whole, I don't get y'all thought process on how y'all keep looping all the black men into one lump sum against the black woman. I just don't understand that, man. That's toxic.
This is actual data and actual facts. Even if you go back, a lot of times, to understand currently, you have to go back. Like, even after slavery, black men were going to the courts trying and begging and pleading to marry white women, which is a lot of people don't even know that. During the welfare state, that initially wasn't even created for black women. Are you kidding me? That was to take care of white women. When black women were getting on the train of welfare, the black man was choosing to leave the household. They keep saying over and over again how black women chose the check, we chose the government. Y'all left. You took that as an out.
Right.
Those women that were getting welfare during that time, those women were married.
And let me tell you something.
Since you got some little money, I'm out.
My grandfather, he was around that time, and he didn't leave my grandmother for no welfare check. Okay?
And a lot of them did.
He was a provider. He was a provider. He didn't do that.
I can get with that. The welfare part, the leaving of the household, the being infatuated with the white woman. I get all of that. That's facts. That's absolutely facts. It's the M wording, the R wording, like I just feel like those type of things are going to happen. I mean, it's a crime. Like you got to look at what crime is. I don't think it's just
a crime, but crime is broken up into actual data. So the data shows that yes, white people are doing that to each other, but the rate of black people doing that to each other are substantially higher. The data shows that black women are more susceptible of getting by a black man.
And
That's the data.
Another thing is, if I'm sympathetic for Chinese people, but why do I care about what's going on over in China and what's going on with Chinese people?
Business.
I don't care.
Not our
I don't
business.
care. That's not my fight. I don't care.
And not to mention, when those crimes happen in their communities, they go on. They don't have time to be sitting up here marching, getting on television, pleading and begging. That'd be us. See, generational curses start with making the choice to either continue or to change this. Nobody's going to come in and do it for you.
Don't forget about the Moors.
My thing is,
don't forget about the Moors now, girl.
The who?
The Moors.
You say the Moors?
Uh-huh.
Oh, God.
Okay. Okay. All right.
I mean,
this seems
very
jumbled.
control feelings individual. So I don't have time to be making excuses up for them because, I mean, the fact of the matter is that we don't get that courtesy ever. It doesn't matter what you do. And the number one thing they constantly complain about nowadays is that we're too modernized. Okay, well, back in the day when you was getting food on the table every single day, getting sex when you wanted, having the house filled up with children, you were still leaving. Oh, baby, I'll be back.
But hold on, women didn't have a choice. They didn't have rights. They didn't have a choice. They didn't have a rights. Almost like slaves. They didn't have choice. They couldn't get a job. They couldn't get a house in their name. They couldn't get land. Come on now.
And that's really what it boils down to. They are becoming the new white supremacists. They want to be the slave master.
You hear the black man on Instagram right now. I can pull up a video. What did he say? Y'all seen on Shade Room, Hollywood Unlocked. He said he want black women to submit and he want to have total control. Total control.
They want you to be a slave. They want you to be a slave. So I'm just like, are we really just going to focus on the white man just being a white supremacist? Or are we not going to focus about the influx of black men who cannot take the fact that you have rights, you have the ability to decide.
They don't want you to have rights.
They don't want you to have
And that's the end goal. What is their end goal with you? What do you think their end goal with you is? Is it for you to go and do what you want to do and have your dreams and be educated and have a great life?
Of course not. And they can sit up all day and sit up there and discuss and say that it's our fault that we as a community are not moving forward. No. That goes both ways. The end goal is not to build some kind of happy family, community, thriving, healthy. That's not their end goal. Their end goal is to try to take over. They've been seeing white people do it for so long, and it's nothing boils down to but purity.
But can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Uh-huh.
Are they trying to take control on a global level?
No.
Are they willing to fight with Chinese? Are they willing to fight with England, Russia on a global level?
They want to see somebody crawl around the house. Meanwhile, you have all of this money, all this land, all this opportunity. Go after them. Why are you trying to control us? We've been having your back for how many centuries now? That's my thing. And then they kill me by getting with the white women that the white men don't even want anymore. Okay, let's just be honest. By this point, they have been exiled from their community. Nobody don't really want those white women. And why are you trying to get with them for status? The white woman does not hold the status. The white man does.
The white man does.
The white man is the one that holds the status, not the white woman. So I'd be like, I don't see why black women even get upset by that. If they want to go over there, just let them go ahead and
Girl,
go.
what you
They're
think
not gonna
about
get it from
Kanye
you.
West? How about that?
Complete disappointment. Complete disappointment. But he's getting what he deserves, though. So, again, he's getting flat out what he deserves. You sat up here and you went out and chose the nastiest thing that you can find and tried to turn her into a housewife. So now you getting what you deserve.
Well, here's
And
what
black
another
women, a lot of
woman.
black women are butthurt.
Here's what another woman. And guess what, girl? He bought all her friends Birkins. You see it on the screen, Kanye West. His boo, Julian Fox, and her friends with baby Birkins for her birthday. Ain't that cute?
Come on. Yeah, super cute. And all that money, he starting getting it with no black woman, building up with no black woman, building no community.
Nah, that's a joke. That's a joke. Did you just say building a black community? Is that what Kanye has been doing? Building the black family up? That's a joke.
They're not interested in that. And
hold on, girl.
Ain't come to terms with that.
Ain't Kanye West known as what he say? The most man that got the most money, the most black man that got the most money, or something like that.
Yeah, he's up there in wealth. He is.
Yeah, he's a billionaire.
Rapper. Yeah, richest rapper technically, but he got off his clothing.
Mm-hmm.
And what they do when black women can literally, I mean, it just is what it is. A black woman will be with you with nothing. So I don't want to hear all that stuff about us being gold diggers. Some of us are, but the vast majority of black women will try.
I don't care. Okay, some of us are, and guess what? They want the gold diggers, baby. You can't tell me all these niggas. They spend so much time with hoes and gold diggers, baby. If I really want to do something, I can have a roster of strippers and hoes doing some interviews. Okay, but I ain't that type of person. But I'm just saying, they love it. From the government to Hollywood.
They love it.
But you know what the part is? They want them hoes to be below. They like to feel like they're above the hoes. But nigga, you a hoe too. Y'all both the same pockets.
Not to mention the double standard that you can go out here and pass that peen around to any and everybody, and as soon as a woman sleep with a 1, 2, 3 times bigger Harris, and then she the worst person on the face of this earth, throw bricks and bottles at her. It's a complete joke. It's a joke. And it always has been, and it always will be. Focus on yourself. Focus on the things that you can actually control.
Did you know what I just learned from Nick Cannon, girl? Nick Cannon say the thing that hurt him the most, if you tell him his freaky stuff is whack, he said that I guess it really hurt niggas' egos if you tell her they shit is whack. I never knew that.
That's their favorite part about themselves. They claim
that's all
black
he got.
women want. They claim that's all black women want is, just for their sex. But that's their favorite part. They know what they really have to offer at the end of the day. They don't mind when a white woman fetishize over them about when it comes to sex. But it's a problem when a black woman want to sleep with you and go on about her business. That's all you got to offer. Who cares? Use them for what they're worth. I don't have time for it. I mean, it's more black women that have more sympathy, definitely than I do. But I'm not worried about them like that. And I got a black husband in the other room, and he'll even tell you, if black women, if y'all don't knock it off and stop with these Negroes, he'll even tell you, these men out here, they know each other. They know what's up.
And they know who they can play, and they know who they can run game on.
Yep, and they know that black women, no matter what you do, all they have to do is wake up in the morning, don't have to go to work, don't have to be educated. A lot of black women show so much pity, but we really, largely, we do not get the same respect. So why keep giving it? Why keep giving it? That's all I'm saying.
Well, I thank you
they
for calling.
Deserve it. A lot of them don't deserve it.
You're right.
It just is what it is. I mean, it sounds rough to say, But that's just how it is. I mean, it's just no way in the
Time
world.
out. I
you
don't
have
like that. It sounds rough to say.
90 seconds.
Do you ever listen to Fit and Shit? Huh? Do you listen to these black niggas podcasts and how they talk about black women? And you gonna sit your ass up here and say it sound rough to say?
Look, trust me. Grew up in the hood, raised by a police officer. It may sound rough to some people, but I was just about to say, have you heard some of the meaning things that they get up here and say about black women on a daily basis?
Right. Shit, we up here, we see this shit.
They don't even think about it.
And remember, they tough. They tough, right? They can take it.
Yep. That's why I said, say what you gonna say. Treat them how you want to treat them, because they gonna do you like that. They've been doing this since the beginning of time, when they've been participating in the bingo parties, and then when they requested to marry white women, when they left the house in the 60s, and they still doing it to this day. They tough, they rough, they can taste. That's what the testosterone is for. You talking about targets on your back? Be a black woman up in this world, and then we can talk.
And I'm sad. I'm sad to say, but it's gonna be rough for
10
black
seconds.
women in the future. This next administration that's coming forward is really going to come for black women. I bet your ass. I'm telling you.
Black women do not have time to be. I mean, we don't have time for that. You do not have time to sit up here raising these men until you go up to the grave. This is what's killing a lot of black women, and what's keeping a lot of black women in bad health. Is sitting up here worried about them. If you don't go on with your life and take care of yourself and worry about yourself, you're not the most educated out of all the other groups for no reason.
Well, a change is coming. Did you hear about what's going on Facebook? The stock done went down, girl.
I saw that. Me and my husband lost a little bit of money, but that's all right.
Come on, girl. Say your name again.
Tabitha,
I'm so proud of you. You're getting in stock.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying? You're going to have to come over here more often. I beg you, please. And I want you to tell us more about stocks and bonds, and it's a lot of shit I want you to be talking about.
It's a lot of things. I definitely call back. I watch the show all the time.
And I thank you.
Catch it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but
I appreciate that.
But you know what? Social media. If Facebook is going down, and what else they say, Spotify, and you know what's going on with Spotify, but I can't speak too much on Spotify. But I'm just saying, all this is political. And trust and believe me, it's more stuff that's coming down the pipeline. And I'm sorry to say, it's going right. And Tabitha, what's going to happen when they fund them police again? Because you know that day is coming, right?
Oh, look.
Tabitha, do you really think they're going to defund the police forever? When the next administration get up in here, don't you think this shit gonna get more conservative? Huh?
Look, y'all better stop talking about defund those police. Nobody needs the police more than black folks. No matter how much they want to go on rants and talking about they don't like them and all this kind of stuff, black women, please. I was raised by a police officer, so I know I ain't trying to hear that mess about defunding no damn police. Because we quick to call them when we need somebody. Because, look, ain't no groups of men running to our rescue when somebody's trying to snatch us up or we fighting. They standing around watching you get jumped. So
I don't believe that, Tabitha. No, Tabitha, are you serious? No, not the black man, Tabitha. No. I know they're the kings. They're your protectors. When they see another woman that's black and they don't know them, they're going to stand up for you. They got them big muscles and they strong. They athletic. I know that's not, I don't believe that, Tabitha.
What movie you talking about? Because you sure ain't talking about reality.
The Tyler Perry film.
Say it ain't so. And shout out to, I'm glad you brought that, shout out to Tyler Perry. You know he about to be Medea again.
Oh, no, don't tell me that.
Yeah, he got a Netflix deal. He said people need to laugh more.
I went to his farewell play here, and I knew when I went that he was gonna be coming back as a
Medea.
Medea. That was supposed to be his last, performance as Medea.
You know our granny loved Medea. You guys, listen,
I say I like Medea. Medea be funny to me.
My granny loved Medea. Let me tell you, my mom, all she watch is Tyler Perry shows. I'm not a big fan of Tyler Perry. I love what he does, but I'm not a big fan. I don't watch his shows, no hate. But my mom and my family love Medea, honey, and Tyler Perry.
I appreciate his ingenuity in the way he came into the industry and what he's created for himself and other people, but I'm kind of halfway there when it comes to Tyler Perry because Medea is such a relatable character, but those women in his movies, I'm just like, can we get a black woman that's not entirely just down and out, crazy, want to take care of a man that don't want her? Sometimes with the depiction of the black women, it's just kind of like, come on now. We see this enough. We hear this enough. Give us somebody a little bit more that's got some common sense that ain't trying to save nobody.
But that's all Tyler Perry know, I think. I feel like that's all he knows.
Because there's plenty of black women that's out here doing the damn thing. And I'm like, come on now. We sick of seeing it damsel in distress. I'm like, as much as we can't always... It's either they depict us as being way too strong or they just depict us as being too weak. We need something like right in the middle, a good mix.
All right, Tabitha, you better call back. I'm going to let you go. All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And y'all have a great day.
All right, you too. All right.
You too.
Good morning. Good morning. Hello?
Good morning.
Hey, how you doing? Tell me your name, where you calling from.
My name is Tiffany.
Hey, Tiff. Where you calling from?
I'm calling from Charlotte.
All right.
Okay, so I wanted to address the issue that, and I know she your cousin, so I don't want her to be thinking that I'm being disrespectful or being rude. I did call her a pick-me though in the chat. Here's why. The thing is
Go ahead.
Yes, the thing is that you're on this channel and you're taking up for black men in such a profound way, yet you're still single. And they are okay with leaving you in that status. Why? Because they don't care. Now, I'm a black woman. I'm from Compton, California, but I live in Charlotte. I have 2 daughters. I've been married for 23 years to a black man. Okay? Even our conversations as husband and wife and as parents to our daughters, both of us have a problem with our children, our daughters, dating black men. We don't want them to do that because even in elementary school, which my oldest is in elementary school right now, and my youngest is 3, even with them being in elementary school, my daughter, I have to be up at the elementary school because black boys don't know how to keep their hands to themselves. They call in the black girls bitches, B's and H's. Where are they getting that from? Every problem that we see in the community, in the black community, it stems from problems in the black home, and I would venture to say in the black church, which we spend far too much time in, and not addressing the perversion that is going on in people's homes and in these churches. Now, me and my family just recently in October, we went to Jamaica. Jamaica is a black-run country. Let me tell you how poor these people are. Why is it ran by black men, yet when I get out there, there's no infrastructure? These black politicians, male politicians in Jamaica, are allowing the United States government to take soil, which has aluminum in it, out of their countryside, which is destroying the actual landscape, taking away people's opportunity to plant and build. Something that black men in America, and I would say globally, have a problem with. They're not building anything. Today, you will see black men, they be driving all these fancy cars, can't change the oil, can't change the tire, okay? They don't know how to fix a toilet. Very simple things. Change a switch in your house. They don't know how. Me and my husband are business owners. We try to employ young black people. Specifically, our goal was to employ young black males and give them an opportunity. They can't read and write, read and follow written and verbal instructions. They have a problem with authority. Now, the thing is that as black women, I'm not saying, and I listen to Cynthia G. I don't agree with everything she says, but I do listen to her. And she has some points. In order for us to be as a collective, because I could talk about my black husband that is a unicorn, even in his own family, he is a unicorn. He's the only one that is successful, okay? So I could talk about him all day. I could talk about my great-grandfather who actually built his house for his 8 kids and his wife that I still have an opportunity to go back to. I could say all that about them, but they are not a representation of the collective. And that is what we're talking about. Collectively, black men are failing, and we have to address the issue. It doesn't make any sense that the kitten in heels would venture to get on Nicki Minaj's Instagram on her live and try to school her about how she needs to be submissive and what black women are missing. And she is more successful than him. Majority of us black women are more successful, make more money, and are far more educated than black men. Yet we're still going back and forth with them. We're still out here fighting for their rights. The thing, even when we're talking about slavery and the plantation, or us even being sold from the continent of Africa to America, that was black men's doing. Gigi mentioned the Moors. Those were the initial people, black males, who sold us out. Why? For white women. It's always been about white cats. It's never been about black men trying to help build their community. They are trying to turn themselves white. I say that black women, we need to take a step back. I do believe that men globally are present a threat to women on a global level. But in particular, because we're talking about black men, and yes, because we're all in close proximity with each other, that is how crime happens. Yet at the same time, because we are descendants of slaves, there are certain things that we should be staunchly against. Human trafficking is one of the things that Gigi talks about all the time. That is what attracted me to her channel, because I am against it. I grew up in Compton. I have had friends who have been trafficked. It is not a pretty picture. I have advocated for young women who have been trafficked, some who have mental disabilities. I mean, it's very sickening when you look at that. And how could somebody who claims to be black sell another black person and then come back and say that he deserves justice from a police? They put the target on themselves. I don't want to take up too much time, but I just wanted to say that. Gigi, I love your show, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you, Tiffany. All right.
So let me respond to Tiffany, because I find this actually fascinating at how so many people are affected by this group think. I think on my own, right? Nothing about me has ever been a pick-me. And the fact that, to me acknowledging the disparities that black men and women experience versus other races is being made a mockery is disappointing, especially from so many other African American people. It's sad, actually. But she made a statement about me being single and her being married to a unicorn. Sis, you can't have it. I wish you would have stayed on the phone. You can't have it both ways. You cannot praise the black man that you. Okay, good. You can't praise the black man that you laying up with and then talk to me about a collective. That statement in itself is hypocritical.
Yes, I
I'm
can.
fully aware. Let me finish. I let you go all the way through.
He
I
has to
let
watch
you
out
go.
for
Let
other
her-
black men.
Hold on,
I
let her
let
talk.
you go
Go
all the
ahead.
way through. Let me say what I'm saying. You made a statement about, first of all, I've been married, and you don't know exactly what that situation consisted of. So when you speak on a woman's singleness, you need to have a little bit more information regarding it. Just like we're having a conversation about the abuse of black men towards black women, and you decide to come on here and talk about how black men abused me. You a hypocrite. At the same time, you want to praise your husband and call him a unicorn and throw all the rest of the black men in the collective as if it isn't a whole bunch of other women out here with their unicorn. You see what I'm saying? My problem with the whole ideology of this topic is that the fact remains they are a threat to us in a number of ways, them as well as everybody else. Y'all want to look at it as a collective when you need to go individually. Individually, what you have. Because just like you had that husband at the house raising your 2 kids, it's another. I got a sister like that. I got 3 sisters over me, every one of them married. So I was following in the footsteps of great role models and great black men around me. And I've been around a lot of black men that were not good. So I don't know what the pick me part came from, because I ain't trying to be chose by nobody. But what another thing you mentioned was that the black church is a demise. I said that, an hour ago? How the black church is the one thing that done did the worst to the black family? So at least we agree on that topic. Then you say, they have a problem with authority. Absolutely. I just told y'all earlier a second ago that after the emancipation, there was something called employee dubious, which the whole plan was to disenfranchise the black family. If there's no man in there to raise a son, to show him how to be the man, he don't know how to be the man. Which guess what happens in turn? When a woman don't respect you, she's going to be flipped with the lip. It's going to emasculate you, and it's going to masculate her, which is going to flip the roles. Also, you mentioned that you don't want your kids to marry a black man, and sis, the self-hate is real in that statement, because the cup is either going to be half full or half empty, right? You can look at the cup and say all black men are not shit, or you can look at the cup and say it's some black men that are worth something out here. And you're talking about maintaining our population. If your kids don't marry no black man, what we doing with the population? How we sustaining a community? How we building it? We're not. You sending that daughter just like that interracial black man, just like that man Lassa said was begging at the courts to marry that white woman. That's what you're doing with your seed because of what you've seen. But they can't get a unicorn like mama got, right? Hypocritical again. Also, you say the education, money, and success, that's what women got. We got money, we got success, we got education. Guess what a husband needs from his wife? Respect. Love. Yeah, it's cool. 2 bags is always better than 1 to be in there, but I had a husband I didn't have to do nothing at a point in time. I went through my whole education taken care of. You see what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, a real man is going to put you on that pedestal. And what ain't in a man just ain't in him. So you can't look at every brother out here as no collective and say, oh, they not this, they not that. Because guess what's going to happen? That's getting you set up for you already in prejudge, my man. You walk into a store, you coming from a certain place. You interact with a black man, you coming from a certain place. You putting yourself behind the 8 ball. Ain't about no pick me. I'm single at this moment because I want to be. Know that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not at no lack. I'm not out here running around trying to get picked by nobody. A man don't define me. And like you mentioned, the education, the money, the success, I got all of that. I'll get up and do whatever I want to do whenever I want to do it. And you know the reason why I'm single? Because as a black woman, due to the trauma and the things that I experienced, I knew that I had some healing to do. And what I didn't want to do was put my damage on any other black man, even though I've had ones that weren't good. But I've been the cause of some issues. I have been the toxic one in certain issues. I had to go through some self-love and some growth. The last couple years, that's what I've been dealing with, trying to get myself in a place so that that next relationship will be with my unicorn. And I'll be good to him. I'll have something good to put inside of him. But what I'm never going to do is one side nothing. I'm a Libra. I don't know if that's why I'm the way I am, but I need balance on both sides. It ain't going to be no teeter-totter, one side heavier. I'm not about to sit there and act like I haven't seen a number of black women throw their hands at a man in the middle of the street. And then I saw a black man choke a woman in the middle of the street. Men ain't do nothing in neither case. You see what I'm saying? Just like you from Compton, I'm from the D. We done seen a whole bunch of different stuff. So that, and to mention slavery, you can't negate that. And furthermore, the transatlantic slave trade was not 100% accurate. Yeah, you had some people slaves that sold slaves. You also had people that were free, became free and purchased family members. And they have it where, they bought the slaves. You had to get them out of slavery here in America. And furthermore, it was already people of African descent in America before the transatlantic slave trade even started. If you go to the Armic Head in Mexico, then, that's a nigger nose. You know what I'm saying? So it's levels to that, period, about that. And you even saying that, it's not that that's a crutch and somebody trying to say, we got to negate that. Less than 60 years ago, we got rights to basically be humane in a country. So all of this man hating, that's how I'm taking it. It's like a personal attack on the black man. And I'm not negating none of that. Like I told you, I done buried at least 4 females that I know at the hands of a black man. So it's not nobody giving them no pass. I just told y'all about a 21-year-old African-American serial K-word. Like, come on. That don't even make sense. You can't, what you can't do is have your cake and eat it too. It ain't going to be both ways. The black man as a collective ain't going to be the biggest threat to the black man, and you got a unicorn. What it is individually. Some men out here ain't shit, and they hurting our sisters, the black men. Some of them out here are good, and they unicorns, like you said, and they husbands, and they fathers, and they at home, and they doing what they supposed to do, and they don't have no other way, you know what I'm saying, to be other than what they are. So that's just that. And human trafficking, that's never okay. Like, come on. Nobody, is the black man human trafficking now? He the one doing it? He the only one doing it? A lot of those guys be from other countries. They come over here, they do stuff. They be in debt to different people. Like, it's a dirty game out here. And you negating the reality of that. It ain't just about black and white in this earth right now, especially in America. And it ain't about black and white even when it comes to the politics. You know what I'm saying? It's about the elites and the masses. And where the drinking of the Kool-Aid is happening is that a lot of us are still out here thinking that that's the level it's on. And it's not that. It's not that simple. It's not just no black and white thing. It is bigger than that. And for me, the black sister is just as important as the black man, and vice versa. And the bad things happen on both sides of it. It ain't got nothing to do with China or Australia. I mean, not Australia, but, Russia. And ain't nobody concerned about all that shit across the water. Sorry about the cussing. I don't like the facetiousness of such a serious topic. You see what I'm saying? It ain't got nothing to do with that. Now, whoever in the comments said, what about the black woman? Like I said earlier, y'all should have just told them to stick. That ain't what we talking about right now. Let's stick on topic and ignore those comments. You know what I'm saying? Like your moderator said when she came on. But when I said it, I was the bad guy. She said it's all good. You know what I'm saying? And I don't mind being the bad guy.
It was other girls. Candace, shout out to Candace. They was getting on Candace. And
yeah,
it was other.
I wasn't present for all of that.
Right. So I just want to let you know you wasn't the only one. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No. I'm just saying. I don't know. all I know is what I guess maybe the way I articulate myself sometimes be unclear for people. But I don't know when I was the only one or one of the people that were advocating for black men that were R words or kill words. I mean K words. Like that ain't what I did, and that wasn't my intention. And if that's what people took from that, then that's ridiculous. I'm an advocate for my people, both male and female, and you're not going to throw us all out with the bathwater. The baby ain't going with it, because I'm a good woman. I got nieces and nephews that's good women and good men, and I'm just not here for that narrative. You actually perpetuating the narrative that the enemy, or whatever y'all want to call it, the WT people are perpetuating. It's the same story. You sound just like one of them. Then you got all of these alpha males who coming out and they dogging women, and then you got women who sit there and totally disrespect the black man. Then you got what's that one little blogger group sit there but they praise other women. This ain't nothing new. That ain't nothing new about no black man running up behind no white woman. Clarence Thomas, didn't he marry one? And then that other guy or whatever, I heard a whole radio interview with him dogging out the sisters about what we do and everything like that. That's self-hate. And that's the same thing you dealing with. Talking about you don't want your kids to marry black men. Who you want them to marry? A Mexican? A white man? An Italian? Like who's better for them? Because when you sit there and look at stuff, you got folks of all races. Domestic violence is a killer of black women, and it ain't only by the black man. So for me, it's a level of, I guess, lack of knowledge for that whole ideology to exist, for me. And that's what I got to say about it. At the end of the day, I wish you the best with that, your family, unicorn, Godspeed with it. Cuz I'm about to pass out. I've been up since about 7 o'clock yesterday. I'm about to go to sleep in Georgia, bye to the party crashers. And do they even know I named them? Tell them that story one day. But I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Love you. All right. So I'm going to get Tiffany. Lady E is gone. All right,
Hello?
Tiffany, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here. So I just wanted to say I'm a Libra as well.
Come on, Libras. Hashtag
I'm
Libras
so
in the house.
for justice. Now, when it comes down to it, when she's saying, who do I want my children to marry? I want my daughters to marry a good man. And the reason why I said I don't want them to just be looking at a black man is not I don't want them to ever find a unicorn. I hope they do find their father. But at the end of the day, I want them to be happy, and I don't want black men to be their preference. That is what I'm saying. Because of the fact that black women, we have black men as our preference, they automatically know straight off the cuff, you ain't going to leave me, you're going to be more loyal to me, you're going to stick by my
They're
side.
entitled. They're entitled.
Exactly. This is how a black woman that plays in the WNBA gets married to a man who is incarcerated.
Tiffany, look at Eve. Look at Eve. Ain't she doing well?
Exactly.
Ain't she doing well?
She was being, but I'm not saying, I say men globally present a threat to women, and that's a fact. So all women have to be careful when we are interacting with men, because we are, like the Bible says, the physically weaker vessel. So yeah, you can be overtaken. But what I'm saying is that within the black community, we should not be accepting crime as just a part of the norm. Social norms within the black community, just period, it needs to change. I get tired of people talking about all these single black mothers, but where are those fathers? How did she become a single black mother? She didn't lay down and get pregnant on her own. Now, I would say for myself, the way that I found my unicorn was absolutely not looking for my father. I had to look for somebody that was completely different from him. And you know what my dad said, who I did not allow him to give me away at my wedding because he was not there. The persons that were there were my grandfathers, the builders, the real builders, whose homes I could still go to this day. Okay? I didn't want him to walk me down the aisle, and then after we got through that little conflict of him having his feelings hurt and having his butt on his shoulders, he had to come back and say, hey, you made the right choice. I'm glad you didn't choose a man, he used the N-word, like me.
A nigga.
Because
you can say nigga, we say niggas, Tiffany.
Yeah, he was happy that I didn't choose a nigga like him.
Okay.
That's what he said from his mouth.
But Tiffany, can we stop? Can we stop this shit? It's a lot of black men that say don't pick the niggas. You hear them all on the video. When a black man do something wrong to a woman, what they say? You shouldn't have picked that nigga. So no, you don't got to do that. Right. Talk like they do. They call each other niggas. Come on now.
Exactly.
Stop it.
Exactly.
We're not about to cuddle over here. We're not about to do that shit over here.
It starts from when they're young, though. It starts from when they're
young. You know it starts when it's young.
In elementary school, it makes no sense that another little 10-year-old black boy is at school calling all the little black girls in his class bitches.
But Tiffany, can we talk about how
where do he get that from?
The older brothers and uncles, and
why does he have that animosity? Who put that animosity in him?
You want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you, Tiffany? Huh?
His father. I know.
Not only his father. Hold on. The father, the brothers, the uncles, they get them when they're young, Tiffany, around 9, 10, 11 years old. They get a prostitute. Look at this bitch. Look at this hoe. Right. I want you to F this hoe. Have time with this hoe. Then they turn these men into freak boys that want to go around and see other women as bitches and hoes. Now, do they teach these young men to see women as sisters? And you need to protect her and love her and uplift her and have respect for her body?
Yeah, then they want to tell them that they should still have an expectation to go out here and get a good black woman. What good black woman is going to want you after you done slept with 1,000 other, the same way that you want a virgin, your wife to be a virgin, you should be a virgin too. You should be her first.
But that's no. You putting them up. But you're holding them to accountability, and that's what they don't want. No, you can't do that to me. You know why? Because I'm a black man and you a black woman, and it's just as simple as that. Because you a black woman, you need to do X, Y, and Z, and because I'm this, then I am. I don't need you. You don't account for me. Okay. See, you getting out of hand now, Tiffany. You being too masculine now, Tiffany. Tiffany, that mouth. You being too masculine.
I know. The thing is like even when I went to my numerologist, he did my numbers come back masculine. The thing, for my birthday and all that, time of birth and all that. But the thing is that these black men that are out here today, this is a conversation me and my husband have all the time, because he's like, I know that there has to be some good black men. My question to him always is, where are they? Where does a good black woman go and find a good black man?
They're getting turned out by other bad men.
And that's the thing,
Tiffany, do you ever talk about that? How it could be one good man, but you're going to have a bunch of niggas going to turn him out to be a bad man. I've seen it before my eyes. It's a man that really, Tiffany, it's a man that really want to be with this woman. Do you know what his homeboys say? Other black men, other niggas? Oh, man, don't fall in love with her. She ain't nothing but a hoe. They all hoes. Don't you do that. You're going to become weak. Nah, you soft for that, dog. Don't love them like that. Nah. And they want that good man to treat you like a whole garbage bitch. They want him to treat you with masculine energy, and they're going to turn him against you.
And this is the thing, even when we look at it, because I did bring up the plantation, I brought up the plantation for a reason, because when our people were on those plantations, who was walking their daughters and their wives and their sisters and their mothers up to the master's house to have sex with him? Who was not setting those houses on fire? Who destroyed the Haitian Revolution and was the cause for Haiti and Toussaint Louverture being overtaken? Okay, even though he
Tiffany,
had defeated Napoleon once.
take it back
Those
to
were
Africa.
other black men.
Tiffany,
And
wait,
that's the other
Tiffany,
thing. We can go
wait,
back to
Tiffany,
Africa and we can talk
Tiffany.
about the
Who
Nigerians.
sold black men out to the white man? Huh? Was it the Chinese?
Black men.
Was it the Chinese
Black men.
girl? Was it the Indian
That's
girl?
right.
Okay then.
You right.
But
And
they don't want to
still-
talk
and when
about
you look
that.
at Nigeria, when you look at Nigeria, they're still selling other black people. If you are a black person and you are a descendant of slavery in the United States, if you don't stand up against one thing in your life, the one thing that you should always be against is human trafficking. Black people should not ever be caught selling, stealing other black people for profit or any other. We don't do that. That needs to become a social norm. Another social norm that we need to have is that black people don't commit crimes. It don't make no sense that I should have to live in a mixed community. I would like to live in a community amongst my people. I did that. I grew up in Compton. Let me tell you about the PTSD that I got. Okay? And
Me
when your
too.
cousin, God bless her, she talking about, she getting herself together. Do you understand how long and how many years of therapy you're going to have to be in therapy before you actually get completely together to get rid of all that PTSD that you done seen in the D or that I done seen in Compton? It's real. I'm not saying that other men of other races don't beat on women or that they don't kill women. They do. But the topic of the conversation is about what we do. It's like when you're in the household, when I'm talking to my kids and I'm saying, okay, I don't want you to do this, don't do that. And then my
But
daughter
what about what they doing down the
sister?
street? Well, what about what they
about
doing
my
around the
sister?
corner? And what about what
I
they
ain't
doing?
they mama.
Exactly.
Or that, I'm talking to you.
Right.
I'm talking to you. We are addressing your issues.
This
and
family
right now,
unit.
You have to be standing in your in your stuff and take responsibility and accountability for what the things that you do. We're not talking about all other people. I would like to live in a black community where we all actually love each other. Another major problem, though, that I have with my daughters, in particular, using black men or having black men as a preference is because of those black males' mothers. We project that behavior. We are rude, ignorant, unloving, uncaring, and go to church every day that God opens them doors, but ain't got no love for each other. As soon as a young black woman come into your family, you want to give her a problem. And I've seen this in my own family. As soon as a male cousin bring a young black girl, all the women got a problem. He bring a white girl, everybody all stuck up her ass. That's the problem. We all have that. I agree with your cousin. We all do have some type of self-hate, although me saying that I don't want my daughters to have that black man be a preference is not me hating myself. Now, if she really knew me or knew anything about me, and anybody who knows me, the first thing that they would say is that I can't believe that Tiffany even has this point of view, because ever since I've been a young girl, I have been fighting for black people because I grew up in Compton during the time of the Los Angeles riots. So I have people in my family, black males in my family, who have been abused by the police. You know what I'm saying? And then I have other black men of my family who deserve what they get when they go to jail. Because why? They committed the crime. Now, if we're going to bring this all back together, we do have to stop bashing each other. But I would say straight up to black women, any young black woman that's single right now today.
Okay, hold on, Tiffany. Tiffany, I got something to say. Okay, bashing and taking accountability. That's two different things. Now, are we up here saying, black men, I can't stand they busted lips or they this, or are we not even talking about, they too feminine? Is that the conversation? Are we up here talking about they feminine or they lips or how they look or the size? Nothing like that. Or hygiene. It's all about, we see these women getting taken out by black men. It needs to stop. People need to talk about it more. Let's talk about it and make accountability. That's it.
Yes.
We not up here capping on them and busting them down. Stop it.
When you did that one story and you were talking about that black guy who basically chased the black woman who he didn't know into her house, and she had to hurry up and shut the. Why did he do that? Why can't she come home from her job after working all day, see a black man sitting out on the stoop and recognize him as protection instead of a predator? You know,
because what was he, Tiffany? He was a fucking predator. That's why.
He was up exactly.
Hello.
And that is
hello.
That is
and listen, I'm sorry. Y'all can say whatever y'all want to say about me, but tell you one thing: if I'm walking down the street and I see a nigga with that black mask and a goddamn hood, and I see his hands in his pants, I'm going across the motherfucking street.
Exactly, you and me both.
Straight like motherfucking net.
I see them as for what they are and what they're doing. It's not that I don't want to. And
Tiffany, let's stop the shit. You know why? Because if he do something to you, Tiffany, you know what they're going to turn around and say? You should have asked known better. You ain't getting nothing. You ain't see it. Well, you should have known better. You should have had some protection. You should have known. They're gonna blame it on you.
I think it's interesting how when it comes down to it, it's always the woman's fault. But then when you do spend any,
what would you doing now? Late walking? Why was you walking? Why was you walking by yourself? That's your fault.
Why did you have that dress on?
Yeah.
Why are your pants fitting like that? Why you got that weave down?
You must wanted him to do that to you. You must wanted him to do that to you.
Exactly. How about we are you know, when you see or read stories, I'll be trying to understand how these black men be raping these black female infants. All the time I see it in the news. Black men done killed the black female infant.
The babies taken out.
You know what I mean? Trying to stick your pin in something so small. Somebody that can't even defend themselves. They need you to feed them and do everything for them, and you going to try to have sex with them? What type of perversion is that? I mean, even when we look at black celebrities, if you go back and look at any black female celebrity, Dorothy Dandridge, Lena Horne in particular, her black parents, literally, her father told her, hey, all these black people, they see you as being attractive. She was like 13, 14 years old, had to go to the Shake Club. We all know what the Shake Club is. That's an old school term for the strip club. Come on. She was having to sell herself in, and we've always had to do that. Because why? Because black men refuse to take a stand, step up, and do everything that they can for their families. And I'm not saying that all of them, but we're talking about the collective. And so I think it's very important for us to keep it real. And not be trying
guess what just came across my news feed?
Like we saying all black men. No, we already know we can't say all.
Girl, no, I don't know. Miss Tiffany, guess what came across my news feed? Kim Kardashian, y'all, just slammed Kanye West for him constantly attacking her, another black man attacking a woman. Okay? In interviews, and she is speaking out. She is more hopeful that, she's speaking out. I'm not going to read all this, but it's all on the news. Kim Kardashian is speaking out.
And that's the problem. Even when they do get with their white preferences, how come their white preferences are still getting the same black men that black women get? When you hear the Kitten in Heels and he's talking about the days of old, I can tell you straight for facts. My great grandmother, who I did have the privilege of meeting and sitting down and talking to, my grandmother, my grandmothers who I knew on both sides, both told me they wanted to at times get divorced, but they couldn't. They had kids. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't possible then. But they didn't like the treatment that they was receiving. They really didn't. you know. And so I think it's a lie. It's a farce for them to be trying to put that out there like the days of old was good. No, look at Aretha Franklin's
It was
mother.
horrible.
If anybody looked at her movie, what they found out was her mother had to leave. She had to divorce him. Why? Because he was having sex with all their daughters. She still maintained contact with her daughters, even after she left the home, but she could not be in such an oppressive situation. And Aretha Franklin's father, everybody in that black church knew that he was having sex with children. He had gotten two black girls pregnant in the church.
And what about his friends? Wasn't his friends the one that was doing it to Aretha when she was 5? And she got pregnant? Come on now.
Sam Cooke told it. He said that
but
him
Tiffany,
and Aretha, quote unquote,
Tiffany,
had a good
Tiffany.
time. And she was only 14 years old.
Tiffany, let them tell it. Nah, back in the day, it was a good time. It was a good time. It was a good times.
It sure was. And truth be told, any black, like on my father's side, they are not members of the NAACP. They don't like the NAACP. Why? Because Martin Luther King used to be kicking it with Aretha Franklin's father, and everybody knew about those Sunday orgies.
Ooh, child.
You know what I'm saying? So we have to be real in the black community about the things.
But they
that
covered
we are
this
doing
shit
and the things
up.
that we
They
have
covered
been doing.
up.
And we can't. And even though we live in a system of racism, white supremacy, it's just like my grandmother used to say, hey, if you lay down with dogs, you going to come up with fleas. And that's just the truth. You know what I mean? If what you do with other people, if you're hanging out with degenerates, then you're going to be viewed as a degenerate. It's like one of these podcasters on YouTube, he has a PhD and he be having all these conversations with these black men who are former thugs and stuff like that. But he's up there dressed like them. You wouldn't even be able to know from his appearance that he has a PhD. You wouldn't even be able to know that because he's up there trying to present himself like he's one of them. And that's the problem. If it's so many men, black men in the collective who are unicorns, why don't they show up? Why is the narrative all about the degenerate ones? If you're out there, then present yourself because there's plenty of black women out here who love black men. I'm one of them. I'm married to them 23 years. Everything is not gold, you know what I'm saying? Because it's a real relationship and we are human beings. So I'm not saying that black people have to be perfect, but we should be all collectively striving to do better. I done took up too much of your time, but thank you so much.
Tiffany, stop. You did not take up. Do you guys enjoy Tiffany? If you enjoyed Tiffany, press 5. Okay. If you didn't, don't press nothing. Okay. Tiffany, girl, you a blessing. What you talking about? We need more Tiffany's in the world. We need to hear more voices of Tiffany's in this world. What you talking about? Okay.
We need more of you, too. I really love your show. I'm a subscriber, and I love
Thank
your show. Thank you for your content, because you keep it real all the time.
I appreciate you. All right. We're going to let you. Look at it. They all 5s. 5, 5, 5. All right, Tiffany, call back.
Y'all be blessed.
All right. That was Tiffany.
Have a good one.
All right. Let's go on to the next caller. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, tell me your name, where you're calling from.
This is Sage calling. I'm in the state of Georgia.
All right, Sage, in the state of Georgia, talk to me.
Okay, yes. I think we're all saying the same thing. It's just a different narrative a little bit. Because what Lady E was saying, I know she left, so I'm not speaking for anything like that, but it just sounds like she's saying that we don't want to all just be thinking that whenever we see a black man, he's doing something he don't have any business doing. But like the other sisters were saying.
But Sage, can I say something? Do you really think that? Like I said, I got a father and a stepfather and uncles. When I see my father, do you think I'm saying, oh my God, that's a black nigga? He doing something he ain't supposed to do? Oh my God. Oh my God. Listen, Sage. Listen. I got dick on the line, okay? Do you think I'd be like, oh, he got a black dick, I can't do it. Oh God, there's a black dick on the line. Oh, the black dick gonna ride me.
Say that though, Gigi.
Huh?
Is when we a lot. I don't think we know. Can you? Is my volume good? Because I'm like on the headset.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm not. I don't want anybody to think that I'm talking about anybody in a negative manner. Some foreigners come over here because we don't. I think there's about 30 million African Americans, but how many are true? African Americans. How many? Like just recently, like with the Jesse Smollett situation, quote unquote. See, some of those come in, and I've seen them on YouTube channels, and they trying to look like thugs and whatnot. And I think, like the lady was saying just before I came on, that in the black community, so-called black community, we need to stop looking at everything as if it's black is okay because our ancestors were slavery. And now we talking reparations. But what we don't understand is that a lot of these black guys are not being held accountable, like how they hold black women accountable. Black woman, you come out of the same situation that a black man does. And for whatever reason, if we want to look at the scriptures, because I know y'all like it, I just wanted to go to 1 Corinthians 5:13, says, remove evil people from among you, or violent people. And we need to remove those violent people from among us because they groom us. They groom on so many different levels that we can never understand. And then they try to gaslight us and say, like they're a product of their environment. Gigi, I was raised on both spectrums, and I meet you here somewhere in the middle. And so men in the Bible sense, and this is where we are wrong, is because we can't follow behind these alpha male pastors that are leading the flock astray. They tell us, to be submissive, but that's only to a God-fearing man. You're not a God-fearing man when you allow your women to be sold and bought and beat. That's biblical as well. We're not supposed to be sold or bought or anything like that. So, but they don't preach that. They only preach your tithes, and then playing us with these weird roles in movies. Why we can't do that? Why we can't play? Why we can't have the platform to put out our own movies and whatnot? I mean, and then they get to put on dresses and play like us. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with doing that, but I think only Dave Chappelle was the only one who really kind of went above and beyond with that situation, considering that he was losing out on bucks, if you look at it. But every other one, they don't have a problem playing us, and it's like they don't. To me, sometimes I feel like the black man don't want me. But when I sit back and I really look at the whole thing, you look at the government, just like the sister was saying, some of this stuff was put in play way before we even got here. So now we expected to do what? To solve it. Maybe we can't, but at least we could try to make it better for the people that are coming and do like you're doing, Gigi, exposing what's going wrong. And the thing is that there's a certain demographic that's not being held accountable. And they know what they're doing is wrong. Just like I have to fight, they got to fight. Just like I got to look shame when I don't win all my battles, they got to look shameful as well. Just like I had to get myself up by my bootstraps, it's the same thing they got to do. We can't keep on raising anybody but ourselves. And then we can't blame. You still there, Gigi?
Yeah, you know what? I'm a good listener. And I don't mind allowing people to speak. You know what I'm saying? But if you want me, do you want me to like interrupt you?
I mean, no. I just want. Yes, if this is your show, I'm willing to do whatever you want to do, man.
Right, but guess what? I don't mind, allowing people a space. Actually, in my comment section, if you go there, they say you give people too much time. I don't mind, because I feel like, we need a voice and we need to hear from different people's perspectives.
Right.
So,
but I think we're all saying the same thing, but I don't think the children and the women or the marginalized should be blamed for what a certain demographic is statistically doing. No matter what they want to groom us to believe, ladies, this is where we do have to show we have our own mind. There's something that they're not being held accountable for whatever reason. And yes, things can go wrong with both people, so we can't defund the police. If you know you had to call the police, why? So don't get mad when the police get there and they do what they do. Why? Because those are guys. Most of the, guys have a certain kind of, the testosterone where they build like that. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to call the police. So be careful. We have to get away or remove these evil people so you won't be wanting to call the police on them, because I think that's another problem we have to understand. Police are not supposed to be like a customer service person. I mean, to a certain extent, you're not supposed to come and just be cursing you out, what you called me
well,
for.
I can interrupt you on that. Okay, so this is how I feel about police. I want police to protect me, okay? I want the police around the clock. If I could pay for security guard to be at my door 24/7, baby, if I can afford it, I would do it.
That's right.
That's what I want. I want when a nigga even think about coming over here, he know security around here. He know cameras around here. If you act a fool, you go to jail. I want it to be so where it's even if I don't want your ass to go to jail, you're still gonna go to jail, because that's what the law's over here, nigga. Okay? That's how I want this shit to roll. How about that?
And why is there so many of them? I don't want, if I was to cry about anything, it would be, why is there so many of them? Why is so many of who? Black men getting arrested. We got too many black men.
Because they doing crimes. Can you tell them to stop doing crimes?
But why are they doing that? Why can't they stop that?
Do you talk to the black niggas and ask them, why are you doing crimes? Why are you stealing? Why are you popping people off? Why?
They'll start lying. They'll start lying, talking about, slavery. This, they lie.
Well, that's damn lying.
I know. I'm just
so you can't get the truth. If they ain't willing to tell you the truth, I can't tell you the damn truth. All I know is
I'm gonna tell you why they do. I know why they doing it. I'm gonna tell you why. This is why I said if I was to cry about anything, it'd be that it's too many of them doing it. It's for money. It's for money. It's always been like
okay,
that.
Time out. This man on the screen, hold on, because I put him up. He are the woman, and you mean to tell me he are the woman for money? You mean to tell me this other man? Hold on, wait, stage. You want me to interrupt you? Now I can do it. Now this other man behind him at the bottom, you see that nigga right there? Now it was a woman that bumped into him. He didn't let it go. He followed her and pow, pow, pow. A crime. You telling me that's about money? It ain't about money. It's about power, control,
it's because,
mental
power,
situations.
Money will get you the power, right? Money gonna get you the power. So we're still saying the same thing. It's a different narrative. I'm not saying maybe
there's no money in R-ing a person. There's no money in R-ing a person.
But they're trying to instill fear into women, right? Why? So that they control them. Why? Because their money is built into controlling women. Maybe like a barter.
Okay, we just got finished
telling us what they want
about the girl, about this man that are the woman. Why did he are the woman? And why did he do it to? Why did he do it to in her behind? He did in her butt. Did you know that?
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So what is that? Is that about money?
It seems like it. Listen.
Girl, you think
I'm
it's
just saying
he did
that
it to
they're
her
not
butt
telling
because of
us.
money?
They're not telling us why they're doing it, right? We can agree on that, right?
Well, I'm
'Cause
sure
if
it
you ask him
is,
why
but
he did that,
I would say you have to look it up.
what
If
did
you
he?
go look it up, like men that's being honest and telling why, they'll tell you. But from what I'm hearing, it's control. They want to control, but it's not necessarily about money. It's about controlling a woman's body or discarding her, degrading her. And people
It's
have
still
different
it,
reasons.
okay.
You can't chop it up into one answer. People got different reasons.
But why does he want to control her? Why? Why does he want?
Listen.
Why does he want to be hovering over her?
Cause he weak.
It's not just for. Okay, why does he want to control her? Because he don't want to go and get his own job, right? He don't want to develop his own skills. He want to use her.
Sage, do you know
like
it's people
it's
that's
like
a
a
billionaire that got a good job and they arm women? That got money that are women?
Yeah, but they see it looks like it's money, but it's not. It's the women are tied into it. Okay, my headset is about to die. The money is not there. It looks like it is all still tied in the women. There's an article, a story that I was looking at about that. I promise you, it's been going on forever. It's a different concept to think about. I'm not saying that's all of it, but I'm saying that's a big part of why they doing this. If we look at it like that, we'll understand why we need to get from around these violent people.
Okay, it's about money.
But I don't want to hold you up.
All right, thank you, boo.
It's just about money.
All right,
Thank
you.
So, thank you.
All right, let's go on to the next caller. I'm sorry if you guys was waiting on cue. Let's see if it's still working. Let's see if I can click. How y'all doing? Y'all doing okay in here? I don't know if the thing is... Man, oh man. I may have to restart it. If I restart it, y'all gonna call back. All right, give me 1 second. Let me put this up here for everybody that's on cue right now. I do apologize. Something happened with this website. So I'm going to have to log out and log in. All right, please like this video. We are begging for likes. We are begging for likes, all right? This is some hot, deep topic, right? Comment, let us know. Do you guys like this format, a platform, or whatever y'all want? I got taste for a Coke. I sure do. I got taste for a Coke. So I'm going to, if you guys wanted to talk, I'm going to open the phone lines back up so you can call in and weigh in on this heavy conversation. Let me end that. Please like this video. Take the moment to like this video. You can feel free to Cash App this platform. If you want more of this talk, if you want more of these type of topics, please Cash App, please like, please share, please subscribe. How else we gonna build if y'all don't help? You know what I mean? Help me, help us, help everybody. All right, so I get the phone lines in. I'm gonna
your show now. Press 1.
Press 1.
If you're important.
Your show is scheduled to start in 32 seconds.
All right, the phone lines are back open. They're fresh. Hello, can you hear me? All right, I guess they got to wait 10 minutes. Can you hear me? Good morning. All right, so it's going to come on in 10 seconds. Please like
Your
this
show
video.
will go live in 5 seconds.
Let's get the
4,
videos. Let's
3,
get the likes up.
2, 1.
All right, good morning.
Talk Radio.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Good morning. 005. All right, please call back in because they ain't saying nothing. All right, so I'm sorry if I dropped your phone call. If you want to weigh in, please call in. No pressure. All right, please like this video. We are begging for likes. We're going all night long. Ain't I'm going all night long? All right, I'm looking in the conversation. All right, so what y'all think about all this right now? Comment. I'm going to read the comments. But the phone lines are open if you guys want to call in. I'm going to try it again. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey.
How you doing, girl?
I'm doing good,
it's me
baby.
Again.
Hey, you again.
It's Mika again.
Who? Mika. Go ahead, Mika.
Uh-huh. Cleveland, Ohio.
I missed you, girl. Go ahead, babe.
I wanted to bring up some things. First and foremost, I know that everybody's been pretty much harping on whether they're for the men and they're not for the men. But do they realize that the poor black man has a really huge stereotype? So that the fact that when a person does look at a black man and he looks a little, he might not look like a professional, he's all of a sudden they already thinking that he's going to commit a crime, and he might be just going to the store, and the people actually follow him through the store, and he got a good job at a very, very good company, but in the same token, you got on them jeans with them little holes in the front. I think you about to get ready to try to take something out the store. And people don't look at it like that. They look at it like, they think that they're going to do something else. And as far as the women, oh, my goodness. We are actually stereotyping our own black men, too, because we don't want to be bothered with them because they look a certain way. So that is not good. I've just been listening. I'm like, are you serious? In different areas, you know what I'm saying? That, you people are a product of their own environment, true enough. But some men, they actually know how to come up out of that environment.
You want me to say something, Mika? You want me to say something?
Girl, say something.
Girl.
Say something, honey.
They love the thugs. These black girls love thugs. So I don't know what you talking about. Talking about, yeah, they don't want these black men. They love the stereotype. What you talking about? You don't see how all these rappers, to Cardi B, to Nicki Minaj, to Megan Thee Stallion, all these Instagrams, to Kanye West, they love the stereotype. So what you talking about?
I'm talking about as far as law. I'm talking about, they talking about the men going to jail. That's why I said when you actually look at some of our black men, they're automatically stereotyped. Like,
they not locking black men up no more. Biden administration, they letting all these crooks go. You do something, you're gonna get right back out.
They are.
So I don't know what you talking about, Mika. Mika, I don't know what you talking about. Okay, comment, let us know. Are they really hard? Are they good with fighting crime in the city you in? Press 5 if they are good at fighting crime and locking these niggas up, and they keep them locked up. Or 10, they are not locking these niggas up, and if they do, they're gonna let them right back out. So all the stuff, well, you know. Go ahead, boo.
It seems like there's more than one or two different in different cities too. In Cleveland, Ohio, there is so much daggone crime, and I'm like, I look at all those news breaks and stuff that come through my phone, and it's like another one, right? Oh my goodness, somebody just walked in their house, they got shot. Oh, this one is doing that. But it makes us scared. They getting scared of the black men, and this is why the police just, I'm going to just go ahead and do this first because I'm scared that they're going to do something back to me. And then we get upset.
Who getting scared, Mika? Who getting scared? Who getting scared?
Huh?
Who getting scared?
The daggone police. And the black women.
I disagree, Mika. Mika, that's what I feel. I don't feel like the police are scared, and I don't feel like black women are scared. I feel that the police are being, it's checkers. Didn't I tell you it's checkers? Biden administration do not want the po-pos to do nothing, okay? But when another administration, it's all a setup. It's almost like this. Let's run these kids behave. I want you to watch. Get the cameras. Get the video. Watch how these niggas behave. Look at them running rapid. Look at them. You see that biting shit don't work. Look, they ain't being the corrector. Look at them, just running rapid. Okay, so the next one. Okay, now we got reason to even lock your ass up, or maybe, hey, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't lock the ass up. Keep them out here. Add more guns so they can pow each other. Look at they doing a ruckus on each other. And you know what? Next time we're not even gonna report it. When we hear about a black woman getting killed, don't even report that shit. Just let their ass keep going on. Yeah, let them fuck them up. You know. Then
it's
what?
Happening big time too.
Yeah, but
it's
that's
happening big time, and they say they trying to make the blacks. They trying to make our community a little bit smaller. They trying to get rid of the blacks. I said, but guess what? We're getting rid of each other. We're doing it to each other.
They don't have to do it. But that's smart of them. You know, they don't have to do it. You're doing it to each other. It ain't nothing. And we can't tell the black men nothing. You know why? Oh, you already too hard on the black man. Please don't say nothing to him. You know, he got it hard already. But I get you one thing. They ain't going to go around and tell the other niggas that. They ain't going to go around to the gangbangers and say, you guys need to put down the guns and y'all need to stop messing around with the black men. Do you think these mammies is going around to the gangbangers, knock, knock, telling them, put the guns down? Because you know why? These gangbangers, they don't give a fuck. They said, bitch, get your ass out my goddamn house before I blow your motherfucking. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. What they gonna do there? Well, he just going through much, you know, but they don't mind coming and knocking on your door and telling you, no, you shouldn't do that. But they ask the main niggas that's taking out other niggas is niggas. They not going down there. Well, know what they gonna say? Well, yeah, the niggas taking niggas out, but then look at Russia. They taking their people out. So it's kind of normal. So let's normalize this. Let's not correct it because over there, they doing the same thing. So it's kind of normal, right? So why should we correct it? Okay? You're going to pacify it and the motherfucker going to end up passing out.
Yeah, that's true. But you know what? The stereotype, though, Gigi, I'm serious. Our black men are they stereotype us so much.
Do the black men know it, Mika? Do the black men know it? Do the black men know it?
Some of them do.
So what they trying to do to change it? They get on these platforms and they can take hours talking about black women and how you stank and how you this and how you that. But are they calling and telling their own black men, you know what? You guys, they stereotyping us. We got to do better. We shouldn't behave like this. We should be this way and we should do that. Do you hear them talking about that? No, you hear them criticizing and correcting black women and telling them what they should do. But you do how many platforms or social media or TV shows or movies that's out here trying to help their black brothers by saying, hey, we got to do things like that. And then you know what they're going to tell them? I don't give a F about what they think about me, but your ass sitting up here, you want to referee for these niggas. Well, you know that they don't even give a fuck what people think about them. So why should I? Huh?
That's true.
If they don't care what people think about them, they don't care about what I think. Okay, well, that's a whole different subject. And the ones that do want it, they're trying. And I'm sure, and it's sad to say, but guess what? Their ass end up getting lumped in, right?
Pretty much.
All right, so what they got to do? They're going to have to raise up and be a man and say, hey, I look like you, but you know what? Come to think about it, conservative men are doing it. Look at Ben Carson. He let your ass know I am black, but I ain't black, okay? Look at Candace Owens. They're doing it.
Right,
look at how many people in the Trump party that says I'm black and I'm conservative and I'm not the dick. I see them all the time. So no, they change it.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. But the thing that I've been seeing on my side is that I can see a black man walk into an office to get a job with a suit on, and another black man, and he got a little bit of education, you know what I'm saying? He graduated from high school type situation, but he know how to do the work. The one that looks the part is going to be the one that gets the job. But the other one, he couldn't look the part because he ain't got, you know what I'm saying? He don't have the money yet to make himself look the part. All he could do is come as he is.
Mika,
and they get turned away.
I'm gonna do what the mammies do, okay? Well, the white men have that same issue. You know, they have a job position and white men come in, but guess what? It's only one position, so one white man get it, and the other white man, he may not have as much funds, and he may look kind of, not up to date, so he don't get it. So guess what, Mika? It happens in every race. It happens in the Russians. It happens in India. So it's just normalized, right?
Mm-mm. It happened to our men, our black men more though.
Oh,
we
okay.
Just think that we just gonna be doing some.
Okay, well, how about this, Mika? How about this? Well, why don't the black men create their own jobs? Why can't they be bosses, be kings? Okay, then. You got all this money from these basketball players that who? Black community praise. You got all this money from these rappers that who? Black community praise. You got all these famous pastors with all this money with who? Black community praise these pastors. So make them accountable. You got the black community worship these people. They give them the money. And what do your ass get in return? A funky beat?
Nothing.
Huh?
Right. You don't get much. I know that's right. But that's what I was thinking. I said, oh my goodness. It just seemed like, the last couple of people when they was talking, it was like, our black men, they doing this, and our black men, I'm like, wait a minute. But sometimes people actually look at him walking down the street and be like, he ain't no good. All he's doing is catching the bus. All he's doing is go to his job, but we already stereotype as soon as we walk down the street.
Time out, Mika. That don't make sense. All he doing is catching a bus. Nobody give a damn. If somebody catching a bus, we more concerned if they gonna rob or harm us. Nobody. I can care.
Looking like it.
Nobody care about nobody getting on a goddamn bus.
No, I'm saying they just look like they ain't got nothing though.
Who cares?
They just look like this daggone nigga walking down the street. He got this big old book bag. I wonder what he got in his book bag.
I think okay for me. And I stereotype some shit. People may stereotype my ass, and that's how it is. I don't care about black men wearing book bags, and so what? The thing about it is, they be having hoodies on, girl. They have their hand deep in their goddamn pants, walking. And then they looking at your ass, staring at your ass. You know what I'm saying?
And see, and I'm gonna give you one more example. My husband wears those masks for his hat, and it covers his face. And I'm like, please watch where you're going, because I don't want nobody to be thinking you're trying to do something, and you ain't doing nothing but going to the store. But you know what I'm saying? You look like you could be a criminal. You got the mask on; it's covering up. You're just trying to stay warm, but you look like you might be up to some daggone bull crap.
You don't like that, right? You dislike that black men get a bad rep because other black men, right? So why don't black men stand up?
The main thing is just that.
Why don't black men stand up against?
There are some good ones.
But why don't the good ones stand up against the bad ones? You ain't good if you're just sitting back looking, ain't doing shit. Why don't the good ones stand up against the bad ones?
You're right. I feel like they should come together and do something.
They can't come together if they have different mindsets.
True. That's true.
I'm going to keep you on hold, Miss Mika. Let's see who else on the line, okay? Who knocking on the door? Good morning. Hello? Good morning.
Hello.
Hey, good afternoon. Tell us your name, where you calling from.
Hi, Gigi.
Hey.
I'm sorry, it's Latoya. I've been on hold. I just want to make sure it's me you're talking to. I've tried to talk several times and someone else is talking.
Latoya, I'm so sorry.
No worries, Gigi. I'm here. Don't worry about it. So, a lot of the callers, I definitely feel like had a lot of good points. I feel like a lot of times it goes back to generational curses. I actually recently took the time to go and figure out my grandmother's past, who has like 8 kids, 5 different men. And one of them, the last 4 of them, was by a married man. So she was 15 when she had her first child. So here we are. What was she doing? Where was the, parenting going on and things like that? So she's winging it with 8 kids. And we all know that that's going to be released into the environment. And she dealt with domestic abuse. 3 of the girls deal with the domestic abuse out of the 4. So a lot of the things trickle down. My thing is, she didn't learn how to become a mother, and a lot of these men did not know how to become a father. We were released off of the plantation with nothing. We were trying to find out where we were going to live, where we were going to eat. Nobody was really able to parent the way that we needed it. So I feel like we need to give these black women a lot more credit, because here we are. My great-grandmother, she was 14 when she had her first child. These women were being knocked up so early, and it derailed their life permanently, and it affected the generations coming from behind. The men were nowhere to be found. The married men that they were messing with, they're all dead. So women messing with married men, there's a curse that come upon us that do that as well. It's just we have to take the time to really think, what is this going to do to our family and the later generations?
Do you think it should be a class, like for high schools, to be a parent, how to be a parent?
I'm not exactly sure. I don't know how my mom learned. I don't know how my grandmother learned. This is things that I'm starting to ask them at 38, because I want to know. Great-grandma was born in 1927. Slavery ended in 1865. So what was that, 1 or maybe 2 generations before her?
I think they didn't know. I think a lot of people still don't know what the hell they're doing. They still don't know what they're doing.
Exactly, but black women were still able to come out of that environment and rise. We still had brothers. We still had male cousins, male uncles that just for some reason, yes, we had the women in our family that was there, and they may not have been the best role models, but it was enough for us. These black men, they don't have no type of male figure there, and the uncles are feeding them the BS that is resulting in what the community looks like.
Okay. So you said the black...
I'm sorry, I just got a little emotional.
Oh, it's okay. You said the black men don't have fathers.
They don't have any guidance, just like a lot of black women.
Okay, so it's not that they have fathers, they don't have guidance. But are you sure they don't have guidance? Because when we talk to these black men, they say, yeah, Ron, he taught me how to do the streets. Ron, he taught me how to be a man. So that's guidance.
Another man.
That's guidance. So maybe it's not the right guidance that you would want, but they are being guided, whether you like it or not. But what are getting guided to?
What is being done, and what's being done with that guidance? Us as black women who don't go down that path, who's not fitting the narrative that they're trying to push. We're at home. We're doing what we're supposed to do. We're not worried about what's going on over there, but we do see it in our families. We see it in our families.
Okay, Mika, you have anything for that?
You know what? She do have a very good point, especially about the generational curse. But yeah, that's something you got to work out with. You need to talk to God about that one.
Yes, and one other thing, we also mentioned the Bible and the slave trade and everything like that. We can even go back. I heard a teacher say we can even go back as far as to see what tribe sold Joseph into slavery. And the mastermind behind that was the tribe of Judah. A lot of black people running around talking about they from the tribe of Judah, this, and that. And look what happened. Judah sold his brother into slavery, and look what happened to his descendants. We are supposedly spread out in the 4 corners of the world.
All right. Well, that's a word, Anything else? We don't have Lady E. Lady E, she know all about that stuff. I don't. You know what I mean? But I appreciate you calling in and letting us know how you feel. All right, we're going to go on to another caller. All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Gigi.
Hey.
It's me, Indigo.
Indigo, where you been at?
Girl, I just got off of work, and I was listening to you in the car, and I said, let me just call in. And,
I'm glad you called.
I'm
glad you called.
Talking about, I guess we're talking about black women and black men relationships, or
that's where it didn't start. Like, I swear for God, it did not start like that. It started off talking about this man that's a Lyft driver, Uber. He was pretending to be an Uber, and he picked up this black girl. He locked the doors, took her phone, took her to a different place, and he awed her in the behind and in the front. And this ain't the first time he did it. The first time he got caught, because I'm sure he's always doing it, he did it to a mom in front of her kids. But they released his ass back into the world, and they just put him in jail for doing this. But is he going to be in there for a long time? Who knows? And that's the thing. And see, we was talking about that. Then we had a rush of women calling and talking about something. I'm tired of y'all talking about the black man. You know, it's sad. Black men go through so much. And oh my God. And that's how we got into the black and girl thing, the woman thing. And that's why we're here today, you know?
Oh, wow. I just think we don't have, as black women, we don't have any allies in any man. We don't even have allies amongst ourselves as women, black women. And the reason why, of course, we know that we're not being loved and protected is because the group of men that have been assigned to us in this lifetime have blatantly said and disregarded us. They literally have disregarded us. And, you know, you can just really go back into the history books and you can see where they've always disregarded the opinions and cock-blocked black women. I have visually seen black men intentionally block black women in the areas of corporate. When I was working in corporate America, I would see where they would be in dire competition with black women. The certain CEOs of those companies wanted to work alongside those black women because they had a different flow. And so I witnessed a lot of black men have this innate jealousy. And so I would never at this point tell any woman to put any man on a pedestal, let alone worship him. But more importantly, I would not tell any Generation Z black young lady to put herself in a position to take a black man seriously in 2022. And that's the message that I am telling these girls when I am out. I constantly tell them, you know, don't be a baby's mama. You know, I explain to them what behaviors are unacceptable. So we're talking about black young girls, and it seems like every time we discuss ourselves, it discusses black men, and that's when they come over. Every time we have an alignment and an alliance to get together and talk about our issues that are impacting us and how we can, as women, better ourselves in future generations, other groups, particularly black men, come over and infiltrate, and it's messy. And
Can I tell you something else? Can I tell you something else? Sorry to interrupt you. All right, so the women that came over here, we had a mom, right? Why her sons was in the background, girl. Why her sons was the one that told her to call. So when she called, she was going off. And her son's like, yeah, tell him off. And listen, I was so shook, I couldn't say much, y'all. Because, you know, she was old, more mature, with them niggas in the back, and they was itching to get on the phone. So you right, but go ahead.
Oh, and so it's just about speaking. You have to start speaking the truth and the life into your daughters. And I'm just only advocating for young black girls. I'm not advocating for women that want to hold out for their black man. That's your prerogative. I'll still love you, but just from a distance. I just wouldn't bet on black. Betting on black has put black women back. Every accolade a black woman has, it's always sometimes a black male that will come behind it and damage all of her accomplishments. And so it wouldn't be beneficial. It's nothing nutritional in investing in black men in 2022. It just is not. It's just no value. And I think we just need to start pouring into ourselves, loving ourselves. And you do need to start opening up your dating options. There's more than one type of man, and there's more to life than black men. And opening up your options simply means you're opening up yourself to be with men that have the same like-mindedness as you. Black men, I feel, have controlled the narrative for far too long on black women. In history, I'm talking about the last 30, 40 years. You can clearly see they've controlled the narrative not only of how they want to be perceived, but primarily how they want us to be perceived. And they perceive us in the most embarrassing, degrading, ignorant, and stereotypical ways. And they've exploited us extremely sexually, extremely this ratchet ghetto mentality. They've used those antics in music, in videos, in songs, in media, and it's just trickled on down. So I don't know why, when at this point, I wouldn't know why anyone would want to invest their time with those groups of men when they clearly don't like you. It's apparent they want to be black women. That's just how I spiritually feel. I'm like, these dudes want to be us because they really are comfortable in these dresses. They're very comfortable putting on makeup, and they're very comfortable on trying to create a narrative on how they view us. And I would be quite, as a woman, I think we need to bring conservatism back and start saying, like, I don't agree with that. But we've already made these individuals millionaires by supporting their films, supporting what they are. And so at the end of the day, we have to say as black women, you don't control the narrative of how you can't tell other people who we are, how we are, what we think, what we feel. And that's something that, needs to be looked into. Why are black men so hell-bent on controlling the narrative on how the world perceives us? That's a very important thing to think about. Why are you controlling? And I just believe it's jealousy. It's pure jealousy. Rather than working with the women that you were assigned to, you want to go against it. And so the world sees our worth, but we need to see our worth. And because we're tied to a group of men that utterly just aren't shit, it makes it hard. Because when you go in other cultures, you see where it is dishonorable. It is. It's truly dishonorable to disrespect your mother. It is dishonorable as hell to disrespect your mother. You're supposed to honor her. You're supposed to love her. She bore you into this world. And so I just think black women just need to open their eyes and get with those that get with you. And that's just basically what I want to say, Gigi. I don't even know if you have to write a whole thesis paper of what to look out for black men. You don't need to even be dating them. If it's about 20 pages long of everything, I guarantee you women in the chat, Gigi, can list several things, and they'll have about 20 pages alone on things that they would have to warn another black woman about before engaging with these groups of men. And if you have to do all of that, it's just safer to avoid them. It's safer to avoid it. If you know you're walking by an abandoned house that is constantly criminal activity and, you know, pow, 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 why would you take that route? So, you know, stop walking through these shadows of death and live your life and rebirth, and just, you know, you have to find a way to sever ties. You have to be comfortable with it. And we're not protected, and so it's not a popular opinion to say these things. If I were to say these things in my community, I would have to watch my back. I really, truly would, because there's no one protecting me. There's no one here to protect me, and the women would not stand in alignment with me. So that's a bigger factor, too, is that we're just not protected, and therefore when you're not protected, you're not respected in the eyes of other people, let alone your own people. So, yeah.
All right. Well, you said a mouthful. Thank you, Indigo. We always appreciate you.
I
Gigi, I have
appreciate
some.
Okay, Mika has something to say. Go ahead, Mika.
As far as, because it seems like you said that you pretty much are advising the black women not to date black men at all. And I feel that right now the black women need to have, first and foremost, love themselves. Second of all, they need to have respect for themselves and put up a standard on what they will accept and what they won't accept. And then this will kind of trickle down the things that they will actually let be presented in their life. Like if you know for a fact that this person's smoking, you don't like smokers, that's a no-go. If this person drinks and you don't drink, you know, certain things that because I see a lot of people, some people in my church especially, they have a standard on how they're going to date another man. They don't say, oh, I got to pick a different race, because all, you know what I'm saying, it happens in all races, you know, just like you were saying, Gigi. So if you have your standard as a black woman and you know what you want out here, you're not going to settle for less. And that's what the problem is with some of our black women. We settle. Oh, well, you know, yeah, he a thug, and he going to protect me. He got my back. But in the same token, he not going to pay no bills. His thugness is not going to take care of your household. So if you know that you want somebody that's about their business, they better have a job. They better have a plan. You know, like I asked my husband, where do you plan on being in the next 5 years? You know, let's have that talk. Because if they don't have nothing to say when you ask them that, then it's a no-go, because you got to have plans. You got to have something that you want to accomplish within the next couple of years. So I wouldn't dare tell a woman don't be with a black man, because, you know, right now we're just going to pretty much out all black men, period. I would say, listen, you have to have respect for yourself, and you make sure that person's going to do the same thing. The moment they sit up there and seem like they're going to disrespect you, you're done. But you got to be strong enough to be able to do that. If you're not strong enough to do it, you need to just go ahead and walk away and don't date. Just chill. Take it behind the church, pray to God, and ask God to send your man. You know?
Well, let me say this. At the beginning of the call, I did say to those groups of black women that desire to date black men, go for it. I'll still support you. That's what I said. But I still stand on what I said. I would not tell any young black woman to invest her time. See, right there, that's just too much investment in talking about black men. That just literally gave me just a whirlwind headache, anxiety, and it's just too much. See, for me, black women be doing too much with black men, doing too much. It doesn't take that much. Manhood is not hard, okay? It's just not hard, and it's not hard to relate to other groups of men. There's something innately wrong with this group of men, and it's showing, and it's real. And I'm not speaking on your personal, you know, like I said, if a woman wants to be down with a black man, that's her business. Go for it. But I'm talking about the young girls who are like, I want to date. I'm not going to tell my daughter, let alone any of these young black girls, to bet on black. I'm just not. That's like me sending them into that's just wrong. That's just wrong. That's just wrong. So I'm saying the disrespect has been there, and I believe it's always been there. I just think women were always, black women in particular, I'm talking about, were always shunned to talk about it. And I believe it. And I've been spiritually channeling the past for some reason, but I feel it. I feel it. And so so for me, this generation, we can't keep talking about something we've never been involved in. I don't know what it's like to pick cotton. I don't know what it's like to be in that era. So I can't live in that era. I'm talking about right now, black men are innately our enemies. They are. And it's not, I don't even like the word statistic, but you can just see it, you can view it, and it's right in front of you. They are our first enemy. And they have to want to even want to speak life. To speak life into black men is to say they have to want better. I don't care what they want. I care about what black women want, and I want black women to stop looking drained and tired. These young girls are they're in their 20s and they looking 40 because these dudes they just ran through, like whether it's drugs, whether it's the men, I don't know. But I'm tired of seeing black women being used up. I'm tired of it, and I don't care who doesn't like it. I'm tired of black women being used and misused, and I want them to do better. I want them to add on to their happiness by being with a man who's going to love them, a man who's not going to tell them, you need to do this, you need to do that, and a man that's going to embrace them and bring out their femininity. Okay, I'm tired of these young girls walking around hard. I'm tired. Black women are nurturers, but that hardcore mentality was put on by a lot of these black men. And so it's just this certain look, and I'm pretty sure black women know that look. And I'm just tired of it, and so I want future generations to do better. I want black women to be happy. I want black women to live their best lives, and if it's not with a black man, kudos. But I highly doubt that it will be. It's just not. If they're not in jail, they're imitating us in dresses. If they're not doing that, they're belittling us. They're belittling. If it's not this, it's that. So they keep moving a goalpost that they don't even have. How can you even allow a black man to create a goalpost when they have no goals, ma'am? They have no goals. They have no goals. All they do, most of the black men, they talk in football and scrimmages and shit. I mean, come on.
That's the ones you don't pick.
Most of them aren't. Rumored back, they weren't even allowed to be quarterbacks because white men said they couldn't think and run at the same time. So, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm not going to tell these black girls, no, girl, you better live your best life and say, what did Sophia tell Celie? Girl, you better live your best life and leave these black men alone. Unless you want to meddle and go down that road and be toxic and all of that, go for it. I'm not talking about the toxic women. Some women like toxic. Some women like certain types of men. I'm not talking about those. I'm talking about the women that are like, I want to be in a relationship. Well, I wouldn't tell them to bet on a black man for that. A lot of women want to be in a monogamous relationship. And there are groups of men that want that too. And black men are the most promiscuous, hypersexual men on the planet. They just are. And that's a fact. And you can't negate from facts. And we can't keep silencing the truth by coddling, these situations. It is what it is. And more people need to say it. It is what it is. We can't keep failing these girls and saying, go pray. No, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. You have to practice discernment. You have to practice discernment and discipline in all areas of your life. So, and that's the biggest downfall. Black women can have all of the education and knowledge, but when it comes to relating in with men, we suck. We suck. So all of those degrees, and then you get a degree on relationships, and there's a big ass failure after failure. So that's the area that black women need to be focusing on. Is getting getting their life on track on relationships. What is it that you want in a man? What is it that you're seeking in a man? You have to start asking yourself, besides the D? Come on, what is it that you want in a man? What is it you're seeking? What compatibility do you have? You know, black women want to be courted, and they deserve to be courted. They don't, black men, just stop speaking, stop pouring. Nobody have time to pour life into no grown man. Nobody got time for that. And I wouldn't. That's just, I would be failing all of the black girls and women. I would be doing them a disservice by lying to them.
All right. Well, I thank you for calling, Indigo, and sharing your point of view. All right, we're going to let you go. Okay. All right. We got a lot of more callers. They start popping up. Maybe I should have kept her on. I don't know if they're coming for her or not. All right. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hey.
Hey, tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hi, I'm Sky, and I'm calling from Texas. So,
hey, go ahead.
So, hey, how are you?
Good. How are you? Go ahead, baby. Tell me. What's your thoughts?
Okay, so I'm seeing a lot. You know, I'm looking in the comments. One of your moderators timed me out because I said something she didn't like. But what she must understand is that what we're looking at is generational, and it's going to keep going. And so when you're coddling, and, the issue right now is this is a remnant. What we're seeing is the actions that women have taken before us. Coddling, caping, pitying, babying grown men. And it's coming to a head right now. You're seeing mothers, you're seeing sisters hurt by their own brothers and sons because they don't like the word no. They're not used to the word no. They're not used to having any type of discipline. They're not used to nobody telling them anything. And so this is a remnant of that. You're going to keep seeing women hurt the sons that they've raised are going to hurt them because you're not paying attention to, you're getting mad, you're getting emotional, black women, and your emotions are driving you to do some of the things that you're doing and acting out at other black women when all we're trying to do is tell you is that pull back from all of your caping and marching and doing all the things that you've done that have gotten you absolutely nowhere. Pull back. Look at that thing. Look at the situation for what it truly is and take the blinders off. You are blind to the fact you're so blind you're not even seeing what it truly is, and what it really is you've been kind of like in a bubble with these men. You're paying for everything, you're doing all the work, you're getting nothing in the end, and you still you have like the lady said before, you have nobody to protect you out here. You're out here on your own, and you're still marching for men that don't care anything about you. It is a majority of them. It is not a small amount. And even if it is a small amount, they're not saying anything to the other ones. So it's kind of like, what are you really doing right now? And so that's just, I get frustrated with us because, like the lady said before, we're so educated and so smart, but so slow acting when it comes to these men, and not standing up for yourself, and always thinking that you have to run to the aid of men that wouldn't run to the aid of you if you needed any help. I don't understand it. It just boggles my mind, I guess. I don't know. I don't understand.
I have one
but
thing.
That's all I want to say.
You got a lot of people in the comment section agreeing with you. What's your name again?
I don't understand it, y'all.
What's your name
and
again?
then you get mad at people like, I'm sorry, what you saying?
What's your name again?
Sky. I'm
Sky. And what's your name in the chat box?
I'm Sky. It's Pink Sky or Sky Pink.
Sky Pink. Okay.
I don't come to make black women feel bad, but sometimes you gotta face the reality, y'all. These men are not trying to do anything for us. It's best that you just pull back. Nobody's saying go run and date other men, because to me, if you're not a whole person, which this community is set up to tear the women down a lot of times. At birth, we're torn down. A lot of times, we got horrible dads and all this stuff. You got to build yourself back up to even be dating anybody. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not saying go run and jump to a white man or any other group of men, because there's horrible men in every group. All I'm saying is to be able to vet whatever man properly, especially in this community, if you're going to be dating these men. I don't date these men, but that's your choice. You know, I don't, like the lady said, I don't tell people what to do, but all I'm saying is if you're going to be dating other groups, you still need to be equipped, because anybody that finds a fool will use a fool. It doesn't matter what group you're in, period. If you don't have any self-worth, you're going to get used. So anyway, that's all, y'all.
Mika has something to say, if you don't mind.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I want to say, I guess, you know what, since I look at things probably in a different way than other people do, because I've been married for about 14 years. And just like I told you before, Gigi, I'm a PK kid, so I've been raised in the church. I've had, my grandfather had 12 kids by my one grandmother. And I've seen those men and how they have developed. And they all got married. He only had 3 girls. They all got married. They stayed with their wives until death do they part. And they were very good men. My father's a good man. So my example as far as how I look at men, I look at them according to how I see how my father treats his wife. So I'm like, okay. You know what? This is exactly the way you're supposed to be. My father, he works. Okay. He makes sure he takes care of home.
But see, let me stop. Hold on. I get you, sis. But let me stop you right there. What you're talking about is the exception and not the rule. You're talking about a few men, and I'm not saying you didn't have good men. I've had good men. Some of my relatives are good men. Make the point of what you think is a good man, because a lot of times when you go back and ask the women, the elders in your family, they'll say they just put up with it, or they just stayed there because it was nothing, they couldn't go anywhere. A lot of times, what you think of your father and your relatives is not who they truly are as men, or who you perceive them to be. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying they are or aren't. I'm just saying we can't paint everything with a broad brush when it comes to these men, because you've had a good experience, or you know what I'm saying? The majority of said men, if it weren't true, the community wouldn't look the way that it looks. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's about what you're seeing, and what you're seeing is the action of men. It has nothing to do with a few men. A few men don't, I'm not trying to be funny, but I don't care about a few men. That doesn't negate the point of the majority of them are out here wreaking havoc on their own community. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. So, yes, that may be true in your situation. In the church, to me, I grew up in the church as well. A lot of us grew up in the church. But do you think that everything the church did was correct? No,
absolutely
it was not correct. It was
absolutely
not correct. And for women to stay in abuse and stay in bad situations and get married when they were 14, and you get what I'm saying? Like, come on, like let's not do that. Let's not do that dance. All I'm saying is, with no disrespect to you, I'm glad that you had a good background as far as you growing up. I'm happy for women that have that, but for us that did not, a lot of us saw a lot of things that we shouldn't have, and dealt with a lot of things that we shouldn't have had to deal with. And we are a majority of black women. Now, some of us, like my relatives, they put their head in the sand. They say, "Oh, not all black men." Oh, not we're right. Not all black men, but a majority of said men. Look at what they are doing.
Well, see, that's why I said that. That's why I said it's not like I found my husband ASAP. Like, oh yeah, I got me a husband. I had to go through. I did date. You know what I'm saying?
But why?
I was able to
understand
what I wanted and what I didn't want.
We can't do that. That's not we can't make that a norm for these young girls to go through all the stuff that we went through. The thing of you being an elder or an older is to want better for the generations that come after you. It's not for you to struggle and cape and pay for and be by the side of, and it doesn't make sense for us to want them to go through that type of struggle.
That's true.
That's not normal. If you look at any other group,
right.
Their group don't have to go through that. We got to stop making that a norm for our girls to be struggling with men. But in order for them to know that, we got to start setting examples. I never brought anybody around my children when I got separated. I didn't do that. I didn't have men in and out of my house. And if you came around, you was doing a whole lot to make sure my kids know who you were. Like, and you weren't sitting in my house. You got to stop setting those trash, desperate type of standards for your girls. It's just bad because all they're going to do is repeat it, and then look at them in the comment section. I know the young ones because they don't know they don't understand the depth of this situation. This thing is deep. In the next 20 years, what do you think this situation is going to be like? They are wreaking havoc on us. So for you you can't take the stance of, not all, and play the back seat and not stand up for yourself and say, okay, well, if you coming around me with my children and you trying to hurt us, we're going to lay you down, period.
Oh, yeah.
You get what I'm saying? Not to where we're so helpless. I don't know when we took up this stance as women of helplessness. We can't be helpless when it comes to somebody who's trying to be your enemy right now. Yes, they sleeping with you, but that's just about the gist of it. They don't care about you. Look at the actions. The actions speak for themselves. The actions speak for themselves. If nothing else speaks, look at the actions. I don't even know the out of wedlock rate. It's just so high, it's ridiculous. 77% maybe? Like I'm saying, the actions of men speaks. You know what my dad used to tell me? He said, don't ever listen to a man. Don't ever listen to what a man say. Look at the actions of a man.
Exactly.
Period.
Actions speak
y'all,
louder than
I
words.
don't want to talk too much, but I'm just saying, y'all, I don't, when I see us like this, it bothers me. Sometimes I cry when I see these stories, and I'm not an emotional person like that. Sometimes I cry when I see these girls get hurt by men, and all they were trying to do is bring life into the world, and, just trying to, I don't understand. All right, y'all. I'm just talking. I'm sorry.
No, let it out. Let it out. We need this. We need you, Sky. Sky, you are needed.
It hurts me that because we didn't have what we needed. A lot of times our foundation is messed up because we don't have the dads in the home, and because nobody is standing up to take up for us. Then we grow up in this insecurity, and we grow up not knowing who we really are. And so everybody's blaming you for attaching yourself to men, but if you don't have an image of a good man, you're going to attach yourself to any man. It's just the way it is in this community. So I don't want to blame young girls or blame people for making mistakes. All I'm saying is pull back and pay attention. If you had one baby by a bad man, pull back and say, okay, I don't like the way this is turning out. This don't feel good. Let me pull back and say, okay, maybe he wasn't the best option for me. Or maybe I need to chill out and figure out who I am before I keep going and proceeding and, having more relationships with men. And I don't really know what I'm doing as a person. That's the only issue I have, because right now we're not talking about just having children. We're talking about them losing their lives. Do you see, like, every day you reporting gossip, or Leah Gordon is reporting every freaking day on these stories that are happening? It makes me sick. The other day I got sick, and because I just didn't throw a baby in my daughter told me to throw a baby in the river, and like, it's just y'all, it's so much. I don't even understand how somebody could be so demented and full of hate for another person. But that's why I said slack off, pull back. Nobody's saying don't date black men. I'm not telling you what to do or what not to do. All I'm saying is if you go at things with a perspective of I'm the prize and I choose who I want to choose, and I can sit out and vet and pay attention to what actions you're doing and what actions you're not doing, the things that I do and don't like about you, then I can say, okay, well, you're not the best option for me. I'm moving on. And then I also tell black women, because listen, I'm from a dark side of the community. I don't want to tell you who I really am, but I'm saying to you, I know black men in a way that other women don't know them. And so what I say to you is, do not take men to your house. Do not let them know where you work.
Oh, yeah.
Do
Don't let
not
them know where you
take them
live.
around your children. Huh?
Mm-hmm. I said, don't let them know where you
Don't
live.
do all of these things, because you're giving a stranger, you know, because somebody gave you a few kind words and nice words, you're giving a stranger total access to everything you have. Your job is your livelihood. Your home is your resting place. Why would you give a stranger that much access because they said a few nice words to you? Manipulators know how to get to women. These black men have figured black women out. And they know all you want is some attention and love. So stop being so hungry for attention and love. You got to love yourself first, like the lady said. Learn to love yourself and spend more time with yourself. And things will work out. But don't take none of these men around y'all houses. And I used to give fake numbers back in the day. I even gave fake numbers, y'all. I didn't give them my real phone number. I just did.
Yeah, but
because
Sky,
you don't know who you talking to, right?
this day and age, they'll say, hold on, let me call that number. Oh, you gave me the wrong
What's
number,
wrong,
B?
y'all?
You
Y'all
gave me the
mad at
wrong
me?
number?
Yeah, no, but I'm saying I use the text talk numbers. You can use any of those numbers. They still will ring your phone, but it's not the same, you know?
Okay, yeah.
But anyway, I'm done, y'all.
No, we want to keep you on, Sky. Sky, where you going? No, you stand on. Hold on. Hold on, I got somebody else. Hold on. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How you doing, Miss Gigi?
Good. Talk to us. What's your name? Where you calling from?
This is Mr. King. I'm calling from St. Louis.
All right, talk to me, King.
Hey, Miss Gigi, I was calling. I was listening, and I'm a man, and I'm just. It sounds like it's a little one-sided. I'm a little taken back. I do agree with a lot of the things that the women are saying, because it does seem like our black women specifically are praised now, you know, because a lot of them, if you statistically check what's going on here in America, most black women are by themselves. They don't have a man around, and if they do have a man around, in most cases, I can't make absolute statements like these other women are doing, because not all black men are out to target women or take advantage of women. Speaking for myself. So that's my thing, is I'm listening to a lot of these women make absolute statements. Talk about your daddy. Talk about your son. Talk about your granddaddy.
Hold on, sir. Let me say this to you. You're coming in here in your emotions. If you were in our shoes, you would not feel the same way. What I'm trying to get you to understand is this. No, I'm not speaking in absolutes. I'm speaking in majorities. And a majority of you guys are doing some of the same behaviors. And if you calling yourself a good guy, why are you not out saying anything to these men that are wreaking havoc and doing all of this stuff? Why aren't you marching for black women? Because I don't care. I don't see you, and it's not enough of you to care. What I'm trying to get you to understand is y'all always get on these platforms and get so emotional about what women are going through, and until you are in a woman's shoes, sir, which you're not, you are in a man's shoes, looking at women like, oh, y'all trying to make us the bad guy. What we're saying is a majority of you guys are problematic, and so you don't want to hear that. But the truth
No.
Could
I chime in? Wait a minute. Time out. Could I chime in for a second? Because I respect women. My mother's a black woman. My grandmother's a black woman. I love women. You women have made an extremely valid point. I've lost a near and dear loved one of mine who was shot and killed in front of her 3 kids by a black man. You can Google her story. Portia Orange. You women make a very valid point. My thing is, when you guys say, I wish you guys would insert the word absolute. not all men, because it sounds like it's just one side and we make a one statement.
But at
and
this
you're
point,
talking about I'm
okay.
coming from emotion. You're coming from emotion as well because you're speaking on how you
I'm
feel.
a
Those are your
woman.
emotions.
I'm supposed to be emotional. That's my job, to be emotional. That's how we
right,
roll
but
and
any
rule
person,
things.
you're
not supposed to be emotional, sir.
No. I beg to differ on that. Anything that lives and breathes has emotions.
Okay.
Anything that has
Okay.
feelings. You can't
Well,
tell
your
me that I
emotions
can't have
haven't
feelings,
changed.
ma'am.
Your emotions
Ma'am,
have done
ma'am.
no good to this community. What have your emotions done but hurt women and do damage? Your
No,
emotions
not
have
my
done
emotions.
nothing.
Not my emotions. Not my
Okay, well,
emotions.
whatever.
Stop
No, man,
putting it
nobody
all
cares
on the
about it.
black man. You have white
I
men and
don't
other races.
care.
You
No
can't
one
hide
cares,
what's inside
sir.
of a demon.
No one
Ma'am,
cares.
all I'm saying is just stop making absolute statements because
I
not
can
all
make
black
all the
you just speaking
absolutes.
from
Guess
your
what I
experience.
can do?
Not
I can do.
all
Let me tell
black
you what I can
men
do.
are bad men.
Let me tell you what I can
you
do.
Can't say
When
that.
a majority, listen, when a majority rules, when a majority makes these decisions, that's how I can make it an absolute. If it was only a few of you guys, no one would be able to say this. But like I said before, the action of the community, do you see, when you go into most of these communities that are black communities, you see action. Action means the grass not cut, trash on the road.
And I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I'm not disagreeing at all.
That is an action of the men of the community.
Could I speak for a second?
That is an action of the men of the community.
I'm not disagreeing with you at all. You make a very, very valid point. I'm saying that because I love my mothers, I love my daughters, and I love them dearly. Black women are the prey, and it's sad. You see more black women being killed more than the men nowadays. The lady said earlier, Indigo, you have men in competition with women because they want to wear dresses and purses and they want to fight women. It's like the black woman is in a lose-lose situation. I agree 100%. What I'm saying is I just wish you guys would just say not all black men instead of just saying
I'm not
black
doing
man,
it.
black
I'm
man,
not doing
black
it. But
man.
that's to appease you and you guys.
I'm not specifically pointing out you, but the other callers were just saying black man. What I'm saying is not all black men are like that. There are us out here fighting for y'all. There are of us that stand up for our black women, and we fighting for our women because
it's not enough.
I come from a woman. I come from a woman. If it wasn't from a woman, you're right. It's not enough.
It's not enough. Do you hear what I'm saying? That's not enough.
Not even just regular black men. Like the girl that just got killed and her life was terminated with her two-day-old baby. Where are these black civil rights leaders when this stuff is happening to these black women? I agree wholeheartedly with you, black women. Where are these celebrities? Why are they not stepping up and speaking up? It's only working for the black women or the black community in general. It's only when somebody can benefit from it. Black women, you are right. You had a lose. You got your sons competing against you. You got your nephews competing against you. I'm with you. But what I'm saying is not all black men are like that. When you make the statement that these black men this, these black men that,
okay, so let me say this,
black
sir.
Men,
okay,
from
can I
what
say
we
this?
see, I just don't like that. Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, so let me say this. Let me tell you this. So I was watching an old clip of Muhammad Ali, right? And he was speaking of, white people back in the day. I know, gossip, I'm not supposed to say certain words, but he was speaking of the other group, the palm-colored people. And he was saying, okay, so what you want me to do? You saying not all of them are bad. So if they were a bunch of snakes coming at me, you want me to hold the door for the good ones? What you must understand is most black women can't decipher or differentiate the good from the bad. You understand what I'm saying? When it's a majority of you guys doing wrong things, how are they going to decipher? How are they going to differentiate?
So what that is, you know what that is? It's trauma. You guys are traumatized. You are exactly right.
When
you never know.
When you never know. I mean, that you guys like to use. Hold on. Let me finish this. You guys like to use that as a shaming tactic. There should be no shame. We're abused by most of you guys. If we're abused, am I right or am I wrong? No other group is abusing us.
But that's
so
what I'm saying.
What I'm trying to get you to understand is that's no shame to me. I grow in that. I'm better because of whatever I went through. I'm doing the work. But what I'm trying to get you to understand is we're not gonna do that for you. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Nobody's gonna say not all of you guys, because when it's a majority of you guys doing it, nobody's gonna say, oh, not all of them.
But I'm saying though, we have to be careful with the absolute.
No, we don't have to be careful with nothing.
That all black women.
Well, y'all do it with us.
You know,
do y'all not lump all black women together?
I don't do that. Don't say that.
Let me say something. I think you're on the wrong channel. You need to go to Kevin Samuels.
Okay, how about we take a little break?
No.
Hold on, King, and we take Mika. Yeah. What's your thoughts? Let Mika speak.
Well, you know what? I know she's gonna fuss at me. Look, because she was fussing. I understand what he's saying. I'm not saying that all. There's a lot of daggone knuckleheads out here. There's a lot of knuckleheads out here. But there are some that you need to at least say, okay, some might be some decent people out here. But then it's like the men, they might look at us and say, all black women are hoes. But
they already do.
Both of them.
They already do. You don't hear it in the music. The music tells you a hoe.
Not all of us.
Baby, can I finish saying what I'm saying? That's just like when you look at our vice president, it's a black woman. So we know that all black women are not hoes.
No, she's not.
You can't put them all in one group. That's not right.
Well, they put all of you in one group.
Being a black man, if I looked at all women,
but I have to look at it like that.
That's your personal choice. My personal choice, listen, y'all. My personal choice is this. I can say black men, and that's what I'm going to say. I'm not going to say some. I'm not going to say a portion of. I'm going to say black men because guess what? Like I said before, the so-called good ones are not doing enough to make that neutral. The good ones are not doing enough.
Can I say something right quick, sister? Can I say something right quick?
Go ahead, boo.
The black men are trying to help some of the other younger black men.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come on now.
They got to want it. That's just like school. You could finish school.
Okay, so if they were out here doing this, hold on, sis. You got black women dying every 5 hours at the hands of black men. Every 5.5 hours. Black women are dying at the hands of black men. Do you see anybody that's supposedly helping out there saying, hey, y'all, this has to stop. What is going on here? Nobody's saying anything.
Well, this is my thing. Could I say something? Could I chime in real quick? You have to be careful with saying nobody can or nobody's saying anything. You're not able to validate that. You don't know that. This is
what I'm saying is I am able to validate it because I don't see it. I don't see it.
Could I finish?
I don't see it.
Could I finish?
You can finish all you want to. All you doing is talking a bunch of mumbo jumbo that ain't making no sense.
I don't say the same thing about you. All you talking is a bunch of mumbo jumbo. What
you
I'm
feel like you got an ally to back you for this bull crap, so I don't buy you. I don't buy into what you're talking about. I don't buy what you're talking about.
Well, if you go down a black man and all that, talk about your daddy.
So I don't care nothing about you. Guess what? Look at you. Look at you, sir. You're emotional. Look at
all right.
Talk about them.
Okay.
Gigi, I'm going to respect your channel.
Thank you.
I'm going to leave you to this ignorant.
Yes, you need to leave.
Okay. All right. Let's
Gigi.
love each other. Yes, Mika. Yes, Mika.
I got something to say.
Go ahead, Mika.
Just walked in on that.
Huh?
Can you say something?
Yes, your husband
can.
Listen,
I don't approve of men trying to be in women's conversations. So to me, when men are stepping in, it's for them to overpower a woman's talking point. And I don't really go for that. I don't care for that. So I'm not going to argue with no man. So you can have that.
Listen. He said, I'm going to let y'all women talk. He said, I'm going to let y'all go ahead and talk because it's not good for me to
stay out of
interrupt.
women's conversations. I don't even understand why men get involved in women's conversations. If you're helping the community, I'm not trying to talk about your husband, but I'm saying if you're helping the community, go do that. We don't need to talk to you. Go do it like other groups of men. Do you think other groups of men that are helping their community, if they were having issues like this, want to go talk to the women? No, they want to go talk to the men. They don't want to talk to the women.
Do you want to help the community?
All right, I'm gonna go on to another caller. You okay? You okay, Sky?
Yeah, I just don't like that. To me, it feels like they're ganging up on women, you know? Like, but whatever. It's because you don't understand how men operate. They think differently from you. You don't think how they think. And so for you to think that, oh, he's going to come over here and tell me, oh, stop talking about all black men. Go tell black men to stop talking about all black women. Because they make it an absolute when they talk about black women. All right, Gossip, I thank you for the segment.
You leaving, Sky?
Have a good one.
Y'all done stress Sky out. Well, you going to call back, right? Huh?
I'll call back.
All right. I enjoyed you, Sky. I enjoy you, Sky. Okay.
Have a good one, Gossip.
All right. That was Sky. Crystal Logics. I was trying to find your number if Crystal Logics want to call in. She has a YouTube channel that's awesome. Hopefully you guys can support Crystal Logic's YouTube channel. Crystal Logic, if you're going to call in, let me know. I'll look out for you. All right, so let's go on to the next caller. Good afternoon.
Hello?
Hey, good afternoon. Tell us your name and your where you're from.
My name is Donna, and I am from California.
Talk to us, Donna.
Well, hold on, because I had made myself some points that I wanted to go through. I don't think men are the same, because I have had a black man who would take up for me. I have been walking, and a white man tried to get in my face, and it was another black man who stood up for me. And so I want to say all men are not the same, and just because you don't see it doesn't mean that they're not there. And she sounded kind of angry to me, like she had something going on. But I think the main thing is people don't understand the history, nor do Gigi, have you ever read the Willie Lynch letter?
I have not. I'm sorry.
Well, that letter it's a letter a white man wrote, and it says how to keep a slave. And because in slavery time, the slaves would try to, go against the masters and stuff like that, because they didn't want to be slaves. So this man came over to say how you keep them a slave. And he said, what you do is you separate them. You separate the men from the women. You make the color that you want, and you treat that color differently. That's why we have the light skin against the dark skin. And you're going to make the light skinned people in the house, and you're going to cause a division between them. So now I have you divided. And it says you take the strongest man, the strongest one that everybody looks up to, and then you are going to humiliate him. And that's when they would rape the black man. That's when
the word,
they would
the black
tell the
man,
black man.
Okay. Go ahead.
Right. That's when they would go and they would separate you. And they said, you do not keep that black man in that house. And people don't realize that the same stuff that was going on then is still going on now. You still have the light skin against the dark skin. And that's just not in the black race. My Filipino friends tell me that. My Mexican friends tell me that. If you're the darker one, they treat you different than the lighter one. And that's how it goes. And even with your Section 8 right now, you are allowed to be on Section 8 if you keep that man out of the house. If you don't let him live with you. It's a way to keep
Can I ask you a question? Why is the man living with the woman? Why don't this man have his own house?
The man should have his own house.
Why don't he have it? But go ahead. Mika, you want to step in?
You can. I'm listening.
Go ahead.
But I'm saying they have all these systematic ways to discriminate against a person. I don't think you can always say all black men are like this, There's nothing that absolute. And because you have social media, you can see all these things going on. But what people don't understand, too, there is just as many white people who have been killed by the police and things like that. But white people protect their own. They're not going to show you that in the media. Jews protect their own. They're not going to show you that in the media. Black people, everything in the media, you got to understand that is designed to make you look bad. My friends from foreign countries, they already had a perception of what black people, they thought black people were from what they saw on TV, because that's all they ever seen. When they be trying to make
what are the kings doing? Because we have a whole bunch of kings that's very powerful.
You have a bunch of them.
Black kings that are very powerful. What are they doing? What are the black kings doing? Because you're saying the Willie Lynch, which I understand. You're saying the Willie Lynch, and they can't do anything, but at the same time, you're saying they black kings.
No, I'm not saying they can't do anything. What I'm saying is you can't put all black men in the same boat. You can't do that. And you guys know for yourself, if a black person come on television and you have a good show, they don't want that. They want the love and hip hop and all of that kind of stuff where I got you looking crazy and acting crazy.
Who want that?
To make $1.
Who want it?
The people who are watching it.
Hold on, wait. The black kings don't want it? Because I see a whole bunch of black kings on there, from Safari to CVJ. I see a lot of black men on there. And did you hear about Zeus?
What about the people watching them? But what about the people watching them? CVJ can't do nothing unless we watch him. None of these
But he's
people
a
can
black
do anything
king.
unless we watch them.
The black king want us to watch
you know
it.
What? You can't put everybody as a king. Just because you black, you're not a king.
Oh, say that
You're
again. Say that again. They're not a king.
Every black man is not a king. Every white man is not a king. No matter what your race, doesn't make you a king. If you go back, there's a king.
See, I didn't know. They told me.
A lot of different people.
They told me all the black men are kings. I didn't know.
No, you know that they are not. Just
I don't know. Everybody say
about. You know.
I know, but can I tell you something? They say, "Ooh, look at that black king! Look at that black king! Praise the black king!"
Just use that right now. Everybody gets that label king and queen.
Oh, they do. I didn't know that. Why didn't they tell? So are they faking? You know? Are they lying to these men, calling them a king when they're really not? Because you just said everybody call him a king, but everybody not a king. So what is it? Why lie?
That's the king. That they may be a king in your life. That man may be a king in your life. So maybe it's not a lie because it's a king in their life.
What is a king then?
He ain't what the average of us. A king is one who is has set up a kingdom.
Okay, a kingdom, that means they have land, right? King has a land, right? Kings have a land, right? Do you ever know a king without a land or without anything?
There has been kings that have been put down who have been exiled, who don't have land anymore, but they started out with land.
Right, they have something in their name, right?
They started out with
they have
land.
something in their name.
If you want to go biblical, David was to be crowned king. He was coming into kingship, but he didn't have the land yet. It wasn't until after Saul died that he became the king. So not all the time. If you are a prince, you know you're going to have that land as soon as the king is gone.
Well,
but you know you're going to walk into kinghood.
Got it. Well, these kings like Puff Daddy and kings like the man at Zeus, you know, it's a black man. He runs Zeus. And all those reality shows that you're talking about, yeah, he own all that. Do you know that?
No, but you're looking at king because he got some money.
Oh,
that's not a king because you have some money.
Oh, it's not. Okay, so king don't mean having money. Okay, what is a king then?
No,
because I thought king have riches and golds.
No, not all kings have riches and gold. There are some tribes that they consider their leader.
But what about in America? The kings in America.
But you said kings. You didn't say kings in America because there is no kings in America. You have a president.
Oh.
You don't have kings.
Oh,
and they're
okay.
looking at king not as they're looking at this as this is a title. This is just a title just given out to somebody. That's it. And that might be the king in your house, but that's not your king. So that's why I can look at somebody and say, no, that's not a king because that's not my king. But that may be that woman's king. But a lot of things are made to...
I thought a king had, like, in his house, everybody had a king. I've never known a king just had one follower, but okay, I'm learning. But go ahead. I'm not going to interrupt you. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Everybody is not going to follow the same thing. And everybody, all these men are not all of our kings. And they show just as much happened to all the other races. It's just we don't protect ours. And you see it. You see it on television. Whenever it is about twerking and all this kind of stuff like that, you see just as many white people trying to twerk and stuff like that. They're not going to show you that on TV. There's just as many people, white people rob stores and do stuff like that. They're not going to show you all of that stuff on TV because they're going to protect their own. And the other thing is, and not even until I got older did I understand what a narcissist was until somebody in my family got involved with it. And that's a real thing. And they come out to destroy. And they look like kings. They act like kings in the beginning. And then when they get involved with you and you find out that this is a narcissist and they just love bombed you and stuff like that, you've already been fooled. So a lot of these young people, just like my at the time myself, didn't understand what these people were. So you didn't know to stay away from these people. So you started calling these people a king because they were doing so much for you, but they had an agenda. And the agenda was, a narcissist agenda is always to destroy you. But you got caught up. You got caught up with all this love bombing and all of this. You're so wonderful. You're so beautiful. You're a queen. You're this and you're that. And then when the mask came off, you saw what a narcissist is. So it is a lot of narcissistic people out here, a lot. And a lot of us never even knew about it. And in the black community, a lot of us never knew about it. We all just thought everybody was jerks, or these men are just being jerks. But we have a lot of black men that are being traumatized, and they are narcissistic, like I don't know what. So I'm just saying that I don't want to put every black man in the same group, because there has been a black man that has taken up for me, and I don't even know who he is. All I could say was thank you when this person came at me. And so I'm not going to make that an absolute. And I do feel like that the other person, she was hurt. And if somebody hurt her, her feelings are genuine. She should feel the way she feels because she was hurt. So she got to work through that. But I'm not going to put everybody in the same box, and not every man in the same box, and say that they are no good because I didn't see it. I've never seen Jesus either, but I believe in him. And so it's not about what you have seen. And if it wasn't for social media, you wouldn't even know half of the stuff that you see. But they don't put on the good things on social media. You only hear of the bad things. And it's in every race. I think you just covered that lady. She was on Bumble or Tinder or something like that. And it's still going on today. And she got killed. And it was a white man involved. And they covered that up. And so that's what I'm saying. When it comes to another race, it's covered up. When it came to that black woman, she went out and she went to another race, but it's there too. if you look at serial killers, the number one is
Chaos.
30 to 40-year-old white man.
Okay, can we take a break? I want you to stay on. What's your name?
Donna.
Donna. All right. I thank you, Donna. Keep on. We have Sky. Crystal Logic's on the line. Crystal, are you there?
Yes, Gigi, can you hear me?
Yes, you guys, please give a warm welcome to Crystal Logics. You guys, she has a YouTube. You guys, she has a YouTube channel. Please check her out. Moderators, please promote Crystal Logic's YouTube channel in the chat so people can go follow her and subscribe. You say I'm messing. Please promote Chris Logic's or YouTube channel. Chris Logic, talk. Go ahead, girl.
Hey, girl. So Gigi, what's the question? I was asking in the chat because I'm not too sure what the question is. I get the gist of the topic, but what's the exact question?
You know, it ain't no question. We started off talking about the Uber driver and how, you know, it's these black niggas that's doing this to these women. Then we had a flock of women come with their sons, and they was getting at us, okay? And they were saying, y'all need to stop always talking about the black man, and the black man do, you know, he got so much going on, and he getting beat, and he don't know math. And guess what? These black women, they taking out black men too, just as much, and it's just as equal. So y'all should pay.
Oh my God, they said that?
Yes, with the sons in the background. I was so scared. Yes, they did. They was making it equal.
These
Well,
are absolutely disgusting. They're just as bad as the damn Dusties. They're just as bad as the damn black males that are attacking black women at a 92% rate. They're talking about black women attack black men. Black men and black women get taken out by other black men at a 92% rate. So the other 8%, I don't even know how they can try to compare that and try to think that makes sense. Like, these mammies really get under my skin, Gigi. It's really, it's so disgusting. The woman that was just on the line, she was talking about black men are kings and we shouldn't be saying all. We should make the distinction. How are black men kings? Kings without a kingdom? Like you said, for the past 50 years, black men have not done anything. They have not built anything. They haven't contributed in any major way to the black community. When they get wealth, when they get resources, they do what? They put that back into the white community. They don't bring that to the black community, but we're supposed to say not all, and we're supposed to call out the good ones. What good ones? Okay, what good ones are y'all talking about? I don't understand how collectively black men could talk about black women like crap. They could say all of us are overweight, all of us are baby mamas, all of us are unattractive, we're all this, that, and the third. But we're supposed to try to separate the so-called good black men from the bad black men, but the good ones don't speak out. When the black men are doing their mischief, when they're taking out black women and black children, when they're doing all this disgusting, perverted stuff in the black community, the good ones don't say anything. But us as black women, we're supposed to call out the good black men, and we're supposed to give them the benefit of the doubt. I don't get that.
all right. Mika, do you have anything to say?
Nope, not on that one.
All
I
right.
pretty much have said it 2 3 times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What's her name again? Not.
I forgot her name.
Say that. You said, what's her name? What's your name?
Me?
Yes, you.
Chris Logic.
No, not you. Not you, Chris Logic. Shit, I know you. The other lady. The one that was telling me all men ain't kings. Okay,
she must have left.
No, she here. I see her. Okay. I just forgot her name. Donna.
Yeah.
Okay, look, Donna, I was looking for you. Donna said she ain't gonna say shit.
Just saying what? No, I'm not afraid to.
No, I didn't know your name.
The same way that people are saying, what do black men contribute and things like that. And you're saying the rich people, they give it back to the white neighborhoods. But when you get paid, how much of your money is going to the white neighborhood? How many black companies, and I'm not saying you, I'm saying how many people go and support the black company? I see places, even if we want to say the hair place, there will be people who go support the Asian hair places before they support the black hair places. And it's a whole lot more of us getting our hair done than there is rich black men. So I'm saying us as a whole community are not supporting the people. You can't just blame it on one group of people. And no matter what, anything that is divided, it is not going to stand. And that's just the way it is. And I'm not going to put that on everybody because, yes, right, they get their money and they go out and do stuff. But we do it too. Fashion Nova, they exploit black people with these big butts and these clothes and these cutouts and everything. But I bet you a bunch of your audience is going to Fashion Nova. They're not going to no black designers. They're not looking on social media and YouTube and all this way, however you order it online. They're not doing that.
All right,
so
but
when you do
it, supposed to be in charge of building the black community? Is that black women's responsibility, or is that supposed to be the male group in the community? Number one, why are we putting the infrastructure of the black community on the backs of the women? It's not all of our fault. Black men are supposed to take head. They're supposed to be responsible first and foremost.
Let me say this. You know why we're always going to take care of black men? I'm gonna tell you something. Because we are the ones who produce that black man. And so if we put let me just say this. If we put all black men together, if we put them all together and us the young girls that are having babies and stuff, you're already telling them to be against something that they just produced. They had this baby and you're telling them all black men ain't shit. So this black child, this black man child that they just had, you're telling them not to care about this child. And they can't do that. That is why they're
let me respond to some of your points. You made a lot of points. You made a lot of points. Can I respond to some of your points? Yes, you made a lot of points. Yeah. Let me respond to some of your points. I'm going to respond to what you said about Fashion Nova and how black women don't put money back in the black community. Incorrect. That's not true at all. Black women support black men. It's really black women who don't support other black women. But when it comes to supporting black men, black women do an excellent job in supporting black male athletes, black male actors, black male content creators like Kevin Samuels. We support black male artists. We support black men.
But you name everybody who got the money.
Nana, can you let her finish?
I talked for a long time. Let me finish. Yeah. So I don't think that's true. Black women do an amazing job when it comes to supporting and investing our money and our finances into the black community, number one. Number two, when black women get wealth, resources, who do we typically date? Who do we get into relationships with? Who do we marry? Other black people. We marry black men. We produce black children. We keep it in the black family, and we keep funneling our money into the black community. When black men get money, when they get resources, when they get on, they do what Kanye West said he was going to do and leave your ass for a white girl, right? Is that not what black men say? They take their money, they put that back into the resources. If they ever get divorced from that woman, she's getting the alimony. Her and her biracial children, they're now getting that child support. His money, his resources, they're not coming back into the black community. So the fact that you're comparing what black men don't contribute to the black community and what black women do contribute, it's not even comparable. Number two, black men collectively are not in the lives, they're not in the lives of their children, right? Collectively, black women are raising the children. So when you say we don't contribute as much as black men, how, when we're in charge of raising the entire community by ourselves? Like, your talking points to me, it doesn't even make sense. You can't equalize.
But you know what? Here's the thing.
Men are doing.
I think you're saying something different than what I'm saying, because I'm not putting us against each other. And everything you say is about celebrities. And what is the percentage of black celebrities that we have? Because you know what, they have a thing out that says black people withhold your money for a minute.
Okay, two people.
And do you know what? The white people know that the average black person is not only going to hold on to their money. They said at least 6 to 7 days. That's the longest they'll hold on to it before they're out shopping. That is why they said the black dollar is so important, because you won't save it. You'll go out and spend it.
And
because
of
that,
why are
they
you so
know
comfortable
that
with
this money
blaming white
is going to
people?
go into...
What I keep hearing you keep making excuses for black men. You keep talking about what the white man is doing.
Because
what
everything
white
that you
people
guys
doing.
are
No.
saying,
Why don't
you
take
are
a look at your
targeting
male group,
black
the ones
people.
that are targeting
And I'm
Okay,
trying
one
to
at a
tell you
time.
why.
One at a time.
No, because Gigi,
you keep trying to
wanted
tell
to
us what the
know
white
why.
Okay, hold on.
For the black people. She wanted to know why.
Hold
and
on,
I'm trying
Donna.
to tell you why.
Hold on,
Donna.
Donna. Donna, hold on. Mika, what you say?
I was about to say the only thing that I do understand from what Donna said was that we're basically getting our black men that are kids already set up for failure because of the way that some of us are thinking. I'm not on one side.
Listen, Mika, listen. Let me get out the fire. Okay, Miss Logics, what's your thoughts on that?
Okay, so why do you think we're setting up black male children for failure? Don't you think they're already set up for failure because of the culture that has been created by black men in the community? You don't currently think that the culture of disrespecting black women, not marrying them, leaving them as single mothers, disrespecting them in the music, you don't think all of that is automatically setting your son up for failure?
We're talking about children.
We're talking about children. Position? Yeah, I'm talking about children. Yes, I am talking about children.
I have a 5-year-old.
The media,
and I'm not going to train him.
Okay, one at a time. One at a time.
I'm not going to train my 5-year-old to be disrespectful. My son is already reaching to those high levels. So to know that he's going to learn that as he continues on, my son is not going to disrespect. I wish he would disrespect somebody, and I'm around. But that's your parenting. I'm saying that the upcoming children. I ain't talking about the young folks now, the teenagers now that then pretty much got their mindset on how they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do. I'm talking about the ones that are learning at 4 and 5 and 6 years old and knowing, hey, I got to do a duplicate of whatever I see, a duplicate of what I'm understanding that I see out here in the world. But as a parent at this time, 2022, actually show them the right way, then maybe our upcoming children might be a little bit better than what the ones that we got out here now. So that's why I understand what Donna said, because she said the babies. So what that means to me, I'm like, dang, if you're pregnant with a boy, you might as well say, oh shoot, let me get rid of this one because he ain't gonna be shit. No, don't think like that.
Okay, so I'm just going to respond to what you said, and I'm not talking about you personally or your situation or your child. I would never do that. What I'm referring to is in that situation when you have small children like that, yes, you as a woman, because unfortunately the majority of black women have been turned into single mothers by black men who just don't value their children or value establishing relationships with their children. So you as a black woman cannot expect your black male child to not want to seek manhood or seek, examples of what it means to be a man from other men in his community. He's not going to come to you when he wants to know, what it is to be a man, how to pick up chicks, how to have certain, sex conversations. I don't want to disrespect your platform, Gigi, but certain conversations, he's not going to come to you as a woman. He's going to look for the males in his community as examples. Now look at the men in the black community. Look at the men in your community and tell me what you see. What are they promoting? They're promoting pumping and dumping black women, not being there for their children, disrespecting black women. Oh, these hoes, these thoughts, these da-da-da-da-da. The culture is automatically set up. I'm not saying your son is automatically going to fail. I'm not saying not to have your black male son. I'm saying that the message has to be put out there for the black women who haven't had children yet, right? So they could know that, hey, maybe before you decide to make the decision to bring more black children into this world, take a look at the black community. Take a look at the culture. Take a look at what is happening and make a choice, make an educated decision on whether you want to make that choice or not. For the black women who already have young black male children, there's nothing we can do. Like, it is what it is. You can just raise them the best way you know how. But I think the message still is valid and it needs to be put out there.
All right, so I'm going to go back to Donna because she's been in hold. Donna?
I'm here.
All right. Any last words?
No, I don't have anything to say. I'm listening to her, and I know that she's passionate about what she's saying. But I think if you look across the board, there's a whole lot of single people. It's not just us. and that's all I want to say. It's not just us. Even your famous people, the black man is not doing a different race any different. You know, Kourtney Kardashian, she a baby mama. Kylee's a baby mama. What's the other girl from Australia? All
Hold
of these are
on,
baby
Miss
mamas.
Logics. Let Donna speak.
Baby.
Let her finish. Go ahead, Donna.
It's not like they're just doing it to us. They're doing it to a lot of them. And some of this is imprinted on them. Some of this is just coming down from all of that lineage of, you know what, keep the man out of the house. And just like they say, people have what they call that institutionalized because they've been in prison so long, so they don't got used to being told when to eat, when to sleep, when to do stuff. Some of these people, they just got this that slave man mentality, and so they are still doing what they were doing hundreds of years ago when they said how to keep a slave. And if you was to read that letter, you will see this is what's going on and still going on. And even in the presidential election with Donald Trump and everything like that, everything came out to show the systematic discrimination. Everything came out. You can be educated and black, but there's a system that you're not going to be the CEO. You're not going to go up high or anything like that. So it's a lot of things that are making this community have troubles, have problems. It's not
Gigi,
just
can I
the black man.
Okay,
Can I
Donna.
respond to what she said?
Yeah, Donna, we're going to let you go. Love you. Donna, I want you to call back, okay? I enjoyed you know, speaking your truth. And you are loved here. Okay, we're going to let you go. Make sure you call
All
back,
right.
Donna.
Thank you.
Logics, go ahead. You have the floor.
Yeah, so essentially what she just said is black men are giving everyone the same treatment. Yes, that's the point. That's the precise point that we're all trying to make here. Black men don't just do this to black women. They do this to everybody because it's ingrained in their culture. They're not going to change for you because you're a different race of woman. They just say they are, but they treat everybody the same because something is fundamentally wrong with black men. That's the point that we're trying to make. Then she went on, she started talking about racism and black men still have the slave mentality. Weren't black women enslaved right along with black men? Black women went through slavery. Black women went through the same horrible stuff, if not worse than what black men were going through. Black women are both black and females in America, right? So we're doubly discriminated against. But yet she's still making all these excuses for black men when black women are out here the most enrolled to go to college, right? When black women, there was just a Harvard study that came out that said black women in high income earning areas do just as well, if not better, than white women. And black men, both in high and low income earning areas, they underperform every other race of man. So it's something with black men and not something with black people, right? It's something with black men that always has them underperforming. So when she keeps using slavery as an excuse, black women went through slavery. Black women have had a harder way to go than black men, but at the end of the day, we still manage to do well for ourselves. We still manage to be able to thrive when it comes to college. We still manage to be able to educate ourselves, raise all the children by ourselves, all of that stuff. Black women still manage to hold firm, but black men are over here like what? Weak, conquered, complaining. So what is your excuse? Because slavery can't be the only reason.
All right. Well, Miss Logic, please stay on with us. All right, we're going to go on to the next caller. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing? Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hey, so this is Keith, and I'm in San Antonio. I have two different points to make. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so first off, I want to just ask, is this a safe forum for me as a black man to speak on, Gigi?
I think I got to ask Miss Logics.
I mean, yeah, it's your platform, Gigi, whatever you say.
I know, but how do you feel about it?
What did he ask?
Is it a safe platform? Is it a safe space for him as a black man to speak his mind about, everything that everybody's talking about? How do you feel about it?
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Okay.
Are you sure?
I mean, it's Gigi's platform. Really,
I know it's my platform,
I can't police what's going on.
But Logic, this your space too, okay? And you on the phone with me. Go ahead.
Because I love you too, and I support you. I've been watching you since Jessica Kahino. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you. But go ahead.
Love you, and
I
I've
appreciate
been following you for years. So, because I heard one of the women earlier saying that this was women's stuff and black men shouldn't talk. So I want to be clear that, you know, this is a safe, protected space.
Yeah, I think the reason
to also come.
I think the reason why she said that, because she felt like some people was gaslighting her. She's telling her story and how she feels, and then somebody comes and tell her, no, you shouldn't have said like that, you know?
I understand that totally. Okay. So we're getting from the topic, because this topic is about I heard that the Uber and the Lyft driver did some unthinkable thing to the woman, right? Did they rape her?
They R'd her. They R'd her. We don't say the R word here. We usually just say the R word.
I'm sorry. They R'd
He R'd her. Yeah, that black man R'd her in the front, and he did it in the back. And not only did he do that, but he also did it to another woman that was a mother, and she had 2 kids, and he did it in front of her. And then we talked about this other black man, okay? He was in the store with this young black lady. She made a mistake and bumped him. She apologized. I apologized. He didn't let it go. He kept calling her as a bees and stuff, and I'm going to do something to you in your face, and kept messing with her. Did anybody stand up for this girl? No, they did not. So she was leaving. She went home. Did you know he followed her, took out the pow, and started pounding her for nothing? And then we did a list of certain girls, a 22-year-old girl. It's a whole list of women. They cannot say no to men, because if they say no to men, they are 6 feet under. It was a 22-year-old girl going to a university, and she was at a festival. A black man came grinding his damn hips on her. She looked like, no, I'm not interested. He took out the pow, point blank. And there's many stories that go on and on and on about these black men that's pound these black women. So that's why I'm talking about it.
Got you. So I totally understand, and I'm caught up. And I agree with some of the points that Donna, Mika, and I forgot the other lady said. I agree. I'm not biased. So this is the thing about these situations, right? Okay, so we're not talking about defending the black man. We're talking about this lady and all of these other incidents that black men are doing. You understand what I'm saying? That's like saying, Black Lives, why you support Black Lives Matter? That means you're saying all lives don't matter. No, we're talking about the black people right now. So right. It's black men doing these things. It was a black man that R'd her. It was a black man that did the stuff in the store. It was a black man. These situations continue to happen, and they're happening frequently. So we don't want to talk about the black man and building the black man and the king up and all this stuff up. We're talking about what they're doing now. It's a black man robbing. It's when you go in certain neighborhoods, it's a black man doing this. We need to address that topic at hand. And when we have a resolve for that, you understand what I'm saying? Then we can move forward with something else. But these incidents are happening. These are what we're talking about now. So when you start to say and trying to defend and make this right now about Black King and what Black King's doing, that's where the disconnect comes. And I feel like that's where these black women and black queens are feeling the disconnect when black men come up in here and talking about, oh, this is that and this is the black man. We're not talking about that. We're talking about what they're doing and what we're seeing frequently happening. You understand what I'm saying? Because when I walk out in my neighborhood and my nice apartment complex, it's a black man that's looking to steal my stuff. Excuse me, my shit. You know what I'm saying? It's not. I've never been mugged by a white man. I've never been robbed, or had to worry about going into a convenience store and there's a bunch of white men hanging out with guns and stuff. I never had to worry about that. It was black men. So we're talking about that topic right now. So we don't need to hear about defending this and defending that. I also agree with some of what the man was saying, because if you have a control group and it's police brutality and you want to resolve that conflict, what you do is you want to sit with other officers to find a resolve. So this panel needs to be opened up to black men so that they can hear these things, so that they can be part of the conversation. Because if they're not part of the conversation, they cannot change. It cannot change. You understand? You need a control and you need a catalyst so that we can move it on. I think it was Crystal. Was it Crystal that has the YouTube?
Chris Logics. You there?
Yeah. She has some valid points, and I agree with what that sister said in so many different ways. But the only thing I disagree with what the lady said, that black men can't come on this platform. This is women stuff. We have to evoke change, and the way to do that is to have these people on these platforms so they can hear what you sisters have to say. And they can hear, because it's different when not being in it. But when you're sitting here and you're hearing these points and things as well, you understand that combativeness comes from you feel like you're in a hurt space. Because why should you come on a platform if you're comfortable in what you are and you're a strong black man and you're coming on this platform, you understand, going against all the black women on this platform when they're voicing their opinions about the topic at hand. You can't be mad at that. If you are a hit dog, will holler. And I'm just sorry to say that. I'm a black man. I'm not arguing with these women because that's not me and that's not my situation. However, we do see it happen a lot of times. So we gonna call a thing a thing. Just let's call
can I ask you a question, caller? Can I ask you a question, caller?
Yes,
so
ma'am.
You see what's going on in your community, right? You said you're the most likely to get robbed, carjacked, all that stuff by a black man. So you see what's going on in your community. So then why do you need a panel of black women on YouTube to tell you what's going on in your black community before you can make a change? Why do you need to sit down with women and have this conversation with us when you can see what's going on in your community? You know the stats. You have access to the information. Why don't you just go out there as men and just make a change? Why do you need women to lead and direct you?
Okay, can I answer?
Yes.
Okay, so for me, I am doing those things. I don't need a woman to tell me those things, and we're talking about me, not men. I can't speak for the whole trajectory of men. You understand what I'm saying? What I'm saying is you women are not talking to just women. You understand? You're talking about somebody and something that you want to change. So in order for to evoke those changes, these people need to be sitting on these platforms to hear what you're saying. Unless that's like if I'm going to a church, you understand? If everybody's saved in the church, you understand, what are they coming from? We're looking to save the hoes, the prostitutes, the gangsters and stuff like that. So don't tell me to take my hat off and my chain off when I get to the door, you understand? Because I'm supposed to be coming as I am. So when black men don't feel like they're comfortable, they can't come sit on this platform and hear your arguments and hear your points and have a rebuttal, whatever the case may be, you understand, then who are you speaking to? Are we just speaking to women? Are we speaking to everybody? I understand your points and I get them and they're valid points. But if we don't create the space that everybody can sit at the table, you understand, what are we doing it for? What are we talking for?
So me personally, this is, Gigi's platform is different, completely different than mine. My platform, I don't encourage entertaining black men. I think black men are far gone. I think black men are enemies towards black women. I don't think black women should even entertain black men, not sexually, not as far as dating, and definitely not as far as procreating. So on my platform, I tell black women to get their asses away from black men. That's what I encourage when it comes to this. So this whole black community thing you're talking about, I don't even believe in that. Black men have had space, time, and opportunity to prove to black women, to build a community, to do what they were supposed to do as men. They failed every single time. I'm not going to sit up here on platforms and go back and forth with you all day, every day, have this conversation. What are you going to do after here? After you leave this panel, what are you going to do? What do you guys get from those conversations? How do y'all put that into action? These conversations have been happening back since Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all them dudes. What did you guys do after them? Absolutely nothing. So when you say, yeah, we need to be able to rebuttal, okay, you rebuttal, you have the conversation, now what? Are you guys going to now go out to the thugs in your community and tell them to stop being violent? Are you guys like, what tangible actions are you guys going to take when you're saying you want to be up here in women's conversation? I don't understand that. I think the only way for black women to succeed is to separate themselves from black men. That's just what I think.
All right. And before you go, wait. Mika, because, that's her stance, and we respect that. Yeah, give me 1 second. Mika,
go ahead.
What's your thoughts? Because I know Mika, Go ahead, Mika.
Well, see, it's a lot of things that I do think it should be opened a little bit more, because us having these conversations, it can actually enlighten some of the men, and maybe they will go out and help.
Right.
But see, like I said, once again, the men have to want it. If they don't want it, what can we do? We can't lock them up, chain them inside of a room and say, you're going to listen to what we're going to do in our community. They have to want to do it. So, but this will give them some type of enlightenment to say, okay, you know what? These women they embraced a very good point.
Correct.
Maybe I should talk to my daggone brothers out here and tell them, you know what y'all been doing is unacceptable.
So are these new conversations, or have these conversations been taking place for generations?
Hold on.
Can I interject, because
we was waiting to Mika say something.
Okay,
so
okay. He right. Go ahead.
I don't want to be disrespectful on to anybody, you understand, because that's not me or my character. What I will say is, Gigi, that's why I asked you before I came on that, is this a safe place for a black man to sit on? Because if it was not, I would not have sat on this platform at all. And what she just said, you understand, now that's going off of feelings and emotions, because how she runs her platform. But we're on your platform. You understand what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is that I'm not that that's not me. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not speaking for all men or what. I'm saying I'm saying on each person point. Like the young man that just came out there and he was trying to give his points, and he couldn't really give any type of points because this was not a safe place for men to sit on. What I agree with what Mika said is, for the sons that's coming up, you understand, what is this saying to them? Like, if you're just out of the conversation, if you want to evoke change, you have to have these people on this platform, you understand, to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm speaking to people every day. I talk and I preach. If people want from me every day, I preach about it every day. So I'm doing the work. I'm in the community doing the work. So I don't need any change or any type of information from anybody, but also I'm sitting on this platform too because I love and support Gigi too. You understand? And my point is just as valid as the next person. I have not disrespected anybody on this platform since I've been sitting here because I'm educated enough and intelligent enough, you understand, to sit on a platform with people that may not agree with me and everything necessarily I have to say, but also get my point across. And it's just as valid as yours, whether you agree or disagree with it. You understand what I'm saying? Right. So I'm not.
But sir, I never said your point wasn't valid, or I never disrespected you on Gigi's platform. So no one insulted you.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Listen, yesterday we was on. It was me, Lady E, and Antonio. Right, y'all? We had a great time. So it's not, about that. But I'm not here to have like a great debate. You know what I'm saying? So it was just talking about these situations and having dialogue, with the people. And not that. But some women did come in here, with their sons. And it started this kind of, raffle of the debate. But I know in previous time, some guys did call in, but it's almost like it's like a debate. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like, well, you feel, and it's not all about that. So that's why Logix was here and the lady was here before. And I was giving them, space to talk. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't want... Shit, I didn't know if it's safe or not for your ass, for real. That's why I'm like, Logix.
But I agree with what she's saying. You know what I'm saying? And I also support her, too. Although she said black men don't belong on her platform and she don't entertain that at all, you understand? But as a black man, he's saying that I love you and I support you, you understand? And even though you just stated basically in so many words, you hate me. So what do I
sir,
say
you
to
see
that?
how you're getting very emotional right now. So you said you're
No,
open
you
to your
was
own
emotional.
perspective.
Okay, see, that's the thing. I don't want. Listen, I don't want the battle like this. You know what I'm
Gigi,
saying?
I would just get down
So, right,
because,
you were
like I said,
getting.
I didn't
Sir,
come up
sir,
here
can I
for that.
speak?
You understand?
You cut
I'm
me
not
off. You
getting
interrupted me in the
emotional.
middle
She
of
was
speaking.
speaking loud,
Okay,
so when she
quite
speaks
emotional.
loud, and because I'm a
You were
black
getting
man, and I
very
speak loud
emotional.
with passion.
And
Okay,
I
okay.
didn't get
Hey,
It's
can
emotional.
we
But
time
I
out?
don't get that. But
Mika, where
I'll
you
get
at?
down, Gigi. I
Okay.
support you and I love you. And
I
I'll get
love
down
you
with
too.
and
Call
respect
back.
everybody up here as well. You
Call
see?
back. All right. Mika, you
Yeah.
okay, Logic?
Yeah, I'm here. No, Gigi.
Okay, I don't want no drama, y'all. Goddamn, okay? Then half the time, that's why I don't talk about.
All I did was have a perspective.
I know, I understand that, but you know, sometimes I get a feeling. I get nervous as hell, you know, and that's sometimes like certain rappers. I'm like, shit, I don't want to get into it with the Barbs. I ain't gonna talk about Nicki right now. You know what I mean? I don't want to get. God damn it, you know. Mm-mm. All right, so we got another caller. Logix, do you want to stay on, or how do you feel? I don't want nobody to trigger you or make you feel some type of way.
No, I don't mind staying on for one more caller. Then I'll hop off after the next caller.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. I don't know why I did that. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Hello?
Yes.
Hey, how you doing? Tell me your name and where you're calling from. All right, I'm going to go back to you, okay? All right. Good afternoon. Hello? Now everybody's scared to talk. Everybody's scared to talk. Hello? Good afternoon. Yeah, they're like, shit. Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
I thought you was gonna come back to me. This is Tiffany from Charlotte.
Oh, what's going on, Tiff?
Hey, so I had to chime in because the guy that just came on. First off, I want to shout out Sky Pitch. She was on point. I like everything she had to say. But the man that just got on, I disagree. First thing he comes along talking about is this a safe place for him? When our whole conversation has been about black women, black children not feeling protected or being protected by black men. But you come into a space full of black women looking and seeking for protection to express yourself. If you really are a leader, you would come in and say what you have to say and not really be concerned about protection because you can stand on your own square. But this is the problem with black men collectively. And again, in the comments, I got timed out by Tatiana. Shout out, for that.
Why?
For me saying that she was spewing, because I said she was spewing rhetoric, and I believe it. Just like what he is doing.
Tiffany and Tatiana, I want y'all to get along. Tiffany, because I like you, Tiffany, and I love me some Tatiana here. I want y'all to get along, goddammit. But go ahead.
No, we can get along. We just disagree, and she find me out for no reason, but it's all good. I feel I'm back home. But here's the other thing. I have a problem with men doing that. He try to come on and try to change the narrative and try to make us all more sympathetic to his plight. Your plight as a black man is a plight that you set for yourself. If you take it all the way back, you can take it to the boards or you could start from today. Either way, at the end of the day, collectively, y'all have been traitors and you need to change that position and that trajectory in our community. And that just is what it is. Don't be coming to no woman space and thinking that you're going to have a conversation with us and tell us what life is as a woman. That's just out of line. And another thing with the girl, the lady, Donna,
saying, I think it was her who said that women are natural nurturers. I have a problem with that statement. If you have ever watched or given a girl child or any child, boy child or a girl child, a baby doll, they don't just first off start out holding that baby doll, right? They be grabbing the baby doll by the head, but grabbing it by the feet, dragging it by its clothes, throwing it around. Nurturing is something that you have to learn. And it seems like a lot of people in your space, Gigi, are familiar with the Bible. If you really are familiar with the Bible will tell you that you have to be trained in the way of womanhood. That's nurturing is not something that comes natural. So with black women being accused of being masculine and unfeminine, you have to look at the space that we've been in. We've always had to care for ourselves. We've always had to fend for ourselves, and we've always been single parents and having to fend for and take care of our own kids, and then deal with the trauma that's been put on us and the trauma that we watch be put on our offspring. So us being natural nurturers, no, that is something that we as women need to take control of and say, hey, this is how we're going to change this situation in the black community by taking time to train our young girls and young women on how to properly nurture first themselves and then anybody else that comes after. You can't give what you don't have. And I know that being a wife of 23 years and a mother of 2. I can't give my family what I don't have. If I come in my house and I'm exhausted, I'm irritated, guess what they're going to get? They're going to get me exhausted and irritated mother and wife, period. So if you want to see something different in your community, black men, be different. Do different. Be the man that you sitting up here saying that you are. You're kings with no kingdom. You're not builders. You're not fixing anything. Get off that. That man, he just vexed my spirit. And I like this logic. I'm going to subscribe to your channel, girl. This is my first time hearing about you, but I'm going to subscribe.
Oh, that's wonderful. I would love for you guys to talk. Logix, what did you think about her point?
Yeah, I think she made some excellent points. And what she said about him coming up here and saying we need to have this discussion, I just didn't understand that perspective of his because the conversation has been had since the 60s. You know, they've been having this conversation about why are black men interracially dating? Why are they, bringing their wealth into the white community? Why are they abandoning their children? We've been having these conversations. Black men, they love to talk, debate, gossip, go back and forth, but what we've never seen is action. Like, there's no action, there's nothing behind their words. So I don't feel like him coming up here and having this discussion over and over and over again with us, with the black women who haven't always been able to take part in some of these conversations, because a lot of times, black men told us, oh, this is not a woman's place, this is not that. Black women have never dealt with their trauma. So him coming up here and just rehashing the same perspective, trying to debate us, you're not building, you're not creating, you're not doing anything. I just feel like it's useless. But I'm going to hop off, Gigi. I agree with everything she said. What is her name?
Tiffany.
Tiffany, yes.
Yes,
Tiffany,
my name is Tiffany.
You said. Yes, I think you were spot on about everything, and I couldn't agree more.
All right, Logix, we appreciate you. Please call back in. All right.
Thank you so much, Gigi.
Always. All right. I'm going to go on to the next caller. Tiffany, you can stay on. All right. Good afternoon. Hey, good afternoon.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Okay, yes. My name is Amina. I'm calling from Florida. I am so shocked because I wake up, and I'll get ready for the day, and I have you on in the morning.
Aww.
And I saw that this was live in the morning, and I got off work early today, and I saw it was still on, and it said it was live, and I said, no, it couldn't be.
Yeah, I'm on something different now.
Well, yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate this conversation. It's sad because I feel like the black community as a whole it's hurting so bad.
I think all the traumas that have been experienced that we have experienced, that we continue to experience, it's just crazy because we are turning in on each other. We, the women, have to feel like I don't need a man. The men are thinking F that B, and if she don't want to do what I want to do, then I'm gonna put her 6 feet under. And it's like if we don't come together, I feel like we are going to no longer be on the planet, even though we are supposed to be the original people. If we divest,
hold on, that's kind of far-fetched, don't you think? Look at time out. Can I ask you a question? I'm sorry to interrupt you, but can I ask you a question? What race is the most popular in the world? What race is most populated?
No, I'm not saying that that's exactly what it is. I'm just saying that that's what I've been told as far as like people of African,
right,
bloodline.
Okay, I just want to let people know that guess what? Okay. Black people is the most populated race in the world. Okay, and no matter what, it can never be taken away. It can never be erased. Even if you take 40 million black people out, you still gonna have a good print of black people, Africa, South America, all over.
Okay.
But go ahead, I'm sorry.
I appreciate that. But what I'm saying is a lot of these, other nationalities don't feel that they're black, even though that they are. They don't feel that they are. And so, I want to get away from that because I would hope that would never happen. But I'm, as a woman, I have 2 adult children, and they're both females, they're girls, and I'm scared for them because, and I have a grandchild, I have a granddaughter. I'm scared because this world is just gone, insane. And it's sad to say that I've never been married, and I pray that they would be able to meet someone because they both are like me. They want to have someone that they have something familiar. I mean, that they have something in common with, that they're familiar with. I love black men, and they do too. And I don't believe that they will be able to have a suitable mate because we're not all on the same page. And a lot of these young black men, they are angry. They're talking about what can you bring to the table and all this other stuff. And then the young girls are saying, look, I can't have sex with you unless you got this or you got that.
But can we talk about that for a second? Huh?
Sure.
Okay, what should a man bring to a table? Should he bring a house to a table?
No, I'm saying he should definitely bring something to the table.
Hold on. Can you let us know this? What's your name again? One more time. What's your name again?
My name is Amina. I'm saying
Amina. I love calling people by their name. Amina, what should a man bring to a table? What should he bring should he bring a house to the table if he want to start a family?
Yes.
Say that again.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying he's asking the woman what can she bring to the table, and I don't agree with that.
All right. Go ahead.
Yeah, because when you're dating somebody, the man is supposed to impress the woman. So why she got to be asked what is she bringing to the table? Can you hear me?
I agree with you. That's why I ain't saying nothing. Look, but I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah, and so these boys and these men are asking these women, what can you bring to the table? And the women are trying to do, the women are trying to do everything to hold that man, and it's not appreciated. I was in a relationship for 5 years, and in the beginning, it, was good. And it started to go downhill because the person that I thought I knew, it was all a lie. And the lady that you had on earlier, she was talking about narcissists. And this man was a narcissist. He was jealous of me. He was trying to sabotage me on my job. He was trying to talk about me to, professional people that I knew, his family, everything.
And he tried to make me and my child's life a living hell. I mean, he was just angry all the time. And I started to wonder, like, this man is crazy and I have to get away from him. And I did do that. I moved out one day while he was at work, and I have not looked back. I have been single for almost 3 years now, and I'm at peace because I don't want to go through anything like that again. I think the most precious thing we have in this lifetime is our time.
Right.
And if, you know, somebody can't be real with you, can't be upfront, they're lying, they're sneaking, you know, doing different things behind your back, it's not worth it. And he in the beginning, you know, he paid for dates and stuff like that. Then he started to want to be 50-50 on everything. And then he was having problems with his finances. I didn't know what he was doing with his money, and you know, he just was having all these financial problems. And so I realized what it was, and I said I wasn't going to waste any more time. And you know, my daughters, when they tell me about, you know, different people that they've dated, they experience the same kind of thing. And so it's a lot of craziness going on out there, but I just really feel like if we can come together and, you know, heal whatever problems we have, maybe, you know, there's a possibility that, you know, in the future, you know, we can build the families and build the life that we want to have. But if things keep going the way it is, I don't foresee, you know, black women and black men being together because, you know, these black men, like the one woman said, when they do get some money, they want to take it and put it in the white community, or they want to be stingy and hoard it. And, you know, I mean, I'm sure there are some.
And ain't nobody talking about that. Look at all the hoods. And look how many basketball players. Ain't most of these damn basketball players, didn't their ass come from the damn hood? Comment, let us know. Press 1 if all these rich basketball players come from the hood. Press 1. Press 2 if they not. So if they got all this money, why they don't bring it back to the hood? Why can't they stay amongst their own people? Huh? Because their own people gonna fuck them up, right? So that's why, okay, well, let's not make it about race. You know, they mess people up everywhere, right? Okay, well, why they over there on the white peoples and they ain't getting fucked up?
I agree.
No, but I'm saying, you know how people always try to check. Well, you gonna get messed up anywhere you go. Well, say your ass in the black hood then.
Right.
Stay that. Their ass ain't gonna do that. Nope. They not gonna do that. But go ahead. Black people look at Kanye West, millionaire. He can change the whole city of Chicago if he wanted to. His ass rather go spend Birkins on these white women. And I love everybody. I love everybody. Go ahead.
Right. Well, and then that's another thing. When black men do say that they, you know, love black women, then white women jump in and say, well, you know, what's wrong with it? I think if we are going to come together, we need to focus on ourselves. We can't worry about, you know, what's going on with other, you know, nationalities, other races. If you love black women, stand strong, stand firm in it. If you love black men and you want to continue in that route, then you have to stand firm on that. But don't let no other nationality come in and talk down on your own, because black men are really quick to tell, you know, white women, you know, why they're dating them and why they're not us and all this stuff. And, you know, there can't be no unity if you're doing, you know, those type of things. So
are you telling black men that? Because I hear about them all the time. They tell these white Caucasian girlfriend, you know, you better than them. You know, you got a big old booty. You better than them. You hear them on TikTok. They bold with it too, child. It was this white girl. You know what she told us? She said, I am the black culture. My black boyfriend tell me all the time, I am the black culture. He said, I'm more of a black woman than 95% of the black woman. Yeah, that's what she said, child.
But everybody want to be black until it's time to be black. Everybody want to be black when it's trendy, but they don't want to be black when you're being killed, when you're
taken out of
being
here,
harassed, when you're when you're catching hell on the job, all this different stuff. They don't want to be black then. But when you want to rock braids, you want to wear the latest clothes, you want to do the latest dance, your skin complexion is beautiful, then they want to be black. So.
And it seems like black people just allowing them to rob them blind, right?
Yes.
And they ain't doing shit about it.
No. They're happy to be acknowledged.
And girl, let me tell you something else about these black motherfuckers, okay? They praise this Gucci, this Louis motherfucking Vuitton like it's something. Like it's the best sliced gold. What's up with that? With all this goddamn Versace and shit.
It's a waste of money. Versace the only way Versace Versace is dead, but anyway, if any Gucci or Louis Vuitton, the only way they want you to wear their stuff is to promote them and make their money.
Can I tell you something? I got a secret. To be honest with you, Gucci, Versace, Louis Vuitton, I feel personally they couldn't stand when these niggas was wearing their shit. They felt like they made the value go down. Because, when black people start rocking it, the rich white people don't want to rock it no more. Goddamn, these niggas got it. I don't want to rock what the niggas got. We want to be different. Right. These niggas up here begging, please, I want to rock your shit. Please. So, unfortunately, shit, the goddamn name brand, it's Niggerville now. All the niggas wearing it. So they said, hell, we may as well just bring them in the fold and make more money off of them. Yeah. And that's what they doing with these damn rappers and shit. But the niggas, they beg. Gucci, please see me. Please validate me. Please, let's get in the commercial. They over there begging these white, begging. But they could have had their own design, right? They could have built their own people, right? Huh?
They could have. Yes, and you're right, because I did see an article where they said the polo guy and somebody else was like mad as hell when they saw that black people was wearing their clothes. But that is the reason why we can't build our own community. We rather spend all our money into somebody else who's not going to appreciate it,
But I think that's what they want. That's what that would turn their ass on, child. They don't realize that's what they like. They like for you not to appreciate their ass. Then they respect you. But if you are her love or you's a king, they don't respect that shit. They don't see value in it.
Right. And I bet.
And that's why they don't want the mammies. They don't want the damn mammies.
Right.
There's so many mammies out here, you would think they'd shut the hell up and just marry and going on the way. They want to change other women's perspective. They want to change the other women. No, I want you. I want you to change. Go get that goddamn mammy.
No.
Okay, get that goddamn mammy. Go ahead.
Yeah. I think if we were to stop spending our money, with all these companies, you would see change.
That's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. And then also, you remember when they had flash mobs running into them stores and stuff, and the security guards was, trying to do everything they could to stop them. And I thought that was crazy. Why are you going to put your life in jeopardy? And these stores got insurance policies on this stuff, and they getting money without having to worry about anything, and you going to let yourself almost get killed in front of the door trying to block people from taking that stuff.
The black community is Gucci crazy. It's so damn Gucci crazy. Do you know they have black thugs running into Gucci stores stealing Gucci purses, Louis Vuitton purchase? Okay? Black people are so crazy about the Gucci and Louis Vuitton. Then you got pastors wearing Gucci, child. You got the church wearing Louis Vuitton, child. Come on now. Y'all is Gucci, Louis Vuitton crazy over people that don't give a damn about you.
Yes. And that's what I'm talking about. So we just got a lot going on in the community.
Too much shit going on. Too much shit.
Yeah, I don't know what you could do to reverse it.
It's too far gone. I'm sorry, it's too far gone. It's too far gone.
Yeah.
Well, how you gonna reverse that shit? You got miracles. You got some miracles.
No. No.
Cause not even that, girl. That's in America. Now you talking about globally. Listen, I love people in Africa, but they said Africans don't even give a fuck about your goddamn ass, okay? They said they don't like you. They don't accept you like that of Black Americans. Nah. When I go to some African stores here, the African beauty supply store, they don't greet. They don't be nice and friendly like Chick-fil-A. You know, when I go to even though I'm sorry that I don't agree with Chick-fil-A principles, but they do got some good ass customer service. You know, and if they don't like my ass, that's fine because they smile at my. I don't mind that. Just respect. You know what I mean? Yeah. You don't gotta like my ass. Just respect. That's all I want. So
just give me.
You don't gotta like me because most likely I don't like your ass. You know what I mean? But when I go to Chick-fil-A, it's how can I take your order? You know what I mean? Fries hot, chicken hot, soda nice. But when I go to these African beauty supply stores, because I said, let me try to divest between the Arabs and the Chinese, whatever. And I'm like, child, you don't get greeted. It be hot as hell. I'm like, y'all don't got no AC. The lighting don't be goddamn good. They don't got good shit to look. I'm like, y'all don't got the good lashes. You know what I mean? They got a nasty, and not all of them, but you hear about the shit. I told my cousin, they said, well, shit, you know them Africans don't like your goddamn ass. I said, why not? We all Black. Nah, they don't see it like that. Right. I said, oh, okay, you know.
No, they feel we're lazy. You know, we're not. You know, even though what they couldn't make it in their country where they came from, and they came here and they're able to get businesses that we can't get. We are lazy to them. Right. And Tiana Harris says Chick-fil-A is homophobic. You damn right, they may be. You know what I'm saying? And I apologize for that shit. I do, but I still like. And I know it's wrong, but they give my ass respect. And they don't get, like I said, you know, I was raised around homophobic people. You know that. I got homophobic people in my family. Now, I don't agree with them. Okay. I sure don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what else to take. But keep going. I'm sorry. But you know what? Chicken ain't got nothing to do with, somebody's sexual preference. So if you go to Chick-fil-A,
I know, but you know, I understand about right. But you know how people have the thing. You shouldn't. Guess what? I support brands that probably don't like Black people either. I don't know everything behind different brands. I'm sure a lot of these brands right now can't stand my Black ass. But guess what? If I like it, I'm going to use it. I don't care if you don't like me. As long as the respect in my face. You can talk shit about me all day. Okay? I don't give a fuck.
GG.
Because I'm going to talk about your ass too.
When you make your purchase and they're happy, they greet you in a certain way and they make you feel comfortable about spending your money there. That's what it counts. Because if you go somewhere and you spend your money and they're treating you nasty, you don't want to go there again.
Yes, you're right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
GG.
Yeah.
GG. You know what? You said Chick-fil-A, they real nice. Guess what? They Mormon.
They Mormon?
Yes, they Mormons own Chick-fil-A. That's why they're not open on Sundays.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. Listen, Mormons, y'all got some good-ass chicken. I don't know who y'all stole that chicken. I don't give a listen, child. Chick-fil-A can be atheist. I don't give a fuck what they is. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't give a fuck what they is. As long as they treat me with respect. Let me tell y'all, I went to Burger King. They don't give me respect at Burger King all the time. McDonald's. I just rolled past McDonald's. They had 4 niggas outside. And you guys, maybe I stereotype. Guess what? You don't think the world stereotype my ass? Yes, the fuck they do. So, listen, I said I ain't going over there. All them 4 niggas outside at dark. They should be up in that goddamn McDonald's. I'm not going in there. You know what I mean? So I went to the other McDonald's 2 miles down. Yeah, so that's how I feel about shit. You know what I mean? But
one more thing then.
Go ahead.
I got one more thing to tell you. Restaurants do the same thing. They stereotype too. If you sit up there and you go to a regular restaurant, I don't know if you ever noticed that, but like if you go to a restaurant, you sit at the table, Do you know that people be fucking in the kitchen? They be fussing in
Yep,
the
they
kitchen
might
like, I ain't about to wait on that table.
Or they might,
You see
or
how
they
I'm
might
going?
sit you. They
It's
might
like,
sit
you see
you
all
by
them
the
niggas at the
kitchen,
table?
or sit you.
I don't want to wait on them.
Now, see.
Or they might sit you way in the back, or sit you by the kitchen somewhere. Sometimes, when you come in there.
Now, see, that's the thing. If I'm at the restaurant sitting down and you treat me nasty, I feel like you don't want to serve me. That's a whole different shit. Then I'm going to take my ass up and go. Because I'm very particular about who's serving me. You understand? However, with the Chick-fil-A, all the times I've been there, I ain't never had that damn problem. I ain't never had no problem. I swear, and I'm not lying. You know what I mean? All the other restaurants, and you know who come in second place when it comes to fast food, good customer service, is that goddamn Zaxby's. Zaxby's customer service is cool. But the McDonald's, the Burger Kings, the Taco Bell, sometimes they can be so damn nasty, and it can be my own people. It could be a black woman. It could be a black man, a black gay man. They be having this uppity ass, what you want? Okay. I'll leave. I'm not fucking around. Last time I went to cookouts, they done forgot to give me my goddamn change. I had to say, sir, can you please give me my change? Then they forgot. My french fries. Sir, can you please give me my french fries? Oh, I'm sorry. I ain't never had that shit with Chick-fil-A. I don't care for Chick-fil-A policies, but I'm just saying. You know what I mean? But anyway, go ahead. Yeah. I don't know how we get to fucking food.
Well, that's all I wanted to say. Like, I'm so happy that I was able to get through. I didn't expect to, and like I said, I was surprised because I was watching it this morning, went to work, and came back and was able to watch, the rest of it. But I just wish that we could heal as a community, because I mean, it's hard for me. I've always dated black men, which I have to be honest, has been a huge disappointment. But then people are so quick to say, well, you are what you attract. I don't believe that. I'm a kind-hearted person. And I love myself. I'm happy with myself. And, if people are acting and putting on a front, but they really got the devil in them, and like the woman said, they're here to kill or to destroy, kill, whatever the case may be, you don't find that out until later. So, that's why I think a lot of young women and even older women are coming across these situations where they're in a relationship, they're trying to make it work, they don't know what's wrong with the person that they're dealing with, they're going through hell, and then they end up eventually, God forbid, or it has happened too many times to count just recently, they're getting killed. They're getting killed left and right.
They're getting K.
I'm sorry, K.
Who's getting K? Who's getting K? Who's getting K?
The young women, and the older women.
Yeah, and the little babies, and the little babies.
And the babies, and the babies, and just like the lady, I know you saw, she was one of the VPs at Bank of America when last year, where she got K'd, and they didn't know what was going on and found out it was her ex-boyfriend, and then these children are suffering because a lot of these women are leaving their babies with these monsters, and then they get R-word, or they end up getting killed.
Time out. Alert just went off. Alert. Okay, now earlier today, we had some people come in and say, why did they say this? Or am I making shit up? They say, these women, they have a bad stereotype against these men, and they doing this with the men, and they don't care for these men. Did some people say that, or did I make that up?
No, you said that. They said that.
Okay. Well, that's the thing. That's the thing. How is it that? But that don't make sense, because who is glamorized in the media? The black niggas, the black thugs. Who supports little baby the most? Black women. Who supports the baby the most? Black women. Who support these rappers the most? Black women. So people be saying, well, these black women so hard. Hell, if it wasn't for them, their ass wouldn't even be anywhere. And then when you talk to the black men's, they say, well, see, that's the fault. The black women put these thugs up. It's the black women's fault. Because, I don't know, it's like some of these men, they see these rappers, it's not a part of them. They ain't going to check their ass because I guess they scared of their ass. But they be like, well, y'all shouldn't pick them thugs. You don't like a good man that work a 9 to 5. You don't like a good man that work you want to get the thugs. They always want to pick the rapper thugs. Do y'all hear that?
I don't know about that. I mean, I wouldn't mind a man to work a 9 to 5. And especially if his mind is right, his morals is together, and he's a caring person.
They
so
be
I don't
lying.
really know all about that.
They be lying.
Yeah.
It's just an excuse to say something. They don't be having no 9 to 5.
No, I mean, so I don't know. But the one thing that I want to say is, when it comes to black men in our future, there's a lot of young black boys, baby boys, children, teenagers. And if we expect them to be something, we can't put them down. We can't, we can't have these mothers that's telling them they ain't this, they ain't that. You ain't gonna be this, you ain't gonna be that. We can't.
Who says that?
We want the. But I don't know.
I don't think they say that. I hear.
I have seen.
Go ahead.
I have seen some women that talk to their kids like that. I don't understand why, but I've seen some women that do that.
They talk to their boys, like they pull out their boys and they tell their boys what again?
Okay, so I'm a cuss. You ain't shit.
Okay, well, time out. They say that about boys, black boys and girls. Black girls. Have you ever had a parent or an auntie say, you ain't going to be shit? You ain't goddamn shit. They said about both, But for the most part, when I was growing up, they always cuddled the boys. If a boy did something horrible, it was always, he's just a boy. Let them be boys. Boy, that's just a boy. But for girls, she get more punishment.
You are right. You're right. 100%. And the women are tougher on the girls than the boys. And then the boys grow up and be, mama's boys. And the girls, grow up, being tough. And then they say, when you say, well, you know what? I'm good. I don't need no man. Then it's like you're masculine. Well, I don't want to be masculine. But if you're not going to, come to the plate and do your part, then what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just let my stuff fall apart and not be able to live and survive?
No, that's what you do. You redefine who you are. You redefine what is masculine, what is feminine. Don't let nobody dictate or define what is this and what is that for you. Because if you constantly... Right, if they're constantly... I know you're not talking about for you personally, but if they constantly move the bar and they keep on changing the language, that's just like how government with the laws, right? They keep on changing the bar, moving it. That's how these niggas doing. They're going to keep on changing and switching on your ass. So you have to say, okay, whatever you say, bump that. I'm redefining myself.
Right.
You don't define who I am. You don't define, and you don't tell me I'm this and I'm that. You don't have that right.
I agree, but you see how now the narrative is that the woman, she don't want to be submissive. She wants, to be the man in a relationship. She's masculine, and 9 times out of 10, she's not masculine. She's just a boss. She has no choice but to,
Who wants to submit to shit? Huh? Who wants to submit to shit? Huh? Tell me that.
No.
Who wants?
Nobody.
Let me tell you about these niggas. Do you know these niggas are submissive? Huh? Did you know that? When it comes to the white man and they white dollar, and when it comes to the big capital records, you don't think some of these rappers are submissive? Huh?
Yes.
You don't think they submit to their goddamn daddy? Huh?
Very.
Okay then. Okay then. They don't mind submitting them because it's power, right? But a black man, they're not just going to submit to any rinky-dang thing, you know? Is a black man, is he going to submit to RuPaul? If RuPaul say, listen, you fellas, I'm going to run your records. They're going to walk out. They say, I ain't going to deal with this shit, right? They're going to submit to RuPaul. But then RuPaul going to come out and say, well, you guys don't want to be submissive. Hell no, they don't want us to be submissive to that. And just like black women, they don't want to be submissive to that shit. Give them something worth to submit to. If you cannot give them something to worth to commit to, then shut the fuck out.
Exactly. But yeah, that's the narrative, you know, like, oh, you know, I can't deal, you know, with the black woman because she's not submissive, you know, she wants to tell me what to do and this, that, and the other. And it's like, no, I just need you to be stronger. I need you to hold your own. You know what I'm saying? I've heard men say, well, you know, she let me be a man. Can't no woman let you be a man. If you're a man, then you're going to conduct yourself in that way. So all I can say, Gigi, is that it is extremely crazy out here. And I sympathize with any young woman who, you know, is in a relationship trying to make things work and taking care of kids because they're here by themselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, I thank you for calling. You better call again too, boo. Okay? All right.
I certainly will.
All right, let's go on to the next caller. Yes, Mika.
Gigi, I'm about to go. I'll talk to you.
Mika, you leaving me? All right, Mika, you going to call back. You going to call back, Mika?
Yes, I am.
All right, I love you, Mika. All right, Mika, gone.
I love you too.
All right, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hey, how you doing? Tell us your name and where you calling from.
My name is Kim, and I'm calling from Alabama.
Come on, Kim, Alabama. Talk to me, Kim.
I just wanted to say a few things. First of all, I wanted to talk about the issue with the black men not wanting to be with black women because they say we're too strong. First of all, I agree with one of your callers who said that at an early age, girls are taught responsibilities and boys are taught what? Sports, how to play basketball, how to do that. They're not taught how to run a home, how to take care. They're not nurtured in that way. So when they get out on their own, they expect someone to do it for them. And then that belittles them mentally because they didn't know, they weren't taught how to do these things. So, and
that's sad, ain't it? When you think about it, it's sad. You a grown man. You don't even know how to cook for your damn self. You don't even know how to wash your stinking ass drawers.
Exactly. Let me tell you, I have a cousin. He's an older man. His mom made up his bed until he left to join the Army. She did everything for him. So when he got out on his own, of course, it was a shock because he never had to make up his bed. He never had to do his own laundry. Contrast to, I had a sister. She passed away, and she had two boys. She taught those boys how to do laundry, cook, do shopping, things of that nature. And so when they got into relationships, they were able to contribute, and it didn't bother their manhood. So, and there was an author that said girls are taught and boys are cuddled, which is true. And like you pointed out, if a boy does something wrong, oh, it's just a boy, you know. But if a girl does something, now you know you weren't supposed to do such and such and such.
Mm-hmm.
So boys were never held responsible for their actions. And so when they get out here within these streets and they want to get with a woman, when they get with a strong woman, they feel intimidated. And let me tell you about these white women with these black men. Do not think that they're not as prejudiced as if they were not with a black man. They are still prejudiced against black no matter what. And when a black man like Kanye West, he got with Kim Kardashian, what did he do? What did he do? He recreated her with the big butt, the big lips. Why? He wanted a black woman. He wanted a white woman with black woman attributes. And that's what most of these white women do. They go get the butts, they go get the hair and all that stuff so that they can emulate what a black woman is. But the thing that they don't realize is they're going to get old, okay? And that stuff is going to fall here, there, and everywhere.
Not the ass going to fall.
Everything, a gravitational pull in nature. Nature is going to deflate them lips, deflate that butt, okay? And they're going to be sagging and dragging.
Oh, shit, you wrong for that. You wrong for that.
It's true. You see most of these white women that are with these black men, they go and get the lips, the butt, the breasts to emulate what they think this black man wants, to emulate the black woman. So like you said, we are the most popular race because everybody trying to be like us, but they don't want to feel like us. You understand what I was saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They don't want to feel like us. And
how do we feel? How do we feel?
We don't feel dejected. I mean, we feel dejected, overwhelmed. We have to face responsibilities that these white women don't have to face. Some of them. The majority of them that get with these rich black men. Because my dad, after my mom left him, he did the same thing. And let me tell you, she turned out to be an alcoholic and just the whole work. But he didn't want to stay with this black woman, which was my mother, that, helped him get to where he needed to be, financially. And, he just saw what he could do with this white woman. White woman was to, run her. You can't run us. You cannot, and you will not. That's
but why would you
want
to run somebody?
Because of their insecurity. Their insecurity in us being strong, us being able to hold it down when we have to. This is how we were nurtured. My mother told me, if he doesn't have what you have, you don't need to be with him. So,
and you talk about masculine, but do they treat you like you're feminine? Are they delicate with you and soft? These niggas. If you want something feminine, right?
You know why?
You should be soft and delicate, right? It's something feminine. You're soft and delicate, right? That means I'm not going to yell at you. I'm not going to call you bitches and hoes because that's something that's masculine energy when I do that. Having an entity that's soft and feminine and pure, you don't call that bitch and hoes. You don't disrespect. You don't yell at that. You don't demand that and say, go wash my drawers. Go do that. It's not about control when you have something soft, pure, and feminine. You treat that. You cater to it. Are you okay? I want to protect you. I want to do this. You know how I see it? I see it like, okay, you got a man, right? We're going to call his behind Bill. Bill has a piece of land, child. Okay? He get with Pauline. Okay? Pauline, he says, I want you to be my woman. And Pauline said, okay, what we going to do with this land? He said, let's build some food for the land. So she said, okay, I'm a nurture. I'm going to get down to the earth and I'm going to plant. And he said, okay, I provided the land. Now I'm going to protect you. I'm going to make sure ain't no other man, ain't no animals going to come around, and I'm going to protect you. I provided you the land, and I'm going to protect you. And what is she doing? She is nurturing the ground, building up carrots, tomatoes, all that shit. You know what I mean? And that's what I think it should be,
That's how it should be. But then you have to understand, if a man comes from a violent background of what he saw his dad do, that is generational. If you're in a household and you see your dad beating up on your mom and cussing her and calling her bitches and calling her the B word and putting and pow and putting hands and all that stuff, that's what they remember. That's what they think that they need to control that woman. But if a woman come back and punch you dead back in your face, then they like, oh, okay, they want to pull the pow out. My mom and dad used to fight all the time, but my mother was swinging and my dad was swinging. They both had black eyes, and they both was wearing sunshades because she said, "You're not going to hit me and get away with it." And that's what some of these men think they should do in order to have control and to think like them, to think that they are the man and that their testosterone is strong. But it's not so. It's just not so.
Mm-hmm.
These and women, the reason why that one lady has her platform and there's no men, because women get together and they say, well, look, we need to talk about what's going on, and we need to talk about how we feel and what we feel. Men, on the other hand, they harbor their feelings. They don't want, if you ask a man to talk about what's going on with them mentally, emotionally, they don't want to, because they want to harbor those feelings, and then those feelings boil over to violence. They need to talk about what is going on with them mentally.
Right.
Their mental health.
But that's not your responsibility. It's theirs. They got to get that shit together. Right.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Once they find out what's really going on with themselves, with their mental health, then they'll be able to do what they need to do to get the help.
But they don't want to do that. They just want to point the finger at you and correct you. So you already know how that's going. But hold on, we got another caller. This is probably the last caller. Good afternoon. Hello? Hello, are you there?
Hello.
Hey, tell us your name and where you calling from.
It's still me.
Hey, me. Oh. Hey, me. Do me have a name? Shit.
Yes.
What's your name, child? What's your name? Huh?
Come on, lady.
Hello?
Hey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I was waiting on you. Yes. What's your name and where you calling from?
Hi, this is Sarah. I'm calling from Michigan.
Hey, Sarah. Talk to me. What's on your mind?
Pretty good. I just recently discovered your channel. I love it, Gigi. I love your laugh, your voice. Something about you just warms my heart.
Aww.
But yeah, on the topic that we're discussing today, I kind of felt like a lot of your callers were making excuses for men in general. I think we have to be honest, and for the safety of women, we need to tell them what they're facing and what they're dealing with. We can't afford to just give a chance to a random guy. You can't just afford to give a man the benefit of the doubt, especially when especially when it's a difference between life or death. So it's just, I have an issue with that,
And I'm glad you're speaking up, Sarah. We need more people, women like you, speaking up.
Yeah, that really rubbed me the wrong way. I understand wanting to sympathize with somebody, but it doesn't make sense to sympathize with men that we know are out here doing these things.
Yeah, because can I ask you something, Sarah? You sympathize with them. They're going to do it again.
Yeah.
They're going to do it again.
Exactly.
Absolutely. It was boiling my blood over here. I was really, really getting upset. And I don't know if a lot of them are just like I don't know if we want to call it male identified, but they just lack empathy for women. It's strange to automatically sympathize with a man who went and victimized a woman before you sympathize with your fellow woman who was a victim. It just defies all logic and reasoning.
Right. It's just like the other caller. Well, we're talking about, okay, women rights. What about the women's? And then they want to run it here. What about the men's? What about the men's?
Yeah. It just shows you that we have women who are also very much against us. They instead of identifying with us, they identify with men who victimize us.
You're right, Sarah. Sarah, I'm so glad you called in, and make sure you call back, okay? Is that all you had to say?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's all I have. I'm sorry. I stuttered a bit in the beginning.
That's
I got
fine.
a little nervous.
Child, listen, Sarah, I mess up all the time, okay? Listen, ain't nobody gonna mess up more than me.
Thank you.
Okay, call back, Sarah. All right, that was Sarah.
I will.
I'm glad I called back. And how y'all doing? Y'all okay? Yeah, they say I'm running on fumes. I'm running on something, right? Let's give a big old thank you to Maisha, donating $5, to Pink Lips 500. Let's give a big old thank you to Ngozi, Ngozi, donating $10. Let's give a big old thank you to Na Yamkan, donating $20. NAN. Can I give some people nicknames? Miss Yams. Okay, donating $20. Thank you. I appreciate it. And let's give a big old thank you to Latasha Stanfield, donating $2. Thank you. Well, I enjoyed you guys. Oh my goodness, this is a blessing. I'm hungry as hell. I feel like going to get some Chick-fil-A. I know. Please don't hate me for doing that, y'all. Okay. Listen. All right. Any last comments? You still here? Hello? You done left me on here by myself? Or you just gonna hang up without telling me you hanging up? Okay. I see how y'all doing. People just leave your house. They don't let you know they leaving. They just go ahead. Let me know. Do y'all do this like that? Have y'all ever had somebody at your house and they just leave without announcing and telling you they about to go? Tell me you about to go so I can walk you out. Give me the grace so I can walk you out. Don't just leave my house. Let me know you're leaving now so I can walk you out. You set a record. Yeah, I did, child. Listen, my voice about to blow now. Even gay folks go check. Do you know? I could have swore I seen some gay people or zesty people working at Chick-fil-A. Yeah, they was working at. I don't fool with Popeyes. I sure don't. I don't fool with Popeyes. Thank you for getting me through most of my day. I'm glad I did. It's the man's responsibility and duty to bring out the woman's inner feminine beauty, because every man is deserving of sin who is truly our inside. Okay. Right. Well, I'm going to get on out of here. I love you guys, and I see you guys on another live. Yeah. All right. Please like this video, and I'll see you guys on another live.